She was the unique god-eater, whether panic or pleasure, those emotions that could lead to a loss of control were barriers only found in the flesh and blood of mortals. As a high and mighty superior, how could she possess such feelings and emotions? Amidst immense pain and confusion, she couldn't help but moan softly. Bitch! Matthew suddenly cursed. Lost interest, just roll out yourself. He kicked the god-eater queen, who was crawling on the ground like a dog. A flicker of relief crossed her face, and oddly enough, a touch of regret. Matthew's gaze swept around. Out of 4 people, 3 were silent as the grave, 1 was unconscious. TCH. He couldn't help but hum disdainfully. Then he walked alone towards the part of the sky that was the most cloud-dense. At that moment, the little boy who had appeared before suddenly stood in front of him. His expression was very serious. This is Lost Paradise. Not a place for you to mess around. What you just did has violated the rules set by the ancient gods. I'm going to. Thwack. Matthew kicked out, sending the little boy flying. Stop pretending. Mirage Dragon, you didn't think that by sneaking into the Lost Paradise ahead of time, you could trick everyone, did you? Matthew sneered. Your fake turned real might fool others, but to me, it's nothing to write home about. By the way, I want to tell you. In Lost Paradise, there simply are no unpredictable spirits. As he spoke, the little boy's face turned very ugly. Immediately after, a crisp sound echoed throughout the sky. The blue sky and white clouds vanished instantly. Only an empty cube remained in the space. And in the center of the cube, a light brown authority was conspicuously suspended. Matthew swaggered over. He reached out one hand towards the authority. I, now am the only true god of Lost Paradise, no objections, right? But at that moment, an old yet firm voice slowly rose from behind him. I object. Roll out of Matthew's body, troublesome enough. Immediately after, a sharp sword chi tore through the black flames, aiming straight for Matthew's heart. Chapter 1647, 452. Are you ready for the true ascension? Chapter 1647, 452. Are you ready for the true ascension? The sword chi approached swiftly. It reached Matthew's chest in an instant. However, his clothing remained undamaged. Tyrased sword chi penetrated directly and then vanished. Immediately after, black fire erupted from Matthew's body, showing signs of weakening. His pupils contracted violently, followed by a muffled groan, as he spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, and his eyes darkened severely. His expression became even more sinister. Cough cough. Old man, repaying kindness with ingratitude, huh? Tyrased knelt on one knee, his remaining left hand clenched into a fist, gently tapping the ancient bedrock ground. With each tap, transparent fish began to emerge from beneath the ground. Source, updated on .co. The fish swam joyously around Tyrased. Such a warm and lovely scene was extremely dangerous in the eyes of others. The other 3 individuals quickly stepped back. Their instincts told them that those translucent fish were far more fearsome than any weapon. I told you, leave Matthew's body. Tyrast's condition did not look promising. Every word he spoke was accompanied by heavy coughing. Meanwhile, black fire began to emerge from the stump of his severed right arm. The flame scorched his flesh. Despite his strong regenerative abilities, the wound showed no signs of deteriorating rapidly. But it significantly strained Tyrast's focus and energy. Even so, the group of translucent fish born around the elf elder remained unaffected. They swam joyously. And with each round, Tyrast's surrounding whirlwind grew stronger. Sword of Spirit. Are these the swordfish you conjured with your mental power? No wonder you could use Star Realm swordfish as a weapon. A thoughtful expression flashed through Matthew's eyes. The next second, a massive amount of mental power-infused swordfish swiftly swam through. The school assaulted the black fire. The previously formidable black fire was instantly suppressed. Matthew took 3 steps back. His expression grew even stranger. Incredible. A mere mortal, possessing such powerful spiritual strength. He then laughed softly. Think about it from another angle. How long have you been frustrated inside to have developed such a twisted spiritual source? Even the finest ascetic monks I encountered in ancient times were no better. Unmoved, Tyraste continued to clench his fist and rhythmically pounded the ground. With each strike, more swords of spirit joined the school of fish. The collision between the fish and the black fire became even fiercer. It was clear to any discerning eye that facing this strangely abnormal and disintegrated black fire, Tyraste's swordfish were clearly gaining the upper hand. In just a few seconds, the black fire on Matthew's body was completely suppressed. The severely dark circles under his eyes began to gradually fade. A shadow appeared behind him, as if a powerful soul was being forcibly extracted little by little from Matthew's body. A shimmer crossed Tyraste's eyes. His forearm bulged with thick veins, but just as he was about to increase the frequency of his hits, chains of golden color abruptly appeared around him. Clank clank. The chains stretched from every corner of the space, surrounding him from above and below. They completely bound Tyraste. Without Tyraste's support, the swordfish group suddenly weakened. For a moment, the black fire rebounded. What's happening? The fated dragon cursed through gritted teeth. Why do the laws of Lost Paradise only bind us? A taunting look appeared on Matthew's face. I've told you all, I am the only god in Lost Paradise. The laws that bind mortals, how could they affect a god? The next moment, he snorted coldly, and with a flick of his hand, massive amounts of black fire rushed toward Tyraste's chest like a striking snake. Boom! An endless stream of black fire formed a fiery dragon that instantly pierced Tyraste's chest. Just when everyone thought Tyraste was more likely dead than alive, shock reappeared on Matthew's face. Because he saw. The black fire indeed passed through the elf elder's chest, but it did absolutely no damage. No. It wasn't a penetration. It was refraction? Innate evasion? Matthew came to a realization. You've perfected innate evasion, using accumulated evasion gaps to achieve 100% evasion in combat? I should have decapitated you while you were unconscious. In the midst of speaking, the endless black fire already reached the chains that bound Tyraste. The chains, seemingly indestructible, yet when touched by the black fire, melted like butter, instantly turning into tiny droplets on the ground. Seizing the moment, Tyraste sprung to his feet, briefly escaping his predicament. However, the laws of Lost Paradise were not so easily evaded. Seconds later, more chains appeared behind Tyraste, fiercely locking onto his limbs and torso. Tyraste raised an eyebrow. At the critical moment, he suddenly stepped forward. Ground shrinking. He appeared in front of Matthew, standing close to the mass of black fire. Chapter 1648, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _2. Chapter 1648, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _2. Boom. The chains clanked down as if following a shadow. But once scorched by the black fire, those chains immediately softened and rapidly dissipated into nothingness. Damn. Old man, why are you clinging so close to me? Are you getting any funny ideas? Matthew cursed under his breath, trying to push Tyraste away. But the elf elder stood firm as Mount Ty, immovable no matter how much he pushed. In desperation, he could only make strenuous efforts to distance himself from his opponent. Even with the protection of black fire, he had no advantage in speed. Tyraste clung to Matthew like a parasite, stubbornly sticking to the front, side, or back of his body. To onlookers, the scene appeared somewhat comical and amusing. Source: updated on .co. But only the combatants understood how perilous each stage of the struggle was. Dark Peggy's black fire could dissolve the chains of law from Lost Paradise, but it could not harm Tyraste, who had accumulated who knows how many innate evasions. Tyraste was not afraid of black fire, but he did fear the chains themselves. The chains were the most loyal, seemingly only wanting to bind the rule-breaking Tyraste, but due to the Elf Elder's cunning response, they simply could not effectuate the suppression of Tyraste. For a moment, the battle entered a strange yet comical state of dynamic equilibrium. Tyraste, while closely hugging Matthew's body, used the Sword of Spirit to directly attack Dark Peggy's soul. Dark Peggy, controlling Matthew's body, fled all the while, desperately resisting the Sword of Spirit and occasionally counterattacking with black fire. And the chains of law could only follow step by step. All three sides seemed unable to gain the upper hand. But as time went on, Tyraste's condition noticeably started to decline. The other inhabitants of Lost Paradise could keenly sense this. His breathing became even heavier. Dark Peggy naturally perceived this more clearly. She immediately sneered. "Old man, how much longer can you hold on?" With that, she flashed away to a far distance. Tyraste continued the relentless pursuit, his breathing never ceasing, yet his voice still sounded remarkably steady. "Longer than you. Your black fire isn't infinite, right? It must be about to run out, isn't it?" Dark Peggy let out a dry laugh. The two continued their entanglement. After a while, Tyraste suddenly asked, "You are not Jasselevin. Who are you really?" Dark Peggy snorted coldly. "I am Matthew. I am the core personality that Matthew has hidden away. I am also the destined master of Lost Paradise. It's not that I want to get close to myself, it's what the last historian proficient in holy prophecy technique said before the fall of Twin Paradise. Do you think someone as cautious as Matthew would suddenly want to take risks? That's because my desire affected him. I lay dormant deep within Matthew's soul. In a sense, I am Matthew. Matthew is me. We were originally one. My desire is also his desire." As he spoke, he glanced fleetingly at the God-Eater Queen. Feeling his gaze, the God-Eater Queen, who had just regained her composure, instantly showed signs of instability in her aura. She originally looked like a withered zombie. With Matthew's glance, the God-Eater Queen hesitated for a moment, then inexplicably transformed into a young woman with fair skin and stunning looks. Witnessing this scene, the fated dragon turned green with envy. Vampire Mosen, who had just managed to redress, was also dumbfounded. Dark Peggy chuckled triumphantly. "If we keep this stalemate, we will both suffer. How about we stop fighting? I have a way for you to bypass the shackles of Lost Paradise. How about we share this divine authority of the Divine King, what do you think?" But Tyraste was completely unmoved. "Leave Matthew's body. Otherwise, you will gain nothing." Dark Peggy snorted coldly. "As if you could last much longer. You indeed have some strength, to be able to walk out of the Dark Divine Kingdom. But unfortunately, the so-called ancient Dark God you defeated was just a servile attendant to the real ancient Dark God, an attendant who stole a portion of divinity and branding on the eve of the collapse of the Light and Dark Divine Country, then conspired with the craven holy Mark Angels, creating the monstrosity you encountered in the Dark Divine Kingdom. While defeating him was an impressive feat, in my eyes, you still don't measure up. And I just finished inciting your strength, want to guess what I found? The Eye of Apocalypse. Your apocalypse is based on the future recovery of the Eastern Continent, but the current Eastern Continent is still endless ruins, it can't provide you much strength. All along, your strength has been diminishing with every use, that's why you're so desperate to become a god, right? You're more aware than anyone that your power is like duckweed without roots, like water without a source. I saw it, there's hardly any strength left in your Eye of Apocalypse. You're about to collapse and die. Give it up, you annoying old man." All of a sudden, black fire formed an endless vortex on Matthew's body. The vortex tore at the surrounding space, instantly creating numerous spatial rifts. The moment the black vortex emerged, all the chains of law disappeared into oblivion and did not reappear for a long time. And Tyraste was dragged into the center of the vortex in that instant. His innate evasion became ineffective. His body riddled with countless wounds, some parts even scorched instantly into thick crusts. Yet even with such severe injuries. Chapter 1649, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _3. Chapter 1649, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _3. Tyraste still clung to Matthew like a festering sore. What the hell are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Dark Peggy cursed irritably. Get out of Matthew's body. Otherwise, you'll gain nothing. Tyraste held his shoulder with one hand, his gaze as resolute as ever. Dark Peggy swore loudly. But Matthew has to be willing to come out on his own. That coward. Unless I burn his forest down, otherwise. Just at that moment, Matthew's body suddenly began to convulse involuntarily. Source, updated on .co. Immediately after, a calm voice rose in the lost paradise. Had enough, Peggy? Instantly, Matthew's face went blank, and after rolling his eyes, his whole body froze in place. Tyraste hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his only hand to catch Matthew, who had fainted. The infinite black fire disappeared in an instant. As if it had never appeared in this space. The next second, a biting chill came from the side. But it was immediately disrupted by Tyraste's sword chi. His eyes looked coldly at the fated dragon who tried to sneak attack Matthew. The latter said angrily. Haven't you realized yet? That troublesome one is one with him. If we don't kill him now, with his ability to override the rules of Lost Paradise, we'll all become his slaves. Facing the raging fated dragon, Tyraste just slightly lifted his clenched left arm. Don't let it happen again. Otherwise, go die. Whoosh. A strand of sword chi brushed past the fated dragon's nose as it approached him. The fated dragon broke out in a cold sweat. But he ultimately did not dare to provoke the imposing Tyraste and could only walk away, cursing under his breath. Just then, a sneaky figure headed towards the center where the authority lay. However, halfway there, Tyraste, with his back to him, as if meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Before Matthew wakes up, no one is allowed to touch that authority. Otherwise, don't blame me for being harsh. After saying that, he coughed violently a few times. The god of travelers froze in his tracks. He turned back with a sheepish smile. Is that really necessary? Isn't it in your interest to have one fewer person to share the authority? Tyraste raised an eyelid. First, Matthew carried me on his back up here. Second, I too think it's nice to have one less person sharing the authority, but the one to go could be you. What do you think? Vampire Mosen quickly stepped back several paces, raising his hands to show he was innocent. Don't be too sensitive, Matthew is a good friend of mine too, I was just joking just now. Then he walked away sheepishly. Tyraste continued to meditate and heal. The other three watched Matthew's condition with rapt attention. However, what puzzled them was this. Matthew's chest rose and fell quite regularly, and the rhythm and pace of his breathing conveyed a sense of serenity and tranquility. He looked as if he was not caught in an intense struggle of the soul. Instead, it looked more like, is he asleep? The fated dragon said with a puzzling expression. All of us have taken a huge risk to find the lost paradise, and now the Divine King authority is right before our eyes. Are we just supposed to wait for a dude who might be mentally split to wake up? Even if he is just sound asleep? Tyraste responded unceremoniously. If you wish, you can also take a nap. The fated dragon was at a loss for words. The atmosphere on the scene sank into a prolonged silence once more. Both the god of travelers and the fated dragon seemed somewhat restless. Only the god-eater queen appeared to be the calmest. The spring in her eyes flowed continuously. Sometimes she stealthily glanced at the symbol of the Divine King's authority, sometimes, she couldn't help but gaze blankly at the sleeping Matthew. After a while, there arose in the lost paradise the sounds of two snores, one louder and one softer. The softer one was Matthew. The louder one was Tyraste. It seemed like both of them had fallen asleep. But the other three showed no intention of overstepping, standing there with submissive faces. This scene was also witnessed by others who were gazing at the clouds from within the ancient city. Anxiety and anticipation filled everyone's hearts. They were awaiting someone to take up the authority and, in turn, ignite the divine fire of the lost paradise. But before that, a bigger question loomed in their minds. Matthew. When exactly will he wake up? Spiritual space. The black fire spread out in circles, as if forming an ocean. And Matthew's soul floated right in the middle of this dark ocean. He was surrounded by rings of fire. Only the space a few inches beside him was a sanctuary unaffected by the black fire. Matthew stared intently at the rampant, burning flames. 3 years ago, he had touched these flames in the golden pit. The consequence, however, was that his soul was nearly burned to oblivion. That encounter instilled a fear of the black fire in him. Even after Peggy later helped him heal his soul, that fear remained etched in his heart. Until now. You've got quite the guts. Dare to cause trouble while Queen Peggy is attending to serious matters? Within the black fire, Dark Peggy came out aggressively to bring charges and questions. Matthew's soul let out a gentle sigh. I know that making the choice to sleep has been suppressing for you, and I know you're mad at me. But this has to stop. Your actions have been rather preposterous. Dark Peggy scoffed. Preposterous? Aren't the things I've done exactly what's on your mind? Chapter 1650, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _4. Chapter 1650, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _4. Matthew, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive me. I can clearly sense the darkness in your heart. If you had enough strength, you would definitely go further than I did, wouldn't you? She had thought that Matthew would object. Who knew that this time? Matthew actually nodded calmly. You're right. Indeed, all that you've done are things I've wanted to but dared not do. I also think your actions are quite satisfying, very relieving. But God-Eater Queen, are you seriously going this far? Isn't that a bit too desperate? Dark Peggy snorted. That's just the facade she shows to outsiders. Come on, a God-Eater needs fear as a daily supplement. At her level, isn't turning into a delicate beauty a piece of cake? Don't act all coy after gaining a bargain. God-Eater is one of the few superior races in Ander. Maybe in a year or so, you'll have a son or daughter with the blood of the God-Eater. That's something many people dream of. Source, updated on .co. Matthew's expression changed. His tone then became more stern. I've said it, enough is enough. You ought to give my body back to me now. You have your own body. Dark Peggy said displeased. That stupid towering skeleton? Only that fool would use such a cold body. The great Queen Peggy would not condescend to use something she has already used. Besides, I haven't had enough fun yet. You, just stay put here a bit longer. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than the soul fire began to tremble violently. Because she saw. Matthew's soul actually took a step forward, then step by step, he crossed the black fire wall. What shocked her even more was that with each fire wall Matthew crossed, the wall and the nearby black flames were absorbed by his soul. Matthew walked and absorbed. When he approached Dark Peggy, his soul was already 3 to 4 times its original size. How did you do that? Dark Peggy looked up in utter surprise. At that moment, their positions seemed to have completely reversed. She found that Matthew could pass through the black fire, which was deadly to souls, unharmed. And even had more power than her to manipulate the black fire. Did you forget that our souls are linked together? Matthew looked down at the somewhat panicked Dark Peggy. I can allow you to fool around a bit. But not too much. Remember, you are my summoned creature. I am your master. During the conversation, he bent down, scooped up Dark Peggy, and then held her in his palm. She struggled violently. Let me go, let me go. I realize my mistake. I apologize to you. Matthew lifted Dark Peggy up to his eyes, then slowly opened his palm. Vigorous black fire burst forth from between his fingers. It formed a cage, trapping Dark Peggy inside. You really pushed me to the edge, Matthew remarked softly. But it's also thanks to you that I was able to master the power of black fire. No, it has its own name, Gordon's fire, right? Dark Peggy was still in disbelief. You were clearly afraid of it. Matthew nodded gently. You're right, there is indeed a trace of cowardice deep within me. If it hadn't been for your provocation, it would have been difficult for me to decisively take this step based on my own will. In fact, I had known all along that although Gordon's fire had nearly shattered my soul, once it compensated the soul, it could no longer harm me. It's just that the shadows of the past always lingered in my heart. I harbored fear and didn't dare to approach it. It's only now that I understand, when it energetically leapt towards me, it was actually expressing a fervent welcome. It's just that back then, I couldn't handle that power. He quietly felt the Gordon's fire dancing on his fingertips. This was the flame used by the dark heavenly god in charge of punishment during the Twin Paradise era, capable of damaging the soul like melting ice and dissolving snow. It was one of the fearsome forbidden moves of Twin Paradise. But now, it quietly thrived in his hand. A sense of unprecedented satisfaction surged through Matthew's heart. I know I was wrong. I just wanted to joke with you. Dark Peggy, locked in the cage, appeared so weak and helpless, a stark contrast to her previously invincible demeanor. Her soul fire was filled with turmoil. However, the next second, she heard Matthew's gentle consolation. I'm not blaming you, nor do I intend to punish you, Peggy. Dark Peggy's soul fire suddenly trembled. What did you call me? Can you say that again? Matthew said softly. Peggy. Dark Peggy's soul collapsed significantly. Her black fire also vanished completely. Immediately followed were sobs full of grievances. You finally deigned to call my name with that tone. Just like when you call her. Woo woo woo. Why do you always have to bully me? Even though I was the one who saved you back then, you chose to be thankful to her. Even though my power was stronger, if you had chosen me back then, you would have dominated the world by now. Even though I am also Peggy, you're only so gentle to her. Why? Chapter 1651, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _5. Chapter 1651, 452 Are you ready for the true ascension? _5. Is it just because I have a bit of a temper, a bit more strength, and I'm a bit reckless in my actions? Clearly, I am the one who wanted to help you more. Woo woo woo. Matthew stretched out his other hand, gently stroking Dark Peggy's head. Sorry, this was my oversight. But you also know, I never wanted to dominate the world. I just want to live well, preferably in peace and quiet. Dark Peggy pouted. That's not something you can decide on your own. Matthew smiled faintly. But at least I can strive for it. You'll help me, right? Dark Peggy fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said. Source, updated on .co. Bring her back. The 100-year term agreed upon previously hasn't arrived yet, you only needed my power temporarily. That Lord of the Thousand Transformer probably won't dare to come near you again, so you can rest easy. So, let's continue to fulfill the contract. To everyone's surprise, Matthew shook his head. She'll come back. But not now. Right now, there's a more important mission I need your help to complete. Dark Peggy looked up, puzzled. Suddenly, Matthew's hands came together, enveloping her completely. The next second, all the black fire disappeared. The figures of both also vanished in this spiritual space that seemed as if it had never existed. Meow. In the lost paradise. An abrupt cat's meow rang out. Tyrest opened his eyes, only to see a shiny-eyed little black cat beside Matthew's thigh. Matthew himself woke up from his slumber a few seconds later. The two exchanged glances. Tyrest let out a long sigh of relief. "You're back." Matthew stood up, then reached out to help the weakened Tyrest stand. "Let's go. Everyone, come together. One or two people can't hold this authority." The pair walked over to a dirt yellow scepter. The other three, hearing this, eagerly came over as well. Matthew and Tyrest looked at each other. After confirming, he held the little black cat in one arm and with the other, he firmly grasped the middle of the scepter. That instant, his body turned to a gold-plated color. The entire person radiated a holy divine light, from the inside out. The very next breath, Tyrest also reached out to hold the scepter. Soon after, the other three stretched out their hands and grabbed the lower end of the scepter. All five of their clothes began to billow and fly. A surge of extremely abundant energy was baptizing their bodies, causing a transcendent sensation mixed with intense instinctual physical reactions. Everyone was trying to control their chaotic emotional reflexes. Matthew's gaze was steady, feeling the power coming from the authority. It can't be wrong. That's the power of the Divine King. Notice, you have successfully entered the Lost Paradise, and received the baptism of the Divine King authority. Your power of domain has risen to demigod status. You have gained the divine persona of a demigod and a series of characteristics bestowed by the Lost Paradise. Demigod Venerable, Inheritor of the Lost Paradise, Elemental Immunity, Double Legendary Resistance, Star Realm Walking, Connection to the Gods, Doubled Law Comprehension, Heavenly Knowledge, Heavenly Companions, Heir's Blessing, Doubled Toughness. A wealth of information flashed before Matthew's eyes. He could feel himself being strengthened several times over. But at the same time, he also felt a deep sense of emptiness. He opened his eyes. Similarly, he saw a reflection of those feelings in the eyes of the other four. Right after that, everyone felt the space of Lost Paradise begin to shake violently. There was a disorienting feeling of weightlessness. Divine fire. The traveler god Emosong was the first to shout. "We need the divine fire to formally ignite the Lost Paradise." Before the words had settled, a composed voice responded. "I'll do it." Gold flames ignited on Tyrest's body in an instant. His physical form was devoured and dissolved by the overpowering fire, leaving behind only a glittering spirit body wrapped in divine fire. The golden flames raced chaotically throughout the Lost Paradise. Fires began to appear within everyone's sight. But the shaking of Lost Paradise continued. "Not enough!" Emosong shouted. The next second, he violently threw a shriveled wineskin from his chest onto the ground. The wineskin exploded on impact, quickly spreading bursts of orange flames. It was the divine fire of retaliation stolen from the heavenly family palace by the god of travelers. Following that, flames of various colors also appeared on the fated dragon and the god-eater queen. Supported by the devout faith of the forgotten ones from the ancient lands, the fires burning on them were no less potent than those of Emosong. In a mere instant, the Lost Paradise was engulfed in the endless hues of soul fire. Finally, Matthew called out softly. The little black cat obediently opened its mouth, spewing forth the fierce and surging Gordon's fire. That black fire instantly ignited the entire Lost Paradise. Under the burning of all kinds of divine fire, the Lost Paradise became steady, no longer unstable, and instead took off with a rising momentum, flying towards even higher realms. A tremendous upforce tore at the souls of the five. An unprecedented pain tormented their will. But joy was brimming on everyone's faces. They looked down and saw the buildings of the ancient city of Clarafa shrinking rapidly, and even the entire plain of blood-drinking mountain was getting further and further away from them, increasingly distant. Pfft! A silent light noise signaled that the lost paradise, carrying the divine fire, had left the blood-drinking mountain and ascended to a higher place within the multiverse. They looked up. Chapter 1652, 452. Are you ready for the true ascension? _6. Chapter 1652, 452. Are you ready for the true ascension? _6. In everyone's view, a dazzling point of light appeared. It was in a place unreachably far away. It was the original location of the Heavenly Family Palace. It was one of the few areas of the multiverse that bordered the high-energy, high-dimensional space, the critical land. It was the place where the new heaven realm was about to be born. The 5 people watched the radiant spot with surging emotions, already fantasizing about the wonders of the new world in their minds. But as Lost Paradise continued to rise, everyone gradually realized that something was amiss. Traveler God Mo-song was still the first to spot the problem. This is wrong. With the current divine fire of retaliation and lifting power, we simply cannot reach the critical land. The divine fire that was just ignited is not enough to support the ascension of Lost Paradise. Source, updated on .co. The fated dragon breathed heavily. You're right, I can't hold on much longer. The God-Eater Queen did not utter a word. But her condition was not so wonderful either. The divine fire inflicted harm on them as well, only that under the glorious vision of ascension, all was worth enduring and ignoring. But once a new problem arose. Inherent pain began to seem particularly sharp. In the vast universe, the ascent of Lost Paradise began to slow down more and more. The divine fire on the 5 individuals no longer blazed fiercely. Some were left with just a few small flames. Outside Lost Paradise was the astral world's eternally cold night sky. A massive cold wave surged towards them from the depths of the universe. All of their souls couldn't help but tremble slightly. And just as they were each contemplating their next move, a strange realization suddenly arose within them. It was the experience and knowledge ingrained deep within Lost Paradise. The next second, golden thin lines emerged from each of the 5 individuals. The lines extended downwards from Lost Paradise, passing through the void, and connected at their far ends to many mortals in the material world. Jade Court. Bina looked up in surprise at the fireball in the sky, seeing a golden thin line connecting her to it. This scene did not occur just to her alone. All the elves who had faith in the god of elves saw a similar phenomenon. They didn't know what was happening, only feeling that the god of elves was manifesting. So they knelt down on the ground all together, calling out the name of the god of elves in fervent language. As this process continued, the gold lines on their bodies became thicker. Ancient lands. The Forgotten also displayed these thin lines on their bodies. Compared to the elves, the faith lines from the ancient lands were more solid. The Forgotten cheered as they rushed out of the caves. Even if stimulated to tears, they opened their arms, glaring with their eyes, to welcome the rising sun. A similar scene also occurred in Rolling Stone City. Many people saw the fireball that was gradually rising. Seeing the thin lines that appeared on their bodies, some were at a loss, while others were deep in prayer, filled with contemplation. And all these acts occurring across the earth were projected like a slideshow directly into Matthew's mind. He could clearly see the true face of every creature connected to the 5 individuals. At that moment, his heart pounded rapidly. Burn. Burn all the believers, burn all those connected to us, and those who harbor faith in us, be they comrades or friends. Traveler God quietly said. Use their power to propel Lost Paradise violently upwards. Only then are we qualified to reach the true critical land. Matthew decisively rejected. No. They will die. The fated dragon, breathing heavily, said. Everyone will die. This is a rare opportunity. If Lost Paradise falls, let alone becoming gods, whether we can stay alive or not is unknown. We are about to transform into higher dimensional beings, using this chance to say goodbye to our former selves, isn't that the perfect ritual? Those mundane beings, they are merely passers-by in our prolonged lives, not worth your womanly compassion. Traveler God also spoke to persuade. Matthew, I know what you're thinking in your heart. But once we become ancient gods, we can resurrect all lives that died under the divine fire within our own divine kingdom, turning them into immortal petitioners. Isn't that a highly coveted ending for them? However, no matter what they said, Matthew ultimately slowly loosened his grip on the scepter. The next moment, Tyrest's face flashed a moment of struggle and nostalgia. But ultimately, he also let go. Only the other three people clung tightly to the divine king's scepter, as if fearing it might slip away. Matthew. Mo Song wanted to say something else. But just at that moment, Matthew's grasp on the scepter tightened again. I know what to do now. Give me control of the scepter. His tone was filled with an unquestionable dominance. Boom. The kitten fiercely spat Gordon's fire toward the scepter. Under the threat of Gordon's fire, the other three were forced to let go. A gleam flashed in Matthew's eyes, and then, to the shock of the others, the already faltering Lost Paradise headed toward the direction of the material plane. Are you mad? The only outcome of flying toward the material world is to fall. Matthew kicked away the frantic fated dragon. Lost Paradise accelerated its fall toward the material world. Shortly after, a chasm appeared before them. Expressions of despair of varying degrees surfaced on their faces. That was the eternal barrier. I remember, the place where Asha came in should not be completely closed. Matthew calmly controlled the Lost Paradise, like an experienced astronaut steering a spaceship. Before long, he successfully found that small gap in the eternal barrier. The gap was really small. But the Lost Paradise itself was not large either. Whoosh! Under Matthew's precise control, they passed through the barrier like a falling star, plunging into the material world. The time during the high-speed fall seemed both fast and slow. Fast was the crazily rushing air around them. Slow was the inner turmoil of the people inside Lost Paradise. At a certain moment, Vampire Mosen gritted his teeth, exchanging a glance with the fated dragon, but the next second, they were cornered by Tyrest. Trust Matthew, the elf elder said, coughing. If we're really going to crash, I'll split open Lost Paradise at the very last moment. Just jump out, you won't die. He added. Before the negotiations were even complete, the speed of Lost Paradise's descent suddenly slowed down considerably. Look quickly. The God-Eater Queen pointed at the land below and shouted. The three turned around. A flicker of surprise flashed through Tyrest's eyes. The Jade Court? Suddenly, his pupils reflected a series of lush forests. Following that, all eyes focused on a gray patch rooted deep in the Jade Court, resembling the eye of an evil god. That was the Scar of the Dead. At that moment, Matthew's voice traveled down from the skies. Five-clawed heavenly dragon. I'm here to fulfill the promise I made before. As the words fell, stream after stream of divine fire of retaliation fell from Lost Paradise at an even faster speed. The fire hit the Scar of the Dead, sparking glimmers of flame. At first, they were just small flames. But as more of the divine fire descended from the plummeting Lost Paradise, at a certain moment, the center of Grey Lake erupted with a burst of unprecedented firelight. That firelight soared high like a torch, carrying immense lifting power, shooting toward Lost Paradise above. Suddenly, more torch-like flames burst forth from Scar of the Dead and its environs. The roar of the heavenly dragon thundered between heaven and earth. More torches erupted from the center of Grey Lake, the brightest among them being the divine phoenix egg. Boom! A massive explosion sounded. Powerful thrusts pounded the bottom of Lost Paradise. The next moment, Matthew turned around, unflustered. Ready to truly ascend to divinity? Old man? Warning, you have ignited the scar of the dead with the divine fire of retaliation, and lost paradise is now automatically absorbing the excessive energy from the burn in the scar of the dead. Warning, the Void Ruler, Yurkus, and other mighty beings from the multiverse are casting their gaze upon you. Chapter 1653, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. Chapter 1653, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. Feeling those either friendly or hostile gazes, Matthew had no tension in his heart. What he possessed was an incomparable excitement. The ascension of lost paradise. Tyrest's feelings towards the scar of the dead were of course the deepest. For many years, the Jade Court had been racking their brains on how to deal with the scar of the dead. Latterly, they had almost despaired, even beginning to consider relocating a second time. But no one expected that this symbol of death and destruction could actually become the nourishment for everyone's divinity. You should actually ask why for so long, no one discovered that only the divine fire was needed to ignite the scar of the dead? Matthew replied with a smile. The answer was very obvious. Because ever since the appearance of the scar of the dead, the land had been ruled by spellcasters. And the spellcasters did not possess the divine fire. A long time ago, when Matthew was researching the scar of the dead, he had harbored a doubt. The Void Ruler Yurkus had not just appeared in this world for the first time. His coveting of the material world had started quite early. But why? Only during the era of the Seven Saint Alliance did such a major event as the scar of the dead occur. Initially, he thought it might be a historical coincidence or a result of the Wood Elf's inherent self-destructiveness. But later, he came across a wild guess. That hypothesis was also written by an Alliance wizard, but for safety, the wizard used a code and hid their identity. Matthew had just deciphered it by chance. The content of that hypothesis mainly was, despite having this flaw and that, the gods might indeed be better at protecting than spellcasters. Or perhaps, the gods had something in their possession that could restrain Yurkus on a material level. Only that way could one explain why during the long age of enlightenment, Inder also experienced many unstable major incidents, but none had the profound impact like the scar of the dead. Frankly speaking, after reading this hypothesis, Matthew's instinct was to scoff at it. He thought the wizard was spouting nonsense, and dismissed the notion immediately. For a long time, he never revisited such a conjecture. Sigh. Until just now, when Matthew was searching the world for materials that could provide energy to lost paradise. As he was considering how to contact the Cyberdragon or Cloud Edge City for more potent fuel, he suddenly thought of the scar of the dead. At that moment, numerous flashes of lightning crossed his mind, instantly clearing the fog of knowledge. It was a secret the gods never revealed to the spellcasters. The divine fire could ignite any material from the void world on a material level. So Matthew took a gamble. And then came the scene we see today. It succeeded. Joy and a sense of achievement filled Matthew's heart. He felt so splendidly perfect. The flames rising from the scar of the dead were so perfect and powerful, so that they could push them to any part of the multiverse. Even better, the current lost paradise seemed transformed into a spaceship resonating with Matthew's heart desires. The Divine King's authority was like the controller of the spaceship. The entire spaceship moved entirely according to Matthew's internal will. He only needed a thought to perfectly control the spaceship's trajectories. Takeoff, landing, turning, he could even perform a 360-degree spiraling ascent. This sense of control at will was exhilaratingly superior. Far better than any mechanical or magical flight vessels. Lost Paradise is a divine artifact condensed from the power of law, embodying the power of laws, and is also a special cabin leading to higher dimensional, high-energy spaces. So, is the Heavenly Family Palace also a large spaceship? Chapter 1654, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53_2. Chapter 1654, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53_2. Could it be that the Calamity Mage exiled the Heavenly Family Palace by piloting the spaceship far away and then destroying its ability to return to the cabin? Matthew suddenly had such a guess. At that moment, an even fiercer strength suddenly came from the bottom of Lost Paradise. Matthew looked down. Among the torches lifted heavenward, a huge egg shot out. With a thought, Matthew influenced the trajectory of the egg with precise changes. He could feel. His spiritual seed had already perfectly fused with the divine phoenix egg. Under the blazing divine fire of retaliation, the temperature inside and outside the divine phoenix egg rapidly increased. Although it had not hatched yet, it had already gained more spirituality. Source: updated on .co. Under Matthew's control, the divine phoenix egg adhered to the left side of Lost Paradise and soared upwards along with it. Gradually, a shadow of a divine bird formed outside the phoenix egg, amid the fiery sky. The divine bird spread its wings and flew high, its clear cry resounded, heard clearly throughout the entire Ander continent. At the same time, more golden light mixed with flames burst forth from the center of Grey Lake. Those were the dragon souls of the five-clawed heavenly dragon. The divine fire consumed the seals. And having lost the dual suppression of the scar of the dead and the divine phoenix egg, the restless soul of the heavenly dragon finally gained its freedom. It soared up like a rocket, reaching the right side of Lost Paradise in an instant. For a moment, the divine phoenix and the heavenly dragon danced together. Above the Earth Society, countless eyes were drawn to the fireballs that appeared out of nowhere in the sky. When they saw the divine phoenix and the heavenly dragon, astonishment was visible on everyone's faces. Inside the high towers, prophecy mages shattered one crystal ball after another. Through the streets and alleys, bards perked up their ears. Some raised binoculars only to see a dazzling light and the fleeting shadows of dragons and phoenixes. More were the bewildered commoners. They could only worship the spectacle in the heavens in the simplest ways and hoped that this spectacle was not the beginning of some disaster. Within Lost Paradise, a beam of golden light penetrated from the outside, striking Matthew precisely. It barely counts as keeping your word. But next time we meet, I'm definitely going to beat you up. The soul of the five-clawed heavenly dragon roared as it flew over Lost Paradise. In an instant, it disappeared into the sky at an even greater speed. Matthew knew. This was yet another return of the dragon's soul to the 7 stars of UNZ. It signified that the entire world had moved another step closer to utter devastation. But by now, Matthew had stopped caring about those so-called prophecies. He focused on the changes within himself. That golden light just now was the heavenly dragon blood. Matthew steadied his thoughts. Notification: you have received the blessing of the five-clawed heavenly dragon blood. Heavenly dragon blood: when you walk at the edges of high-energy, high-dimensional spaces, the heavenly dragon blood will protect your physical body from destruction and maintain a higher vitality. Physical body protected from destruction? Matthew suddenly noticed. Within Lost Paradise, out of 5 people, only he was physically unharmed. The other 4, including Tyraste, had turned into divine bodies at the moment the divine fire was ignited. Of course, being a divine body did not mean they had become gods, and there was a difference from mere souls. This was more like a temporary special state fused with souls, demigod powers, and bodies. But Matthew was different. The divine fire of high temperatures filled Lost Paradise. Yet his skin remained as cool as ever. Meow. The black cat in his arms comfortably squirmed a bit, as if taking credit. At the same time, delicate black flames sprouted from Matthew's skin, perfectly sheltering his physical body. Who would have thought that the ordeal in the Golden Pit would become such a critical opportunity today? Controlling Gordon's fire enables one to ascend to high-energy, high-dimensional space in a physical state? How is this different from ascending in a divine body state? Matthew's heart filled with longing. At the same time, He also realized that both Peggy and Gordon's fire might be related to the twin paradise originally overseen by the light and dark ancient gods. Controlling the fire of divine punishment from the first-generation heavenly family palace, having been a battle angel of the second generation, what kind of magnate did I actually carry back from the golden pit originally? All sorts of thoughts flitted through Matthew's mind. Momentarily, he felt a bit dazed. But in the next second, a marvelous disturbance snapped him back to reality. Matthew saw. In the very center of Lost Paradise, 5 huge rings appeared. Above the rings burned blazing fires. Beneath the 5 rings, each formed smaller rings below. Matthew tried to count, only to realize he couldn't determine the number of smaller rings. At the same time, new information appeared in the minds of those present. Notification: as one of the 5 main gods, you can choose your subordinate gods or subordinate deities. You can have up to 20 subordinate gods or subordinate deities simultaneously. But you can only select 3 people as your initial subordinate deities. These 3 will be the first to be promoted when the new world forms and the pathway between heaven and earth opens. The remaining units must endure trials on earth for over a century as chosen ones before they can have the chance to ascend. While Matthew was still thinking, those who were prepared had already made their choices. The fated dragon and the God-eater queen had clear goals. They hailed from the ancient lands and chose either the forgotten ones or the devotees of the ancient darkness god. Chapter 1655, Legend of God King Matthew 453_3. Chapter 1655, Legend of God King Matthew 453_3. The traveler god Mosong's chosen one Matthew also looked somewhat familiar, likely because they were all previous subordinate gods who had given up their divine personas and reincarnated from the heavenly family palace to the material world. Tyraste's selection was also no surprise to Matthew. It was solely composed of powerful members of the elven race. And there was Abina. It was Matthew's turn. Matthew attempted to designate Rieger or Mr. Zeller, but he found he had failed. Then he drafted a list according to the Guilds of Spells roster and the order of those closest to him, sending out his invitations accordingly. Only 5 people responded immediately. They were Lorraine, Claire, Margaret, Hibbert, and Lumiere. The first 2 chose to agree in an instant. The latter 3 rejected the offer just as quickly. This result didn't surprise Matthew very much. Margaret and Hibbert were both highly spirited spellcasting geniuses. And, though many spellcasters wished to become gods, due to the influence of the Calamity Mage, there were still quite a few exceptions. Source: updated on .co. But Lumiere also didn't want to become a god? Matthew felt surprised, but he also respected their choices. After listing Lorraine and Claire as part of the first batch to enter the heavenly realm as subordinate gods, Matthew set about finding a 3rd candidate. He tried to summon Sif with the temporary divine power generated by the burning divine fire of retaliation. But that too failed. This cast a shadow over his heart. Ultimately, Matthew temporarily set aside the selection of the 3rd subordinate god, deciding to wait for others to respond to him. As each subordinate god's selection got confirmed, the space below Lost Paradise also filled with numerous ethereal shadows. Those were projections of the subordinate gods. They had not yet ascended to Lost Paradise, but they could share in the glory of this ascension alongside their main god by means of their projections' perspectives. For a time, Lost Paradise was bustling with shadows, becoming lively with their presence. It was indeed peculiar. Previously, everyone had their own grievances, but now, seated together on the same spaceship headed for the heavenly realm, they shared a sense of harmony and joy. In the pull of ascension, past grudges seemed to dissipate into nothingness. Smiles adorned everyone's faces. Even the projections of the subordinate gods were smiling. Lost Paradise continued to ascend. Before long, it had left the material plane. The marvel of the eternal barrier lay just in that. Entering required passing through barrier after barrier. But the exit was unobstructed and free. Suddenly, The backdrop outside Lost Paradise transformed into a resplendent starry sky. At that moment, the flickering stars in the distance seemed to celebrate the birth of the new god. Lost Paradise ascended with increasing speed, and the starry sky was left behind. Matthew struggled to adapt to the sensation of being ceaselessly propelled upward. The backdrop around him had now turned into a bizarre and colorful aurora. Some auroras stretched long and slender, while others flashed by in an instant. The auroras formed a sky full of ever-changing patterns, and occasionally, faces of people or images of mountains, rivers, and streams flashed across this canopy. That sensation. It felt like traveling through a tunnel of space and time. Matthew could hear no sound, nor could he feel anything with his body. What he saw before him remained the scene when Lost Paradise had just entered the Aurora Belt. Smiles were on everyone's faces. Those smiles were certainly genuine, brimming with heartfelt happiness. But after looking for a while, Matthew felt there was something peculiar about them. However, this sense did not linger for long. Soon enough, the Aurora Belt too was far surpassed by Lost Paradise. They surged toward the highest point of the universe. After passing through a long expanse of vacuum, Matthew suddenly saw a white light. The white light shone into Lost Paradise, and a warm sensation arose in everyone. That was the Heavenly Family Palace. Suddenly, everyone came to their senses, as if awakened. Time started to flow again. They saw the mountains floating above their heads. Upon the peaks of these mountains, the palaces of the old gods were arranged in order from the highest downwards. At the very top was the most imposing Sun God Palace, followed by the War God Palace, the Storm God Palace, and the Knowledge God Palace. After that were the Enlightenment Hall and the Fire Seeds Hall, reinforced by countless other divine palaces. Such a scene was so grand and magnificent that even now in ruin, those witnessing it could imagine the splendor that once was. Matthew saw the bayou above the mountains, and also the grasslands and lakes below them, as well as the lush green forests. At that moment, he finally realized the illusions he had seen in Lost Paradise were indeed a true reflection of the Heavenly Family Palace. This was once the heavenly realm, and it was soon to become an abandoned ruin. Lost Paradise was still rising. They crossed the deserted Heavenly Family Palace and flew even higher for a while. Time seemed to stretch unendingly long. Long enough for the smiles to fade from people's faces, replaced by unease and worry about the unknown. Suddenly, the upward momentum of Lost Paradise was interrupted by a mighty force. Boom! A flood of divine fire fell from Lost Paradise, the whole space shaking violently. Everyone looked up in shock to see a solitary figure standing on an isolated island above the Heavenly Family Palace. She looked far from Lost Paradise, but felt very near. So there are new lives desiring to become gods? A faint female voice echoed throughout Lost Paradise. But remember, to become a god, a price must be paid. Her voice was soft and fine, but it weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. At that moment, everyone's breathing halted. They had come to realize the true identity of this solitary silhouette. Chapter 1656, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. Chapter 1656, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. WWJMQW1NYXNMKQYD at NOVI0D at TTWZZDWFIZNFNMW93DLDXQT5MMRUVGZUK GT2WTFSCDZ OTLCT2FXCU8ZOGLCU03S1 New Jersey was JHYXTLXDYSDUZXDGOU9GZWSCV3 MYNNRUMNLRVNWCLDXS0FUWTZXC0FUMU1JB3CZ MUZSCMUMJ of OC8ZC0JWWDHUK09WRERPTTZKZWPRVWZJM1PXSC5UMFDCOEG2DFL3WFBUBGTGCXWMWQRDG5NN ZNRUTNQW Jiri Y1PUZKNXSWKVOUFEMHVKNT4RHP0T1WC1UWQRRKCYSJFHU the S0T Lodge VDSGP1OXE5V3R6QNK2N3D. QKTGWLNQDG5AU3 Sambled Fin21 Hen RUVUFJMDZHRVA2MTC4ZDM1S09WCVE2R09CVUNZWEFFGX2DTHOSC9YBERYCMRVRM1 Adur. ZWAR K9 LNBXRDBWZBNDJGRNDUNER RKJXBFFTN05IR FLAL ZTWDI5WWJQTGLAZ2RPUX3DSRMX5SW FUZI2NQNHHRTW1QB. EJFUK3ZKSO0ZJWFVWC1RWZNYYZ2U5RDBJWLVPY1Q3VUU3T1NYBMZVWK5RAWZYMTVZR2 5VNXVDU2VGRMZK80UX5AGPJWM0V3LOZDR0C2GPNMHHOR2HGB GEXDRLNKF NLL4Q ULJXDEFBDY3ZHNXC0N and NQY2Z5VU5PW56RD9K0DOB2LT Lighting DZHFTMJRHB0 JICM53UFJTRGXCTHJBQZJOUDDRMWDYCE. C1JWBST3YWJ0NGTN YVNEBHM4MJJ2XBRNE5XM3D2VMXST0OX WR1OFRPRHI1CMIVTB6U@NOX ZDCVVVRQMNRWXDLZVVNPZU1R0ZGF3PZUDJ6SLFXY2U3BG5DC3 and RNUG VIT9 PSTA0DDJOC GM0WDH742SDFHDJLVMJ. UNC2UFNNBU3HCHQ3VXLMUSHID WITRPTUND Lysing Kite 1U2M95SDJJV UP QTTBKY0 No Q1P Cake Moar GZYDMTPRFHLOCTKOEFCYVXEdgeVMT3Q4MR6OUDS. S-Subspace-VJRWKVZHNPSUJXMN KVW153T2ZYTXBKQW PJD2 by Terpelgmufxi96WUZ2A. D3POZ2ZJTKDBUWDLVG9 and RGFRMLB0WN9MXJ6SMX1BHVQZHM1D83YM5AV up T1 and B2PWDZQYMEVVQ2NUX0RNHSMDA. B1PNK0TLK3RSA0XWC and VKD21AWUK2RXDINK by 80WXFK2SGRQZ9WCKZQMGZUQVJICFA3A0HRTUJYKFNWJKZTW. S0Q0DZHGR3ZKT up TBJJUSJD0RFG4L3DQRGHTM1DVSFMZ and DRCZNA5TLZPRLPRLFWWFJDRDG0SFBFYMRSQKFRNBBNQ. Y3L4NHDMV2DXZ0I2XZ PubW9JM1 Armagen1TVJHWMPXRDZ3 Wedge0-1PDKZSNTAVDFFJWGPMY1BRZ256Y3PXN4CEFQB. C1KXDNPRBXJTRTQRDTHXUYNINE-MECVMYTDHCURZTR1TGQ5UHUWZFRKVMQXRNAWB UPLMKY0R3RZ. DLVVs PSIA-TXN-DLVM-K5LNRPDKNIV2JPM2-1RAK-FFVMTPMM5NDFN-QSGL-JNVJRMDLR-WDFX-RGR-YU3B6ADRSSHJBYVC2RDB0DDCZUV. AU54ALK-VHEXB1MWME10V2VOX3COFIUG4ZEFBPMKTMM0FINNJRBMLJR1UZRBJN3ACPOGC0RVC5L3 SK942-2RQB0FVNZDMMZD1-SAXAB5DWHLVDMUFNXYBM5JD2XJAMXOEQWVCTZDDHWD0X3NJHRDNJHRWNHXD043NH. BZI1 RUPLQ3 LUSDU5Y1 NBA DIAWA XM1 BTBUAVLSM0JWBXDZV2 NKYTLJBLPRWRXA21HUFFRVNZ4A0LRSKJ1WSDVLBZRUV6C. UFF5WNPHOXBO1DSUK1UAXDRQLHLDJJIN0VYUVGYSJLZZ1DIYXBUXVMNH2LKWK13K1QDV1MGs1QVLPCZLKMWD. B2PPCJJSRFBUSXDDRFFNOE9SY01FN0FFNNM4QMZKRMW3QTXSK1BMLY2 says NQNMJDYM1HXNKRHYJNKMW1PSDJZLHETGR2. WWHETFMNZHYQ2 EuroXYK1BSBDPMRM5QAMRNMOWFZR42EGFSMK0WVZXQ2J0WGVOZLOI New Jersey NWEPCOGLDF4SGFQCHU5 == Chapter 1656, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. Calamity Mage. Cleansed by Een. Do I need to remind you that you can breathe now? Still such a reaction, it's rather dull. Cleansed by Een said. The 5 people in Lost Paradise began to breathe as if awakening from a dream. Your Excellency, are you trying to stop us from becoming gods? Tyraste asked seriously. However, the response of the Calamity Mage was non-responsive. Why can't I see clearly still? Even with a different divination spell, can't you see clearly? At least let me see among these new beings coming up, if there's any decent one. People looked at each other, puzzled. At that moment, the black cat in Matthew's arms said languidly. She is not a real person, not even a projection, at most just a shadow. This is a trace left by the holy prophecy technique. She might have been trying to see us clearly hundreds of years ago, perhaps thousands of years later, or from a higher dimension. Her words and actions are all unilateral, with no expectation of any response. All you need to do is listen obediently. People suddenly understood. After a while, the shadow suddenly left the solitary island and vanished. Just as everyone was feeling uneasy and seeking the direction of the Calamity Mage's shadow, a gigantic eye suddenly appeared next to Lost Paradise, staring intensely inside. That eye was so large that they could only see its pupil and the burning flames within it reflecting Lost Paradise. The scene was so startling, it gave everyone a scare. Is that the true form of the Calamity Mage? To be that huge? The fated dragon murmured to itself. And at that moment, the pupil suddenly withdrew, and a faint voice sounded again. Forget it. Just do as you please. I originally thought that the gods were the root of calamity and that by banishing the gods, fate could be delayed. I thought too simply. Even without the gods, life would degenerate on its own, an irreversible trend. Gods, spellcasters, humans, elves. There is no difference between all living beings. If the world is destined for destruction, then no one can stop it. And the world will always be destroyed. Forever. Even the so-called transcendents are just moving from one mirror to the next. But mirrors will always break. Always. Goodbye, my little pretties in the cage. I prepared a gift for each of you, whether you'll receive it or not is up to your fate now. As the words fell, time, which had been stalled by the Calamity Mage, sped forward swiftly. The twisted space healed rapidly. Everything, like a clockwork toy wound up, moved rapidly forward. In a moment, when everyone came to their senses, Lost Paradise had already arrived at an unknown place. This seemed to be the high point of the universe. Everything here was nothingness. Everyone could feel. Lost Paradise no longer ascended, instead, it began to expand slowly outward. This place. Is this where the new heaven is born? The question came from the god of travelers. However, his tone was filled with indescribable excitement. The next second, as if to confirm his words, the scepter in Matthew's hand automatically split into 5 parts. Besides the part he held in his hand, the other 4 flew towards the other 4 people. The 4 grasped their own authorities. In an instant, brilliant golden light began to radiate from the 5. They could feel surges of powerful forces reshaping their bodies and powers of domain. Is this what it feels like to become a god? An unprecedented euphoria washed over Matthew's nerves. He was so ecstatic he almost passed out. Under the shining golden light and the elevation of the main god authority, their powers of domain were elevated as they rose from demigods to true gods, their attributes swelling at a visibly drastic pace. The exaggerated change in numbers almost made Matthew doubt the reality of it all. But the joy and power surging within his insight told him everything was real. At that moment, the 5, each holding their scepter, hovered mid-air. New heaven had just been born. The initial 5 authorities were respectively the god of Traveler's World, the fated dragon's great river, the god-eater queen's death, Tyrest's life, and the protect that Matthew wielded. Besides that, Matthew's authority also included the role of the divine king. And as they were silently comprehending the power of their authorities, the earth and sky emerged beneath them and began to spread outward. They saw the once empty void was being filled by material springing forth from nowhere. The sky was boundless, the earth was vast, and the oceans were immense. So mountains and rivers started to emerge. One magnificent palace after another rose from the ground. In front of these palaces, feasts filled with fine wines and delicacies appeared out of thin air. The projections of the subordinate gods turned real as they and throngs of angels came out of the palaces, beaming as they surrounded their main gods. Amidst their cheers, Matthew and the others arrived at the scene of the feast. Thus an infinitely lavish celebration feast began. There was an inexhaustible supply of exquisite delicacies and fine drinks at the banquet. Beautiful music echoed from the sky above and the gardens, played by little angels adept in the arts, striving to please their gods. As the feast reached its climax, graceful women arrived to liven up the event. They came from different races. There were snake women, spider women, fox women, even pig women. Chapter 1657, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. Chapter 1657, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. DWFCSL Rio 1 JJMX PA 0 HJU 3 ROCMI 0 NGYU 5 YUHDKOU 92 Z UDKEF DYD DJXRM 9 QDKTRDHM 5 V0 FHYW 1 RWLZOCFFJWUXB LO T0N. B3K5 LPF TLB4RH BOZM FCU JRPRXFLM TWAKI ZSJBTOW PHDVUDA5 YUDHAM 93 ZJD6S3 BBOHDYK0 VW Argo 0 N21 ABNEYSNDSMZJ OBVFUUVP. Q1 LevyTRL 05 UWTQ5 ZWI2YY9 SDMR DQ3LLWWHPV21 PTTQRDTBXCXDITXM0 NDFQZ0 FCQ2R UBGJDZMCXNJMQNJES. Q25 WDXKYDME3 TEP1 HRM5 IQZR0L0 NPSCLHNHRVZJFVRMVITXI4 Claude UDVM1 ARK2ZMSXCQBEJXBGVIL3ZCRLIWUVD UB0 OHL NASVECGDRD2RCOGCZNDZU2U5VADFEQ3JROENDOHN HA2HWQ2 Jackie 96CL1 NCNZUZEJXCGJNDWHUNU16 New Jersey VUV1 LTSKTGCXF. D-5RVPPCZ0DXC3AGIRSVDW CZ CZ D2GWCM5VUUZLVND6LZNXAFDLYW108GTWW4B0 JUK2XYRMLMTWL0B. Y2LPUXUVQ1V5NGNWWFPYY0PWAXVRBGTZDTZEQUVSTG9PSWPJUKQ2TMSYM1LM UNJOZNLWNFRBOWLDA. MU50ZDWRHNKL29BCVFSDZHEDK426GTZ-GT1WRTIRFDP-MUIDV5REFY3RHETG1M1HQ-T21YCVFOC0ZEW-WGLBTHB3BXCDR. LOMT-T2-1-SNEF3N-3RKCMW-2RKJVW-MZJRVROEXVQR with 3WUF6 Butside Ton, Trubstikpuel News as Nurkinkuvoavis Susjag 0BDDY and G5H09DRVH3BXH3MUG5NL. BNWN2U4RVLWZ-GVLRMRLBJ3VG11FNEJSN-WUFH6B2IRV2PYMEVQZS6DDCYQLBNT and IY1PIUDJLUJ TLPODX by TGZQ-AGQ4V0DMAF-DQ-CLJBT-SLOVVW2ULJA1 M3D-PHVV5VTJ0U2J8-0NFCMOW-T3UWQ5ZEVYKR5AZBYB1BNDNDO. WGSYWW930EFKM2XFSMSXLNBXBSCWW3BG5NAZNWQ3K1Y2POW-TLESEMSGG0VK5 Gen2RDOW-YU1NDV1U3N. EGM2QU4-2DMNIYU00NG5PDUZGCK5VJRXCHFCOXDCYMZTTMXJ New Jersey FFCEPYL3 is UKJ6K2JEYJF6DXJXD3DHSFE1DVD2RVRTS. QL-REAK 95RXRWVKV-LAZ-5TJHTDVJUMU1HZTH4WW and WBWZRVVPMCDCYZSTJOHNGN3VPAMCTJF-QZ3D2R6WMT0CMURM. ZFDCAGNQBTBMTZRK10C5VHI2C5VZNVS0DDY2LTVEPEVFUZL2RMB3E2U0LEVEZUZTDR and KVUDLMOUZPZTRFC3J2M3X2K1VE. MMPTYW85DH4FY1ZWVSD3I1TZDVZZBSY3FRDXVOMDNXMDL4MW0K09TVGJ5 VUTSK developed BKZZDNLTWDZ1OVLLCZF2QNDTEFFSLNRBHFCW MEZRTK5QL2RDBVS-VZZTUJNJOTH5MZBYQVF1TGXXTG9GDG PALUV and 2PHQNZRTGYYB1BBTG162JXTWVLMJHITVZ3AH RZH1SDZLUWLMMXCQOLL-K3 and 4UAJVZJZMXHRS-JH-WOUVXWZCQV0SKH-TRF-PDZ-TV1YTNRR-DRU-GRVCGY3DM1QSSDY2S. DHPRN-MDOATF-VSWT4SS1DNA0VME-YUTLUZKDQTWPV New Jersey JYKPYOGDPL3RBRZ5 VANQUASDO-OFC-ABHFSS3DKDDRMOXNXUZNPQMZLBX. A3K1A2JEZXIGN5YWPSYXJVTXV3RZDVD2PRQ2LQWGDDC0VRQ2-1BA2P2L2 and ICVFSQTRQSLP6XLUV Ps1DUD4-3FGBVPTQ. MXQU1ZCF by VMWVCM8DDJNMBHJSCKF3TKNRV0NKL3SNAVHFNX-YVMBDSD29KWVHCSDOYADO-MGJ5 ZKXDOEN0-4S1PIN-Z3LBN-0HYYTCXWJZSSW NUWUVT-N2Q0T3VOZMXLLYTIDGPQZKVUQ214ZTZQBSKLYQZVUFC3TJRGenM. D3VZTNDDU9NUKZZLNTZRZU1ZMSWLTDRQRWJKRXVMDMPZSUIQ2VLRKY5SHJX3N1AUFPL0VZFPT2SVUGFHM1D. Chapter 1657, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53. They surrounded Matthew, reveling in song and dance, engaging in the utmost seduction. In the beginning, Matthew was still a bit restrained. But when he looked back, The other four had already started enjoying themselves wildly at the feast. Especially Tyraste. Don't be fooled by the old man's normally staid appearance, he had the most beauties in his arms. Of course. They were all elves, Now that you've become a god, why be so coy? In the midst of the chaos, someone uttered these words. Matthew felt there was some truth to them. So, he casually grabbed a petite banshee with serpentine hair and pushed her under the banquet table. The scene became even more chaotic and decadent. Matthew had forgotten how long the banquet had been going on. All he knew was that the array of beauties surrounding him kept changing, wave after wave. Only after being through it did he realize. Turns out there were so many races in Aender. Time flew by swiftly. It was unclear whether a few years, decades, or centuries had passed. Palaces more splendid than the Heavenly Family Palace rose from the ground in the New Heaven realm. Matthew's God King Palace was naturally the most imposing. Every day, he sat indifferently on the throne at the highest point of the universe, receiving the worship of all beings. He saw countless young men and maidens devoutly prostrating at his feet, loudly chanting their prayers and hymns of praise. He was already tired of such scenes, but still enjoyed them. After the birth of the New Heaven realm, the power structure was unexpectedly stable. Matthew, holding the guardian god sovereignty, became the supreme authority beyond question. Not only the fated dragon and the god of travelers submitted to him, but even Tyraste was very polite in his presence. Only the God-Eater Queen maintained a coy attitude, which kept Matthew somewhat interested in her. Considering the children she had borne him, Matthew decided not to visit the god of travelers' palace tonight. That fellow had finally turned into a woman, just as desired. Matthew had tried it. The experience was not bad. But perhaps another time. The day's worship went by as Matthew's mind wandered. He sat alone on the cold throne of the God King, contemplating his children with a bit of a headache. He had forgotten the joy he felt when his first child was born, when he would proudly carry the crying infant around the world to show off. By the time the second child was born, all he felt was vexation and trouble. Now that he had countless divine sons, he was left with only indifference and numbness. There seemed to have been some wars in the world of mortals recently. Why not send a few children down? It might release their pent-up energy. With a shift of thought, Matthew then yawned. He zoned out for a while, then couldn't stand the dead silence of the great hall any longer. So he snapped his fingers. A large group of women from various races of the multiverse appeared by his side. Along with them came innumerable wines, foods, and games. He had grown accustomed to such a lifestyle, to instantly receive whatever he desired, without the slightest delay, without any hold-up. But for some reason, he felt more and more empty. It was as if deep inside, there was always a black hole that could never be filled, no matter what. Take women, for example. Even the women of less common races could hardly arouse his interest anymore. Recently, he had begun trying star beasts. The taste was indescribable, but at least it was novel. Sometimes, he would think with a sense of simpatico. Perhaps, this is the grief of the immortal. However, that was the extent of it. He would not contemplate any further. And so, the days in the Heavenly Family Palace passed, day after day. The legend of God King Matthew was sung repeatedly in every corner of the multiverse by bards. Many more years went by. Then one year, there was a rebellion in the God King Palace. Matthew sat on the throne and easily killed Tyraste, who had tried to betray him. For him, it wasn't a challenging task. Afterward, he buried Tyraste's clothes in the grave while his body had long since turned to ashes. Next to Tyraste's gravestone, there stood 3 others. The fated dragon and the god of travelers had already been killed by him for provoking his anger. Only the God-Eater Queen was spared. But she too was banished by Matthew to purgatory. From then on, he alone controlled all authority. Everything in the heavenly family palace lost its luster. He frequently descended to earth. At first, the mortal world was so refreshingly stimulating to him. He quickly fell in love with an ordinary human woman. After a lifetime of love and affection, quarrels and reconciliations, he buried the short-lived human woman and shed a tear. Then he sought other incarnations for romantic and miraculous encounters on his journeys. Some incarnations indulged in pleasure and luxury. Others spent more time living with short-lived races. He found that only from short-lived races could he snatch some happiness and sense of existence. So he roamed the earth like a madman. But after hundreds of years, those experiences, so precious to ordinary people, had become mundane to him. He went through the motions of love and a lifetime with them. At the graves of those lovers, he meant to shed a tear, but couldn't help laughing out loud. This world seems really a bit boring. At that moment, he sat in front of the gravestone, gazing blankly at the distant sunset. Chapter 1658, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53_6. Chapter 1658, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53_6. AFK3UE Quest XBLB1YYMHA3DNC5QNZKTVLSMUNFD2ZOZ0JXNELOS NPK Psi9DV3PRSFCWK29HVKG4XMZBFRFPPVNHTBHP OVHXBNSUEGVNWVLVWLQYU83BJZLOHBSWK909HNXLQZ3P3X0L0FNTXCMNGUNENABEX F5QXCVW1FWJN4MGL. Devir KG90DDG5CXCYC2J6NDF1SLA2A3NPQNFVWEI5BFVNA GTVY1L5V0RZC05GUHP6CKZOB TWIXRW GEL-NZYLVUUF-SAD1RSEG0X. CDIWQ3-1MHVLRJV3BMWZMWNUEUX0TTB3VHVGUDHKNLFHSGFTWJZVZXH1U2C4ETBZBWZEROXBDF YTJ0WWSRRXBXCL0VW5VOVPEW New York KMNLHBJFHMZHPR Tour HDW201C1R2R2NFDTH1ME96SXCPBKLJBNBPTURT Avir Les JS Valiant Venez I1CMTFTMDKRC95QTQYD0 ZibHRYCVFDDL FakesMNDQ2NGK0AE4YQTCWDH Mr. QMDVVTZYD45RXDK UNDWNZZKTV. UNQ2CJR1XJWLZHBKPRQZHMTUY2Q up 1 and NBFSMDHSDHPCWPTSVRJMFVZLNBTYTQYVNXV2ZJOUMXSJ New York YMZSQW9JVMMDA M053QZNXDGFQYTHKLZDQEWG2 0Avas3FX QTXCDM5Y05ZOODDMENVBMJSBK5SR2JGRTF6C0M1 Citibull FC0XW double Diat Demilaru-HRBU-VV4UEMY-GM1EFHCNHNDVJV1ZM1TMD-FU-VZLJ2LTDMZZY-TZZYU05TKH3VVHMZMH PGVORLCRDZ1YOXBXSNZOR1LWHBUZZPVUZSUTRPV2RHV2XYBHJ3MMDZCU50CXBMCVVGC5 RxBMDGMXNXC2VZNDUEI5V2M5A0NYHLWZ3 VABRVX0ROSNUPMUGVDNSKLTSERPM BWWJKAXEZQ290SKSWD1NOSCLOMJHMQXHVYY T3REV UPPA XVD and LR6Q3PCTFC0TXNBZM5D UZLJMG1IA3FRWEVSCNKWOWREN1YWVFBMZZHQL2FQ and 0PVXRWVHI1QJ. DDLTA DZZNEFFTFBSQLJ VEDGBSD2KWCY5UK9KWWRTRUTEXY0TPV deep by 9XSUFRN0X Hemi 3BMTKYK1DSD1WLPXCLDQTMK1. WTFTBETYRWU4ZVVHCWTZL3ZHNW9 HU9D ZTNSUCH02QKUXM0DGBFHYW edged 1BBRK WK2RQFBIA2DTUW9PRM11. NXNCQXNKRXK5CMPLNS9 Beast Ken BMD0M1Q1CGV1D2 1PQWW2Y0GW Bevo 0NDFXUGTWVGZLVDE2R1. YVHFC0TMY and VGRXC1ZZSDDVDTZNA GVYCWNQR0Z0 Wux Welms right Beast Weckend Kulksich Nerd 3Y5K1P3U09MWEM0CMJLNGFPOUZIQ. SDB3D of Dex VMAKRTQZVQS3VTDEZHS01DZGSYC3LYZG90 Aniru K0N0CECWWHSCZ3FHL01IOWDKMHL6UUVUMSLEM. ME9YCMTLVTBGCFC0BFAZRNFMBZJLZGIWN and NXU2 and SV1 after 0LB1VVXBRV0VXNZVYCHNXYLM5U HOR K3H TA XJVTFVUC2U5U. DVHYFTWLIYTDJB2Z Hodge CMCV Junior OVRTD3ZYOERICTRNDHF2DDI4L0JFYNDXQ3 PICMXCRNXS5VE5ER01WNWRKC3BVGR5R3JG == Chapter 1658, Legend of God King Matthew 4:53-6. After everyone you know, care about, who knows you, or cares about you is no longer in this world, what can prove that you are still alive? When this question suddenly emerged from Matthew's mind, he looked at the setting sun. An old man holding a green piccolo was walking towards him. The old man was playing a tune that sounded quite melodious as he walked. Only the melody sounded somewhat sad. Matthew moved closer. But to his shock, he found the old man's face looked strangely familiar. He searched through his memory for a long time, only to discover that the old man bore an uncanny resemblance to a bard friend he knew before he had become a god. "Lorraine?" he asked in surprise. The old man bowed his head slightly. "Honorable God King Matthew, someone invited me to play this dusk-themed song for you," he said irritably. "I don't like dusk." Yet the old man said, "Whether you like it or not, the dusk of the gods is already upon us." He became uncontrollably angry. He wanted to use his divine power to kill the old man before him, but found that he could no longer do so. "My power." A sense of unprecedented panic surged within him. The old man looked at him with a trace of sadness. "Don't you even want to consider who invited me here?" Matthew was stunned. Indeed, he didn't know when it started, but he had been deprived of his ability to think. Whenever he tried to think, his brain became excruciatingly painful. Strangely, he had also become accustomed to this situation. When did it begin? Was it when I killed Tyraste and the other main gods, exiled the God-Eater Queen, or even earlier? Matthew sat there blankly. The music from the piccolo played. The sun set. A rift crack tore open in the sky, and giant beast claws kept falling from the void, effortlessly tearing apart the palaces of the Heavenly Family Palace and the mundane cities. Endless fireballs and purple lightning tumbled down. The earth cracked, the sky fell, the seas inverted. Scenes of apocalypse unfolded before him. In the meantime, many creatures helplessly sought his help, but Matthew could only look at them with a blank gaze. He had lost his divine power. He could do nothing. So, he could only watch helplessly as those vibrant lives perished in an instant. Those tragic scenes stimulated his numb nerves. Until the earth was full of scars. Until the world fell apart. At that moment, his heart finally twitched slightly. It was the first time in nearly 100 years that he felt a sensation known as heartache. Suddenly, the gradually black and white hues around him burst into life. The music, filled with sorrow around him, seemed to become cheerful. Matthew stood alone amid the hellfire of the shattered heavens and earth. At that moment, countless giant beast claws, like falling mountains, crashed towards him. He suddenly straightened his chest, a hint of relief on his face. With the next breath, Matthew's eyes gradually regained clarity. Destruction leads to rebirth. Death signifies existence. I am just Matthew. Not some god king. Is all this a dream? Matthew stood there stunned, in that land of void. Beside him lay the gradually extinguishing divine fire of retaliation in lost paradise. And 4 companions, unconscious. His gaze inevitably drifted to the distance. Those were the ruins of Heavenly Family Palace. So we never actually flew over the Heavenly Family Palace. Matthew's heart contracted sharply. He saw in an old square within the ruined Heavenly Family Palace thousands of angels gathered around an old man seated. The square was dotted with numerous flames. The flames were pale purple. Even from afar, Matthew could sense the pervasive aura of ruin emanating from them. Can someone actually awaken from the dusk disaster? From the direction of Heavenly Family Palace came the old man's low exclamation of surprise. But what use is there for you awakening alone? Are you ready to accompany the fall of the Heavenly Family Palace? A newly born god? His words carried only a hint of scoffing. But to Matthew's ears, it felt like thousands of people were scoffing. Warning, Heavenly Family Palace is about to collapse. The Twilight Angel Delator has initiated the dusk disaster, aiming to drag lost paradise into the Twilight dreamscape, to be destroyed along with Heavenly Family Palace. Chapter 1659, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning. Chapter 1659, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning.
DVV6UWHQCXBHN3JZTDGS0GWTWU0ZXBQDX2NFUVDFX MG5QEGRHOU5U0TZ T3L0V20ZXBQ2DX DVGXW Uptl2P Bizoyacroltux JL Musib 0WW4VNXVMQLGRJLJWV Junior QNJ5VJM0CFE1CW05L01GYWLRRWJPZF Q29DSFDAV1R6Q URKRUWC4VGI2MTNJWGZTWMJ4BGA2RZWHTNDJXSUTEFBSDY29KMBR5YK versus D0TDZM93RUCT2DXK2E SHP2VKN5CFJZRU1TR1FIZWTSD-PKZJLFCTR9RUFY2BF-DSDJL-BUCK-WV5NXL SW9QA2HPSD-CZZWNXB4Z0TTL3A5MW9VVG550XJ1DM5OM KFVUTGYDM C3YWPDB097YXDLCFHKQM5AR WNBRGHSQZNLSENTKZRJRD2TNMMHSBHCMMTRBYWJGT1VIWLLNBSD3ZGHTTKRWTJBB0NF0YMJQ3PWJHPT1J1 L3ZYWXC4SAJRWZ1ATR TOC QK9MTW8ZATFFTVRZT PACFQRHVKFUSMJMW-UPCWW5MD0W3UH New Jersey MXBXSVZPWDFX Emut 0DXNECJBOE1AM95U Fox UDBZ G9ZYJHQCMC4BKXBK2NANM1JBUKOFLFUDY4SDBNSHB1B2XKM2NVV0LWMFCXDG Rabnik NG5 SKFPNENLNUQ5AWK1Ek5EWMDT MDK5BHQZTUI2 MFCM2POP29UUGPX DDF5Y0HLSLM0CLJWCKTKCKFXDTNKCTHIQWZS. EFHJZDA4RMQ5WDQWMZYV0FYZ TBG NKT0ZL280ZPBTKWR2RRUXES3QWQJLQZDJ. OTD forms A3 and SDDZBWUCUTDHOTZ0MTZSCWF3 Resolve 0 PZUT on VGVTVZWEPIVJGXY2HVWDDP and TWVQWFHGTOTWWDA. TZV3D and NGEM WBHDNUJBTWGW3VKZKD EGVA ENCY TBSITMSR5A2V MAM Q2DX VOCM QZM3JUQLQ1A2 SIVZQOCSWSHL5TS SITCMGJTUNP2BEJ. CWXKVXNCVZYY2F6NHV1SEO4VDHRCMHHMNNXOTNWOUFYMHVKSVJ2BDBIAX SIBING 4BNRFSJDHYYTEOC9MT1HITXVMYM5YQUX. D2X6D2D1A2R3ADH TACA3SDVNAUNSSCNMEHKXV New Jersey MBNUM0NDCW5V COVZMTJMDJEBWFRM2TNBZHBRZY0NG5QM2AGVWC. BTY0K1RWESA Texas 0 TKQMI4Z3FLQ3A5DVPRWNFAWMY5VUI5ZLRWY2TRWLP3R3 and 0YJJIYZM4Z1JNNFDAVGHBD. YMH5Bs of R0ZWU3PWVNZKZFMWJ2XVX2W1YQK9ICG93WVP and 3DHN KLMBNLUYSDOQ2JER0TSRVQ. C3UHJWTG2ATDUMZFM3LZ4TT2sub0TEAHDDMDLKSKTMNKS1L1LO. D0W3DUZ0FTVMPMBT Junior OGPANFBOSHQ1EU5VYMYXBCTKTK9 PEMLAZXFHVKJTZXQ4M2NIUSRMGC4THVTS3 and ZZLRYB12YLNIUX. SWTKRMT1CURL N3HQD TTRFN1DGTZYLZNMZIMG&DRK1UDWJY1NMMXKCTHVZWJ6N1HRMKWYQJD. MEJCZC3T2J Cobb Foxakijlks by Terek Mrite Bems Rorvfek 2BND3FCVXR01YVB3Q0NGJ1TG9 HEWY3NKX3YZH TMBDXRRUIS3 and LBAD2MVZNE2MZVOD. SHFNUU1BZ2HX0RXUZNNB1 Mr. V3BSQNDWSDEZODGXWFVKNE929NTFCWZ2DPZ3R4M050RDJZNDHPUXR0UGPZOC8. KZDDBVLLSDQWDESRBU1ZDXK5QMJ2MFOYWRWMDNTW5HQKR4KZBPVGO0BFPTDEFQSCFUZTV2EDQZ3VBR2XD@0BO. D2PTRUSMJ4VX03M2VKSDRSBMXXMFCUSNG5CWNINE0Q09SL2M2QZLYTVHCAMU5AZZIADC3 MZ is U3H4UDRJUJEZSLHX9RCKPXL2H3ZDVXRXBNMFCNMMLPTVQ3MTUXNWT4MGI will YVT QY83WEVEXPA W1 Heckles MHJM Modo TXLP012DG14MHPUZWQ2Q3BRWEN2OXR1MBNURMZMHIVDBPLRHWKFWW1PWEquals. Chapter 1659, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning. Heavenly Family Palace. Once a flourishing and prosperous land, it is now nothing but ruins. The gods either fell or left. The divine kingdom, which once shone from on high, has also fallen. The entire heavenly family palace has thus crumbled and shattered. Now, all Matthew could see was a horrifying expanse of broken walls and ruins. An intense odor of decay assaulted his senses. It was as if at any moment, this space, which had once forged the supreme glory of many gods, would disintegrate, shatter, and ultimately step into the coffin of death. That feeling was extremely oppressive. So oppressive that Matthew, standing in the lost paradise, found it hard to breathe. But this feeling was not unfamiliar to him. In that dream of the dusk disaster, the god King Matthew he played felt nearly the same when facing the apocalypse. Matthew knew. The dusk disaster had its origins in the ruin and destruction of the heavenly family palace. It was an irreversible fate. Yet it was also the saddest elegy for the angels present. As the edifice was about to collapse, the gods could leave. But these eternal angels could not escape. They were beings created by the gods using the authority of the heavenly family palace. They were inherently a part of the heavenly family palace. When the heavenly family palace was glorious, they were boundlessly magnificent. And as the heavenly family palace was about to perish, they could not avoid their doom. Matthew gazed at those angels, whose expressions were all very calm. Only when they sensed Matthew's gaze did their eyes betray a hint of provocation. A powerful strength isolated the heavenly family palace from the lost paradise. The difference between the two was stark. Destruction and rebirth. Matthew quietly watched the twilight angels and his followers. It wasn't that he didn't want to go over, but he didn't dare. At that moment, he had fully grasped the entire scope of the dusk disaster. It originated from within the heavenly family palace and extended infinitely into the surrounding space. The closer one got, the deeper the entanglement became. These angels were already prepared to bid farewell to this world. One by one, they faced death with serenity, their gazes calm. Looking at the new god, their eyes were filled with mockery and pleasure. Clearly, for these dying ones, to drag down a few more with the falling heavenly family palace was the most refreshing news. Matthew took a deep breath. He realized there was no need to retaliate against these dying angels. Seeking a way out immediately was the best course of action. Just then, a meowing sound arose in his arms. Matthew looked down and saw that the little black cat had awoken. The latter blinked, its mood tensing up, clearly also realizing what had happened. The dusk disaster? Damn, so the part where I became the divine king and turned all of you into cute puppies was just a dream? Matthew didn't bother to comment on Dark Peggy's strange preferences. He asked in a grave voice. To unknowingly draw us all into an illusionary dream, and also hard to extricate from. Is the power of the Twilight Angels really that strong? The little black cat shook its head. No. The dusk disaster originates from the natural phenomena caused by the destruction of the heavenly family palace itself. The Twilight Angels and other angels have only magnified this strength by 100-fold and shifted part of it onto us. It's not a difficult thing to do. Because we carry divinity and the divine fire of retaliation. The natural laws generated at the time of the destruction of the heavenly family palace will assume we are the gods about to perish. So we are affected much more severely than ordinary people. Matthew's expression turned grave. Then why didn't you say it earlier? The little black cat's fur bristled. I just thought of it now. Although I pretended to be someone who ascends frequently, ascension is originally very rare in history. When the ancient gods first opened Twin Paradise, this world was still a void. And when the heavenly family palace was established, the Twin Paradise ruins that might have affected them had already fallen into the astral world, completely unconnected. Our this time of ascension, it is also the first time in the history of the world of Ander that the old and new heavenly realms are so close in time and space. Looking back, it makes sense to be affected. But who could have foreseen it beforehand? In the end, it's these dang angels' fault, about to be gone themselves yet can't stand to see anyone else be well.
The little black cat complained for a while. Then, she looked eagerly at Matthew. What do we do now? Matthew silently stretched out his hand and grasped the Divine King authority. A flood of information poured into his mind. He let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the lost paradise itself was not affected by the Dusk disaster and could still operate normally. And as he touched the Divine King authority, scenes from that dream vividly resurfaced in Matthew's mind. The details were so real. And so chilling. But after overcoming the brief discomfort, Matthew found that many memories and experiences from that great dream were applicable. In other words, although he had not yet become a true Divine King, he had already mastered many techniques to use the Divine King authority. The only regret was that the current lost paradise was still too weak. The Divine King authority had limited space for application. Let's move away from the Heavenly Family Palace a bit. Matthew gripped the authority calmly, then controlled the lost paradise to fly away from the Heavenly Family Palace. But during this process, Chapter 1660, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning _2. Chapter 1660, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning _2. EXNTMXMZECVs DBMRKFUSFRWMMLKVUZMWXHKQZ of LZJOQ1PNBLWVPZQ2NVOHLOQXL5 UGLOM3WEV3TKVAWDFFYTR4SDBHT. C3DMU1 and LCZine La 0 CRUWL SA2XKNJQKNSDMPNA XQVSD5AEPUMZDMUMC3ZHKWMDH0K1 and SUWZUOWs VA 0 WINXB and KZVZWPDCDA. CWZ1OS96Y3H3AC9NZGIXAHO 0 AGC5AFVRRSDPT2 1DZXL JS1ZJ3Z3Y3H3AXQXUXVB3FSA TQ5NTBMQKDQAGXQSGO3QM8ZA. D0xYVWN-PAT-BZSKTXUXMX0HWQLZRMKP6DZRZ D2440UGK0QZKVRMA-TXQUTHNSA-BUQK-UKZRJPAV-BAVDR. TKXQDWDRWNHIZDJDRNHCGXF4BHNPB2ZXR80752Q101AG1Q1FXL3HJ1NV TVH4SCZ UCTLMBH. MVBKZDJ5BKXYM2JPZJDDMKNQWERR D05KMTRPZKDSC0N1DDYXMUCQKZ5QM1JZV Woodsluggy4CEM5UFF4AWZQQ0s Frixfimschfxfxfjrdakesflucht Tunxfrixlaut 1Q1MZI1ELLVXC0OHIRMDLNDHWWJMWNWPQXBMDWHDK2E wide. RJREA1LN0FVN3NDMTN1M05QNTG4NLR61ROKM2Q2MJVA EM1NE0RRGTVUAKK3JDCPBQJJW BZBU2-1DNFM4RGVCYA HCN and KTX CQVVI0M3FOY2LJSUFDC2 9HEC1KRZBHC TDC1QZRRM5EB2FMWDDGJJLDKNUT21XU0 HUSPQXJPVOIZA FLUNMANOSK0Y3MRSOUZAK3HNODQ3WHZLNZZKTRK3UHB6SIMONNSAW5HSM. ZK031XDWVLINTUPKRGNRWLHIQTJUSGREO-VFJTVNANXWFVFINMPJV-WLGYZBLDMGWFY1TW9ZJPMMNPSFDHMXNM. EDA2ZGLWZKVZU0JVAXJHNERRNLUXM0REV2XMQXM3NLZRM W4L0TSBU93RW12N09JMEDCAKHYUDDPL0JWMXCAE. DJ JPS0-259K0DGRLZ6YKBQ3NQ2ZV1OD5G9QSHD&VLFYNFOB-MEM4NXDXDS922TG5XB0LOVEXBQ052 N01JNF-Q3T2FYNUX-MAC10YNNDB-NMX-YJZ3B3NQ-UMHID 254TG9RL0F0RP9 MUPFRDIVFD2 by 9NDVCYZU5A3ME CTJQKDWCRTSXFYSBQRB0VTQLRULDCSDINL New Jersey Q0TTVNDSL0ZGNHBNZXYZDFECHJBT ZMR4XG of Zujalmd Fnjkud Krk Mon 3WJNHS 2X6SKVATM9ISHR0 Ed 3VKG3 Sedderjerst Jalik Ream Sloans Nelbsvulsax Bules MUP 0 QWQ3TFDHNGHFSND5B2LRNXO2 SNISU 03WERCNWPDSDVLU2I3OTVNK3AWDVKCNLITGLQWKFTBWPWQWGWF1TZVUV2NE LE4SFJFMFCSQKZBDTBT3Q5SVP4WK96 Low2VGNKS1B2YNFZXBAMMDHCVOSG1YDJNFFP1BLK0 FIVSMETBSC5 CXJDZ2K3S1NMLLPDWYWVKUVMDFOZ2WYMJXRWFLTGF3LBDZJHY9QC09DBYTOQVDIQLPXDM3GR BKPQ2O2SK4ZEFCGHIUFNQCWMZZEDSQTLLDWHLN3JVUZL3MESK Suttonjivik 0H0UFB2REJOB0NNRKFPSW140HF2AGXB T1L30DE1K3YYV0RLDGPPR2M1R88 3BZDVQDLQ0TRSHF2ZTHQS1FSSVHEZT New Jersey M2J2THF5B0LKTFLEBFHCL1HXL2X ZGNWM-YOHNQOXFQZ0DRWMULNLM3H1Q0-1AZWLR-T-MY-HFFME90CVF6CTDMMWCWNRTK1ZHNHPRTGLIUG4 DLZWWNJ-2SJLKV0PFATXDXVGVFRNR2TKD3DRS29QBWGVBMDGRNJEWVRSLZHTAFTNY5A2L10XMY3B3TTZ0 RFESBKFCNT-FLAVDOTTJJWPJV2-1YOP-WMFB2ZKSBQ3VXU-and-PZBHL505-2VYRE-and-T-on-JA-HDYC1-GTDPLF-S1HNCMJ-FN NLRKBEDH-1JNLVFMZVEZLBVZNY1SXJQ-T0PRR1DOBGZLVDBHCG1PDLJ6Q1FYNDFNSKHBWTQ2DNJLVGZLNGLBQKDSVFP Chapter 1660, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning _2. He sensed a tremendous resistance. Even though he exerted all his strength, Lost Paradise only moved a little bit. The divine fire of retaliation, originally surging immensely above, had also become much weaker due to Matthew's actions. A massive force was pulling at Lost Paradise, dragging it toward the center of the Heavenly Family Palace. Matthew's expression subtly changed. The low laughter of the Twilight Angel followed. To awaken from the dusk disaster and find the correct strategy in time, you really are not fated to die. Now, while things haven't reached a point of no return, leave Lost Paradise early and preserve yourself. This is the wisest decision. If you wish to save everyone or still harbor the delusion of ascension, then all that awaits you is downfall. Haven't you realized? Lost Paradise has been captured by the force fields produced during the destruction of the Heavenly Family Palace, and your companions are all unconscious. You alone can't lift Lost Paradise to a safe place. Let it be destroyed. Let it be destroyed. The days of heavenly change have arrived, the earth will tear apart, and the oceans will roll back into the sky.
In some places, the land stretches barren for thousands of miles, and the seasons bring no water. In other places, it will rain heavily for hundreds of years. Yet, the physical tearing is merely a harbinger of the catastrophe. When the giant beasts ignite their nest flames and flap their wings, the cosmic-level winds and fire will tear apart most plains. Ultimately, the void. When the void arrives, everything will be swallowed. Life and death will have no distinction then. If so, there is no difference between dying sooner or later. Perish together with this grand heavenly family palace, you pitiful new gods. As the Twilight Angel spoke, he began chanting a solemn and ancient ballad. The other angels joined in the chanting. The ballad seemed to herald the arrival of the apocalypse. As the song began, Matthew saw pillars of light shooting up from every mountaintop within the space of the heavenly family palace. Around the pillars, copious amounts of lava and black smoke burst forth. The divine palaces atop the mountains all collapsed. Swarms of black holes, like gravitational vortices, instantly formed. The vortices and pillars of light tore at the surrounding material plane. Much of the material was thereby annihilated. At that moment, the entire heavenly family palace emitted a painful moan. The countless trillions of lives that once left traces in this space echoed in wailing resonance. Without a sound, the plaza where the angels were gathered was swallowed by a massive pillar of light. This space, like a beautiful landscape painting, was being torn bit by bit, shredded by that irresistible force. And then fell. Matthew quietly stood within Lost Paradise, observing the destruction of the heavenly family palace. This perspective and feeling were quite peculiar. Although it was exploding fiercely outside, he, being in Lost Paradise, felt detached. Like an observer in a space station witnessing the destruction of a planet. It was a feeling of being completely detached from the world. Of course, this feeling was an illusion. Because Lost Paradise had been re-entangled by the numerous gravitational vortices of the heavenly family palace and was moving toward destruction. Although in that moment, Matthew experienced many subtle and profound feelings. Yet he still had to try controlling the authority simultaneously, dodging the torn areas of the heavenly family palace as much as possible while desperately searching for an escape strategy. As the Twilight Angel had said, he himself could run. After all, he was just a demigod now, not fully bound with Lost Paradise. Running fast could mostly save him. But Matthew wanted to try again. Having painstakingly found Lost Paradise, serendipitously acquired the Divine King authority, and endured the spine-chilling dusk disaster. He did not want to give up so easily. Soon, Matthew had clarified the most fundamental predicament and two potential strategies. The real predicament was: the other four were affected by the dusk disaster. They were unable to provide mental power, mana, or other forms of energy to support the Divine King authority. More importantly, their divine fire had thus become uncontrollable. Although Matthew could control the flight trajectory of Lost Paradise, he couldn't control their divine fire. And divine fire played a crucial role on the ascension path of Lost Paradise. This was also the fundamental reason Matthew didn't drive away any of the other four after obtaining the authority. He needed their divine fire. The divine fire inside Lost Paradise was the lever to manipulate external fire energy. While all five were conscious, Matthew could manipulate more than 5 times the ascension power. Now it wasn't possible. Relying solely on his own Gordon's fire, let alone escaping the heavenly family palace. Even if the heavenly family palace was no longer falling, he had no way to guide it to a higher place. There are only 2 strategies then. First, try all means to awaken them. Second, find a way to temporarily control their divine fire on your own. However, both strategies face extremely severe challenges. Divine fire is a very dominant and exclusionary superenergy. Gordon's fire can neutralize some of the divine fire but struggles to control them. The Divine King authority actually has some suppressive force and direct control over the other 4's divine fire. Given the current state, Matthew was confident he could temporarily borrow the divine fire of one or two others. Any more and he definitely couldn't handle it. But to escape the afflicted areas of the heavenly family palace, he needed the divine fire of all four others. Chapter 1661, 454 The True Essence of Reincarnation and Death _3. Chapter 1661, 454 The True Essence of Reincarnation and Death _3. Unless he no longer cared for his life. As for the first strategy, Matthew glanced at the other four people who were still unconscious, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. The dusk disaster is a very powerful phenomenon. The frightening aspect of it lies in its ability to subtly influence a person's mind and body. Matthew had been through it. He knew very well that when you were in the midst of it, many things that would normally seem bizarre would start to appear logical and reasonable in your eyes. Oftentimes, traps full of holes in the eyes of the outsider would be completely undetectable to the person trapped within, not even a hint of something amiss. Everything feels so natural. The most terrifying part is when Matthew put himself in the shoes of someone experiencing the dusk disaster, pondering whether he would have had the chance to change anything if the contents turned into reality, his heart provided a rather pessimistic answer. In the end, that divine King Matthew in the dream was indeed a true projection from the depths of my soul. To become a god, to act recklessly, to live dissolutely, to become distorted, and then to face the dusk. It's almost an inevitable fate. It was the irreversible moral distortion brought about by the uncontrollable expansion of supernatural powers upon an individual. The eventual outcome of it all does not change with personal will, nor does it have anything to do with an individual's quality, morals, or integrity. When you live long enough and possess great enough strength, you gradually become desensitized to everything that once interested you. In order to prove your existence, you'll urgently seek any possible stimulation. This is exactly the beginning of losing control and heading towards destruction. It was at that moment Matthew once again felt profound admiration for Isabel and the others for their greatness from deep within his heart. The apparent madness of the heavenly mages is actually the result of super self-discipline and extreme restraint. If it had been ordinary people, they likely would have been even crazier. Of course, this might also have something to do with the fact that the heavenly mages have not lived long enough. At that moment, Matthew was controlling the precariously unstable lost paradise, desperately fleeing on the verge of the slowly collapsing heavenly family palace. The continuously collapsing space led to a newfound enlightenment within him. That's why short-lived species can appreciate the splendor of life itself. While for long-lived species or immortals, as the years increase, the madness within them continuously accumulates, ultimately leading them on the path to self-destruction. If they are unable or still unaware to self-destruct, then they would bring destruction to the entire world along with them. This is the profound truth engraved in the core of life in the multiverse. Every life, at the moment of its birth, has already written its own future death. Life is such, planes are such, it's merely a matter of sooner or later. Matthew remembered what the Calamity Mage had said. She might have foreseen the ruin of the world, and attributed it to the gods. Therefore, there was the ascension of the heavenly palace. But in reality, the destruction of the world has nothing to do with the gods, they are merely an inevitable catalyst. If others were to gain the power and lifespan of eternity, they would ultimately bring about disaster as well. This is the inevitable fate. Because life is death. Matthew's eyes gradually brightened. At that moment, all the domains within him began to boil. The balance between the oak tree and the undead was broken, and then sublimated, eventually fusing between life and death. The boundaries of these two major domains also began to expand continuously. Amidst Matthew's rapidly surging thoughts and mind, the previously somewhat thin domain contract was instantly expanded by tens of thousands of words. At that moment, his other domains within were pushed aside. Only life and death were rapidly expanding and compressing each other. The two major domains seemed to be engaged in an unprecedented contest. Amid the intense collisions, Both domains became incredibly twisted, but within that distortion, there was a dynamic harmony. Matthew released a faint power from the Divine King authority. The Tauran domain and the Equilibrium domain also expanded violently. Ultimately, the domains of life and death within him achieved an unprecedented coordination. And the previously precarious Equilibrium domain had now become much stronger. Prompt: you have profoundly comprehended the profound meanings and laws of life and death. You acquired 3 abilities in both the domain of life and the domain of death, as well as a nascent authority. You have achieved a new balance. Your Equilibrium domain has become even stronger. Your domain ability Harmonize Spells has sublimated into Extraordinary Harmony. Extraordinary Harmony: now, you can use a certain supernatural power of the same attribute to harmonize more of the same type of supernatural powers from different factions. Extraordinary Harmony. This is exactly what I need, but it's not enough. Matthew was well aware of how dangerous it was to harmonize divine fire of retaliation. He had to advance further on the art of equilibrium. Boom! A fiery meteor brushed past the edge of Lost Paradise and plummeted into the bottomless astral world. Matthew once again dodged the space full of vortices. A few seconds later, he made a decisive decision. Prompt: would you like to activate the 3rd subordinate god slot and issue a summons to mortal creatures? Chapter 1662, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning _4. Chapter 1662, 454 Reincarnate and Death's True Meaning _4. Summoning in progress. After tens of seconds, a familiar phantom appeared in the lower space of the Lost Paradise. Matthew looked down at the other with the most firm tone and said, "Shanair, I'm offering you a chance now, become my subordinate god. Hand over the twisted book of equalization in your possession to me. You have only 3 seconds to consider." As his voice faded, the phantom had already knelt on one knee without any hesitation. "Respected main god Matthew, I am willing to become your subordinate god and offer up the Sue's divine artifact, the twisted book of equalization." In an instant, a tight bond formed between Matthew and Shanair. The relationship was established. From that moment on, Shanair must remain loyal to Matthew. And Matthew must also promise to protect this subordinate god to the greatest extent. And as Shanair's phantom joined the ranks of the subordinate gods, a brass book exuding a faint evil aura emerged from the sacrifice portal that Matthew had temporarily opened. As soon as the twisted book of equalization was in hand, Matthew felt an impatient force surging into his body. That was the supreme force of the equilibrium domain. That was the innate strength of the divine artifact. In that moment, the Sue's branding inside him was triggered, and the brass book impatiently started to infuse an endless stream of XP into Matthew's body. At the same time, the pages of the book itself trembled violently, with lines of black text appearing on the open page before Matthew. "Respected envoy of equilibrium, I have finally awaited your arrival. No dragon fire atop the Great Wall, and the eternal flame in the underground palace has been extinguished too long, so long that I feared the eastern continent was beyond salvation. Please use me to your heart's content. My only request is that one day, I may return to my homeland to take one more look." The light emanating from the twisted book of equalization shone upon Matthew's face. Outside the Lost Paradise, the apocalyptic scene of raging fires twisted his features. Distorted book of equalization. The twisted book of equalization ought to be twisted after all. Matthew held the brass book, feeling the unique strength, his heart filled with joy. Only the envoy of equilibrium could unleash the true strength of this divine artifact. With it, Matthew dared to control the other 4 divine fires at the same time. With the help of the twisted book of equalization and a vast infusion of XP, Matthew's profession's advancement as the envoy of equilibrium skyrocketed to LV4 like a rocket. Being part-time work, the level of the envoy of equilibrium did not count towards the total level. Its profession advancement was not high. But the existence of demigod power could significantly adjust the level disparity between secondary and primary professions. Matthew estimated. With the lever of demigod power, a fourth-level envoy of equilibrium could almost exert an effect equivalent to level 12, being second rank lower than the total level. This boost was undoubtedly also quite considerable for Matthew. What's more, ever since life and death achieved the great harmony, Matthew's legendary path had been completely opened. Next, he just needed to keep practicing. Life and death are both settled, can nature and undying be far behind? Although his heart was already surging, the present crisis of the apocalyptic scene still rapidly drew Matthew's attention back to reality. He walked quickly towards the other four. Right away, Matthew held the twisted book of equalization in one hand and the divine king authority in the other, pointing the end of the scepter towards the god of travelers. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A cluster of divine fire wrapped around the tip of the scepter like venomous snakes. Matthew multitasked with a single-minded devotion, simultaneously releasing Gordon's fire, divine king's power, and extraordinary harmony. Yet, even with so many powers mediating, the very moment Matthew's mental power connected with the divine fire, he too felt an unprecedented pain. It was a pain of the soul being scorched, unbearable to endure. In just a few seconds, Matthew, although successful in absorbing the myriad divine fires of retaliation from the god of travelers, was in so much pain that sweat beaded on his forehead. Don't rush, take it slow. Matthew calmed his mind. It was at that moment he suddenly saw the incarnated little black cat that was Dark Peggy, dragging out a seemingly docile mudfish from some unknowable corner. I knew you were up to no good. Still trying to hide, huh? Pretending to be an unpredictable spirit, are you? The little black cat tossed the mudfish in front of Matthew, then proceeded to beat it up royally. Matthew looked closely. This mudfish was much plumper than a normal one, about the size of a kitten. The creature had a remarkable demeanor, quite imposing to look at. However, in front of Peggy, it seemed somewhat frightened, meekly taking the beating without daring to resist even once. That's the Mirage Dragon, the little black cat reported. It's this guy, impersonating the unpredictable spirit of Lost Paradise, deceiving many people, including that elf elder. The tickets you got were automatically issued by Lost Paradise. This guy just knew a few minutes in advance which people would get tickets and then jumped out pretending to be the unpredictable spirit. This divine artifact chooses the most suitable main god candidate on its own, but that doesn't mean it possesses a consciousness of its own. I guess this guy sneaked into Lost Paradise through a backdoor many years ago. He himself couldn't ignite the divine fire, so he planned to pull together a group of people to work for him and at the opportune moment, plunder the god fruit to become the divine king himself. Am I right or not? The little black cat's paws kept slapping the already swollen face of the Mirage Dragon. The latter lowered its head in a fluster, not daring to utter a word. It looked just like a particularly shy and socially anxious little fellow. This guy has lived for thousands of years? Matthew was somewhat astonished. The little black cat lifted its paw. Probably. In any case, this guy is up to no good. At this point, the mudfish finally mustered the courage. I've only just awakened. The little black cat glared at it. Are you aware of the situation now? The Mirage Dragon nervously nodded. Then why aren't you helping out? You can't expect our dear Matthew to suffer all alone, can you? As she spoke, she picked up the Mirage Dragon and tossed it toward the tip of the scepter, swirled with the divine fire of retaliation and Gordon's fire. The Mirage Dragon let out a shriek. But in the next second, its body radiated bands of earthy yellow light. The divine fires twined around the light but couldn't burn through it. I told you so. This kid was roasted for hundreds of years with something like divine fire by the Emperor of the Sioux and was fine. Ordinary divine fire is nothing. The little black cat said proudly. Then she paused. Why do I have so much bizarre knowledge in my mind? Could it be that I'm truly the legendary ancient dark god? At this critical juncture. Of course, nobody could answer her question. Matthew weighed the scepter in his hand. The mirage dragon obediently swam from the tip to the end. It formed an earthy yellow ring at the right spot. Matthew grasped the ring above it. It was as though he was holding a heat-insulating pad. The pain from the burning of the divine fire instantly became much more bearable. He immediately perked up. Next, he expanded the equilibrium domain to its maximum, and with the power of extraordinary harmony, he drew in the divine fires from the remaining 3 people all at once. At that moment, Matthew, with his own strength, wielded the divine fires of 5 people simultaneously. Boom! At the bottom of Lost Paradise, a ceaseless flame reignited. The abundant energy arrived so timely. Matthew suppressed the urge to roar. The very next second, he thrust the scepter high above, pointing it to the zenith above the Lewin Palace. There was the true destination of Lost Paradise. There was the birthplace of the new heaven realm. Chapter 1663, 455 Destruction and Rebirth, Final of Scar of the Dead. Chapter 1663, 455 Destruction and Rebirth, Final Chapter of Scar of the Dead. The nascent divine fire burned fiercely. It carried Lost Paradise straight up into the heavens. The doomsday fire poured down. But it couldn't hinder the strong upward trend of Lost Paradise. Matthew could feel it. Destruction and rebirth had alternated at that moment. Before long, they had successfully escaped the gravitational vortex of the Heavenly Family Palace. The apocalyptic scene gradually disappeared from Matthew's view. What took its place were scenes that seemed vaguely familiar. This was a higher place in the Heavenly Family Palace. A space that was almost void. This place, it seems we've really been here before. Such an epiphany struck Matthew's heart. He had once encountered the shadow of the Calamity Mage here. The latter even mentioned giving them a few small gifts. Wait a moment. If Lost Paradise was captured by the Dusk Disaster while leaping over the Heavenly Family Palace, then wouldn't the memory of encountering the Calamity Mage be illogical? Could it be that the shadow of the Calamity Mage was also a part of the Dusk Disaster? Matthew's heart was filled with doubt. No. Not necessarily. He quickly realized that an existence like the Calamity Mage, by merely appearing, could have twisted time and space. In the presence of such a powerful reference, the sequential order of time lost its meaning. The key was her presence. Her appearance meant she truly existed. The paradox of time and space proved nothing. So, what about the gift she spoke of? Matthew looked around. He found nothing unusual. His heart was filled with curiosity and some self-doubt. Could it really have been just my illusion? Lost Paradise continued to ascend. They flew past the place where they had once encountered the Calamity Mage, rising toward the supreme point of the universe. As the Heavenly Family Palace faded into the distance, the influence of the Dusk Disaster also gradually weakened. At a certain moment, Elf Elder suddenly awoke from his dream. The instant he opened his eyes, Matthew saw in them the vicissitudes of life. Was it an illusion? Or was this a test before deification? The Elf Elder's mental state was much like Matthew's when he first awoke. His heart seemed full of conflict, as if he had encountered many unbearable things in his dream. The other 3 also gradually woke up. Taking the opportunity, Matthew quickly recounted the ins and outs of the Dusk Disaster. After listening, Elf Elder and Vampire Mosen expressed their gratitude to Matthew. However, the fated dragon wore a disbelieving expression. As for the God-Eater Queen, she was the one whose mental state was the most unstable, and even after waking up, she stared blankly in place for quite some time. Regardless, after the others woke up, the pressure on Matthew's shoulders was greatly reduced. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that our ascension has been successful. But the Heavenly Family Palace is about to fall. The fall of the Heavenly Family Palace will bring irreversible damage to the material plane. The earth will tear apart, tsunamis will flood the coastal cities, void turbulence will keep coming incessantly, and more demons will swarm in from the astral world. Many innocent creatures will die in this catastrophe, and even more people will be displaced. Matthew said indifferently. The reactions of the crowd were varied. A trace of worry flashed across Tyraste's face. But the traveler god Emosong's face was full of relief. Thank goodness I ran away in advance. Now I have joined the most correct side. The fated dragon was quietly discussing with the God-Eater Queen. Perhaps we should take our clan to the heavenly realm early, or into our own demiplane. For their reactions. Matthew had expected as much. He wasn't really concerned about these fellows' attitudes. But the next second, he suddenly pushed the Divine King authority toward the little black cat and Tyraste. This original authority, I entrust to the two of you. You will be the Divine King. Mr. Tyraste, you will be responsible for supervising her. Matthew said. A look of astonishment appeared on the little black cat's face. I, the Divine King? Matthew said with a smile. You said it yourself. The Holy Prophecy technique has appointed you to be the next Divine King. I've thought about it, and this outcome isn't unacceptable. The little black cat did not show the joy that Matthew had imagined. On the contrary, her eyes revealed a trace of sadness. So, you're going to abandon me again, right? Tyraste also asked with a puzzled face. Why don't you become the Divine King yourself? Matthew shook his head with a smile. I have already been one in a dream. That feeling is quite fascinating, but I think that's not what I want. Besides, from the beginning to the end, I never really considered taking this path. I just came to have a look. Now that I have seen enough of the scenery above, it's time to go back. Such words from Matthew were nothing if not shocking. Let alone Emosong and the fated dragon, even Tyraste showed an expression of disbelief. So you really never intended to become an ancient god? The Mirage Dragon said admiringly. I thought you were just boasting previously. Lost Paradise was ascending rapidly. The air was becoming more and more saturated with intoxicatingly sweet substances. Matthew knew that if he lingered any longer, he might become unable to resist the temptation to ascend. So he lightly touched the Divine King authority with his right hand, extracted a unique part of it, and pushed the remaining part into the arms of the little black cat. This is 1/5 of the power of the original authority, symbolizing protection. I'll borrow this protective power for a few days, and once this catastrophe is over, I'll return it to you. Take good care of this phoenix egg for me, who knows, it might hatch a phoenix one day. Chapter 1664, 455 Destruction and Reincarnation, Final Chapter of Scar of the Dead, _2. Chapter 1664, 455 Destruction and Reincarnation, Final Chapter of Scar of the Dead, _2. After saying these things, Matthew, carrying the temporary guardian authority, actively detached himself from the continuously ascending Lost Paradise. In that moment, he could still hear Dark Peggy's stubborn voice. I don't want your Divine King authority. I'm just holding on to it for you temporarily. Whenever you want to become the Divine King, I'll immediately give it back to you. A silent smile spread across Matthew's heart. If it were someone else, he might not have believed them, but if it were Peggy, if it's after 10 million years, well, that's another story. Matthew smiled freely. He spread his arms, feeling the air of this special place close to higher dimensions and high energy, letting his body slowly fall. After several seconds, he once again saw the crumbling Heavenly Family Palace. To avoid being captured by the gravitational vortex, a bright white light suddenly burst forth from Matthew's body. Shape-shifting form, holy dear. The cosmic roulette opened up slowly in front of him. One plane after another opened its arms to him. As long as he spent a certain amount of movement points, the holy deer could freely shuttle between planes. Matthew's current movement points were quite plentiful. After spending 10 movement points, he returned directly from the edge of Heavenly Family Palace to the material plane. Alert, you, holy deer, have arrived at the east coast of Ainder, material plane. Didn't align correctly? How did I end up on the east coast? Above the clouds, Matthew, in the form of Heavenly Deer, stamped his hooves and looked around. Not far away was a bustling port city. To the north of the harbor, rows of tall masts stood on the glittering sea surface, with white sails occasionally unfurling and fluttering in the sea breeze. On the docks, busy figures moved goods up and down the wharves. A few sailors tried to haul a camel-like beast of burden onto the deck, only to be dragged into the sea by the startled creature. For a moment, the scene was utter chaos. In the far-off city area, wagons and crowds melded into orderly dashed lines. In the central square, rising high was the statue of the Eastern Guardian, Chin. Flocks of seagulls flew over the statue, occasionally leaving droppings on Chen's head. Its deep blue harbor. A strong curiosity and interest shone in Matthew's eyes. Returning from Heavenly Family Palace, freed from the dusk disaster, his heart was still filled with a vast sense of vacancy. But that feeling was alleviated a lot when he felt the bustling life of Deep Blue Harbor. That was the air of the mortal world. A rich sense of life. At this moment, Matthew felt this air was more precious than any abstract supernatural power. The Heavenly Deer concealed its tracks, wandering aimlessly above the clouds of Deep Blue Harbor. He observed. Many people in Deep Blue Harbor were also attracted by the celestial event above. Near the Eastern Guardian's statue in the square, many people collectively looked up, staring at the fireball gradually moving away in the sky, murmuring something under their breath. So he looked up too. All that remained in his vision was a point of light that was about to disappear. Matthew knew very well that lost paradise had already left the field of vision reachable by the naked eye of the material world and entered the topmost layer of Heavenly Family Palace. What he was seeing now was merely lingering visions of it. I hope their ascension goes well. After the fall of the Heavenly Family Palace, it's probably going to take a very long time for Heavenly Family Palace to stabilize. I wonder how long until we can meet again. That's what Matthew thought to himself. He took a turn in the sky above Deep Blue Harbor and planned to return immediately to Rolling Stone City to prepare for the fall of the Heavenly Family Palace. But just at the moment he intended to depart, the rapidly disappearing point of light in the sky suddenly split silently. What followed was countless meteor-like minutiae shot from the center of light, bursting forth and then vanishing. Boom! It took several seconds before Matthew heard the rumbling sound coming from the high heavens. In that moment, his heart was filled with panic and despair. That was Peggy's insight? What happened? Matthew subconsciously closed his eyes, trying to sense deeply. On the data display. Alert, your ability world-level event has captured major new news. Storluck Industries used the Singularity Cannon, carrying out a long-distance destructive strike on the Lost Paradise about to reach the highest point in the universe. The Singularity Cannon successfully destroyed Lost Paradise. Your allies Tyraced, Dark Peggy, Mirage Dragon, the Fated Dragon, Vampire Mosin, God-Eater Queen are all dead. Warning, the fall of the Heavenly Family Palace is about to cause huge tears and wounds in the material world. Storluck Industries. Space Undead. He had not expected that the Space Undead, who had kept a low profile for so long after the Blood Moon strike, would do something so unexpected and outrageous. But thinking about it, the actions of the other party could only be considered rational. Storluck Industries feared the Seven Saint Alliance, not a group of newly born ancient gods. In that instant, Matthew felt an acute pain from the depths of his soul. It was as if someone had forcefully torn a piece from his soul. His heart was filled with an indescribable agony and rage. Storluck. Matthew trembled, grinding his teeth. You are dead. This was the first time such an intense desire for revenge bloomed in Matthew's heart. He couldn't tell if it was due to a fright, anger, or sorrow for Tyrese and Peggy. Right now, he just wanted to tear those metallic undead to shreds. Chapter 1665, 455 Destruction and Rebirth, Final Chapter of Scar of the Dead, _3. Chapter 1665, 455 Destruction and Rebirth, Final Chapter of Scar of the Dead, _3. But reason told Matthew. Now was not the time to vent anger. After the destruction of Lost Paradise, a series of chain reactions would inevitably occur. It was very likely to exacerbate the negative effects of the Heavenly Family Palace's fall. Though the material world seemed calm and tranquil now, it wouldn't be long. All planes were about to face a bloody storm. Matthew gritted his teeth and headed straight for Rolling Stone City. On the way, he noticed something wrong with the weather. The sky had turned blood red, and in some places, faint purple bands of light even appeared. These light bands spread across the sky and ground. Matthew knew this was a precursor to the gravitational vortices that would tear apart the material layer due to the descent of the Heavenly Family Palace. I must rush back immediately. Even with the protection of the eternal barrier, the material plane might still face a terrifying disaster. With this thought in mind, Matthew ran like the wind. And when the skyline off in the distance showed Rolling Stone City unscathed, a sigh of relief secretly escaped Matthew's heart. But the next second, his face changed dramatically. He saw a very thick purple band of light right above Rolling Stone City. Boom. Vast amounts of dark clouds gushed from all directions, but were quickly devoured by the band of light. The material layer torn by gravity let out a painful moan, greedily drawing in all elements of matter around it, trying to mend the rupture. But it was all in vain. By the time Matthew reached above Rolling Stone City, the pale purple light band had already transformed into a huge tearing gap. Behind the gap was a sky full of fire, whistling meteor showers, and an endless ocean of astral worlds. On the ground, more and more people flooded outside, panicked and helplessly looking up at the unusual changes in the sky. They had no idea what was going to happen next. But the fear of the end of the world was already deeply etched in their bones. All sorts of rumors began to spread, and panic spread quickly with them. There was no time to greet Rieger and the others. Resuming his human form, Matthew flew alone to the sky above Rolling Stone City. He quickly observed the gigantic tear. The results of the observation were not optimistic. Whether it was meteors or oceans falling from inside, both could easily destroy Rolling Stone City in an instant. The Southern Mage Army was too busy to care for themselves. In this situation, it was completely up to luck how much of the disaster the protective array activated by Matthew alone could withstand. We must evacuate all residents immediately. Pity the authority I borrowed. Huh? It was only at this moment that Matthew suddenly realized the temporary guardian authority in his hand had not ceased to function despite the destruction of Lost Paradise. Could it be? Surprise filled Matthew's face. And just at that moment, endless fireballs appeared in the distant sky. The great fire seemed to ignite the sky and the horizon. The air grew hot and dry. Matthew sensed that some fragments of the Heavenly Family Palace had already fallen close to the material plane. Under the effect of the gravitational vortex, everyone felt as though they had an extra 10 or 20 pounds hanging on them, making every step feel heavy and tiring. Not only that, the pale purple light bands had completely torn open. And amidst the thunderous blast of roars, above Rolling Stone City, masses of black sea water cascaded down, smashing fiercely towards the city center. At this moment, Matthew knew he had no other choice. He rushed alone towards the direction of the falling sea water. The next second, to the exclamations of the people, the guardian authority in his hand burst into a brilliant white light. It was such a natural command, and such a familiar feeling. Matthew narrowed his eyes. In the face of this terrible calamity, his heart filled with tranquility and peace. He had complete trust in the authority in his hand, and knew he had full control over it. Because, in that dream of the dusk disaster, on the road to the fallen abyss where the god King Matthew kept descending, he had raised the guardian authority in his hand countless times just like now, saving the world from one doomsday after another. Even the god king who ultimately fell had numerous times become the guardian of the people. Such thoughts arose in Matthew's heart. In that instant, the dream and reality overlapped. Pure white light became a huge protective umbrella, enveloping all of Rolling Stone City within it. The black sea water unmercifully pummeled the white surface of the umbrella. Most of the black water evaporated the moment it touched the umbrella. Only a minor portion flowed elsewhere. The barrier formed by the guardian authority marked a clear boundary. Outside the boundary was an apocalypse filled with tsunamis, earthquakes, and fiery rain. But within, everything was safe and sound. At this time, finally someone in Rolling Stone City recognized Matthew's figure. They hailed the name of the tree-planting mage from below, celebrating the return of their guardian. Their cheers were so loud that it later formed waves of uniform sound. Wave after wave, so vigorous that even Matthew, who was high in the sky, his ears filled with the noise of the outside world, heard them. Feeling the eager gratitude of the residents of Rolling Stone City, warmth rose in Matthew's heart. Unfortunately, he couldn't respond to their cheers now. The power of the guardian authority was as mighty as in the dream of the dusk disaster. But he himself was not the god king from the dream who was invincible. Chapter 1666, 455 Destruction and Reincarnation, Scar of the Dead Final Chapter, _4. Chapter 1666, 455 Destruction and Reincarnation, Scar of the Dead Final Chapter, _4. The sense of ease at the beginning did indeed feel very familiar. But gradually, Matthew began to feel somewhat powerless. I now only have the power of demigod, not a trace of divine power. If I want to activate the authority for a long period of time, I can only rely on mental power. Stamina and mana have little effect. Matthew was somewhat worried. He did not know how long the crack in front of him would take to disappear. But he knew very well. Once he could no longer hold on, Rolling Stone City would suffer heavy casualties. I cannot retreat. I cannot be negligent. I must hold on. Matthew clenched his teeth. This was the responsibility of a guardian, and it was also the root of his conviction. Be it Rolling Stone City or Crimson Mountain, having chosen to protect, how could he easily give up? Thus, Matthew tried his best to hold on. Quickly, a day passed. The trend of the Sea of Star realm flowing backward did not show the slightest sign of weakening. Then came the second day, the third day. By the fifth day, the Sea of Star realm finally stopped flowing backward. But the crack showed no signs of healing. Instead, many small meteorites crashed down from it. Matthew could only continue to hold on with gritted teeth. Then came the sixth and seventh days. By the eighth day, the meteorites had disappeared. But numerous lightning balls came crashing down from the rift. Matthew had no conditions for any relaxation. He could only continue to hold firm. His mental power had actually been on the brink of exhaustion around the fourth day. Every day thereafter, he was overstretching himself to hold on. Strangely enough, every time his mental power was completely exhausted, as long as he endured a little longer, a small stream of living water would emerge from the depths of his spiritual source, allowing him to hold on a little longer. It was these small but thirst-quenching streams of living water that allowed Matthew to hold out until the 10th day of the disaster. At this time, Matthew's consciousness was nearly blurring. All he could do was maintain the guardian authority instinctively. Fortunately, the guardian authority was quite reliable. It acted like an indestructible protective umbrella, enveloping the entirety of the territories including the eastern forest and the southern fields. It was not only unaffected by the objects falling from the sky. Even the earth appeared exceptionally solid under the effect of the guardian authority. During the entire 10 days, Rolling Stone City experienced only 3 minor earthquakes. In the torn and perforated material world, this was nothing short of a miracle. And on the 11th day, the sky finally cleared. Matthew squinted his eyes. He saw the vast pale purple crack begin to slowly diminish. This was a symbol that the disaster was temporarily coming to an end. Matthew's heart eased. But just as he was about to release the guardian authority, a tremendous wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Matthew fainted. The blackout did not last long. Half a day later, the pale-faced Matthew woke up in the bedroom of the cemetery. Aside from him, there were 2 other people in the room. One was the cemetery's housekeeper, Ollie. The other was the haggard-looking Mr. Zeller. "You're awake?" Mr. Zeller's voice was somewhat hoarse and deep. When Matthew saw that he was the only one guarding by his side, he felt something was amiss. Recalling how there had been no sign of response from the other city lords of Rolling Stone City when selecting a subordinate god, his heart grew even more uneasy. "Has something happened?" Matthew asked calmly. "Where are the others?" After speaking, he held his breath, waiting for the final outcome. Mr. Zeller's facial muscles seemed somewhat stiff. He blinked and said in the most neutral tone, "Rieger ran into a little trouble. Don't worry just yet. First, see what condition you're in." Matthew took a deep breath. He then got up from the bed. He was only suffering from an excessive consumption of mental power, nothing else was seriously wrong, and resting was enough. Half an hour later, in the basement of the new city lord's mansion, Matthew stared blankly at the not-so-majestic coffin before him. The coffin was already open at this point. A middle-aged man with no color in his face lay there. As a professional necromancer, Matthew could certainly tell his soul was no longer present. At the same time, Matthew also sharp-sensed the scent of mad second-hand touring from this corpse. Strangely enough, Matthew was very familiar with this face. But at this moment, the other party looked so unfamiliar. Is this Rieger's body? Is he dead? Even knowing there might be hidden details, Matthew still found it hard to accept. Mr. Zeller shook his head. "It's not as severe as you think, but indeed, there was a little problem. After you left, another army from the abyss attacked Rolling Stone City. We fought with all our might, held the city walls, and repelled the demons. Rieger was very brave in this battle. He held off most of the front line on his own, and every battle, 300 to 400 arrows would be pulled from his armor. He did excellently, just like you did before. But in the last expulsion battle, he chased the enemy too deep, and on his way back, he took off his nearly scrapped armor, resulting in an ambush by a dying demon by the roadside. The demon used a crossbow. The crossbow bolt hit Rieger's heart precisely. The problem was, the arrow was coated with a large amount of poison and negative energy curse. Under normal circumstances, with Rieger's constitution and various potions he carried, he could easily overcome these negative statuses. But unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the day the negative energy arrow entered his body, it triggered an instant death effect. Chapter 1667, 455 Destruction and Reincarnation, Scar of the Dead Final Chapter, _5. Chapter 1667, 455 Destruction and Reincarnation, Scar of the Dead Final Chapter, _5. Rieger had already been on the brink of death. Upon hearing this, Matthew furrowed his brow and said, "What about the resurrection spell? I remember you should have scrolls for that, right?" Mr. Zeller nodded and said, "The problem lies right there. Logically speaking, as long as the resurrection spell is used in time, at most there might be minor issues with the brain, certainly not falling into the current state. But when I immediately went to find Rieger with the scroll of resurrection after he was brought back, I discovered that his soul was no longer in his body. Someone took the opportunity to steal his soul. All I could do was preserve his physical body here, waiting for the day his soul would return, if there is such a day. Matthew immediately said. Let me try the soul summoning. Mr. Zeller tried to dissuade him. I've already had others try. Your spells may be more sophisticated, but I don't think the result would be much different. You know, Rieger is a tiefling, and with people like that, once it involves the soul, things become very complicated. Because you don't know how many high-level demons they've sold their souls to. At this point, Mr. Zeller paused, a deep pain and helplessness flashing in his eyes. In other words, the moment Rieger was on his deathbed, it's possible that several contracts for soul retrieval from purgatory were triggered. Although I do not know who took the opportunity to take Rieger away, I can still come up with a likely list. The most probable is Glacia, the demoness of desire from the third layer of purgatory. Matthew suddenly realized. That's the ancestor from the blood robes who once served but ultimately betrayed Mephisto, the lust demon lord? She's Barther's daughter, isn't she? Mr. Zeller nodded and continued. Normally, the souls of the blood robes can return to the red and black castle upon death. It's a covenant etched into their souls. But Rieger was a bit rebellious. To stand out from the other members of the blood robes, he might have sold his soul a second time to Glacia and others. For the short term, I am not so worried about Rieger's safety because I know that whoever abducted him, the goal is certainly to squeeze more advantages from either the blood robes or Rolling Stone City. As long as the enemy has demands, we have the opportunity to act. What I'm worried about is another member of the blood robes. Matthew sighed deeply. By now, of course, he had come to understand. Sif? Mr. Zeller was equally filled with worry. I couldn't stop her. After what happened to Rieger, she went to purgatory alone. Matthew tensed up instantly. She's gone to settle accounts with the demoness of desire? Mr. Zeller tried to console him. Don't worry, even if Sif is furious, she's not so reckless. She knows she's no match for the demoness of desire, so she didn't immediately seek trouble with Glacia. But she did go to Red and Black. Red and Black. That was the ancient castle of the blood robes. Now controlled by Sif's aunt, Lutigia. Matthew took a deep breath. Suddenly, he didn't know what to say. In recent times, he had encountered so many things that it seemed like, ever since the heavenly mages had gone to the historical world, the gears of life had begun to spin violently. The fall of Heavenly Family Palace. The destruction of Lost Paradise. The Dusk disaster and the accident with Rieger, as well as Sif's departure. His thoughts became somewhat chaotic. Sorry, it's my responsibility. If I had been there. Matthew said subconsciously. Mr. Zeller grabbed Matthew's shoulders with both hands. His gaze carried a touch of sorrow, yet his tone remained firm. That's not it. Everyone knows you've done your utmost to protect our city. Without you, Rolling Stone City would now be a vast ocean. If you were to blame yourself for some accidents that occurred while you were away, wouldn't that make our existence even more of a joke? No one needs to take responsibility for such accidents. You are the best guardian I have ever seen. Afterward, his voice grew softer. I don't know what you encountered in the Troll's ancient sanctuary or how you faced the calamity without being able to help much. I know you must have also gone through a lot of setbacks. But now, both of us need to pull ourselves together. The disaster is over for now, but I've received word that there will be more disasters in the future. We have so much more to do, Matthew. Matthew nodded. He put those disordered thoughts behind him. Then he asked in a deep voice. So, what's the most important thing right now? Mr. Zeller chuckled. For you. The most important thing is to take a hot bath first. And then have a decent dinner. Meanwhile, in the space between Purgatory, in the interdimensional space, Ascana, in the Suki Kingdom. The willowy maiden looked expressionlessly at the legendary devil standing high in the ancient castle. Her eyes were filled with cold indifference and anger. I told you, you would come looking for me. Lutigia's voice was as seductive as ever. Even as a woman.
Sif's heart couldn't help but flutter for a moment. Is he with you? Sif asked. Lutetia smiled slightly. If he were in my hands, I wouldn't need to come out to welcome you now. Understand? Sif bit her lip and fell silent. Lutetia slowly flew down. She came in front of Sif and extended a fair hand. Chapter 1668, 455 Destruction and Rebirth, Scar of the Dead Final Chapter, _6. Chapter 1668, 455 Destruction and Rebirth, Scar of the Dead Final Chapter, _6. Come, baby. Stop pretending, we both know why you've come to me. Are you ready to be baptized with the blood of Barthur? Sif stood motionless in her spot. A few minutes later, she tremblingly grasped Letitia's hand. The latter arched an eyebrow. Are you that scared? Sif's teeth gently chattered, and a sickly smile crept onto her face. Not scared. Just a bit excited. He. Letitia's smile deepened. I like your laughter, that's how you should laugh. Demons should laugh this way. We are to make the people of the world fear us, submit to us, and hold the true strength in our own hands. Come, I'll take you to the volcano top. In the middle of speaking, Letitia led Sif to the volcano crater behind the castle. The lava within the belly of the mountain churned violently. Thick steam rose up. Don't be afraid of the heat. Every member of the Blood Robes family has gone through such a baptism. I believe you can make it through. Letitia spoke gently as she came up behind Sif. She reached out to press against Sif's lower back, just about to push the maiden into the heart of the volcano. But as soon as her hand touched Sif's skin, her action halted. Wait. Come back in a year. Letitia's tone underwent a subtle change. Sif turned her head back in surprise. Why? I can't wait that long. I need strength. Didn't you say that as long as I came to you, you would give me strength? Letitia nodded slightly. Indeed. I don't plan on going back on my word. But your current physical condition is not suitable for the baptism just yet. Sif realized something. Her face flushed, and she instinctively covered her lower abdomen. There. The rhythm of life was so distinct and audible. You thought you could hide it from me? Letitia scoffed disdainfully. But the next moment, her tone became unexpectedly gentle. So, have you thought of a name for the child yet? Night. In the cemetery floating in the north of Rolling Stone City, misty steam filled the small makeshift bathroom. Matthew submerged himself in the steaming wooden tub. Bits of information flashed through his brain from time to time. The cemetery and the woods haven't suffered much damage, fortunately. But after the calamity, there's been a large backlog of Star Realm sea water on the borders of Rolling Stone City, which severely corrodes the soil and causes food shortages. What's more troublesome is that many demons from the astral world will rapidly grow in these waters. The initial impact caused by the fall of the Heavenly Family Palace has finally passed, and in all the south there are 8 major tiers the target apart. There will still be some aftershocks, but the problems shouldn't be as severe as before. Counting the days, there's about a week left. The heavenly mages and legendary mages will be coming back. I really don't know what they'll think of the material world now. Strange, Lost Paradise has clearly been destroyed, and I can no longer feel its presence, so why did the Guardian Authority last so long? It only dissipated on its own after I fell unconscious, that temporary authority. After a while, he woodenly stood up from the tub and grabbed a towel from the side to dry off his body. Exiting the bathroom, he returned to his workspace. Matthew couldn't help but yawn. He subconsciously called out, Peggy, a cup of coffee. Before he could finish, he froze in place. What am I doing? Peggy is no longer by my side. He awkwardly scratched his head with his hand. But in that moment, a very clear voice rang in his ears. Matthew? Is that you, Matthew? Immediately following, Matthew's mind flashed with a mysterious pinpoint of light.
Subconsciously, with his weakened mental power, he reached out and touched the light. The next second, the scenery before his eyes vanished without a trace. Matthew only felt a tremendous force pulling his soul into a place filled with the unknown. It was a pitch-black space. He couldn't see anything, couldn't touch anything, as if everything was nothingness. "Peggy, is that you?" Matthew tried to speak subconsciously, but his voice had already carried out. "Woo-woo, Matthew, it's really you. I was so scared, Matthew, I thought I was truly dead. They all blew up. Lost Paradise has been blown open too. I had a sudden thought to hide inside an eggshell. But even the egg shattered. Afterward, I didn't know where I was. I couldn't feel my own existence. I felt like I became a wandering ghost. I couldn't feel the connection with you. I was really scared." While Peggy was pouring her heart out, a flood of knowledge suddenly filled Matthew's mind. Lots of knowledge related to Lost Paradise. "I understand now." More enlightenment rose in Matthew's heart. This is the real Lost Paradise. Back in the day, it was in this kind of environment that the ancient gods bit by bit carved out the twin paradise from the void. Peggy's voice was full of confusion. "What do you mean?" Matthew explained. "Lost Paradise has indeed been destroyed. But its core is still here, everything is here, you guys, you are actually all here." Peggy said anxiously. "But I can't feel my existence at all." Matthew comforted her. "Don't worry, it might take some time to get your existences back. I've discovered that I have a strange connection with this space. I can move back and forth between here and the material world at any time. Perhaps, I can try to create something here. My mental power is very weak right now. But trust me, I'll find you all again soon." Excitement filled Matthew's voice. This moment, he finally understood what the gift the Calamity Mage gave him was. It's here. This is the true Lost Paradise. I still don't quite understand. Peggy's voice was filled with a dazed wonder. But as long as you are here, I feel a lot more at ease. Even if you are just an illusion. Matthew said with a smile. "I am not an illusion," Peggy stubbornly said. "Then you have to do something to prove it, right? Quick. Do something, let me believe that all this is not just my delusion before death." Matthew thought for a moment. The next second, he suddenly spoke softly. "First, let there be light." And so there was light in this world. The light was warm. It was beautiful. In the place illuminated by the light, small pieces of land and sky began to appear. And then? Peggy's tone was filled with delight, as if she herself was creating the new heaven realm. Matthew looked down at the flat ground beneath his feet and answered without hesitation. "Then, plant a tree." The end of Book 1, Scar of the Dead. Chapter 1669, 456 Major Tears Apart and Legendary Sniper. Chapter 1669, 456 Major Tears Apart and Legendary Sniper. 6 months later. Northland. Swordwinter City. Half-Ear Inn. Alicia pushed open the door, marked with sword scars and rivets, and quickly stepped into the tavern on the underground level. A cacophony of noises and a foul smell hit her face. She sniffed. The scene she had once loathed had not only become familiar, but it also gave her a sense of security that arose spontaneously. "I'm really beyond saving." The woman in her early 20s scratched her chestnut-long hair in dismay, facing the bartender who came over to offer his eager services. She waved her hand impatiently and walked straight to her own booth. She removed her left boot and vigorously shook out the foreign entities inside. Several coarse pebbles fell out. These were the culprits that had caused blisters on her foot today while she was on a private job. She placed her foot on her knee, glanced at the blister underneath, took a needle from her belt, heated it over the candle for a few seconds, then skillfully pierced the blister. "It doesn't hurt that much." She didn't hurry to put her shoe back on, instead, she let her foot air out to ease the discomfort. Following that, she cauterized the open blister closely over the candle flame. This was a small trick taught by the leader, although it might not truly be effective. But she was eagerly learning any skill related to this new way of making a living. She was doing quite well. In recent months, the leader had praised her intelligence several times. She responded modestly, but inwardly she acknowledged the praise. Alicia indeed had an adaptability far beyond ordinary people. If not, as a noble lady accustomed to luxury, she would never have survived till now. After the disaster that ripped the heavens and shattered the earth 6 months ago took her entire family and fortune. In the past 6 months, she had often felt grateful during the nights that her father had chosen swordsmanship over poetry for her. She was also thankful for the teachings bestowed upon her by several swordsmanship instructors. Of course, there was also the fact that she had not been lazy in this aspect. Otherwise, even if she had survived that great disaster and found a relatively safe city like Swordwinter City, she would not have been able to survive as she was now. On her way to Swordwinter City, she had seen too many girls of her age enter makeshift tents with burly men for a bit of food. What was even more infuriating was that under the disaster, most people had no integrity at all. Even if some were willing to share some food, it tended to be far less than what had been agreed upon beforehand. Thus, most of them ended up as bones in the wilderness. In the worst of times, they and those weaker than them had become food for those somewhat stronger. Hiss. Lost in thought, she accidentally pressed her foot directly onto the candle flame, which startled Alicia and made her lean back, causing the old chair in the tavern to creak loudly. Not far away, the lizard man owner scolded loudly. "How many times have I told you not to indulge in your peculiar fetishes in public? Otherwise, I'll start charging for the candles on the table based on time." Alicia crisply flipped him the middle finger. Then she silently put on her boots. After doing all this, she asked the bartender for a mug of diluted barley beer. She then checked the earnings from this private job. "Busting my ass, and I only made 8 Alliance small gold coins. Being a mercenary isn't easy." The former noble maiden sighed softly. There were too many others in the same line of work. These days, from any corner of Swordwinter City, you could pull a few ragged, idle youth who dared to claim they were mercenaries who had participated in dragon slaying. But if tomorrow there was a new vacancy for digging moats, those young people would be experienced excavation workers again. According to the leader, nowadays, finding a decent job in the city was no easier than finding a holy night in a brothel. Previously, mercenaries were only active at sea, especially in the chaotic Free Islands. But after the disaster known among the people as the Great Tear, the entire landscape of Northland dramatically changed. The environment became harsh. Many died, but many also lived to reach the city. Lacking work, they were willing to do anything for a bite of food. Craftsmen, mercenaries, prostitutes, thieves. Swordwinter City gathered more than 10 times its former population. Most people had a hard life, but the local wealthy of Swordwinter City made fortunes as a result. To protect these fortunes, they hired even more hands. This was certainly good news for those powerful mercenary squads. But for the newly formed squad that Alicia belonged to, though seemingly competent, because of their lack of experience and reputation, they also struggled to accept tasks within the city. Everyone had it tough. Fortunately, they could barely make ends meet. Adding today's money with the income from the next task, I should be able to redeem the magic bracelet I pawned. Damn hobgoblin swindler, that jerk makes a 30% profit off me. That 30% was still considering the face of their leader. But Alicia still wasn't satisfied in her heart. She took a swig of barley beer, her gaze unsettled, pondering whether to pay that hobgoblin swindler a nighttime visit. But thinking of the 2 barbarian burly men who were always at his side. Chapter 1670, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _2. Chapter 1670, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _2. She was a bit scared now. She didn't want the team leader to have to collect her corpse by the moat the next day. Just at that moment, whispers came from the next table. Have you heard? The spellcasters are going to collect taxes again. Collect taxes again? 3 times in a month? What's the excuse this time? Don't worry, it won't reach us for now. They're specifically targeting the rich folks in town to pay the taxes, either in gold coins or various useful materials, especially high-quality timber. What do they need so much wood for? My brother's relative's wife once worked in logistics at a mage academy of the Alliance, and according to what she let slip, the spellcasters are not only hoarding timber but also scouring for scarce metals like gold and mithril. What are they up to? During the calamity, they didn't come out to save anyone, and now that things are slightly stable they remember to collect taxes? Heh. I've always said, those spellcasters are no good, calling themselves guardians, but none of them are genuine. I heard there's a dedicated Alliance wizard down south. You mean the tree-planting mage from Rolling Stone City? Heh, don't think too highly of them, all birds of a feather flock together. I just happen to have some dirt on him, want to hear it? Spill it, heh heh heh. Alicia's pricked ears gradually relaxed. Nothing new. It was all petty alley gossip, about as credible as the bust size she used to fake when dressing up for gala dinners. However, when it came to opinions about the Seven Saint Alliance, Alicia held very similar views to other low-level mercenaries. The Ander continent had been peaceful for too long, the Alliance always boasted that it was thanks to them, but in the face of a real disaster, no spellcaster was heard to have stood up to avert the catastrophe. At least not up in the north. Now, after the initial stabilization of the calamity, the presence of the spellcasters had suddenly grown much stronger. Alicia had heard more than the people at the next table. She heard that the spellcasters were hoarding timber because they wanted to build a fleet sturdy enough to withstand the turbulent waves of the endless ocean. Others said the spellcasters intended to build a great ship out of gold and use magic to make it float on the sea. They planned to board that ship and flee overseas. They intended to completely abandon Ander. And there were even more outlandish rumors. Some said that after the tears the target apart, the spellcasters discovered a rich new continent in the southern part of the endless ocean, with a more stable and safe environment and soil better suited for human survival. Others claimed the tears the target apart was just the beginning of the disasters. The Ander continent was about to sink completely, and the spellcasters were doing this out of desperation for their own survival. Some even alleged that after the disaster, the mist that obscured the path to the eastern continent had dispersed, and the Seven Saint Alliance planned to collectively move east, seeking collaboration with the Sioux people to confront the upcoming apocalyptic crisis. These rumors once caused panic among the residents of Swordwinter City. But as time passed, everyone went back to living their own lives. At most, there was just more to talk about after meals. Alicia finished her beer, a wave of drowsiness flooding over her. She was about to rest her head on the table for a quick nap when, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a girl with a terrified expression being dragged into the storeroom next door by 2 burly bald men. The tavern's undercity storeroom was an open secret among many regulars as a brothel, and the prostitutes were also accustomed to plying their trade there. But that girl was clearly not a prostitute. Alicia hesitated for a moment, her hand gripping the short sword at her waist, but a few seconds later, she slowly released it. Her face stiffened as she turned away, a faint look of loss and regret in her eyes. She couldn't save the girl. It wasn't that she couldn't defeat the 2 burly men, but even if she managed to drive them off this time, they would take it out on the girl. She might suffer even worse abuse then. Alicia couldn't be by her side all the time. She was barely managing to survive herself and had no capacity left to care for others. This world, she muttered under her breath. But just then, a sudden outburst of cursing came from outside the storeroom. Who the hell is in there? Disrespectful for half a day, get the fuck out. Don't damage the flour I just bought. In the chaos, the 2 large men sheepishly emerged, receiving a couple of kicks to the backside from the Lizardman tavern owner, and left chuckling through the back door. After a while, the Lizardman owner led the bewildered girl to the kitchen. Alicia sighed softly. According to past experience, the girl would stay to work as a helper, and the Lizardman would offer her a meal. But in reality, the number of idlers living off the half-year inn was way over the limit. Once in the middle of the night, she caught the Lizardman owner sighing over a bill sent by the flour merchant. Who knew how much longer this kind-hearted man could hold on? This world. Alicia bit her lip, her drowsiness gone. She listlessly propped her chin with one hand, staring off into space in a daze. A quarter of an hour later, her teammates from the group began to appear in the tavern. The first to arrive were two warrior companions. These two were quite distinctive in appearance. One had a long, pointed nose with a vicious look in his eye, as keen as a hound. Chapter 1671, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _3. Chapter 1671, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _3. Alicia simply couldn't be bothered to remember their names, usually just calling them Hound and Porcupine. And both men happily accepted that. Alicia was well aware. The warrior brothers were both interested in her, always trying to woo her whenever possible. If it had been before, she would not usually refuse a man's advances, nor would she want to extinguish their hopes prematurely. But the past half-year's experiences had taught her much. In the current chaotic situation, one must not lightly provoke men capable of violence. Even though Alicia was not afraid to face them in a duel, she did not want to see any love-hate drama develop amongst her companions because of her. Therefore, she had taken a rejecting stance early on. However, confusingly, the brothers still tirelessly pursued her. At first, Alicia thought it was because her charm was as great as ever. But then she realized. It seemed the brothers enjoyed competitively vying with each other. In whatever they did, they would set a common goal and compete against each other fiercely, yet rarely losing principles. This seemed to be the case in pursuing women as well. Soon, Alicia realized she had become a part of their peculiar competition game. That made her even less amiable towards the two. What followed was the arrival of the commander and his wife, who were also seasoned warriors, along with the member of the team Alicia disliked the most. A pale-skinned, soft-spoken female mage. Her name was Ding Xianghua. Of course, mage was how Ding Xianghua referred to herself. In Alicia's view, Ding Xianghua was merely a warlock who had taken some extracurricular courses at the Mage Academy for a year. She only knew some of the most basic cantrips and dark-natured esoteric spells. She had not learned a single genuine healing or support spell. If it were just that, Alicia wouldn't have disliked her so intensely. The reason for her disdain was that Ding Xianghua was constantly subtly trying to seduce the commander. That was quite unforgivable. Moreover, the commander's wife, a strong, kind-hearted barbarian woman, had once saved Alicia's life. Alicia felt obliged to keep a close watch on the flirtatious Ding Xianghua. At the very least, she could not let the commander, whose looks quite matched Alicia's standards, be bewitched by her. Is everyone here? Let's head to the private room. The commander greeted everyone with a smile. So-called private room was actually the cellar on the basement's second floor. After the commander had led his team to clear out a nest of rat folk in the sewers for the Lizardman owner, free of charge, the cellar was open to them for free use whenever it was unoccupied. The commander, an optimistic man, referred to it as the Dream Mercenary Group's base, colloquially calling it the private room. Because Alicia had been informed beforehand, she knew the commander was bringing a new mission today. But before explaining, he introduced a new temporary member of the team. A young man with a piccolo at his waist, displaying a somewhat shy smile. His features were handsome, though his face bore a number of dull spots that detracted from his appearance. As the commander introduced the young man further, Alicia's face involuntarily displayed a skeptical expression. Claiming he had learned some spells. Currently mastering the art of being a bard. aiming to search for his relatives further north, would not be a burden to the team. All these elements combined almost spelled out "I am a liability" on his face. Alicia and the other members looked at the commander with suspicion. The commander calmly explained. "He's just tagging along with us. He doesn't share in the bounty. Also, he knows bread spell and water creation spell. I personally verified it, and his technique is not bad." Upon hearing "does not share in the bounty," everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the third statement, Hound and Porcupine, the two brothers, rushed to be the first to shake hands with the young man. "Welcome to the Dream Mercenary Group. We're going to get along splendidly." After the pleasantries, it was time for business. The commander happily announced that the Dream Mercenary Group had received a well-paid escort mission. The task was to accompany a caravan of traders starting from Swordwinter City, heading to King City in the north. The goods being escorted were primarily young pigs and a large amount of burlap. These commodities were already scarce in Swordwinter City itself, but in other more heavily affected areas, they could be sold for a truly high price. Despite various risks, the excessive profit still drove the traders to venture through fire and water. This was also one of the reasons why the mercenary industry was booming. Quickly, the commander spread out a rough map, briefly clarifying the route for this journey. From Swordwinter City to King City, there were mainly two routes. One was to head north along the coastline for a while, then cross the entirety of the Bronze Dragon Hills, replenish at Wildfire Town, and continue north to reach King City on the continent. This was the Eastern Line. It was the route most traders chose because it was the closest, saving a substantial amount of costs. The second route, the Western Line, was actually safer. That involved traveling down Order Avenue, entering the territory of Order City, where elemental life guarded the land, and bandits dared not easily cross the border, making it much safer for traders and mercenaries alike. However, that route took much longer. And after the Great Tier, the terrain near Order City had undergone many changes, reportedly giving rise to many new kingdoms. Chapter 1672, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _4. Chapter 1672, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _4. This scared many merchants away. The commission this time was no exception. After detailed discussions between the team leader and the person in charge of the merchant caravan, they still chose the more dangerous eastern route. On this path, almost everywhere along the way, there were human bandits, roaming goblins, and demons that had spilled over from the abyss. Among them, demons were the most troublesome. After the Great Tier, a large number of demons appeared in the material world. Although the Alliance organized several encircling and extermination campaigns against the demonic forces afterward and successfully killed off the main force of the demon army, there were still many lone warriors scattered across this land. They caused even greater damage to the already unstable security environment in the Northland. With the combat power of the Dream Mercenary Group, if they encountered a small team of demons consisting of 5 to 8 members, they could only hope to survive. As for more, survival would then be a matter of fate. Why else would people say it's a lifelicking job? Yet even so, such commissions were still hotly contested in the city. Alicia could imagine the scene of the team leader shouting at the top of his lungs, eyes wide with anger, as he competed for the commission. In a nutshell, great mission, great client, great reward, it's just very dangerous. And after consulting with the person in charge of the merchant caravan, we've decided to set off from the North Gate tonight. There isn't much time left for everyone to prepare, the team leader said methodically. Travel at night? Alicia couldn't help but question. Demons become more active at night, and our visibility will also be hindered. Do we really need to depart so late? The team leader smiled. Don't worry. Trust me, just go and get ready. At this moment, Ding Xianghua also interjected. I trust the team leader. Alicia couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. But she also knew that although the team leader was usually easy to talk to, once a decision was made, it was almost impossible to change. Therefore, after asking one more question, she turned around to prepare. Everyone went back to their rooms. A few hours later. The northern gate of Swordwinter City. The night fell slowly. The Dream mercenary group left the city along with a line of carriages. As they left the city, Alicia noticed something was amiss. Why are so many merchant caravans leaving at the same time? And there are so many fellow travelers? Did everyone agree to travel at night together? The team leader just smiled and stayed silent. But soon, Alicia's questions were answered. A few miles out of Swordwinter City, all the merchant caravans moved slowly northward along the coastline of the continent. Then, they saw rows of glowing giant magic carpets in the pitch-black sky above. That was the Night Spirit magic carpet of the Southern Mage Army. Excitement and longing flashed in the team leader's eyes. I also spent quite a bit of money to find out this news. Tonight, the Southern Mage Army will carry out a cleansing operation against the demons north of Swordwinter City. We just need to follow behind them. The place where the Southern Mage Army passes through is certainly the safest place in the world. As if to prove his words, the rows of giant magic carpets scattered in all directions across the sky. Enormous crystal balls floated on the magic carpets, illuminating everything on the ground beneath them brightly as if they were searchlights. The magic carpets moved slowly northward, and the merchant convoy followed suit. Despite being outside the city, both mercenaries and merchants felt an unusual sense of safety in these chaotic times. Although the reputation of the Seven Saint Alliance had declined sharply after the Great Tear, spellcasters were indeed the only beings ordinary people could rely upon. I knew trusting the team leader was the right decision. Ding Xianghua interjected at the right moment. I recognize those magic carpets, they are mass-produced at Roderick's factory in the north. They once recruited apprentice mages publicly, and I had attended an interview, but because of the interviewer, I ultimately failed. Sigh. The team leader offered a few words of comfort. Ding Xianghua immediately showed a grateful and tearful expression. Alicia felt nauseated watching this scene. She had heard Ding Xianghua recount the story of her failure at the Roderick Spellcaster Factory interview due to the interviewer countless times. According to Ding Xianghua, she was qualified to enter Roderick's factory. But the interviewer coveted her beauty and demanded her to surrender her body. Naturally, Ding Xianghua refused to submit. Eventually, another woman who had slept with the interviewer got the job position. Alicia was almost certain this was a made-up story. Even if the interviewer really did covet female beauty, he probably found Ding Xianghua's looks not as appealing as the other woman's. Ding Xianghua always tried to present herself as a paragon of virtue and chastity in front of men. And it seemed like men really fell for it. Alicia always found the team's attitude towards Ding Xianghua overly favorable, so much so that even the Hound brothers, who used to pursue her, seemed to have a change of heart since Ding Xianghua joined. That annoyed her greatly. Adhering to the principle that it was better to avoid trouble, she merely watched coldly as Ding Xianghua flirted with the team leader, without making any more drastic moves. However, during this process, she realized she wasn't the only one in the Dream mercenary group who had different views about Ding Xianghua, the good-looking young man who had recently joined. Chapter 1673, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _5. Chapter 1673, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _5. But even so, she was acutely aware that, in the chaotic world of today, a pretty boy who knew only a little cantrip could hardly survive, let alone be the support of others. Only a warrior like the captain was a truly dependable man. What a pity, if he were stronger, perhaps I could actually consider it. Alicia thought to herself. Just at that moment, she suddenly noticed the pretty boy looking over at her and giving her a friendly smile. Alicia, somewhat at a loss, lowered her head and then saw the lush green piccolo. her heart suddenly felt a bit of panic. Fortunately, at that moment, the voice of the captain came from ahead. "We need to speed up. Keep up with the spellcasters as best as we can. By nightfall tomorrow, we must enter the Bronze Dragon Hills." So everyone quickened their pace. The night passed without event. Only the sounds of carts swearing orderly resonated across the wilderness. Under the disguised escort of the Northern Mage Army, they reached the fork in the coastal road by noon the next day. From there, the Night Spirit magic carpets no longer deliberately slowed their advance but grandly flew towards the more northern Death Triangle, where demons were rampant. A part of the caravan changed course to the west, heading toward Order City, ruled by the Ingram family. Another part of the caravan, along with the Dream Mercenary group, continued northward. They would cross the Bronze Dragon Hills and advance toward the dangerous outskirts of Kingdom City. After the Night Spirit magic carpets disappeared from sight, the mercenaries immediately tensed up. Order seemed to crumble in an instant, leaving only the harsh reality of deception and cruelty. The caravan's pace over the Bronze Dragon Hills was noticeably slower than before. Partly because the roads were worsening, and partly because they needed to be wary of bandits and marauders lurking in the shadows. According to the captain, many years ago, the Bronze Dragon Hills was actually a very safe place. Within the hills was a labyrinth. And within the labyrinth lived a bronze dragon who was fond of presiding over justice. Any creature entering the hills had to abide by the rules set by the bronze dragon, or else they would be arrested and punished by him. This bronze dragon also liked to adjudicate events occurring elsewhere. Every fall, he would randomly recruit some spectators from his domain, to publicly judge some cases that were difficult for ordinary people to decide in front of everyone. Many of these cases became legendary tales talked about throughout the North. And the bronze dragon lived up to his name of fairness, earning genuine support and enthusiastic cheers every time he judged a case. Over time, this bronze dragon came to be known as the Dragon of Justice. Unfortunately, before the Great Terror, the Dragon of Justice had been missing for many years, and that labyrinth was nowhere to be found. Now, many monsters have appeared in the Bronze Dragon Hills, and we must be vigilant at all times. The captain cautioned. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, it wasn't clear whether it was due to the Northern Mage Army. But the caravan had not encountered any bandits or goblins as they traveled. It wasn't until the afternoon of the third day of travel that the road ahead showed some suspicious configurations. What's going on? After an inexplicable halt by the caravan, members of the Dream Mercenary group were the first to move to the front to investigate the situation. A forest has emerged ahead where the road should be. It shouldn't have such a dense black forest. In fact, not just in the Bronze Dragon Hills, I have never seen such a dark and deep black forest in the north. It gives off a very gloomy feeling. The caravan leader, looking tense, conferred with the captain. Everyone saw clearly. The road ahead stretched into a pitch-dark black forest. The emergence of the forest was so abrupt. Outside the forest, it was completely just barren little hills. The weather in March. Ice yet to melt away. On the slopes, at most, there were some scattered branches and moss. Such a dense forest was certainly abnormal. It's the tree-planting mage. I have heard some rumors about him. Ding Xianghua suddenly said. I heard that his forests can sprout legs, disappearing from one place and then suddenly appearing in another. Anyone passing through his forests has to pay heavy taxes or else they will be turned into undead creatures. I've also heard he's particularly lecherous, fond of forcing women, especially pregnant ones. I've even heard that because of these atrocious actions, the Seven Saint Alliance already expelled him. Alicia felt increasingly uneasy as she listened. She asked, puzzled. Isn't the tree-planting mage the guardian of Rolling Stone City in the south? He's one of the few spellcasters who fulfilled the guardian's promise during the Grand Terror. Even if this forest really belongs to him, how could he possibly do such things? Ding Xianghua stuck out her tongue, looking innocently at Alicia. Sister Alicia. I just heard it too. Alicia really wanted to twist this fool's head off. Alicia's face showed a forced smile. Is that so, haha. However, the dialogue between the two women couldn't change the caravan's decision. After a quick discussion between the captain and the caravan leader, the caravan slowly made its way into the forest along the main road. At this point, turning back was not an option for them. Nor could they opt for an alternative route with even greater risks. All they could do was pray for a peaceful journey, even if they encountered the legendary tree-planting mage. Chapter 1674, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _6. Chapter 1674, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _6. The caravan made its way into a dark, dense forest. After entering, their pace became even slower. The light was so dim and there were all kinds of obstructions that even the most experienced travelers had trouble recognizing the way. Fortunately, the narrow path that cut through the Bronze Dragon Hills from south to north had not disappeared. They staggered forward. The sky grew darker. They had no idea how long they had walked. Suddenly, a large clearing appeared before them. A solitary cabin stood in the clearing. On the ground outside the cabin swarmed a great number of zombies and skeletons. As if sensing the approach of the living, the undead swarmed towards them in an instant. Imminently, to the horrified gazes of everyone, an even greater number of undead silently emerged from other parts of the forest. These undead creatures had them completely surrounded. Countless soul fires flickered around them. Everyone's complexion turned horribly grim. Immediately afterward, a chilling voice emanated from the cabin. You dare to trespass into my woods without permission. Do you wish to become my servants as well? The door of the cabin swung open. A young, pale-faced spellcaster with sunken eye sockets stepped out. This spellcaster fit all of Alicia's stereotypes of a necromancer. He looked like he had just crawled out of a coffin. His whole being exuded an aura of gloom and death. We are from the Hoarfrost Bird Caravan and the Dream Mercenary Group. May I ask who you are? The commander cautiously stepped forward to negotiate. The other arrogantly answered. Could it be that there is another tree-planting mage in this world? The commander immediately put on a smile. We've taken the wrong path, and we are very sorry. We would like to offer an apology. How much do you want? The spellcaster coldly interrupted. You disturbed the peace of the dead, this isn't something money can solve. The commander's face tensed up. The next second, the spellcaster said leisurely. Leave the women and the caravan behind. The rest leave on foot. I don't like slaughtering the innocents, I just need to administer a small punishment on you. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart soured. The commander still wanted to negotiate. Who knew that the other suddenly turned hostile? Not willing? Then die here, all of you. The next second, he suddenly pointed with his right hand, two gray rays shot out between his index and middle fingers, striking the two horses pulling the carriage. In an instant, the horses collapsed without even a whinny, becoming two cold, lifeless bodies. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a sudden tightness in their chests. Never confront a spellcaster lightly. This was almost a golden rule among mercenaries. But only in the presence of real magic could everyone feel that sense of fear emanating from a spellcaster. Especially the evil necromancy. Forget it, I'm a kind-hearted person and can't be bothered dealing with your corpses. So I'll give you another way out. You, and you two stay, the rest of you can get lost now. Seeing that his magic had successfully intimidated everyone, the spellcaster spoke with a leisurely change of tone. The two he pointed out were none other than Ding Xianghua and Alicia from the Dream Mercenary Group. The rest looked at each other in disbelief. The people from the caravan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly called for other horses to pull the carriage. The commander's wife seemed to want to say something, but was pulled back by the commander. In Alicia's incredulous gaze, the others so easily reached an agreement to abandon them. including hound and porcupine. Under the necromancer's mocking gaze, the rest of the caravan silently moved towards the gap opened by the undead and walked away. The commander pulled the commander's wife, and they stumbled away as well. Along the way, he was trying hard to say something in the commander's wife's ear. The warm-hearted barbarian lady had also chosen to heed her husband's advice. She glanced guiltily at Alicia and Ding Xianghua. Quickly, everyone else had left through the gap made by the undead. Ding Xianghua looked at Alicia with some sadness. "So this is our fate?" With a hearty laugh, the spellcaster said. "Don't be so pessimistic, my beauties. Soon, you will find that serving me is far better than serving those lower beings." Alicia's chest tightened, and her lips turned a faint lilac color. Clang! She drew her sword and pointed it at the spellcaster, her eyes filled with disappointment. She said, "I knew it, the crows of the world are as black, and the tree-planting mage would be no different. I even spoke in your defense before. You are nothing but a beast." However, at that moment, she caught sight of an unexpected figure out of the corner of her eye. It was that young man who knew the bread spell. He had not left. As Alicia looked at him quizzically, the young man finally said nonchalantly, "He indeed is a beast. But I guess the tree-planting mage might not be." Then, he boldly strode towards the tree-planting mage. The spellcaster also in surprise, as if only now noticing that someone hadn't left. "You want to play the hero?" With a sneer, the spellcaster pointed into the void, and a succession of grey rays struck the young man. To his astonishment, however, those rays infused with lethal energy didn't harm the young man at all. Not even his forward's momentum was affected. Chapter 1675, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _7. Chapter 1675, 456 Major Tier and Legendary Sniper _7. He kept retreating, chanting an incantation as he did so, and under Alicia's fearful gaze, a tentacle glowing with a grayish light and covered in suction cups emerged on his body. It was one of the Necromancer's signature spells. Astrid's Claw. Be careful. Even though Alicia had realized by now that this young man who had temporarily joined her mercenary group was no ordinary human, she couldn't help but worryingly remind him. However, faced with the formidable Astrid's Claw, a taunting smile appeared on the young man's face. "You choose this kind of thing to impersonate me? Isn't that a bit too cheap? Astrid's Claw is not meant to be used like this." The next second, he slightly lifted his left hand, and suddenly, several thicker tentacles surged out from his shoulder. Snap! Just once, Matthew's death's touch easily crushed the opponent's Astrid's Claw. "Ah, kill them!" the spellcaster shouted frantically. At that moment, all undead swarmed towards them at the command. Matthew slightly opened his mouth, and a sharp piercing scream burst from his chest. Necromancy, bone-shattering lament. Auroras of sound waves smashed into the surroundings. After the waves had passed, Alicia, still unsettled, covered her ears, only to see that the previously tide-like undead had now collapsed into a pile of white bones and corpses. The young man and that imposter tree-planting mage were both gone. Only she and Lilac were left looking at each other. A few seconds later, the black forest to their side also slowly disappeared, leaving only a clear path leading north. "In the end, what happened?" Lilac murmured. Alicia was just as confused inside. Everything that had just happened had occurred so quickly that she could only passively endure the information flooding her mind. So much so that she was hardly able to make much of a judgment. "We should be safe for now." Looking at the now completely darkened sky, Alicia let out a long sigh. But the next second, she suddenly said somewhat sadly, "But where can we go next?" After such an event, there was definitely no going back to the mercenary group, and Sword Winter City probably had no place for them. To others, the two of them being alive was far worse than being dead. Moreover, This also involved the suspected issue of someone impersonating a tree-planting mage for misconduct. Tree-planting mage. He is the real tree-planting mage. Alicia murmured as if she had discovered a new continent. Confusion filled Lilac's eyes. What do you mean? Alicia pursed her lips. She remembered some rumors. Then she skillfully lit a makeshift torch, illuminating the nearby area. A few seconds later, she indeed found 3 defensive scrolls on the ground, just like the rumors had described, and a bag containing some bread and water. The next second, she no longer looked north, but instead turned 180 degrees, staring down a dark road. I am going south, Alicia suddenly said with determination. In the darkness, Lilac approached. I'll go with you. As long as you don't mind my company. Still as fruity as ever, Alicia snortingly hummed. But the next second, she tightly hugged Lilac's soft shoulder. Then, from now on, we are truly companions. Lilac dodged a bit but softly murmured The night was deep as water. All past unpleasantness had already dissipated under the shadow of a greater crisis. 2 lonely figures clung to each other as they headed south. The torch crackled slightly in the wind, stretching the shadows on the mountain path longer and longer. So, who made you impersonate me? Within the demiplane. Inside the soul cage. Matthew interrogated the imposter's soul coldly. For nearly 3 months now, news of tree-planting mages committing crimes surfaced repeatedly across Ander. At first, he did not take it seriously, assuming it was just someone impersonating. But as the impersonator's actions became more heinous, Matthew gradually realized the severity. He attempted to locate the imposter using prophecy spells, but they cunningly evaded his attempts. Having no other choice, he decided to disguise himself and quietly search in the area where the impersonator was active. Matthew had already traveled back and forth several times on the road between Swordwinter City and King City. This time, he finally caught the guy. I'll talk. Don't kill me. This person was a necromancer, likely aware of the tricks of the trade, not appearing very tough. But just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a strange smile spread across his face. He. Matthew, you didn't really think he had a chance to speak, did you? Don't misunderstand, I just wanted to play a game with you. I know you are about to become legendary, but on the path to becoming legendary, it's inevitable to be slandered. Guess what? How will I squander your reputation next? I will make you fall into disgrace. If you can, come catch me, he. In the midst of the strange laughter, the soul of that necromancer seemed to evaporate from the earth, instantly turning into a high-temperature gas. Hiss. Watching as the hard-won clue vanished into thin air, a look of solemnity flashed across Matthew's face. On the data bar. Warning, you sense someone trying to target your legendary path. You have obtained the clues Vaporized Soul and Legendary Sniper. Legendary Sniper. In Ander, there is a special profession, their levels lies between legendary and mortal, taking pleasure in preventing others from becoming legendary. Their legendary path is to hinder others from becoming legendary. Ander has such a profession? A look of surprise appeared on Matthew's face. I need to find a way to inquire about this. Unfortunately, the channels with the Alliance are almost severed since that great rift. Thinking of this, Matthew sighed softly. The disaster half a year ago changed the fate of many. He suddenly went from being a highly sought-after Alliance spellcaster to being an outsider implicitly shunned by the Seventh Saint Alliance. Even Ronan and Qin Wuyue, upon returning from the historical world, did not accept Matthew's request for a visit. He was not able to enter Crucible House. Although nominally still a spellcaster of the Alliance, he was in fact already excluded. In such circumstances, Matthew's situation became somewhat delicate. Fortunately, the headquarters in Rolling Stone City was still stable, one of the few things that brought him some solace. In a few days, I can go to the New World to see the forest, Maybe I'll have the chance to revive the old man. But this new world matter probably still needs to be kept secret, given the Alliance's aggressive stance towards gods. If exposed, it may lead to more than just being coldly treated. Amidst his thoughts, Matthew returned to the cemetery from the demiplane, conducting some routine work. He was then planning to go to Rolling Stone City to discuss some internal affairs with the newly enthroned King Little Patton. But just then, the crystal ball in his arms, which had been inactive for a full half-year, suddenly lit up. Now, come to Starry Sky Cabin at Crucible House. You have 3 minutes. In the crystal ball, Isabel's indifferent face appeared after a long absence. Matthew's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. He almost reflexively rushed to the location Isabel had designated at the fastest speed possible. In the cabin, there was still the familiar starry sky background and the stunning woman with white hair and gray eyes. Matthew stood there a bit nervously, unsure what it meant for Isabel to seek him out after being cold for half a year. The next second, Isabel's cool voice sounded in his ear. Not bad. At least you don't harbor any resentments because of that blast half a year ago. Matthew was taken aback. The blast half a year ago? Was it referring to the singularity cannon directed at the Divine Kingdom? Isabel looked at him with a semi-amused expression. What? Chapter 1676, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon. Chapter 1676, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon. No one is permitted to ascend to godhood under my watch. Isabel's voice was resolute. Her eyes, seemingly filled with flames, stared directly into Matthew's, as if in that moment, she had pierced through his very soul. Matthew's breathing stalled. Yet his mind raced. He understood. The cause and effect. The reason why heavenly mages dared enter the vanished historical world without fearing someone seizing the chance to become a god was that they had secretly reached an agreement with Storluck Industries. A bitter taste lingered in Matthew's mouth. He had been worried at first that someone's ascension to godhood might be detrimental to the Alliance. It turned out he simply wasn't privileged enough to be informed of such matters. Of course, Matthew couldn't complain much, for it made sense for Isabel to have such contingencies in place. In a way, at the last moment, Matthew too had forsaken the choice to become the Divine King. This was probably why, after half a year, Isabel was still willing to meet with him, an important reason. Matthew's thoughts were clear. If he had been truly cast aside, even exiled, this proud heavenly mage would never have taken the time to speak with him. For Matthew, as long as he could see Isabel, no matter if she scolded him severely or whipped him straight away, the outcome was favorable. A flicker of joy leaped in his heart. But after contemplation, Matthew did not express this slight joy. Instead, he showed a touch of dissatisfaction. He quickly lowered his head, as if to hide the change in his expression. Still dissatisfied? Isabel asked with a cold laugh. Matthew shook his head expressionlessly. I am willing to obey all directives of the Alliance. Isabel snorted coldly. The next second, she suddenly appeared in front of Matthew. She lifted his chin with one hand, her gray eyes flashing with the depth of the starry sky. You harbor anger and resentment. Huh? You even think about defeating me? Matthew remained silent. Isabel's tone grew harsher. Speak. Did such thoughts cross your mind just now? Matthew pursed his lips. Eventually, his teeth chattering, he said. I can't say I've never had such thoughts. This statement seemed diplomatic, but it was straightforward enough. Isabel withdrew her hand, a trace of coldness flashing in her eyes. Good. I like your ambition. But to realize ambition, talk is cheap. You need absolute action and power to back it up. As she spoke, Matthew suddenly felt a pain in his ribs. Following that, more pain surged into his mind. He looked down to see a wound on his abdomen that was healing rapidly, but something inside had vanished without a trace. Matthew looked up in shock. only to see Isabel had returned to her place, twirling a bloodied rib in her hands. This rib and a half-year of suppression are a minor punishment for your ambition. I've said it, I like your ambition, but you need the strength to match it. Keep this rib with me for now. When you can truly defeat me one day, come and take it back yourself. Isabel's face was filled with a taunting smile. Matthew instinctively covered his abdomen. A flicker of perfectly timed anger crossed his eyes. In the end, he simply bowed his head silently, saying nothing. But deep inside, he gave himself high praise for his performance. Losing a piece of rib is already a pitifully light punishment. The atmosphere is about right now. Time for the benefits, Matthew thought to himself. Indeed. The next second, Isabel put away the rib, then spoke indifferently. What's past is past, I won't mention it again, and neither will anyone in the Alliance. You are still that young spellcaster with the most potential from the south. From today on, all resources and privileges you have in the Alliance will be restored. The Silver Council has passed the settlement list of the Scar of the Dead project to me, and you have done well. In addition to the usual reward, you can choose either an inheritance weapon or a legendary spellbook from the Feast Sect Lodge. Discuss the specifics with the Silver Council. I've already given them a heads up, and they will honor these rewards at any time. Matthew quickly bowed his head in thanks. Isabel continued without pause. Second, your application to enter the Arcane Castle has also been approved. It's valid for 3 months, during which you can enter at any time to enhance the quality of your spells, fill in the gaps in your spell repertoire, and attempt to develop new signature spells. My advice is, before entering the castle, you should find someone to teach you and round out weaker spells. If you find this too time-consuming, you could go see Soria. But only if you can afford it. Matthew nodded repeatedly. Thank you. He expressed his sincere gratitude. Isabel shook her head. You don't have to. You've earned it. As long as you remain a spellcaster. Matthew chuckled inwardly. Isabel was truly a spellcaster supremacist. Matthew could tell. She was probably the most committed heavenly mage to maintaining the existing order within the Alliance, without equal. He wondered if this tendency had anything to do with the influence of a calamity mage. Chapter 1677, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _2. Chapter 1677, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _2. Having met Isabel, he had merely paid with 1 rib to lift the ban on his Alliance identity, redeemed the reward of Scar of the Dead, and received the good news that the approval for the Arcane Castle had gone through. For him, all of this was enough to be a pleasant surprise. However, after finishing that discussion, Isabel didn't seem to have any intention of sending him away. This surprised Matthew. He pondered for a moment in his mind. According to the style in which Isabel handled matters, what she mentioned last was often the most important content. What else did she have to say? Matthew quietly waited. His instincts told him. The words Isabel was about to speak might be related to what they encountered in the vanished history of the world. But this time, the wait was noticeably longer than expected. After a full 5 minutes, Isabel was still silent. Matthew noticed her eyes were unfocused, as if her mind was far away. So he coughed lightly. Why haven't you left? Isabel's blank gaze became slightly more focused. Matthew was speechless inside. But he still acted respectfully. Shall I leave now? Wait. Isabel suddenly called out to him. Never mind. I should still give you this opportunity. If, within the coming year, you can contribute 1 million gold coins or an equivalent value in materials and magic mediums, especially high-quality timber, then you will be eligible to become one of the first participants in the Golden Ship project. But before you secure an official qualification, I cannot disclose more information to you. I can only tell you that the Golden Ship will set sail in 3 years. As for the destination, you might as well guess or go find out for yourself. Matthew's eyes were full of surprise.
It wasn't because of the number 1,000,000, but because Isabel had uncharacteristically spoken in riddles. You see. Most of the time, she spoke straightforwardly, rarely concealing anything. An event she cannot freely disclose. How deep were the waters involved? What surprised Matthew more was the Golden Ship project. Could the alley gossip circulating in the past half-year actually be true? Matthew had always thought such rumors were groundless. I am willing to pay 1,000,000 gold coins. Matthew declared immediately. Then he bravely asked. Ainder, is it really going to shatter completely? Isabel answered. That's not necessarily the case. The first round of calamity caused by the days of heavenly change was somewhat less severe than we anticipated. The fall of the Heavenly Family Palace certainly triggered severe tears, and in the last half-year, void turbulence and star realm material took the opportunity to cause many disasters and disturbances. But starting this past month, we have observed more and more secondary planes actively fusing into those tiers. For secondary planes, it's a perfect opportunity for elevation. For the material plane, it's the only way to mend itself. This is Ainder's self-rescue measure. From a broader perspective, the situation of the great tiers has been effectively controlled. There are some relapses in certain areas, but they are within our control. The bigger crisis is actually the unprecedented chaos storm that has arisen from the tiers, fusion, and invasions. Chaos storm? Matthew repeated the term in his mind. Isabel nodded. Yes. The very heartbeat of the multiverse's development has always depended on the contest between order and chaos. The frequent chaos storms will exacerbate the breakdown of order, making the next round of disasters in the days of heavenly change even more severe. Matthew quickly asked. How many rounds of disasters are there in the days of heavenly change? Which are from the first round, and which are from the second? Isabel said calmly. In fact, there isn't a unified and clear definition that explains your question. Essentially, the days of heavenly change is the inevitable result of the multiverse's infinite expansion. The fall of the Lewin Palace and the return of the five-clawed heavenly dragon are just the triggers. It is a collection of disasters. Generally speaking, whichever disaster appears first is considered the first batch, and those that emerge afterward make up the second batch. At present, the negative impact of Lewin Palace's fall is gradually being neutralized, but the second round of disasters is brewing at an alarming rate. In my judgment, the next disaster that will significantly impact the world should be mana inflation due to the overflow of ether. Mana inflation? Matthew looked puzzled. Having been out of the loop for over half a year, he found that he was a bit behind on the Alliance's latest progress. Isabel was unusually patient today, taking the time to explain in detail. Ether itself is one of the most chaotic elements in the multiverse. An era of chaos and ether overflow almost always occur in tandem. During this period, as the ether in the external environment intensely expands, almost everyone will find it much easier to sense ether, and those who can already wield magic will become even more powerful. To put it plainly, there will be 10 or even 100 times more people capable of performing cantrips and becoming the most basic magic apprentices during an age of ether overflow. A spellcaster who was only level 5 before could potentially skyrocket to level 8 or even 9 after the ether surge. Everyone's magic power is expanding. Compared to that, the expansion coefficients of legendary spellcasters and above are not as exaggerated as ordinary people, which may indirectly narrow the power gap within the spellcaster community. Chapter 1678, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _3. Chapter 1678, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _3. But the key point lies elsewhere. Humans, or rather intelligent life forms, have never been the best recipients of ether. The demons of abyss purgatory, the star beasts of the astral world, they are the ideal destinations for the overflowing ether. More and more demons will appear in this world over time. They will create more chaos to attract even more overflowing ether. Ether and chaos will enter a cycle of infinite expansion, which will eventually trigger the multiverse's purging mechanisms, and more powerful creatures will be nurtured within the cosmic womb. By then, it will be the time when the giant beasts truly descend. You asked me earlier if Ainder would shatter. My answer is, absolutely not before the descent of the giant beasts. After that, it's an inevitability. At that point, she suddenly gave Matthew a deep look. And the only way to stop or delay that day from coming is to establish order and reduce chaos, she said. Matthew mused. Do you mean to put a stop to the slaughter? Isabel shook her head, her eyes shimmering with a strange light. No. I mean to slaughter faster than they can be born. To exterminate all the demons and enemies that create chaos in the shortest possible time. That's the best way to establish order. Long after leaving Crucible House, Matthew was still contemplating the deeper meaning of Isabel's words. If it was just about stopping chaos with killing, why didn't she do it herself? Even if she was not convenient, Ronan, Edmund, Soria, Link. Which of these high-ranking Alliance members wasn't a bloodthirsty god with countless souls on their hands? Isabel's words seemed to be goading Matthew to do just that. It inevitably made him overthink. Teacher mentioned before that the integration of the secondary planes into the material plane is the universe's way of saving itself, so establishing order should also align with the will of the universe. If I proceed in that direction, as long as the methods are sharp and decisive, it seems there really is no significant downside, just that it requires enough power and courage. Walking on the small path through the cemetery, Matthew quietly pondered. All things considered, his meeting with Isabel had been very fruitful. Most importantly, she doesn't seem to have discovered the existence of lost paradise. Truly the gift of nature from the Calamity Mage, even the top-ranking heavenly mages were deceived. Matthew felt a mix of relief and awe. Now it seemed. The Calamity Mage must have foreseen that shot and thus preemptively gave them 5 a little present. That was the life spark preserved within Lost Paradise. Even if Lost Paradise were destroyed, they could still recover in the mysterious regions of high-energy, high-dimensional space. In other words, even if Matthew hadn't left Lost Paradise at the last moment, the 5 of them would have been resurrected consecutively in Lost Paradise, truly becoming ancient gods wielding the power of law. But if Matthew had to choose again, he would leave without hesitation. Being blasted to smithereens would certainly not be pleasant. The news should still be classified. The subordinate gods originally chosen did not truly enter Lost Paradise in their physical bodies. What they entered was but a projection carrying spiritual imprints, and with the destruction of Lost Paradise, the connection between the subordinate gods and the main god also dissipated. These once hopeful candidates for ascension have instead become the clear evidence of Lost Paradise's demise. But they are probably grateful they dodged a bullet. Matthew had already cross-verified with Lorraine. Most of the subordinate gods held the same opinion as everyone else, believing that Lost Paradise had been completely destroyed. Only a very few stubbornly believed that their main god had not perished. But these people have been keeping themselves well hidden after the event. Especially after the spellcasters arrived. They became even more elusive. Thus, after the whole incident of Lost Paradise, Matthew became one of the few survivors. What he proclaimed to the outside was that Lost Paradise was utterly destroyed. Given his last-moment departure, everyone believed his statement. Not long ago, even such rumors started circulating. The reason Matthew left Lost Paradise at the most critical moment was because he foresaw the upcoming calamity. And the reason why the point cannon accurately hit Lost Paradise was also thanks to Matthew's doing. He is the inside man the Seven Saint Alliance and Storluck Industries planted in the god-making team. Upon hearing that message, Matthew wished he could find the perpetrator of that rumor and reward them handsomely with cash. Now that I have returned to the Alliance in the open, I can once again corroborate the truth of that rumor. With that, the nature of the Lost Paradise incident should be firmly established. Aside from those few fanatics, no one should care about my old home anymore. Amidst these thoughts, Matthew arrived at his most familiar small dark room. He pushed the door open, activated the hidden barrier, and after checking thoroughly,
he finally whispered in his heart. Return, Lost Paradise. Prompt, you have returned to the divine artifact, Lost Paradise, Soul Binding. Current materials. Light, infinite. Sourceless water, a number. Cosmic base rock *180. Oak trees *59. Among others. Prompt, Lost Paradise is currently undergoing the initial stage of creation, which is expected to last for 400 to 500 years. During this period, your Divine King authority solidifies into Founder authority. Founder authority, you can expend your own energy or that of Lost Paradise to create matter out of nothing. Chapter 1679, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _4. Chapter 1679, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _4. Upon the full maturation of Lost Paradise and its ascension to the New Heaven realm, the Founder authority will be restored as Divine King authority. Current Founder energy, 296 points. The scene before him changed. Matthew found himself in Lost Paradise, bathed in endless warm sunlight and dotted with blocks of cosmic base rock. Cosmic base rock is the basic material foundation for creating works within Lost Paradise. Each block of cosmic base rock has a complete 3 meter by 3 meter flat surface, with either an irregular conical or spherical shape beneath. The 60 blocks of rock before him had been accumulated bit by bit through Matthew's considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. With his relatively abundant spiritual energy, he could only create 1 rock per day, showing just how arduous a task creating from nothing can be. But compared to this, planting trees on the rock was even more difficult. The rocks are surprisingly hard, and even with Matthew holding a tree-planting divine artifact, just digging holes every day exhausted him. Planting a tree every 3 days was the result of Matthew's maximum effort. Fate favors those who persevere. Through Matthew's daily efforts, not only did Lost Paradise now possess a proud vitality, the act of opening up cosmic base rock and planting oak trees helped him amass a small amount of Founder energy. This energy, in conjunction with the Founder authority, allows for the creation of any matter in Lost Paradise, including life. Matthew particularly valued the Founder energy and never wasted a bit. Because his goal was very clear. He had to find a way to reincarnate the few life sparks in Lost Paradise. Especially Tyrest. Putting aside emotional reasons, one of the crucial reasons Matthew wanted to revive old Ty was so he could have him working for him. It was necessary. Creating from scratch was indeed too grueling. Matthew struggled to do it alone. According to the current progress, it would take at least a few hundred years for Lost Paradise to grow into a New Heaven realm. Once truly formed, Matthew would also be equipped with a brand new Divine King authority. He would become the ancient God King. And he would automatically wield power comparable to that of a heavenly mage. After realizing this, Matthew was momentarily tempted to just do nothing, find a place to hide, and simply endure for the next 500 years. After all, as long as he stayed in Lost Paradise, his life would be limitless. Lost Paradise was hidden and safe for now. But then he thought, what earth-shattering changes might occur in the world of Ander over 500 years? What fate would befall the companions and the Earth society he cherished? Could hiding in Lost Paradise truly guarantee peace of mind? Was the path of the forsaken ancient gods really as glorious as imagined? After understanding these issues, Matthew figured he might as well earnestly remain a spellcaster for now. As for being a divine king, he could consider it a part-time job depending on the situation. That could always be a backup option. Clang clang. The shovel scraped against the cosmic base rock, sparking as it went. After much laborious effort, Matthew, panting heavily, finally dug out a hole big enough to plant a sapling. In this process, he could slowly accumulate Founder energy. In fact, anything he did in Lost Paradise could gain him this energy. But tree planting was the most familiar task for him. The spiritual energy required to create an oak tree sapling from thin air was a fraction of that needed for other tasks. This is why he had chosen to stick to his old trade of opening up cosmic base rock and tree planting in Lost Paradise. Thus, through this repetitive cycle, Matthew managed to amass the current 296 points of founder energy. Based on his estimates, just reaching 300 points would allow him to resurrect Tyrest Spark. Then, Matthew would have his first worker in Lost Paradise. Resurrecting Tyrest was the easiest. Not only because his life spark was the most powerful but also because the belief converged on him was the most dense and devout. In such circumstances, the single-mindedness of the Wood Elves became an advantage. Even though it was common knowledge that Lost Paradise had been blasted into oblivion, the Jade Court still staunchly believed in the unstoppable trend of the God of Elves' resurrection. This was partly due to Bina's facilitations, but more so because of the stubborn nature of the elves. In comparison, the leaders of the Forgotten Ones such as the Fated Dragon and the God-Eater Queen had much dimmer faith upon them. It seems beings in the ancient land are relatively more rational, but they are not the worst off. The most unfortunate was the traveler god Emosong, who had the sparsest belief converged on him, possibly the least laws fused as well. Matthew estimated reviving Emosong would need at least 1,000 points of founder energy. Matthew pondered. Guess he'll see that guy after 500 years. But upon recalling Emosong, Matthew felt a trace of fondness for him in his heart. No other reason, but because before entering Blood Drinking Mountain, he had advised Matthew to carry as much treasure as possible. This advice was validated after his ascension, as Matthew found that many of the weapons he carried had become divine weapons. This amounted to an all-around strengthening of his weapons, with the divine enhancement meaning greater immunities, better attribute support, stronger destructive power, and potential for divine spell growth. Matthew discovered, as long as he kept these divine weapons in Lost Paradise, they could naturally achieve growth. This process was quite slow, but the effects were definitely there. In the past half-year, the tree-planting shovel first put into Lost Paradise had already obtained 2 types of exclusive strengthening for divine weapons. Chapter 1680, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _5. Chapter 1680, 457 Golden Ship and Divine Weapon _5. Holy Word Technique. When holding a shovel, recite a custom holy word, with a minimum syllable limit, to make the shovel's normal attack deal an additional 100% divine spell damage. The current custom holy word is, "Let me give it a whack." Hair Removal Technique. Activate this divine spell to remove all hair and natural armor from a single enemy. Both of these divine spells were quite useful. The former provided additional types of damage. The latter was the bane of demons with high natural armor. Most importantly, they were divine spells. Just like spellcasters didn't know that divine fire could ignite the tentacles of Yurkus, due to the gods having vanished from the material world for too long, many people had no defense against divine spells. Therefore, they were perfect for stealing the upper hand at critical moments. After finishing today's portion of bedrock excavation, Matthew restored his spirit in Lost Paradise, and after greeting Dark Peggy, who had transformed into a little black cat and was sound asleep under an oak tree, his consciousness returned to the cemetery. Stepping out of the small black room once again, the sky outside was filled with stars. A whooshing wind blew over the top of the cemetery. Due to the Great Rift, the past winter had not been particularly cold, but the climate had become more bizarre and unpredictable. Matthew stood on the mountain top and looked down upon the land. The Fear of Death graveyard floated slowly in the sky above Rolling Stone City, following a set orbit from south to north, from east to west, patrolling the entire city day and night. Above the land in the east, the oak forest and pine forest symbols of the Sanctuary of Life, not only survived the Great Rift intact, but also expanded quite a bit under the care of the druids and centaurs. Unfortunately, the most eastern part of the forest had now reached the region of the Star Realm Black Water. This meant the expansion of the Sanctuary of Life was about to be blocked. The so-called Star Realm Black Water was the Star Realm sea water that gushed from the rift crack, which Matthew countered with the Guardian Authority. Although most of the sea water was dissolved by the Guardian Authority, a large amount of black water still appeared on the border of Rolling Stone City. There were about 5 to 6 main channels of this black water, and the complex network they formed surrounded Rolling Stone City entirely. The black water had a terrifying toxicity. Ordinary people couldn't get near it, let alone cross it. Building bridges over the black water was also extremely difficult unless one had the construction capabilities of a Southern Mage army. In the short term, building bridges without damage was nearly impossible. Thankfully, World Tree Bogard sensed the changes in the world. It spontaneously grew a long tree bridge on the eastern side of the forest. The tree bridge spanned across the black water, becoming the only route out of Rolling Stone City currently. The matter Matthew had intended to discuss with Little Patton was related to this tree bridge. At first, Matthew planned to open the bridge for free to all residents, including the merchants and guilds in the city. But Little Patton had objected, believing it would not only add extra burden to the bridge but also create greater security risks. Moreover, after Rieger left, the huge financial deficit in Rolling Stone City needed various subsidies to be filled. In Little Patton's private words, there were a huge mess in front of him, and he would rather continue studying electric lights and demon hearts than be an unlucky king. Of course. That being said, Little Patton also came up with many ways to generate revenue for the city hall, the most important of which was charging a fee for the tree bridge. He was recently trying hard to convince Matthew to do so. Little Patton was actually quite eloquent, and Matthew was almost persuaded. Of course, what was more important was that he knew the pressure Little Patton was under was indeed great. If it's not working out, we could try charging temporarily. Caught in thought, Matthew arrived at the new city hall within the city. Even though it was late at night, some lights were still on deep inside the hall. Matthew went straight to the deepest part, where Little Patton's office was located. No. It should now be called King Patton's office. Matthew knocked on the door. An exhausted voice from inside replied, "Come in." Matthew entered, and immediately saw the new king of the Rolling Stone Kingdom surrounded by a mountain of files. He pushed away the coffee cup in front of him and stood up from the chair. Matthew glanced at the empty cup and raised an eyebrow. "Do you need me to call for Madam Wesley?" Patton shook his head. "It's too late, I had her rest already. I know how to make coffee myself. In fact, I'm quite good at it. I'm multi-talented, smart, and good at many things, as you know. But now I have to do the one thing I'm worst at, being a king." "Damn Rieger," Patton muttered. "How great it would be if he could just come back to life now. You have no idea how much smooth-talking it took me these past 6 months just to get rid of the noble ladies and misses who seemed to have had an affair with him." He couldn't help venting to Matthew. Matthew smiled and was about to continue the topic of the tree bridge. But just then, Patton suddenly looked hesitant and then placed a letter in front of Matthew. "I don't know if I should give it to you," Patton said, "but I think you would be very concerned about this." Matthew narrowed his eyes at the letter. The handwriting was familiar to him. It was a letter from Sif. Chapter 1681, 458 Coin Issuance Plan with Eastern Immortal Ape. Chapter 1681, 458 Coin Issuance Plan with Eastern Immortal Ape. Matthew read Sif's letter with a calm and composed expression. The main content of the letter was, in fact, a declaration of her willingness to renounce her claim to the throne of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. She made it clear in the letter that she had no interest in becoming the queen of the Rolling Stone Kingdom and was willing to give up her right to the throne for life. She wanted the recipients of the letter, Mr. Zeller, Blake, Patton, and Matthew, to witness this declaration, and to publicize it throughout the nation at a specific time. Along with the declaration came a short note. In the note, Sif stated that she had found a new path. She wished to continue exploring the meaning of life on this path, rather than getting mired in the trivial matters of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Moreover, she briefly informed them of her well-being and mentioned her next destination, although not in detail. It is worth mentioning that she did not mention Matthew in this short note. No wonder Patton was so hesitant. "I have finished reading it," Matthew said quietly as he put the declaration and the note back into the envelope. Patton patted his shoulder. "Just because she didn't mention you doesn't mean you're not in her thoughts. It's just like how she didn't mention Rieger in the letter, but we all know what she left for." Matthew smiled, indicating that he didn't mind. "When was this letter received? Who delivered it?" Matthew asked. Little Patton spread his hands. "It was about yesterday. A little devil suddenly found Mr. Zeller and delivered this letter to him. According to Mr. Zeller, that little devil is very likely Sif's familiar, now trained to be a messenger. She seems to have acquired the ability to traverse between planes. It's all very complicated." Matthew nodded slightly. "It's a good thing Mr. Zeller received this letter. If it had come directly to me, that would have been quite a sting." Patton chuckled wryly. "Look at what Sif has written in the letter, will you? The declaration is one thing, but she says she's been in the Suki Kingdom for over a year and is about to head to a chaotic area to compete for a ticket to the seamless secret cave. Didn't she only leave half a year ago? Even if the letter is forged, the discrepancy in time is far too obvious, isn't it?" Matthew's index finger gently tapped on the table. He pondered. "Not necessarily. The letter should be genuine. I can recognize Sif's handwriting and can detect whether this is a trick of the demons. As for the issue with time, the entirety of Ainder is being torn apart and then reassembled. A place as special as Purgatory, with its folded spaces, might face even more severe temporal fluctuations. For us here in the material world, it may have only been half a year, but for the Suki Kingdom, the elapsed time could be many times that of ours. The claim of over a year isn't problematic. In fact, over the past half year, the connection between the material plane and Purgatory has become extremely difficult, while it has grown tighter with the Abyss. A large number of demons have poured into the Ainder continent from the Abyss. But the presence of the devil seemed to have vanished. Matthew had tried many times. Even the portal left by Rieger failed to connect to the interdimensional space, Eskana, where the Suki Kingdom was located. It is evident in this great tear how far the distance between Purgatory and the plane will of the material world has become. She's about to head for the seamless secret cave? Matthew thought silently. That was the third layer of Purgatory, the domain of the demoness of desire, Glacia, and it was where Rieger's soul was most likely being held. Matthew believed that Sif would not act rashly. She was accompanied by the legendary devil, Lutetia, who would ensure that Sif was not unprepared in dealing with the demoness of desire. But even so, Matthew still felt worried. He did not know what Sif had experienced in the Suki Kingdom. His intuition told him that perhaps when he saw Sif again, she would no longer be the innocent and sweet maiden she once was. Next time you encounter that little devil, try to find out a reliable way to communicate with Sif, Matthew said. Patton nodded. I've mentioned this to Mr. Zeller as well, and of course, he understands the reasoning, but Sif seems to be deliberately avoiding us. That little devil is quite cunning, and even Mr. Zeller's divination spells can't locate her. Matthew let out a sigh. Sif's personality was actually quite similar to Rieger's. Usually gentle, but incredibly stubborn when it came to dealing with matters, very much set in her own ways. I will continue seeking a way to enter Purgatory through the Alliance channels. As for the rest, I will do what I can, Matthew concluded. Patton nodded, his face showing a hint of hesitation. Speaking of which, this declaration, perhaps we should not publicize it just yet. Matthew looked at him. We should respect Sif's wishes. We are also willing to trust you. Patton shook his head.
This isn't about trust or mistrust. Matthew, you're a spellcaster, you can transcend beyond these matters, but I'm different. Whenever power is involved, even the purest things become complex and dirty. I know Sif wrote this letter with good intentions, hoping that the Rolling Stone Kingdom could stabilize as soon as possible and that everyone would continue living with their original beliefs around me, the new king. But unfortunately, that's impossible. He gazed into Matthew's eyes, his eyelids swollen severely, his eyeballs full of blood vessels. He looked much younger than Big Beard Blake, but now his appearance was rapidly aging to look almost like Rieger. Chapter 1682, 458 Coin Issuance Plan with Eastern Immortal Ape _2. Chapter 1682, 458 Coin Issuance Plan with Eastern Immortal Ape _2. Rieger is Rieger, and I am me. My thoughts, concepts, especially my abilities, are completely different from Rieger's. Patton said in a serious tone. He had the ability to pay out of his own pocket to sustain a small town, grounding his dreams in reality, but I do not. The kingdom of Rieger's dreams will never be realized under my rule, even with you and Mr. Zeller's help, a fact Mr. Zeller is well aware of, and I'm sure you understand as well. I can't become the substitute for Rieger that you, Sif, or other residents might imagine. I just can't. Matthew nodded slightly. I understand. As long as it's not too outrageous, I support you doing things according to your own ideas. Patton gave a bitter smile and said. Even if I can do things my way, what if one day Rieger suddenly comes back, or Sif suddenly changes her mind? Then things will become very complicated again. We're fine between us, but what about the people around us? How many in the entire kingdom will have their thoughts changed as a result? I know, spellcasters like you who are detached from worldly concerns don't need to consider these issues. You don't need to concern yourself with their thoughts, just like you wouldn't concern yourself with the happiness or sorrows of the zombies in the cemetery, but I am different. When I work according to my own ideas, I unconsciously bind as many people and interest groups as possible. By then, they would all become opponents of Sif or Rieger. I don't think their demands are unjustified. If it weren't for their interests, who would want to bind themselves to others? I don't want too many people to suffer because of the unstable regime in the Rolling Stone Kingdom. So, it's better to keep this letter of commitment for now. Keeping my title at this stage of acting king is the best solution. At least for the next few years, this is the best course of action. Matthew looked at him with a somewhat amused expression. Is the position of king really that distressing to you? Patton answered without hesitation. It's torturous, Matthew, like sitting on pins and needles. If I hadn't known that letting Blake ascend to the throne would mean Rolling Stone City wouldn't last half a year, I would have left a long time ago. Of course, you are actually the best fit to be king, but you have refused me several times. Matthew gently shook his head. I am a spellcaster. Patton had the expression of a down-on-his-luck kid. I envy your ability to stay out of it. Succeeding Rieger really isn't a job for a human. Back in the times of Rolling Stone Town, this guy supported thousands of pampered gents in the city who almost didn't have to work a bit and could still live a luxurious life. Now guess what? They curse me behind my back every day. Patton is a king who will ruin the kingdom. Not worth a hair on Rieger's head. I personally overheard 2 old men cursing me like that behind a carriage. His emotions grew more intense. According to your previous predictions, more and more disasters would befall this land. For those displaced by the outside world, Rolling Stone City has become the perfect haven. All those who were granted entry to the city during this period would be grateful for it. But what about the ones who were already here? They would verbally praise Rieger and your great achievements and then continue cursing poor Patton. I've had enough, Matthew. Last night, I went through all the ledgers overnight. The annual budget submitted by the City Hall and last year's financial deficit are staggering. Based on the current waste in sustenance, in 3 months, we won't be able to pay the construction interest owed to the Southern Mage Army. Matthew, tell me, can we default on our debt? He stared intently at Matthew. Hearing this, Matthew suddenly realized what he was going to say next. Sure enough.
Patton blinked. If we can't default on the debt, and we need to maintain the current situation, we need money, a lot of it, stable, legal financial sources. Matthew smiled. Charge a toll for the bridge? Patton said confidently. That's just one part of my new policy. There's also the food issue. The food that Druid and zombies grew can no longer be distributed for free. I've made some modifications to the independent coinage plan that Rieger had previously devised. You can take a look. Overall, it involves more aggressive coin issuance than before. Matthew glanced at the plan handed over by the other party. You want to issue paper money? Good grief. This is trying to get something for nothing. Rieger had intended to issue metal currency containing a significant amount of gold copper, but here Patton was starting to print paper money with no cost. I plan to launch several large projects like digging a moat, and the salaries will be paid in this new legal tender, which can be used to purchase food and all the resources and services provided by the City Hall and the Liege's mansion. Patton spoke confidently. Anti-counterfeiting technology won't be a problem. I've discussed it with the people from the Southern Mage Army. As long as we share some of the benefits with them, they are also willing to provide technical support. In the current context, the Rolling Stone Kingdom is actually self-sufficient, and gradually, we can extend the settlement scenarios of the new currency from domestic to international. It might take a long time, but now is the best opportunity. And to give the new legal tender an authoritative endorsement, I plan to print your portrait on these banknotes. Chapter 1683, 458 Coin Issuance Plan with Eastern Immortal Ape _3. Chapter 1683, 458 Coin Issuance Plan with Eastern Immortal Ape _3. The name of the currency still requires careful consideration. Do you think Cemetery Coin or Matthew Coin sounds better? I think Matthew Coin is not bad, abbreviated as Ma Coin. Matthew's face showed hesitation. Patton hurriedly said. You really can't refuse this. Without your or the cemetery's prestige to back it, the new currency in the Rolling Stone Kingdom would be nothing but a piece of waste paper. If you think this plan is not feasible, at least point out another way for me, one that can resolve the debt problem of the Rolling Stone Kingdom. Matthew blinked. Charging a toll for the bridge could be tried. But regarding the matter of the Ma coin, I think it still needs further consideration. I'm not opposing your plan, I just feel the plan needs to be perfected before it can be implemented. I know Rieger's policies indeed supported too many idlers, but a sudden shift to the other extreme could trigger even greater turmoil. Patton gave a bitter smile. Of course, I won't issue currency recklessly and spoil your reputation, you can be assured of that. Every year, the currency issuance plan will need your review, and I'll also transfer a portion of the profits from the coinage tax to you. I have considered all these. Matthew bit his lip. What does Mr. Zeller say? Patton replied. He said it's up to you to decide. Matthew sighed. He grabbed the proposal back and scrutinized it with furrowed brows. After dawn, Matthew emerged from the king's office, looking a little weary. The currency issuance was just an appetizer in King Patton's series of reforms. The previous night, he had presented several more influential and daring fiscal plans. Matthew vetoed some of them, but he approved others. Among them, the most important were the charging of tolls for the bridge, ceasing the free supply of food, and the issuance plan for the Ma coin. In the end, Matthew still agreed to the name Matthew Coin. There was no choice. Without this name, it's debatable whether there would be any point in issuing it at all. The power of reputation was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Since the name on everyone's lips battle and the Lost Paradise incident, Matthew had become a household name throughout the world of Aender, his reputation only below that of the Alliance Seven Saints and people like Edmund, leading well ahead of other rising talents within the Alliance. In the South especially, within the Rolling Stone Kingdom, he was revered as a patronus. The issuance of the Ma coin was also seen as a way to further cement Matthew's reputation. Although for him personally, the disadvantages outweighed the benefits. But he saw Patton's difficulties. The man truly deserves his reputation as a former tax officer, with first-rate financial acumen and eloquence. Ultimately, Matthew was persuaded by him. And after leaving the city hall, Matthew's only thought was, I hope Patton can take it easy. At the very least, I hope that years from now, the Matthew coin doesn't become just a stack of toilet paper. A few days later, on the southeast side of Rolling Stone City, at the black water river of the astral world, a series of intricate gray tentacles burst from the center of the wasteland, instantly wrapping around all the nearby demon remnants. Sizzling, white smoke began rising from the bodies of the demons, and soon after, one by one, they were dead. Plop plop plop. Rustle rustle. The bodies of the demons fell limply to the ground, then slowly got up again, turning into a group of lifeless dark servants. Matthew, holding the Jaeger blade, walked past this freshly made group of dark servants, his gaze a bit unfocused. He was checking the dense list of records in the data column. Alert, your task slaughter, only to protect, has updated with fresh progress. Accumulated demon kills have exceeded 50,000. You have obtained the new title Guardian of Humanity and a random legendary shapeshifting form. Would you like to draw now? Guardian of Humanity, you will receive the adoration and respect of a wide range of humans. When you enter the legendary stage, this title will elevate into a domain authority. In the land you have protected, Rolling Stone Kingdom, you will receive additional plane will recognition and a luck +1 effect. Alert, the task has cumulatively obtained druid spells, randomly drawn once per 10,000 demons killed. 1. Greater Resurrection Spell. 2. Blessing of Faking Death, you can bestow this high-level blessing upon any living unit, maintaining up to 5 faked deaths at the same time. During the blessing, when the unit is close to death, it will trigger a fake death state, potentially deceiving the enemy's judgment. Note, during fake death, immune to 95% of physical and magic damage. 3. High-level Natural Alliance, you have signed a higher covenant with natural will. From now on, you have the power to elevate more animals into nature souls. Especially, all attacks from the natural divine items will have their damage halved against you. 4. Resonance, you can instill a stronger sense of empathy and sympathy within the range of your spells, making the target group more understanding and easier to communicate with. You can even use this spell to communicate with non-living objects. The mission name on everyone's lips came to an end after Matthew repelled the demon army. But slaughter, only to protect, has continued up to today, half a year later. Matthew guessed it's because the slaughtered demon Lord Asner and his remnants were still widely active on the Ander continent. That's why, during this half year, he never ceased his campaign against the demon soldiers. These 4 powers and spells, rooted in the druid profession, were clear evidence. However, Matthew was more concerned with the title of Guardian of Humanity. And this random legendary shapeshifting form. Chapter 1684. 458 Token Launch Plan and Eastern Immortal Ape _4. Chapter 1684, 458 Token Launch Plan and Eastern Immortal Ape _4. After the Dragon Turtle. It had been a long time since Matthew had obtained a new shapeshifting form. Therefore, he chose to draw immediately. Notice, random legendary shapeshifting form draw complete. You have obtained the new shapeshifting form Eastern Immortal Ape. Eastern Immortal Ape, LV22/Hero Mode/Legendary Template/Eastern Continent Spirit Creature Template. A special spirit creature from near the Immortal Tribe's domain in the Eastern Continent, said to possess the wondrous power to seize the creation of heaven and earth. You have obtained the youthful state of the Eastern Immortal Ape shapeshifting form, which possesses the following traits. 1. Skilled with club and staff, the Eastern Immortal Ape is a master of stick techniques, and any club or staff in their hands can exhibit 100 times its original power. 2. Supreme Vajra Body, the Eastern Immortal Ape possesses an indestructible body, able to be immune to all spells below the legendary level, and has extremely high natural armor. 3. Fighting Supreme, the Eastern Immortal Ape has overwhelming dominance in close quarters combat, and all of its actions are of the highest judgment level. 4. Ground Shrinking, the Eastern Immortal Ape has solidified the ability to shrink the ground, greatly shortening the distance with the enemy with each step, and can quickly shake off pursuers at specific times. 5. Prediction of fortunes and disasters. The Eastern Immortal Ape possesses extraordinary sixth sense, easily dodging all attacks from legendary assassins. 6. Alien breed. The Eastern Immortal Ape cannot fully adapt to the laws of Ainder continent, hence this shape-shifting form can last at most 12 minutes. Others omitted. Finally, a shape-shifting form arrived that was tough and specialized in combat, and it was even of legendary level. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Matthew's eyes. This Eastern Immortal Ape seemed extraordinary at first glance, appearing very capable in battle. Not to mention anything else. Just the prediction of fortunes and disasters and supreme Vajra body, these two traits alone were enough to give all the legendary assassins a headache. Even spellcasters would have a hard time dealing with such a warrior with strong rushing abilities. The only pity was the short duration. It could only be maintained for 12 minutes. But the laws of the Ainder continent are also changing. Who knows, maybe after a while, the Eastern Immortal Ape's duration could become longer. Matthew couldn't help but recall the Golden Ship project. He had already paid the money yesterday. A whole 1 million. Not a coin less. This showed Matthew's determination. But Isabel just gave him a simple boat ticket and said nothing else. He could only wait silently for the subsequent content. Blackwater River. Matthew, accompanied by his dark servants, continued to patrol the border. He had heard that many astral goblins and vile water ghosts had appeared in this vicinity. Their existence would undoubtedly affect the order of Rolling Stone City. Therefore, Matthew planned to clean them up all at once. But he had not gone far when a familiar face appeared in his vision. It was the Alliance wizard, Fandral. Over the past half-year or so, Fandral was one of the few wizards who still kept in touch with Matthew. But his attitude had become much more distant than before. However, this time when they met, Fandral's face was full of smiles. It seemed that this sly old fox had already sensed the change in the wind. Matthew smiled and went up to greet him. Their conversation was incredibly warm, as if the past half-year of indifference had never happened. After the pleasantries, Fandral revealed the purpose of his visit. "The matter you asked me to investigate previously, the results are basically out now," he said. "The so-called legendary sniper, this identity, or rather this group, is a farce of nothingness. Someone used a large-scale deception spell, and hired a number of bards, trying to cause confusion in cognition or memory. In other words, Ainder never had a profession as a legendary sniper. They came specifically for you. Most likely, the identity was only adopted to add to the confusion. And the people impersonating you that appeared elsewhere are mostly necromancers, with traces of demons around them. But neither the necromancers nor the demons are adept at deception and illusion. So, according to my judgment, the one targeting you is not an individual but a group with various professions." Fandral's analysis was quite precise. Matthew had a similar reaction upon learning this information. As expected, we can't blindly trust the information given out by the data column. This information is auto-generated based on my insight and sixth sense, and does not represent absolute truth. Thinking this, Matthew glanced at the data column. He discovered that the information about the legendary sniper had indeed changed. He smiled. Then, he sincerely thanked Fandral for his intelligence resources. Afterward, he tried to inquire about news of the golden ship from the spellcaster. Unexpectedly, even Fandral admitted that he didn't know more about it than Matthew. It was said that the Golden Ship project had an extremely high level of secrecy within the Seven Saint Alliance. Not to mention mid-level spellcasters like them. Even those from the Silver Council didn't know much about the insider information. Almost all spellcasters were trying to find out about the Golden Ship project, just like Matthew. Unfortunately, the superior legends kept their lips sealed tight. Information only circulated among the upper ranks. Perhaps only the Seven Saints and individuals like Edmund could fully understand the plan. The only information I can gather is that the Golden Ship project is very likely connected to something that the heavenly mages found in the vanished historical world. It's said that for that thing, Isabel and Soria even came to blows. But as for what that thing actually is, nobody really knows. So, the matter has become a closed loop. Fandral explained with a bitter smile. Matthew smiled helplessly. After chatting idly with Fandral for a while and seeing him off, Matthew cleared the demons by the Blackwater River while quickly pondering. In his heart, he had a general speculation about the group known as Legendary Snipers. The Demon Lord Asner, Lord of the Thousand Transformers, Jaslavin. Those who pretended to be one of his Necromancer cannon fodder might have come from Bayan City or some other fellow organizations. That was about it. He was usually kind to others, not making many enemies, so it was relatively easy to narrow down the range of those seeking trouble with him. Trying to prevent me from becoming legendary is not something without a cost. If these flies don't come out and oppose me, I can't be bothered to proactively seek them out. But as long as they stand in the way of my legendary path, I will most certainly sweep them clean. Between the oak tree and the undead. Between life and death. Matthew had achieved equilibrium. What remained? Were just nature and the undead. What is nature? To act in accordance with what the plane will desires, that is nature. And what does the plane will now desire most? It is the end of chaos. It is a brand new order. Matthew's mind suddenly recalled the words Isabel had spoken earlier. In this era filled with chaos, only slaughter can establish order in the shortest time. Crackle. Matthew lopped off a vicious water ghost's head with a shovel. At that moment, his heart surged with a feeling of sudden inspiration. Alert, your practice degree in the legendary path has broken through the stage of wind and frost and entered the dew period. You've obtained the dew period's legendary blessing, extraordinary wisdom, ahead of time. Extraordinary wisdom, your speed of learning spells has increased to 10 times its original pace. Legendary path, dew. Keywords, nature and undying and equilibrium. Nature, to align with the path of nature, you've decided to embark on the path of slaughter. Your legendary path has branched into a new direction. From now on, you will gain more practice points for your legendary path by carrying out slaughter and ending chaos. You will have the ability to sense where chaos storms are happening. Chaos storm sensing. You sense that. In the Northland's Order City, an unprecedented storm of chaos is about to erupt. End it. And you will gain an unprecedented number of practice points for your legendary path. Chapter 1685, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell. Chapter 1685, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell. The legendary path was finally reaching a wonderful stage. Matthew felt joyfully as he sensed the fusion and change between the domain and the spells within him. After passing the stage of wind and frost, Matthew's practice of the legendary path was already sufficient to support his ascension. At this moment, even if he did nothing but rely on the equilibrium between life and death to complete the legendary ascension, he could still obtain immense strength. But to do that would not be perfect. Matthew was not an extreme perfectionist. But when it came to ascending to legendary status, his attitude was consistent and clear. Do everything possible to get the perfect ticket to ascend to legendary. He quietly sensed the subtle changes in the chaos storm, a harbinger from afar, directly reflected in Matthew's mind. As for the official burst of the chaos storm, there's about 2 to 4 weeks left. I can still make some preparations in advance. With this result, Matthew was quite satisfied in his heart. In fact, in addition to the Order City canning, he also sensed other slowly forming chaos storms elsewhere. But their scale and intensity were far from comparable to that of the city in the Northland. This made Matthew curious. Order City was always renowned for its clear order and was one of the few cities in the northern city-states that had perfectly sheltered its residents during the Great Tear. In the past half-year,
Canning had absorbed who knows how many people from surrounding cities. Its trend of growth and expansion even surpassed that of Rolling Stone City. Even without a personal investigation, Matthew could learn about the prosperity of Order City from rumors. What exactly caused this city to become the site of an unprecedentedly violent chaos storm? Matthew's heart was filled with curiosity. I wonder if it has anything to do with the thorny flower sword. After the Great Tear, a vast and fertile plain appeared to the northeast of Order City. It was a transformation of the landscape caused by the fusion of the secondary plane of the thorny flower sword into the material plane. Speaking of which, the former city lord of Order City Canning, young Ingram, is now working in Matthew's cemetery as a headless man. And the thorny flower sword was the homeland of the mother of Black Dragon Audacia and the Hollowed Leon. It also held clues of the Rootless River. That area had early on formed an indissoluble bond with Matthew. He had always wanted to find the time to visit it. But the various dangers and changes brought about by the Great Tear had occupied most of his time and energy over the past 6 months. Now that the crisis was temporarily eased, it was an excellent opportunity for Lord Matthew to stride forward on the new legendary path. With this thought, Matthew sped up his action of clearing demons by the Black Water River. With each water ghost falling, more dark servants stood up one after another. They followed behind Matthew, forming an impressive slaughter squad. In the end, wherever the squad went, just by the sheer number of dark servants, they could easily vanquish the demons of the Black Water River. After one night, Matthew had already cleaned up the eastern border of Rolling Stone City by the Black Water River, as usual. And behind him, there was now an undead army of more than 1,000. Some of them were dark servants, some were skeletons or zombies Matthew had raised using undead summoning, and others were undead units transformed by the Dragon of Twilight. Combining these forces, the chance for bodies to be transformed into undead in Matthew's hands increased significantly. This not only ensured that no materials were wasted, but also indirectly saved time for cleaning up the battlefield and disposing of bodies. It also added a batch of reserve combat units to Matthew's cemetery. It was quite a multitasking feat. At dawn, when the light of daybreak pierced through the fish-belly white in the sky into the forest in the east, small animals sparsely wandered among the sanctuaries of life, enjoying the morning tranquility and dew. Without a sound, a huge shadow pressed down from the sky. The newcomers among the small animals ran off in a panic, not understanding what had happened. But the regulars in the woods were accustomed to this sight. By the bushes, a splendidly plumed black peacock was saying to a small wild pig beside him, "Hey! Don't be so jumpy, that's just Lord Matthew's boneheaded dead folks wrapping up. You'll get used to it if you see it enough. Those boneheads are very well behaved under Lord Matthew, even if you steal their bones, they won't get mad at you. By the way, dear Miss Pig, I see you're pretty handsome, single and alone, why not pair up with me, and, who knows, with a little effort, we might create a new species, eh?" "What? You're a male? I don't believe it, let me have a look." Soon, there was chaos in the bushes, even louder than the eerily quiet cemetery descending upon the edge of the forest. At the edge of the forest, on 4 towers built from mountain stones, undead were clumsily and laboriously climbing the less steep ladders. Undead were indeed not very capable in walking and climbing, but with ramps like drawbridges built on the stage, most of the undead could make it through these fixed towers and bridges to successfully board the cemetery mountain next to them. And so, one by one, necromancers bathed in the morning light, climbed stiffly onto the fear of death graveyards suspended in midair. The sunlight fell on their greenish-gray skin and faces, and, at certain moments, they even looked somewhat divine. Chapter 1686, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell _2. Chapter 1686, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell _2. Not far away, a caravan planning to head to Matthew Bridge passed through the forest path to the south.
The caravan members watched with awe as the undead ascended the steps in a solemn procession. This scene was not unfamiliar to them. In the past 6 months, Matthew had built such landing bridges at many places throughout the Rolling Stone Kingdom, which greatly aided in transporting the undead army from the Fear of Death graveyard. But more often than not, he was gathering the ever-expanding undead army. Nothing else. The catastrophic disasters had brought too much trauma and death. In the last 6 months, Matthew's cemetery was almost unable to hold the newly born Dark Servants and undead units. Is the 7th level's big dormitory also filled up? Within the cemetery, facing White Ghost Ali's report, Matthew furrowed his brows helplessly. There was no choice. There were too many dead people. Even though he possessed a divine artifact like the Book of the Dead and was committed to raising the cemetery's level to accommodate more undead. But the expansion speed of the cemetery could not keep up with the rate at which the undead were increasing. Now, there were already over 50,000 legitimate undead lying in his cemetery. This number did not even include the cannon fodder converted by Jaeger Blade and the Dragon of Twilight. According to Ali's statement, the excessive accumulation of necromancy had caused the operational instability of the Fear of Death graveyard mountainside. This further diluted the already scarce negative energy. This might increase the risk of the cemetery crashing. I understand. I will resolve this problem soon, and for the next fortnight, have Rick focus the patrol emphasis on the northern and western shores. After sending Ali away, Matthew started pondering how to handle his increasingly bloated undead forces. Following his previous method, it involved using the Sampan Plains Cemetery to house some of the temporarily redundant undead. But this method was clearly time-consuming and laborious. After the Great Tear, there were also issues with the geological structure of the Southlands, even though Male Banshee, Justin, and Death Knight 47 successfully managed to buy 4 adult digging bugs from the dwarves' undercity of Duradin. Matthew's previous tunnel construction plan had also been indefinitely postponed. Even if the tunnels are completed, frequently using them to transport surplus undead types is not only risky in terms of exposure but also somewhat inefficient in terms of cost-benefit ratio. Matthew thought quietly. After a long moment, he decided to be bolder and more aggressive, resolving the undead army settlement problem in one go. The solution was simple. That was to place them in a special area located in the negative energy plane. Matthew would transform that area into his own personal land in the negative energy plane using ritualistic incantation. By enhancing the degree of permeation between that area and the material world and enlarging the openings of the negative energy channels, he might have the opportunity to establish a state with perfect intermingling between the negative energy plane and the material world cemetery. Meanwhile, the unnecessary armed forces in the cemetery could all be moved to Phile's territory. When needed, they could be transferred to the intermingled state via Phile and subsequently transported into the material world. There were many benefits to this method, but it also required several prerequisites. Matthew calculated that he had met almost all the conditions for staking out territory in the negative energy plane. 1. Sufficient money and resources. Maintaining plane intermingling requires a large amount of energy and materials. 2. Sufficient familiarity with the negative energy plane and possessing suitable anchorage, undead King Philolius and his King's Mountain. 3. Extensive application experience of necromancy. 4. Plane fusion magic. Among these 4 points, the only condition Matthew currently lacked was the 4th. In fact, he had considered this scheme during the past 6 months, but was always deterred by the 4th point. But now it was different. Matthew's identity and privileges within the Alliance had been restored, allowing him direct access to Isabel's spell library to find sufficient spells and technical support. As long as he had enough knowledge points, he could learn whatever spells he wanted, without any knowledge limitations. This was the greatest value of the Alliance. Doing as he thought was Matthew's way of acting. That very afternoon, he plunged into the Crucible House, thoroughly searching the Alliance's spell library.
with the help of extraordinary wisdom. Matthew's mastery speed of new spells below legendary difficulty was astonishingly fast. In just 2 days, he had successfully mastered 3 types of plane fusion magic for arranging large-scale ceremonial fields. Another 3 days later, Matthew successfully set up a test field in the central square of the cemetery's 6th level, which intermingled with the valley in the belly of Phile's King's Mountain. This was in fact a super-large portal. Through this intermingled window, the undead could frequently travel between the material world and the negative energy plane. Opening the window would consume a large amount of negative energy and related spell support. Fortunately, it could be closed when not in use. Compared to temporarily constructed negative energy channels or large portals, the intermingled land, due to its fixed modification of the plane layers, would be much more efficient in transmission. According to Matthew's estimates, as long as Phile was prepared on his end, at least 10,000 undead units could be transferred each minute. This was enough to meet Matthew's control needs for the undead army. Subsequently, he handed this experimental field, named Dark Window, over to his subordinate spellcasters for expansion. The group of assistant spellcasters and apprentices who had followed Matthew to Rolling Stone City. Chapter 1687, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell _3. Chapter 1687, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell _3. Now, quite a few have already become qualified assistants to Matthew. It might still be difficult for them to preside over a ceremonial field alone. But following the plan Matthew had laid out, expanding step by step was quite simple. It was thanks to the experience with the Scar of the Dead. Matthew's collaboration with them was quite pleasant. Within a few days, the area of the Dark Window had expanded several times over what it was before. Following this trend, by the end of the month, they would be able to meet the target Matthew had set, which was to cover the entire 6th level of the cemetery with the Dark Window. In the meantime, Matthew, who had stepped away, was gaining new insights from referencing books related to the Dark Window. With these insights, he successfully developed a spell exclusive to himself. Death Fear Graveyard Summoning Spell. No matter where you are in Ander, you can directly summon the Fear of Death Graveyard to your side through this summoning spell. Chanting time, 180 seconds. This spell was of great significance. With it, Matthew could summon the support of the graveyard and the undead army anytime, anywhere. And when it wasn't needed, he could travel alone, light and unencumbered. As his magical abilities continued to improve, Matthew was finally getting closer to the ideal state of a necromancer. 3 minutes is still too long for chanting. I need to find a way to shorten it. Sorry, his chanting technique seems ineffective on this spell, maybe try turning it into a signature spell? Amidst his thoughts, Matthew stretched lazily, grabbed a cup of coffee, and went to the top of the cemetery to gaze at the scenery. Ever since the cemetery had begun its slow patrols across the entirety of Rolling Stone City, he had developed such a habit. Standing high and looking into the distance tends to broaden one's mood. Spending too long with the undead and negative energy, Matthew couldn't help but be affected by a touch of gloom. Occasionally coming to the mountaintop to feel the breeze and look at the distant scenery helped to lighten his mood. Just then, the cemetery was passing near World Tree Bogard. The World Tree, after absorbing unprecedented nutrients following the Great Tear, grew at an astonishing rate. Now, Bogard's highest point had already surpassed 400 meters. Sometimes, when the cemetery flew lower, it could be level with the very top of the World Tree. Several druids responsible for maintaining the tree crown saluted Matthew from afar. Many light fairies were busy around them, diligently following the heart of the World Tree's instructions, either constructing treehouses, weaving vines, hand-rolling moonstones, or collecting honey. The centaurs were building a new village in the shadows on the southeast side of the World Tree. In the distance, rangers led by Eugene, son of the forest, along with other rangers, were patrolling the situation in the north of the pine forest. Such an orderly, vibrant scene contrasted sharply with the desolate,
uninhabited scorched earth across the Blackwater River. Matthew saw a massive tree bridge slowly extending from around the middle of Beauregard, ending up lying flat over the Blackwater River, about 50 to 60 meters above. The point where the world tree touched the star realm Blackwater showed shocking signs of rot, but this did not deter Beauregard's resolve. Some sludge monsters were slowly moving along the rotting riverbanks. They were offspring reproduced from the sludge monster leader through self-division, able to clear the rot from Beauregard's wounds with their gift for devouring. Above the tree bridge, trade caravans were passing by in a steady stream. People's faces bore a look of unease, though not much grumbling. It seems the bridge toll hasn't sparked much resentment among the merchants. Probably because little Patton hasn't stopped blowing smoke. Matthew silently let out a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of being cursed himself. His main concern was for Patton, who might not be able to bear the brunt of a tarnished reputation over time. As it stood, the people of the Rolling Stone Kingdom typically praised Rieger for good times and cursed Patton for bad. Matthew, with his transcendent detachment, was not someone ordinary people dared to criticize. Charging for the bridge is just the first step. There's still the issue of Ma coin issuance, the digging of a moat, the collection and recycling of demon hearts, the construction of power plants, the plan to electrify the whole territory, the widespread adoption of electric lights, and the rollout of a new irrigation system among a series of projects. Recalling the matter he had discussed with Patton, Matthew felt that this man might be even more suited to be king than Rieger. Hopefully, with time, the people of the Rolling Stone Kingdom would treat their new king more fairly. After finishing half a cup of coffee, Matthew's spirits were somewhat uplifted. After greeting people like Ollie and Henry, he headed to the second level of the cemetery, which was the former underground level of the cemetery. Now, around the negative energy fountain, in 3 directions, stood several portals shimmering with etheric radiance. These portals each led to the underwater cemetery in the Arune Sea, the mountaintop cemetery in the Ancient Lands, and Windward Valley in the Jade Court. Matthew walked into the last of these portals. 7 minutes later, he arrived atop the southern city wall of the Jade Court. Affected by the Great Tear, the climate of the world of Aender had become strangely unpredictable. February, a season that used to be cloaked in snow, now saw the brocade phoenix flowers beneath the city wall blooming exceptionally bright. Nevertheless, this stretch of the city wall was one of the few places in the south that hadn't changed much. For reasons unknown, the Great Tear had minimal impact on the Jade Court. Other than a few demons appearing around the forests, the terrain had almost completely remained unaffected. Chapter 1688, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell _4. Chapter 1688, 459 Dark Window and Great Prophecy Spell _4. The neighboring Eversong forest was torn into 3 parts and also suffered invasions by several large star beasts. The once mysterious and proud night elves had experienced several disasters that almost led to their nation's extinction over the past 6 months. By comparison, the Jade Court, which was previously chaotic due to various reasons, remained unscathed. The most dangerous incident involved a star beast that had invaded the Eversong forest and loitered at the border of the Jade Court for 3 whole days. But just as the star beast was about to step into the forest of the Jade Court, the next moment, it suddenly turned its head and headed north. Besides that, there were scarcely any major dangers that approached the Jade Court. This series of miraculous encounters greatly restored the Wood Elf's sense of superiority and confidence. More and more people began to genuinely believe that the Jade Court was one of the few areas that remained disaster-free in this great calamity, all thanks to the God of Elves' blessings. As a result, the number of Wood Elves joining the Elf God sect had surged recently. Old Ty also scored a hit by a fluke. Give it some more time, and we'll be able to pull him up. Matthew silently smiled to himself. Need some coffee? A gentle voice sounded behind Matthew. He shook his head. No need, I just had some. Then he turned to look at Bina, whose face exuded tranquility and peace. Compared to half a year ago, She had lost a lot of weight, but had also grown significantly more charming. That intense sense of divinity seemed as though it had already fused into her bones and blood. People with slightly darker hearts would probably not dare to meet her gaze. Matthew asked, smiling. The holy maiden of the elf god sect has so much leisure? Bina walked over with ease, standing shoulder to shoulder with Matthew, then gently grasped the ivy-covered city wall with both hands and said in a relaxed tone. There isn't really much to do. Elves are a free and easygoing race, and most young elves actually have very low desires. What they might need is just a bit of superiority, and that, in the past 6 months, most of the wood elves have greatly satisfied. Currently, a good portion of the Windchasers is under Tirani's lead helping out at Jiliu City, and some of the elves have volunteered to go to the Eversong Forest to help the night elves construct the court. The city has become a lot quieter. It seems that with the faith in the god of elves, wood elves have overnight turned back into the epitome of kindness, bravery, and wisdom. I'm gradually coming to understand the insistence of my teacher from before. Matthew nodded his head. These changes described by Bina were also visible to him. The transformation in the Jade Court over the past half-year was astounding. The entire demeanor of the wood elf race was virtually rejuvenated. This was fully confirmed in the letters from Hood. To help Jiliu City, which was severely affected by the disaster, tide over the difficulties. The Windchasers paid a very heavy price, including the lives of many young elves. Yet, the wood elves had no complaints, and the Jade Court's assistance to Jiliu City continued. In Jiliu City and some southern areas, the reputation of wood elves almost surpassed that of the 7 Saint Alliance's spellcasters. This shows the importance of faith to wood elves. After chatting with Bina for a while, Matthew walked down the city wall and came to the site of the Scar of the Dead. The great fire there was said to have burned for 3 days and nights. After the glow of the fire had died down, Yurkus's tentacles were completely gone. The dark black scorched earth gradually returned to its natural earthy state. However, what was different was that occasionally some gold-colored substances would appear on the scorched earth. Many people were curious about the components of these gold materials. They wanted to pick them up, but found that they simply couldn't do so. Those gold dust-like specks would appear at specific times on the site of the Scar of the Dead. Initially, Matthew was also at a loss about what it was. But later, he noticed that small animals in the nearby woods often came to lick these specks. Then, with the help of the nature soul, Matthew realized that these golden specks were marvelous substances that could nourish the soul. After understanding this, he would visit the edge of Grey Lake from time to time to check on them. He tried using the Sea Elf meditation spell to absorb these substances, and although the efficiency was just average, his mental power indeed increased slowly. And compared to humans, the nature soul had the highest absorption efficiency for these golden substances. Thus, whenever Matthew came over, he would summon the nature souls hiding inside the holy oak seeds, allowing them to absorb the golden specks together with other small animals. Half a year down the line, these nature souls from the earth streams had collectively grown significantly. Matthew pondered about summoning them to work in Lost Paradise when the time was right. He believed the nature souls, who always preferred a peaceful and stable environment, would not refuse. Today was just like any other day. Matthew, along with the small animals incarnated by the nature souls, swept through the old site of Grey Lake like a swarm of locusts, gathering the leftover golden specks. But soon, Matthew noticed something different. Normally, after being absorbed, the golden specks would reappear at their original location within a few minutes. After repeating this 3 times, they would completely disappear, entering the next cycle. But today was different. Matthew discovered that after one iteration, all the golden specks had completely vanished. At that moment, a suspicion subtly formed in his heart. In the afternoon, Matthew and the nature souls swept up all the specks near Grey Lake. He turned back to look at the land that had returned to looking just like its surrounding environment, his premonition growing stronger and more evident. On the status bar, Notice, your main quest Eradicate Scar of the Dead has been exceeded. You have received the ultimate reward for the main quest. Great Prophecy Spell, Superior Legend, *10. Consumable Final Reward? 10 opportunities to use Great Prophecy Spell? Initially, Matthew felt a bit disappointed. But soon, he realized the value of Superior Legend. Great Prophecy Spell, as the spell follows the word. This is equivalent to having 10 times the power, almost invincible below the Heavenly Mage. Matthew took a moment to steady his breath. It may seem limited in number, but having certain powers, even briefly, completely changes their nature. Just once Matthew demonstrates it, he would then gain the capital to bargain with higher echelons of beings. This is far stronger than the beginner goals reward of demigod power of domain. This reward came just at the right time. After laying low and biding my time for half a year, it's time to let those potential enemies see, firsthand, the consequences of opposing me. Excitement sparkled in Matthew's eyes. Immediately, he looked towards the north. Let it all start with Canning. 2 days later. Commerce District of Order City. 191, 3rd Road. Disguised, Matthew walked alone into a shop named Angela's Alchemy Workshop. Canning wasn't a product of the 100 Cities Alliance. There was no Mage Tower of the Alliance wizards here. But there were 2 secretive strongholds. Matthew had come to one of them. I wonder what kind of personnel the Seventh Saint Alliance has planted in Order City? This thought had just arisen in his mind, when a series of conversations approaching him made Matthew feel he had come to the right place. Hey, Angela, why was my last submitted topic rejected by the Silver Council? What did you submit? A discourse on why we shouldn't use the intact state of the hymen to prove a female winged dragon's virginity. And what was your conclusion? Oh, that's simple. Winged dragons, like birds, only have a cloaca, there's no concept of a hymen at all. So, what's the point of this research topic then? What if we introduce the concept of transformation techniques? Oh, a customer, and a handsome young man at that. With that, a bright smiling maiden approached Matthew. Welcome to Angela's meat shop, no, I mean alchemy workshop. May I assist you with anything? Chapter 1689, 560 The God of Murder's Holy Artifact. Chapter 1689, 560 The God of Murder's Holy Artifact. Before Matthew could speak, the bright-eyed maiden enthusiastically patted her chest. Allow me to introduce myself, I am Taumini, the assistant spellcaster of this alchemy workshop. This is my sister Angela, she's the owner of the alchemy workshop and a quite formidable spellcaster too. Matthew raised an eyebrow. Taumini? Is that your real name? The girl shook her head with a smile. Of course not. We're spellcasters, after all, when out in public as a spellcaster, you've got to have a stage name, right? Nobody would use their true name as a spellcaster, would they? Imagine, if one day, you accidentally do something remarkable, it's fine if it's something positive, but if it's negative news or you gain some weird nickname, how embarrassing would that be? You agree, right, Angela? Not far behind Taumini, at the counter, stood a taller, expressionless older woman. She must be the owner of this alchemy workshop, Angela. Angela hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded her head. Maiden Taumini made a victorious gesture and then excitedly said to Matthew. So, you're a spellcaster from the south, right? Matthew asked curiously. How did you guess? He had donned a rather thorough disguise today, which should have made it difficult for anyone to discern his origins. Taumini's smile brightened even more as she said. Because this workshop is about to go bankrupt. Apart from a few specific customers, there's no chance that any new faces would show up. The only ones to visit suddenly are spellcasters from the Alliance. As for why from the south, well, you have a certain southern air about you. She suddenly leaned closer, sniffed around Matthew, and wrinkled her cute little nose. And a scent of death too. You're from Bayen City? Then you're not a spellcaster from the Alliance?
She chattered in surprise and excitement beside Matthew. Tyomini's appearance wasn't top-notch, her clothes simple and her aura quite ordinary, but she radiated a youthful vitality that inevitably lifted one's mood. A smile also appeared on Matthew's face. At that moment, Angela came out from behind the counter and pulled Tyomini, who still wanted to chat with Matthew, away. All right, stop fooling around, go back to your research. I mean the one about helping the blind owl, not about the winged dragon wind god's hymen, got it? Tyomini stuck out her tongue and walked away reluctantly. Half a minute later, Angela courteously led Matthew to a parlor at the back of the workshop. She poured Matthew a steaming cup of black tea. Before this, Matthew had quietly shown her a silver emblem. The emblem's face bore a clenched fist with 5 fingers. The back was engraved with a series of mysterious magic runes. It was the symbol of a Silver Council member. Although Matthew had not explicitly revealed his identity, Angela's demeanor had become much more accommodating. Respected counselor, sir. Whatever you need, we will cooperate fully. Matthew sat on the modest sofa cushion, holding the hot black tea and blowing on it. First, I want to know the basic information about this city and the latest hot news. One moment, please. Angela bowed politely, quickly left the parlor, and a few minutes later came back with a bundle of files and documents for Matthew. Angela sorted these items methodically, and then cleared her throat, pointing to the first stack of books and scrolls. These are the basic informations about Order City, Canning. Matthew quickly picked up the scrolls and began reading them. Angela also narrated. Order City, Canning, is currently ruled by the Ingram family and the Truth sect. On the surface, the Ingram family has greater renown, outsiders all know them as the masters of Order City. But in reality, only the city's residents know that the Truth sect holds greater influence. They are a transcendence presence within Order City, surpassing the Ingram family. The core members of the Truth sect are revered by elemental creatures, and even though the most powerful elemental life often become contracted companions of the Ingram family members, they would not obey their orders to harm members of the Truth sect. It is said that the Ingram family originated from the Truth sect and became an independent summoner power, still subjected to the sect's constraints and checks. The Truth sect worships absolute order, which is also the origin of the city's name, Order City. And the 4 elements are the cornerstone of maintaining stability on the material plane, so the Truth sect has a very solid alliance with the elemental creatures. Externally, the Ingram family has long dominated the position of city lords of Order City, the absolute rulers of this city-state, and their strong members often hold significant influence and charm throughout Northland. Internally, the city lord of Order City merely occupies one of the 5 seats of the highest governing body of the Truth sect, Clockwork Pavilion. Canning is a city with very strict and meticulous laws, so its residents have to consciously abide by them, otherwise they face severe punishment. The same goes for outsiders, every newcomer is solemnly warned to comply with the city's laws. Chapter 1690, God of Murder's Holy Artifact, _2. Chapter 1690, God of Murder's Holy Artifact, _2. On a specific level. The Great Origin Steel method initially promulgated by the 5 seats of the Clockwork Pavilion is the origin and benchmark of all laws within the city, and the Great Origin Steel that records the law stands to this day in the most conspicuous position in City Lord Square. Every day, members of the Truth sect entrusted with the explanation of the law present their reasoning to the residents or outsiders active near the square. As long as one has lived in Canning for a period of time, they will unconsciously become thoroughly familiar with the Great Origin Steel method, partly because of the severe punishments and partly because of the Truth sect members' pervasive preaching and narration. In short, in Canning, the Great Origin Steel method is considered the spiritual pillar of all residents, and the majority of them hold the law in high esteem. Even the Ingram family cannot completely override it. She had spoken so much in a breath. Angela felt her mouth dry and her tongue parched, so she stopped to take a drink of water. Meanwhile, Matthew simply watched her silently. That's my tea. Angela was startled, her cheeks immediately flushing red.
Sorry, it's been too long since I've entertained guests, I got a bit careless. Matthew waved his hand to indicate it didn't matter. He continued to ask about the topic she had just been discussing. The choice of words you just used is interesting, cannot completely override? Angela smiled embarrassedly and then explained. Although it's stated on the Great Origin Steel method that no one is above the law, there are always ways to circumvent it. And for existences like the Ingram family, the ways to circumvent the law are usually broader than for ordinary people. As she spoke, she sincerely added. Actually, putting aside those inevitable dark aspects, Order City is really quite friendly to the common people, at least in the Northland. I've never seen a safer, more prosperous city than Canning. Canning is rich in products, abundant in resources, and its geographical location is extremely advantageous, positioned at the heart of the Northern Continent Highway that traverses east to west. After the Ingram family opened up the North-South Highway, this place became the most important hub of human and material circulation in the north. Despite Canning's small size, due to the Truth Sect's indirect control of many secondary planes, whether it's agriculture, mining, textiles, metallurgy, or other industries, they are all well developed. Take agriculture as an example. To the north of Canning lies a secondary plain called Harvest Town where the climate is moist and warm all year round, very suitable for the cultivation and harvesting of crops. Just with the annual yield of that small town, nearly half of the population of Order City can be sustained, not to mention that the Truth Sect ultimately controls the entrances to a dozen or so secondary plains. During the Great Terror, Canning was able to become the safest city in the Northland, which I believe is inseparable from the attachment and anchoring effect of those secondary plains. In any case, the current Order City is the most prosperous, safest, and most developmentally potential among the cities in the north, probably without a rival. Matthew nodded. This Truth Sect truly could not be underestimated. They had controlled so many secondary planes even before the Great Terror. This was completely beyond Matthew's expectations. He had wanted to ask more, didn't the Alliance notice, but as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. It wasn't possible that they hadn't noticed. Perhaps they just hadn't taken it seriously. In comparison to other noticeable organizations, the Truth Sect is very low-key, even pushing the Ingram family to the forefront, probably with the aim of avoiding the cutting edge of the Seventh Saint Alliance. Their approach was quite successful. After the Great Terror, the Alliance's prestige plummeted sharply, and the influence of Order City increased significantly. Given time, they might indeed succeed in lying low. The current Canning City Lord is a very atypical member of the Ingram family. He's a male but his name is Butterfly. This name, of course, did not come from within the family but was one he chose for himself. Mr. Butterfly was very rebellious in his early years and clashed with the Ingram family to the point of estrangement, eventually leading to him leaving home. For a long time, their relationship was entirely severed. Until 6 months ago. When young Ingram suddenly disappeared and the Great Tear descended, Order City faced a major upheaval as the Thorny Flower Sword, a super-secondary plane, appeared to the northeast of the city. The elementals became irritable and harsh. Just as the members of the Truth Sect were eager to introduce the next city lord, Mr. Butterfly suddenly returned. As the uncle of young Ingram, he naturally had the right to inherit the position of Canning City Lord. But as a member who had been effectively abandoned by his family for so many years, nearly no one was optimistic about Butterfly becoming the new city lord. The final outcome surprised many people. Butterfly miraculously defeated numerous highly competitive kinsfolk and successfully became the new Canning City Lord. After that, Lord Butterfly demonstrated remarkable political skill and his strength as a summoner. Before long, he calmed the restless elemental lives and miraculously got on good terms with the Thorny Flower Sword on the northeast plains. To outsiders, Butterfly seemingly single-handedly stabilized the potential upheavals in Order City. The charming middle-aged man thus became the dream lover of all the single or divorced women in the city. But to me, Butterfly's achievements probably wouldn't have been possible without the help of a man who returned with him. Chapter 1691, 560 The God of Murder's Holy Artifact, _3. Chapter 1691, 560 The God of Murder's Holy Artifact, _3. The information about that person is on your left-hand side. Yes, that one. The file labeled Lotus Sword Saint. Angela continued to explain. The Lotus Sword Saint is a somewhat famous character in the north. People have forgotten his real name and often refer to him by this nickname. But actually, this nickname was initially full of taunting undertones. The reason is, this gentleman likes to wear swords, claims to be a master of swordsmanship, but has never shown his swordsmanship skills in front of others. Whenever someone challenges him on this topic, he always manages to defuse the situation with a few words, and afterwards, those challengers end up speaking well of the Lotus Sword Saint. You must understand by now? The lotus in Lotus Sword Saint refers to his eloquent speaking skills that bloom like a lotus. Ever since he debuted, he always speaks of swords, never tasting defeat, all thanks to that eloquent mouth of his. I believe that the Butterfly City Lord's ascent to power owes much to the Lotus Sword Saint beside her. And in the past half-year, Lotus Sword Saint has helped the Butterfly City Lord visit many cities in the north, ultimately leading to the formation of the Seven Cities Federation, headed by Order City. This is a highly potential political and economic alliance in the north. Currently, many more cities wish to join it. The reputation of the Butterfly City Lord has thus reached a peak, but I think the Lotus Sword Saint is the one who needs more attention. Matthew flipped through the intelligence reports, nodding from time to time. Interesting. Your intelligence work is very thorough. Matthew couldn't help but praise her. Angela smiled shyly. I can't just take the Alliance's stipend for nothing. With Angela's help. Matthew quickly skimmed through the basic information about Order City. These are the recent hot issues. Angela pushed another scroll towards him. Mainly 3 things. First, a group claiming to be from the Dragon Lich sect has occupied the abandoned underground palace in the north. Second, several areas in the city have been experiencing varying levels of a super leprosy virus infection. Third, in the past half-month, some supernatural beings have started committing crimes in the city, creating cases of an extremely severe and vile nature. Many innocents have already died. Currently, the elemental enforcers of Order City are vigorously chasing these suddenly crazed professionals. But for some reason, the usually efficient elemental enforcers are making unusually slow progress on this case. About this issue, I've done some private investigation. I've noticed that these heinous criminals invariably chose public places to commit their crimes, and during the acts, they shout slogans akin to being offspring of the god of murder. I suspect an evil organization wants to conduct a certain ritual in Order City, likely related to the long-fallen god of murder. Well, it could also be just a decoy? In any case, this issue has caused considerable upheaval, and it seems it won't settle down anytime soon. Hearing this, Matthew suddenly stopped flipping through the intelligence reports. He asked Angela. You must have your own intelligence channels in the city, right? Angela nodded. Matthew immediately said. Send a message out for me. Say that the holy artifact of the god of murder has appeared in Canning of Order City. Upon hearing this, Angela asked in surprise. Are you planning to spread false information? But such actions could be discerned by divination spells, right? Matthew smiled. Who told you this is false information? The next second, a blood-red short knife suddenly appeared in his hand. It was, undoubtedly, the genuine holy artifact of the god of murder, the blade of the ignorant. Found in a bracelet left by little Ingram. Clearly, the group claiming to be offspring of the god of murder were likely the origin of the chaos storm Matthew had foreseen. Since that was the case, instead of letting it brew slowly, it was better to trigger it directly. Chapter 1692, 461 Murder Evidence and Slaughter Feast. Chapter 1692, 461 Murder Evidence and Slaughter Feast. Angela showed a trace of nervousness. She adjusted her breathing and said with some difficulty.
This matter is of great importance, I'm afraid I can only post it anonymously. To spread the news more widely might require more time. Matthew waved his hand. No problem. No matter in what form, just get the message out for me. I will give you a fee, cash, or knowledge points. Angela's eyes widened. Are you willing to pay with knowledge points? Matthew just hummed softly. Looking at the ecstatic Angela, Matthew could not help but reflect that knowledge points were indeed more precious than anything to the middle and lower tier Alliance wizards. Right then, he took out his spell license, swiftly transferring knowledge points over. The transfer method he chose was anonymous. Seeing the sudden increase in wealth on her spell license, Angela's breathing grew even more intense. Did you overpay? This amount of money could buy an entire alchemy workshop. Matthew smiled. Very good. Then from now on, this alchemy workshop, along with you two, belongs to me. Angela did not object. She just looked at Matthew cautiously. I still don't know your name. Matthew casually waved his hand. You'll find out my identity after this event is over. Don't worry, I was just joking with you, I don't intend to take over your property. But during this period, all resources in this workshop, including you and Taumini, and your network, must obey my orders, understood? Angela obediently nodded her head. Understood. Matthew then reviewed some intelligence documents and exchanged a few words with Angela before he planned to leave. Before walking out the door, he suddenly turned back and asked, by the way, what was Taumini talking about that meat-selling workshop? Angela's cheeks turned red, but she honestly confessed. There was a time when the city had a shortage of supplies, especially meat. My alchemy workshop was on the verge of bankruptcy, so to alleviate the situation, I used some alchemy appropriately to produce batches of meat, which I sold cheaply to the townspeople. So, for a time, our alchemy workshop also sold a little meat. So it was literally selling meat. Matthew found it amusing. But he also felt a bit strange. Alchemy cannot defy the principle of equivalent exchange? How did you create meat out of nothing? Angela coughed. Yes. So, I had Taumini catch a lot of rats from the sewers. After removing the bacteria and plague from them, I transformed that rat meat into duck meat. Actually, after the alchemical ritual, it was true clean duck meat, and tasted quite good too. As long as the specific origins were unknown, the wealthy townspeople who bought the meat were quite happy eating it. Angela offered a pale justification. Matthew remained silent for a long time before he softly dropped a comment. Don't do this next time. Then he turned and left. Angela watched as Matthew walked away and disappeared around the corner where a tall woman with a dignified demeanor approached him. She couldn't help but look again. Only to meet those cold, icy eyes. Angela shivered involuntarily. She quickly shrank back and returned to the shop. Taumini, Taumini. She called loudly inside. Not until the maiden reluctantly emerged from the lab, holding a bleeding owl in her arms. Did Angela seriously tell her? It seems we've stumbled upon a booming opportunity. That Alliance wizard who just left, his status is probably extraordinary. Taumini put down the owl, sat on a chair, and propped her chin with one hand. Did you sell our duck meat to him? Angela glared at her. Forget about that duck meat from the sewers. I'm talking about serious matters. Now, contact your unscrupulous friends, try to get a message out. My sister, there aren't many chances in a person's life to meet a benefactor who can easily change their destiny, and that man who just left is likely one. We need to do well what he has tasked us with. Taumini switched hands to prop her chin. So, as long as I can please that gentleman, can I continue to research the topic related to a virgin dragon? Angela couldn't help but roll her eyes. After a while, she clenched her teeth. Yes. At noon, Matthew and the mother of the black dragons, Audacia, walked side by side through the streets of Order City. This was the busiest commercial street in the city. Truth Avenue.
Even though it was said that there was a slight decrease in pedestrian traffic due to the recent mass murders by the progeny of the god of murder, Matthew still felt the crush of the crowd every time he crossed the street. "This is much busier than Rolling Stone City," Matthew commented softly. Truth Avenue was extremely wide. The central road section could accommodate 8 carriages side by side, with pedestrian paths specifically on both sides. Not far away, namesake elemental lives were loyally on duty. It was interesting to note. Born from the chaotic ether, the elements were paradoxically innately fond of order. The majority of elemental lives ended up becoming champions of local stability, a trait most epitomized in Order City. The prosperity of canning is only to be expected. Chapter 1693, 461 Evidence of Murder and the Feast of Slaughter _2. Chapter 1693, 461 Evidence of Murder and the Feast of Slaughter _2. Audacia responded in a soft voice. This is based on the fact that, apart from the essential working population, several nearby secondary planes are utterly devoid of inhabitants. I once had the fortune of visiting the agriculturally developed Harvest Town, which originally was a populous secondary plane. Now, apart from a group of professional farmers who have obtained licenses from the Truth Sect, the only remaining population consists of the Knight Regiment that resides in the town. They've driven people to the material plane, leaving the empty secondary planes behind. Different secondary planes are used for extracting different resources, including human resources, which have become one of the exploited. After losing their land, a large number of residents from the secondary planes were forced to enter the cities, where they can only work for the affluent classes to get by. They are nominally free, but in reality, they aren't much different from slaves. This is not exclusive to Canning. In fact, I've noticed that most of the well-developed cities in the north are either natural transportation hubs and trade ports or, like Canning, possess a large amount of land akin to colonies. Without oppression from somewhere else, it would be quite difficult for the rulers to live comfortably. It seems to be an inescapable law of this land. Matthew nodded gently. Audacia's choice of words was still very circumspect. Not just in the north, isn't it the same in the south? Exploitation and oppression objectively exist everywhere, only the objects of exploitation differ. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I could hardly imagine that under the rule of the Seven Saint Alliance, such a profoundly influential religious organization could still thrive. Along the way, Matthew had seen 7 or 8 devotees dressed in the garb of the Truth Sect explaining the Great Origin Steel method to people along the street. There were no traces of spellcaster rule to be seen here. The flags of the Ingram family were set up and hung everywhere on the streets, and members of the Truth Sect were actively moving about. Audacia answered calmly. That is not surprising either. The northern city-states are numerous, and many of them, not part of the 100 Cities project, are home to religious groups similar to the Truth Sect, though none as influential. The spellcasters have no interest in directly ruling these small cities inhabited by mundane people, so they naturally ceded power. And where there is power, there will not be a vacuum for long. If the spellcasters are unwilling to hold it, naturally, someone else will be happy to do so. It's inevitable. Besides, personally, I think these religions are less about belief and more like some sort of grassroots mutual aid organization. There is a widespread mutual assistance among the lower echelons of the Truth Sect believers. In everyone's life, there are times of birth, aging, sickness, and death, and times when fortune does not favor us, especially for ordinary people, who sometimes need a helping hand, and joining an organization like the Truth Sect can solve many problems. At least for now, the mutual assistance among the lower members of the sect seems to have more positive than negative effects. Do you think so many people in the city believe in truth and order? I doubt it, it's just that believing in it is more beneficial than detrimental for ordinary people. Matthew looked at her with interest. You seem to have done quite a bit of research on this topic? Audacia nodded without hesitation. The power of supernatural beings is top-down. But the power of human groups is bottom-up. A long time ago, back at Thorny Flower Sword, when I was an ordinary person, I was involved in similar grassroots organizations. However, after I gained the power of the rootless river, everything changed. Sometimes I miss those days, weak as I was, yet content and at peace. Having said this, she suddenly looked at Matthew with admiration. But the days now aren't bad either. Honestly, I never imagined that someone could be so bold as to parade the Ingrams through the city like this. Saying this, Audacia couldn't help but glance back at the two black-cloaked figures following closely behind them. Those were none other than the beheaded Ingram and the hollowed Leon. She whispered. If the Ingram family were to find out. Matthew smiled faintly. If they're wise enough, they'll never acknowledge that this is little Ingram. Audacia paused for a moment. Then she nodded and said. You're right. In the midst of speaking, the two of them arrived at the end of Truth Avenue. If they continued eastward, not far from there was the Eastern City Gate. Leaving the city and heading northeast, they'd reach the recently emerged fertile plains of the north. Thorny Flower Sword. Having been away from Thorny Flower Sword for so long, I'm afraid your original territory and influence might have been taken over by others already, right? Matthew suddenly asked. Audacia hesitated and then nodded. It's highly likely. Perhaps only those of my subordinates who are truly loyal to me might still be holding on to some of my property. Matthew nodded. Then he suddenly handed her the staff that emitted a brilliant starlight. In Audacia's astonished gaze, Matthew spoke solemnly. Now, go reclaim what truly belongs to you. Audacia hesitated for just half a second before resolutely taking the staff. She blinked, her gaze at Matthew seemingly coming to a realization. If this is your command, then I am willing to carry it out, she said. Matthew nodded. Go ahead. Do you need me to send these two to assist you? Chapter 1694, 461 Evidence of Murder and the Feast of Slaughter _3. Chapter 1694, 461 Evidence of Murder and the Feast of Slaughter _3. He pointed at the duo behind him. Audacia shook her head. I am enough on my own. Trust me, soon, the Thorny Flower Sword will be your territory. Her words were laced with irrepressible excitement. She raised her scepter and spun around gracefully like a butterfly before waving it gently. Hey, no spellcasting allowed here. An Earth Element enforcer stormed over angrily. Boom. A loud explosion. The unlucky enforcer was directly blasted into fragments by a burst of violent arcane energy. By the time the rest of the enforcers arrived, only the afterimage of a portal remained at the scene. Audacia had long since vanished. Matthew, along with little Ingram and Leong, had left the troubled area early on. In the following days, Matthew resided in an inn called Rock Cave. Behind this inn was an underground tavern, one of the most well-informed places in the entire city-state. Matthew would sit in the tavern for days on end. Gradually, he managed to grasp the whispers and intelligence within the city. With time passing by, the mass murder incidents escalated further. A new batch of supernatural beings, claiming to be the divine son of the god of murder, emerged. These people created horrific massacres one after another in public places. Strangely, although the elemental law enforcement team arrived immediately to pursue the murderers, the culprits always managed to escape without a trace. This string of killings caused mass panic among the city's inhabitants, and trust in the Order city officials and elemental life had drastically decreased. Some even suspected that these murderers were colluding with the elemental law enforcement team. Otherwise, how could the normally strict elemental lives fail to catch the openly murdering maniacs? To quell public suspicion and stabilize the suddenly worsening security, as of yesterday, Order City had reimposed a curfew. This decree led to much dissatisfaction, but it was strongly suppressed by the Butterfly City Lord. For him, the priority was to catch the murderers, even one or two would be better than the current situation. The curfew did have its effects. Early this morning, Matthew received some intelligence. The elemental law enforcement team had captured the body of a murderer officially labeled a frenzy. From the evidence left at the scene, it wasn't hard to deduce that the frenzy had died at the hands of another frenzy who also claimed to be the divine son of the god of murder. The death of this particular frenzy was extremely gruesome. His eyes were gouged out, his intestines pulled out, his chest cut open, the sinews of his hands and feet severed, and even his private parts were cut off and stuffed into his mouth. Matthew speculated that these frenzies, in order to satisfy a ritual related to the god of murder, had to commit their killings within a specific time frame, and the fear they created needed to be more exaggerated than the last. The internal conflict among them might also have to do with the curfew. Ordinary people couldn't go out at night anymore. These two probably were in a hurry to complete their rituals, ultimately leading to them killing each other. Soon, the development of the situation confirmed Matthew's speculation. That evening, there were several more incidents of frenzy fighting against each other. The elemental enforcers gathered more bodies, but they still had no clue how to find the frenzies who were still committing murders. Matthew, watching from the sidelines, deciphered some information from the ceremonial field. The frenzies carried a special aura called Murder's Mark. Murder's Mark: after you kill a life, all traces of your murderous act will be erased, and within a minute, you will be able to perfectly blend into a group of innocents. This aura cannot be revealed by prophecy spells. No wonder the elemental enforcers couldn't find the murderers until the source of the aura was found. Every ordinary person in Order City would be part of the frenzy's dreadful feast. Another day passed, and the third batch of frenzies appeared. They swarmed the streets, killing some ordinary people indiscriminately and then swaggering away. The elemental enforcers still couldn't discern their hidden identities after they vanished. This caused the entire city to be in shock. Many wealthy people began fleeing the city. They headed toward Sword Winter City in the east. But for many commoners, Order City was a sacred place that provided them a meal amidst the chaos of the times. They lacked the means to leave, so they could only quietly hide in their homes, waiting for salvation. Yet things always seemed to go contrary to wishes. The number of frenzies surged, and their large-scale indiscriminate killings affected everyone. The entire city entered a state of high alert. But that faint smell of blood still lingered in the streets and alleyways. That afternoon, Matthew found himself in front of Angela's alchemy workshop once more. He said to the worried Angela, "Pass on another message for me, quickly. The message is, tonight, in the Old Theater District, a holy artifact of the god of murder will appear on a carriage that will drive throughout the night. After that, get me a carriage." Angela was very efficient at handling tasks. Soon, Matthew found himself comfortably seated in the luxurious carriage. Soldier flipped himself into the driver's seat and skillfully drove the horses forward. At dusk, the carriage quietly parked near the old location of the Grand Theater. Inside the carriage, Matthew was resting with his eyes closed. Chapter 1695, 461 Evidence of Murder and the Feast of Slaughter _4. Chapter 1695, 461 Evidence of Murder and the Feast of Slaughter _4. He was waiting for nightfall. Meanwhile, his soul quietly arrived in Lost Paradise. Today was a good day for Lost Paradise. Tip: would you like to consume 300 founder energy points to resurrect a former god of Lost Paradise? Resurrect, my dear old Ty. Accompanied by Matthew's playful call. In the heart of Lost Paradise, the most robust fire seed burst into dazzling light. The blinding incandescence lasted for approximately 7 or 8 seconds. Following that, a handsome elf youth walked out from within. The elf youth's eyes were somewhat unfocused. He looked around for a long time before suddenly coming to his senses and gazing at Matthew. "Have I died?" Matthew said with a smile. "Not only are you not dead, but you've also successfully become a god. See that light ball over there? It contains all the memories and information of what happened before. The red dot to the left of the light ball represents the faith and calls of the Wood Elves from the Jade Court. Take it easy with that, you've just been resurrected, your divine persona hasn't fully recovered yet, and too much information could easily blow your mind. Even though having your head explode in lost paradise isn't a big deal, as I can restore it for you, it still takes some effort. The elf youth, following Matthew's instructions, accessed the memories Matthew had extracted and stored in advance, along with the faith of the wood elves. After a while, he opened his eyes, his gaze filled with newfound clarity. So that's what happened. It turned out to be the Calamity Mage's gift of nature that saved us from the greatest catastrophe. As he spoke, his face aged rapidly, turning into the form of the elf elder that Matthew had previously seen. It seems we have overlooked Storluck Industries, a fatal mistake. Tyraste couldn't help but lament. Matthew shook his head. Not just Storluck. Tyraste was taken aback for a moment, but then a glint of understanding flashed in his eyes. The Heavenly Mage's permission? Matthew nodded. It's indeed not that simple to ascend to godhood under the Heavenly Mage's watch. We almost lost everything. Tyraste spoke with a complex expression. But isn't the Calamity Mage the founder of the Seven Saint Alliance? Why would she act against the Alliance? Matthew shrugged. This is a complicated issue. Putting aside whether the Calamity Mage cares about the Seven Saint Alliance or not, the Alliance itself is essentially just mechanically continuing the systems and protocols left behind by the Calamity Mage. As for the true intentions and spirit of the Calamity Mage, there are actually many discrepancies within the Alliance itself. Even within the Heavenly Mages, my teacher Isabel and the Calamity Mage's child Nameless also have significant differences in their overall directions. Coming back to the Calamity Mage, her helping us might not necessarily be to confront the Alliance, it might just be out of some motive that we can't understand for now. After listening, Tyraste was silent for a full 5 seconds. So my resurrection was purely out of luck? Matthew patted his shoulder. Look on the bright side. After all, in some sense, being born is also due to luck. Tyraste took a deep breath. I understand. So, what do we need to do now? Matthew replied. Do what you're good at. Lost Paradise, resurrected from the dead, has infinite potential, provided there's enough time for development. If we survive these 500 years, we'll be invincible, at least, likely so. At the very least, a singularity cannon blast won't be able to blow us up. But before that, we must keep a low profile. You can make some contact with the elf believers from the Jade Court, but make sure it's discreet and secret. You can no longer appear in this world as Tyraste, you might use the identity of God of Elves, or something else, just don't attract the attention of the Heavenly Mages. After listening to Matthew's endless admonitions, Tyraste slowly nodded. The next second, a green bamboo sword suddenly appeared in his hand. I have a feeling. My strength is slowly returning, and once I fuse with these powers, plus the divine persona bestowed upon me by Lost Paradise, I should stand a chance against the Heavenly Mage. Even if it's that blast from last time, I can still use my sword to block him. Matthew's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Really? Tyraste nodded confidently. It's true. Matthew asked again. How long will it take you to recover? Tyraste hesitated. I'm not sure. I am still very weak and might need more time to reclaim those powers. But it shouldn't be more than 10 years. Matthew scratched his head and suddenly tossed the shovel he had in hand. Why don't you help me plant trees first? The resurrection of Tyraste meant not only that Lost Paradise now had a powerful worker who toiled tirelessly 24 hours a day, but also that Matthew's direct control over the divine artifact had further advanced. Inside the carriage, Matthew opened his eyes and thought. Immediately, a huge piece of cosmic base rock flashed by in his hands. Being able to summon a slab the size of a paving brick now, not bad, it's a huge step forward. Matthew's heart was slightly excited. Given time, he wouldn't have any problem summoning the entire cosmic base rock. Moreover, this method of summoning was extremely fast, practically instantaneously presenting an enemy with a super sturdy, frighteningly heavy rock right in their face. Those with slightly poorer physical attributes or slower reactions might be smashed into a pulp by Matthew. Coupled with his blink and rush abilities, Matthew truly possessed assassination skills that were not to be underestimated. Has it gotten dark? He pulled back the curtain and saw that on the ground outside there were already 3 headless corpses. A faint divine air emanated from these bodies. Matthew's perception was sharp. That was unmistakably the scent of the god of murder. Matthew looked astonished at Soldier, sitting innocently in the driver's seat. When did you do this? Why did you hit so hard? Where are their heads? Soldier thought for a moment. Today. The heads fell off to the side. Do you need me to pick them up? Never mind. Matthew decisively closed the curtain and then ordered. Just focus on driving the carriage tonight. I know you are dual-blade sage and killing these moral scumbags is beneficial, but try to restrain yourself. I don't get to fish very often. Don't scare all the fish away so easily. Knock knock knock. The carriage began to cheerfully travel along the main road around the old theater district. Halfway through, the wind carried over Soldier's puzzled voice. Where are the fish? Matthew closed his eyes. In his perception, scarlet points of light suddenly lit up amid the darkness surrounding him. These points of light carried a faint divine aura. Their speed was astonishingly fast. They were rushing towards where the carriage was. They're everywhere. A cold smile appeared on Matthew's face. Night fell. The evening breeze carried a hint of sweet, blood-stained air. Tonight, in Order City, a feast of slaughter was destined to unfold. Chapter 1696, 462 God of Murder's Doppelganger. Chapter 1696, 462 God of Murder's Doppelganger. The night was deep. On the deserted streets, a carriage sped past. If your vision were strong enough, you could clearly see the details on the speeding carriage. The headless coachman sat in the driver's seat, occasionally whipping the reins forward. An empty-eyed archer crouched on the roof, staring blankly around. The carriage was empty. Only the twisted space and blurred colors in the seats made one aware that there might be something terribly powerful lurking inside. Clop, clop, clop. The carriage flew past one street after another, drawing the gaze of countless watchers in the darkness. Then it aimlessly rushed to the next stop. Suddenly, a huge beam of white light pierced down from the sky, clearly illuminating the monsters on the earth. The shadows exposed under the light hurriedly scattered. The beam of white light didn't seem to want to chase these shadows. It swiftly followed in the direction of the carriage. However, the carriage was running too fast. Before long, the flashlight-like white light lost sight of the carriage and could only swing aimlessly above the vast ruins of the old theater district. How arrogant. Above the sky, inside a slowly floating magic balloon, 2 air elements were yawning on top of the balloon. The insignia of the truth sect hung on the canvas had long been half-faded. The maxim of the innocent balance below was also incomplete and damaged. Inside the basket, 2 men dressed in the deep blue coats and trousers characteristic of the truth sect were adjusting the angle of the high-altitude spotlight. They were field members of the Innocent Balance. The Innocent Balance, as the violent arm of the truth sect, adjudicated heretics, usually had a low presence in Canning, the city of order. It was mainly because the truth sect had ceded most of the city's law enforcement powers to the Ingram family-led elemental law enforcement team. They only dealt with matters directly related to the truth sect. But this time was different. After Canning implemented a curfew, the number of magic balloons floating in the sky at night had multiplied many times. Most of them were field members of the Innocent Balance patrolling the peace. This magic balloon, numbered 897, was no exception. In the basket of the balloon stood a middle-aged man and a young hot-blooded fellow. Seeing the shadow of the carriage quickly disappear into the white light, the young man couldn't help murmuring. Just like that, blatantly spreading the message, it's like they don't see us or the city lords at all. These damn criminals. Sometimes I think we're just overthinking, maybe they're just bluffing?
We should just arrest them. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Stay calm, restrained, remain humble. The young man pursed his lips. But he didn't argue. Because that was one of the maxims members of the Truth Church had to adhere to. If they dare to act so recklessly in the city, they must be either madmen or powerful beings very confident in their own strength. Which do you think is more likely? The middle-aged man sighed and asked patiently. The young man still looked unconvinced. Even if they are powerful, they shouldn't trample on Canning's laws like this. He appeared indignant. Yet the middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Laws? Haven't the Ingrams trampled on laws before? When was your sense of order so strong then? The young man's face turned red. He muttered. It's different. They are outsiders. The middle-aged man lazily scoffed. So it's okay for insiders, but not for outsiders? Give it up, Waning, there's nothing different. Put away that sense of empathy you picked up from who knows where. Looking like this, if I were to tell you about my latest discovery, would you jump straight down to chase after the owner of that carriage? Waning was stunned. What have you discovered? The middle-aged man took a notebook from a nearby hook and quickly wrote a few lines, then replied. The coachman, that headless man, his identity is very likely related to the Ingram family. He hadn't finished speaking when Waning couldn't help but retort. How could the Ingram family possibly be involved with these evil syndicates? The middle-aged man glanced at him. His tone was still casual. Yes, the Ingram family certainly wouldn't be complicit, but a dead Ingram is a different story. In fact, I suspect that the coachman is our former city lord who went missing half a year ago, the beloved young Mr. Ingram. But now, he has probably become an undead, which suggests that the owner of the carriage must be a necromancer. Waning's pupils contracted. His face showed discomfort, terror, anger, confusion, all of which finally turned into faint fear. He fell silent as a result. Now you know to stay calm? The older man chuckled. Waning looked a bit embarrassed. Young Mr. Ingram is a legendary summoner, the pride of Canning. I can't believe he would become a puppet of a necromancer. His words said so. But his tone had softened quite a bit. Good, from your reaction, there's still hope for you. You won't end up like those blockheads who have nothing in their minds but honor, truth, or order. Chapter 1697, 462 God of Murder's Doppelganger _2. Chapter 1697, 462 God of Murder's Doppelganger _2. The middle-aged man's mouth curved into a sneer. So I'm giving you a chance, think hard about why the orders we received were to keep an eye on that carriage, instead of intercepting, arresting, or even destroying it. A word of advice, never think you're smarter than the big shots, they just see more than you do sometimes. Waning bit his lip with dissatisfaction but pondered seriously. Here's a hint, the rumor about the sacred artifact of the god of murder originated from an alchemy workshop associated with the Seven Saint Alliance, said the middle-aged man calmly. Waning's eyes flashed with brilliance. He wasn't a fool, on the contrary, his young age and membership in the Innocent Balance proved his excellence among his peers. The owner of the carriage is a wizard of the Alliance? He's not the originator of the riots in the city but an unclear third-party actor? Waning mused. The middle-aged man said lazily. That's about it. The offspring of the god of murder appeared long before the owner of the carriage came to Canning City. Following the rumor, it seems the latter came for the former. This is simple logic. If the owner of the carriage wanted to create more chaos in Canning, he could have simply thrown out the rumors about the sacred artifact of the god of murder from the beginning instead of laying so much groundwork. As for his true intent, besides the owner of the carriage himself, perhaps no one else can guess. At least, we can tentatively deem him as a not-so-evil spellcaster. A light of realization flashed through Waning's eyes. Because he chose the old theater district. As a native born and raised in Order City, Waning had an intimate understanding of every major area of the city. The old theater district was the least populated area in Order City. It once harbored a grand theater and a bustling marketplace.
However, after a terrible fire, many buildings were destroyed, and many innocents perished in the flames, their souls turning into undead attached to the buildings. Initially, people planned to drive away or purify these undead. But the Truth sect issued a different opinion. They argued that the presence of these undead was also part of the city's self-balancing order. They advocated that the natives of Order City should coexist peacefully with these undead, as they were once residents of the city just like them. This decision faced significant resistance within the city. But due to the powerful influence of the Truth sect, it was ultimately implemented. Since then, ghosts have haunted the ruins of the old theater district after the fire. But life and death remain separate. More and more people chose to move away from the area. It almost became an uninhabited vacuum within Canning City. Until after the Great Tear. Only a small fraction was then occupied by external wanderers. These wanderers also feared the haunted rumors of the old theater district and seldom ventured into the ruins. Beyond that, the most populated place in the old theater district was probably Black River Prison in the north of the ruins. But the security at Black River Prison was extremely tight. Ordinary people couldn't get near it. He chose the old theater district. He might have inadvertently picked a quiet place, or perhaps he wished not to harm more innocents, added the middle-aged man. Either way, it goes against the frenzy's principle of must commit murder in crowded places. So obviously, he is not in cahoots with the real mastermind behind the frenzy. Waning nodded. But immediately, he revealed a look of confusion. But why, then, did he let us see the headless coachman? Wouldn't that intensify the conflict? I mean, considering the suspected identity of that coachman. The middle-aged man reflected. There's another possibility. He's warning us not to interfere with their actions. A look of disbelief crossed Waning's face again. He's warning us on our own turf? The middle-aged man rolled his eyes. First of all, this is the Ingram family's territory, not yours. Secondly, according to my experience, the Ingram family would never admit that Coachman was a former city lord, it involves too much. Finally, he's an alliance wizard. If it really comes down to the letter of the law, our Truth sect is the one outside the law. Are you really going to reason with those wizards? Waning bit his lip again. He glanced at the air elemental, who had heard their entire conversation but was still yawning incessantly, and finally fell completely silent. 5 minutes later, Waning asked doubtfully again. So why did the Wizard of the Seventh Saint Alliance suddenly decide to meddle in our Canning affairs? Who knows? The middle-aged man, with an indifferent expression. After the Great Tear, so many things have become so unusual, we don't even know if tomorrow's sun will rise smoothly, so why bother about other things? As he spoke, the searchlight of the magic balloon suddenly swept towards the edge of the old theater district. There, a large number of elemental creatures were gathering. It was the elemental law enforcement team. They had completely sealed off the borders of the old theater district and began setting up more magic traps and surveillance measures. Latecomers. Waning finally found some sense of superiority after being contradicted all night. Chapter 1698, 462 God of Murders Doppelganger _3. Chapter 1698, 462 God of Murders Doppelganger _3. He looked at the members of the elemental law enforcement team with pride and disdain, saying, "Now they come rushing? How long have we been shadowing?" The middle-aged man glanced at him. Though those Pyroaqua people do act a bit stiff, don't underestimate them. Waning suddenly became anxious. Why shouldn't I underestimate them? Previously, when they were arresting those frenzies, it took them over a week without finding any clues or evidence. It was only because of infighting among the frenzies that they found a corpse. Doesn't that still qualify as incompetent? The middle-aged man snickered. You don't really believe that the 4 elemental elders couldn't find a trace of those criminals, do you? Waning's expression stiffened. Then why hasn't there been any progress? The middle-aged man sneered. Because Canning has been too peaceful for too long, many of the city dwellers don't even know what danger is. The city is too comfortable, making it easy for trouble to arise. Haven't you noticed that recently many people are dissatisfied with the policies of the Butterfly City Lord? Plainly speaking, when people are too well fed, they tend to cause trouble. If you were the city lord, would you choose to continue feeding them more, or would you let them experience a little excitement outside the city walls? You know, in these times, cannibalism is not uncommon in the wilderness. Waning locked his brows in concern. Are you suggesting that the city lord is intentionally dragging the elemental law enforcement team and allowing those murderers to roam free? But what about those fleeing rich people? Isn't their departure a huge loss for Canning? The middle-aged man said leisurely. I heard the previous city lord left quite a financial deficit, and the respected Lord Butterfly urgently needs a sum of money to cover this gap. People can run, but money cannot. Didn't you notice that the wilds outside the city have suddenly seen an increase in Borman warriors bandits? Borman warriors are widely active in the Underdark and the Black Mountains in the north. They suddenly appear in the heartlands of Canning. To say they got no permission from some people, I don't believe it. Having said that, he patted Waning on the shoulder. In short, don't just look at the surface. Think more, talk less, reveal less. And then, just survive. As for work, that's all a matter of fate. Doing well is a surprise, slacking is the norm, understand? Waning exhaled deeply. Thank you. I learned a lot today, a lot. The middle-aged man's face once again showed his characteristic mocking expression. No worries. I promised your mother I would take good care of you. Waning's face turned beet red in an instant. Anger flashed in his eyes, but it quickly turned into deep resignation and compromise. He lowered his head, clenched and then unclenched his fists. I won't waste the opportunity she fought for me. Waning looked up directly at the middle-aged man. Good. Lose that damn sense of shame, and you'll survive better in this world. For the first time, a look of approval appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Then he handed a note to Waning. I said I'd give you a chance. Hand this intelligence to the big shot on balloon number 131. Remember, be swift, report briefly, leave immediately after you're done, and don't see or hear what you shouldn't, got it? Waning's eyelid twitched. Balloon number 131? Has the lord of the city also arrived? The middle-aged man blinked. Of course. Not just him, there are quite a few big guns here tonight. Remember to come back early, there'll be plenty of excitement to see. In the old theater district, amidst endless shadows. Thud, thud, thud. The headless coachman drove the carriage rapidly over a raised patch of ground. The next second, the ground suddenly split open, becoming a gaping maw. The gaping maw tried to swallow the entire carriage from below, but in a split second, a dusty tentacle emerged from the carriage. That tentacle directly stabbed into the gaping maw. In an instant, the tip of the tentacle pierced through the mouth of a frenzy transformed into a road demon. The carriage wheels mercilessly rolled over. Ah! The speeding carriage moved further away. In the midst of the awful screams, the heavily injured frenzy was quickly torn apart by others who were drawn by the smell of blood. The scent of blood in the air intensified. Their numbers are increasing. Inside the carriage, Matthew calmly stowed away the pale hand while operating the invisible magic ball. In front of him floated an eyeball exuding a strong aura of negative energy. Immortal Eye. This was an undead unit transformed from an observer eye devil. It could obtain a panoramic view of a specific target from an extremely long range. After Matthew's further modifications, it could also be used to observe the surroundings of units detected by insight nearby. At this moment, through the Immortal Eye, Matthew could see as many as 300 screens. The center of each screen was invariably a frenzy, their eyes gleaming fiercely and behaving aggressively. They were scattered in every corner of the ruins of the old theater district. All of them had come for the blade of the ignorant. A few of the frenzies had already tried to intercept the carriage. Unfortunately, the outcome was, of course, not as they wished. As Matthew struck down several frenzies who dared to surface with an unstoppable force, the remaining frenzies also calmed down. They were observing, waiting. Even during this process, they realized that the perimeter of the old theater district had already been surrounded by elemental enforcers, yet they did not decide to leave just yet. Chapter 1699, 462 God of Murder's Doppelganger _4. Chapter 1699, 462 God of Murder's Doppelganger _4. Because they sensed the aura of the sacred artifact of the God of Murder. It was what they dreamt of obtaining. It was the key tool for their transformation into true offspring of the God of Murder. Not a single frenzy could resist such seduction. So they lingered in this place, foolishly chasing after the speeding carriage, hoping to seize that slim chance. "It's time to give them a taste of sweetness," he said. In the air, the slaughter domain's aura became incredibly dense. Matthew observed that some frenzies, unable to catch up with his carriage and unable to suppress their inner desire for slaughter, had already started to fight to the death with other frenzies. These fights ignited the fuse of the slaughter domain. All the frenzies began to indulge in the slaughter. Even Matthew could feel it clearly. As long as he killed all the frenzies present, he would gain a massive amount of elements in the slaughter domain and seize the domain authority forged from the flesh and blood of these frenzies. This temptation was indeed captivating. But Matthew still restrained himself. The person who had planned and spread the God of Murder's lineage was yet to appear. Of course, he could not strike rashly. However, it didn't stop Matthew from adding more fuel to the increasingly fierce fire of slaughter. "I'm curious to see if you really can keep your cool," Matthew said with a light chuckle. The next second, the glowing red short knives appeared in his hands. Matthew pulled back the curtain. Under the greedy gaze of a crowd of frenzies, he abruptly threw the blade of the ignorant into the crowd. Roar! The frenzies let out roars like wild beasts. They instantly abandoned the carriage and rushed towards where the red short knives had fallen. Ah! Screams erupted. The first to catch the red short knives was a disheveled woman. Her body was covered with mutative spines and tumors. She looked just like a hedgehog. Even so, those mutative organs couldn't stop the frenzy of her own kind rushing at her. In just 5 seconds, the frenzy was pinned down by others on the ground, her organs torn apart into hundreds of pieces. The red short knives were then snatched by a frenzy who had turned into a werewolf amidst the chaos. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The werewolf under the night sky made an excited and suppressed sound. His body turned into a shadow, moving rapidly under the moonlight, and in less than 10 seconds, he left the other frenzies behind. While running at high speed, the werewolf held the blade of the ignorant aloft. He seemed to be absorbing the divine elements and the branding of the God of Murder from the knife. Accompanying this process, the werewolf's pupils turned a fresh red, and his body started to emit a striking snow glow. However, before he could get far, a bulky half-orc suddenly burst out from the ruins nearby. In just an instant, the half-orc pounced on the werewolf, who was still in a ghostly state. His claws easily tore through the werewolf's neck vessels, and before a large amount of blood could gush out, the half-orc had already twisted the werewolf's neck completely off. Crack! He stomped the werewolf's head into pieces, then grabbed the blade of the ignorant for himself. Following that, his entire body seemed to touch a powerful current. Blood glows thousands of times more dazzling than the werewolf's erupted from the half-orc. His muscles began to swell with blood. His physique also expanded more than twice its original size. At this moment, the group of frenzies chasing the werewolf caught up. They all rushed towards the 4-meter-tall half-orc. But the scene of the previous owner of the red short knives being torn apart by everyone didn't occur. The half-orc took the initiative to meet them head-on. With a ferocious slap toward the crowd, the powerful palm wind tore through the surrounding space, and with a crisp snap, the gigantic hand sent the torsos of 2 frenzies flying. Following that, the half-orc let out a loud roar. All nearby frenzies were so intimidated they couldn't move from their spots. His massive palm clutched the delicate short knife, which he swiftly and accurately slashed towards his kin's heads. Within mere seconds, over a dozen frenzied heads lay on the ground. The half-orc grew more and more fierce as he fought. He voluntarily charged into the crowd, unleashing a reckless slaughter. By that time, there were simply too many frenzies attracted by the blade of the ignorant. After having killed at least 20 of his own kind, the half-orc was finally stabbed through the heart by an assassin, ultimately screaming as he fell amidst the crowd. In the chaos, the agile assassin quickly stole the blade of the ignorant. After they had dismembered the half-orc's body, some couldn't resist turning on each other, fighting those nearby. The rest followed their senses towards the holy artifact, chasing after it into the darkness. By the ruins, a carriage driven by a headless coachman slowly came to a halt. Inside the carriage, Matthew coldly observed the entire chaotic slaughter. The assassin who had stolen the blade of the ignorant during the turmoil didn't survive for long either. From the perspective of the immortal eye, Matthew could clearly see that the sacred artifact of the god of murder had changed ownership again. However, this new owner was also in a perilous situation amidst the attack by his kin. The intensity of the battles among the frenzies was about what Matthew had predicted. People were dying almost every moment. The buildings around them were also severely damaged. If Matthew hadn't chosen the rarely visited ruins within Order City, the destruction caused by these madmen would have been even more severe. And as the slaughter continued, Matthew noticed that a portion of the frenzies were growing stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that the bearers of the proof of murder can absorb massive amounts of XP and elements through massacre. He thought this because Matthew noticed that a hobgoblin assassin who had been continuously assassinating his kin since entering the arena had already leveled up several times. He had probably risen from LV13 to LV16, and there was even a tendency to break through to Tier 5. The hobgoblin assassin didn't directly participate in the fight for the short knives. He remained very calm, never even glancing at the short knives. Instead, he took advantage of the turmoil over the knives to continuously reap the lives of the weakened. There were a few others like him. Matthew calculated that there were about 5 to 7 frenzies in the field who remained calm, all engaging in behavior similar to that of the hobgoblin assassin, secretly killing to level up. Unless something unexpected happened, the winner of tonight's holy artifact contest would likely emerge from these few individuals. But compared to these frenzies, Matthew was actually more concerned about other people. Like, for instance, a certain legendary summoner in a hot air balloon floating in the sky who bore a striking resemblance to Little Ingram, likely the legendary Butterfly City Lord. And, for example, the mysterious woman who had suddenly appeared at the edge of the ruins. Finally couldn't resist, could you? Matthew, with the aid of the immortal eye, easily locked his view onto the human woman. She was dressed in a bright red robe, with black hair that fell to her waist and startlingly pale skin. From her, Matthew sensed the aura of the god of murder. But unlike the faint aura on the frenzies, the divine aura on the mysterious woman was very strong. It was so strong that Matthew almost thought she was the god of murder herself. Let's see who you really are. Matthew couldn't help but zoom in the perspective of the immortal eye. The next second, the woman seemed to sense something. She suddenly turned her head and grinned in the direction of Matthew's view. Immediately after, she violently flung open her robe from the middle, revealing the high peaks and vast expanses of white within, and countless white larvae breaking through the surface of her pale skin. At that moment, Matthew's eyelid twitched. He had seen this larva somewhere before. Warning, you have encountered a doppelganger of the god of murder, parasitized. You have observed a large number of mad zerg larvae. Chapter 1700, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order. Chapter 1700, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order. Zerg larva? Matthew's heart was greatly surprised. Were these the ones he had encountered in the Moonlight Woodland? He stared intently at the woman in his field of view as her body transformed into countless zerg larvae that rapidly fell to the ground, bounced around for a bit and then began to wriggle violently in unison. The larvae quickly burrowed into the ground, disappearing without a trace. They left behind only tiny holes the size of little fingers. And that inconspicuous, oversized cloak. This scene far exceeded Matthew's expectations. He tried to extend his insight underground, but discovered that the larvae had vanished into thin air. Matthew also wanted to continue searching for traces of that woman, but in the following period, she seemed to have evaporated from Earth. Matthew couldn't help but blink his eyes. Putting aside the influence of illusion. The mysterious woman just now. The most fitting guess for her identity was the queen of the Zerg race. Matthew had once encountered one in the Moonlight Woodlands. At that time, the queen had been affected by evil art masters and was in a highly mutated state. Matthew had taken some effort to subdue her. However, the most memorable scene during that visit to the Moonlight Woodlands was the goddess of moon, Asha, consuming the power of the evil art masters. Compared to that, the Queen Zerg seemed more like a mindless monster. But today's queen was different. She seemed quite intelligent and appeared to know about Matthew's presence inside out. Order City Canning has control over many demiplanes and secondary planes. Could it be that a secondary plane has been invaded by the Zerg race? Could this be the origin of a greater chaos storm? Is the influence of the god of murder just a prelude? Matthew's mind made a bold conjecture. Prior to this, he had actually made a general deduction about everything that was happening inside Order City. The recent turmoil was definitely related to the god of murder, but the latter might not be everything there was to the storm. The god of murder was a very special god. Though he held sway over the domains and divine titles of conspiracy and slaughter, his means of killing were not sophisticated. Rather, he achieved his notorious divine name more through conspiracy. Matthew had done his homework before coming. The god of murder was historically renowned for using others to do his dirty work. His most famous conspiracy involved borrowing the blade of the Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur, and in one fell swoop, he took out the Killing Life twins and the Lord of Cold Wind. All three were the god of murder's rivals for the god thrones during the Age of Enlightenment. Thereafter, he was unrivaled in the related domains, securing the murder divine title with little more than a flex. There was widespread speculation that the god of murder had colluded with Purgatory. The facts seemed to confirm this. Lord of the Nine Hells, Barthur, was also known to hold a grudge during his active days. But having been used by the god of murder several times, he surprisingly never troubled the latter. Therefore, some believed that the god of murder was Barthur's son, a doppelganger, or even an incarnation of Barthur himself. In the era of the Heavenly Family Palace, rumors about the god of murder were numerous. But the god himself was extremely patient. After successfully ascending, he rarely made a move. It is also possible that whenever he did take action, all witnesses were killed, leaving no evidence behind. Overall, the god of murder was a rather low-profile deity within the Heavenly Family Palace. His profile only rose significantly when he was parasitized by the Lord of the Thousand Transformers, Jaslavin. In the end, the gods joined forces in sealing Jaslavin. And the god of murder himself thus fell completely. Even the angels in charge of recording history at the Lewin Palace knew very little about this deity. People always felt that his ascension was too easy and his fall too light. Unlike the well-known gods, whose steps towards the pinnacle or plunges into the abyss would shake the entire world. For that reason, many documents that Matthew reviewed mentioned an alternative theory. That was that there was something suspicious about the process in which the god of murder was parasitized by Jaslavin. Some spellcasters believed that the god of murder foresaw the arrival of the Calamity Mage, or learned of it from the ancient darkness god, and the upcoming ascension of the Heavenly Palace. To rid himself of the burdens that came with divinity, he escaped from his shell by taking advantage of Jaslavin's parasitization to reincarnate as a mortal. For hundreds of years thereafter, many infamous assassins active in the world of Ander were suspected by these spellcasters to be reincarnations of the god of murder. Among them was Matthew's old acquaintance, Shanair. That spellcaster also provided another strong piece of evidence. It was said that when Jaslavin was sealed and the god of murder was supposed to have completely perished, the divine fire of retaliation he left in the heavenly family palace did not extinguish completely. This was markedly different from the status after the fall of death. Therefore, he deduced that the god of murder was still alive. The so-called parasitism was just a ruse exposed to the people by the sly and cunning former god as he laid his plans for a new era. The god of murder comes from the Northland and often mentioned his fondness for the North during conferences of gods. I guess that after his death escape, he would definitely live as a mortal, frequenting some taverns in the northern cities of Aender. He might be a lazy bartender, a kind-hearted innkeeper, or even a street criminal fond of petty theft. He hides in the shadows of the city, listening to the clumsy conspiracies of others, greedily absorbing the sustenance from the conspiracies. Chapter 1701, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order _2. Chapter 1701, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order _2. Given time, he was bound to re-emerge, involved in a plot big enough to overthrow one of the major Northland cities. He, the god of murder Talon, would most certainly do so. That was the closing passage of the book. Matthew remembered it vividly, so much so that he couldn't help but glance at the author's name. It was a rather obscure northern mage, who seemed to reside near Roderick's territory, using the pen name Shadow Doll. It was obvious. This was a spellcaster who had thoroughly studied the god of murder. While the god of murder himself wasn't very well known, he was one of the most famous gods in the world of Aender. Besides the dark history of being parasitized by Jaslavin, causing never-ending turmoil in the heavenly family palace, the god of murder's fame mostly came from the 3 holy artifacts he left behind, namely, the death coin, which brought misfortune to whoever held it, the blade of the ignorant, which imbued its holder with boundless courage, and the most mystical and bizarre of all, the Shadow Doll. These 3 holy artifacts had caused quite a few disturbances in the history of Aender, especially in the cities of the Northland, where many ambitious schemers still falsely claimed to possess the holy artifacts of the god of murder to deceive others. The reputation of the 3 holy artifacts was evident. In recent years, the commotion surrounding the holy artifacts had gradually subsided, as 2 of them had landed in the hands of the Ingram family. Following the blood-drinking mountain incident, Matthew received a bracelet from the Ingram family, and after handing it over to Richard to unlock, the wealth inside was staggeringly impressive. At the same time, he also obtained the blade of the ignorant, concealed within the bracelet, on top of the death coin which he had already acquired earlier. Of the 3 holy artifacts of the god of murder, Matthew alone had obtained 2. It must be said that the artifacts indeed possessed something special. Upon acquiring them, Matthew immediately felt the strong divinity and divine power contained within. But very soon, he also detected a highly concealed mental power trap within both artifacts. The traps influenced the holder's personality to progressively become more sinister, indifferent, cruel, and paranoid. They also tended to favor conspiracy over genuine skill in solving problems. To Matthew, the holy artifacts indeed offered a significant power boost to their holder. But those lured by power gradually had their souls and character transformed, and in some way, this seemed to quite fit the element of conspiracy. Looking at it this way, it seemed very possible that the god of murder was hiding in some corner, perpetuating certain plots through the power of the holy artifacts. Unfortunately, he had encountered Matthew. Upon realizing the existence of the mental power traps, Matthew didn't hesitate to throw both holy artifacts into Lost Paradise. Within Lost Paradise, Matthew's founder authority was omnipotent. He directly used the divine power of Lost Paradise to cleanse the spiritual imprints on the 2 holy artifacts completely, leaving behind only the divinity and a wealth of murderous elements within the artifacts. At this step, Matthew could, if he wished, become the god of murder in Lost Paradise. Or he could grant the authority and divine title of the god of murder to another creature in Lost Paradise. This was true divinity. The only issue was that this kind of god's influence was limited to inside Lost Paradise in the short term. He could only work for Matthew within Lost Paradise until it grew into a true heavenly family palace and thus influenced the entire world of Ander, at which point the gods within would possess power corresponding to their divinity and divine titles throughout the entire world of Ander. It was a lengthy process. But Matthew thought that if he announced a public tender, there would likely be a great number of short-lived individuals vying for the position. After all, entry into Lost Paradise offered a form of immortality, which was an irresistible proposition for many. If the god of murder himself is indeed still alive and has been accumulating something through the 3 holy artifacts, then by cleansing 2 of them with Lost Paradise, have I inadvertently hit a sore spot? And is it precisely because of my inadvertent actions that these frenzies have appeared? Matthew suddenly considered this possibility. But what did it mean to be parasitic? And what was the deal with those Zergrace? He rubbed his temples, attempting to sort through his tangled thoughts. Basically, there are 3 possibilities. First, as I initially guessed, the mastermind behind the frenzy incident in the city is Jasilivan, who has possessed the original body of the god of murder, so leaving behind 1 or 2 doppelgangers would not be strange. What died at Peggy's hand was just one of her 8-faced souls. The 8 faces of the 1000 Transformer don't mean she has 8 lives but rather several souls that can exist independently from the main soul. According to Peggy, a subsoul cannot share the main soul's memories. If that is the case, then this Jasilivan may not even be aware of what happened in my spiritual space. The second possibility, it's the god of murder himself, and the supposed state of being parasitic is just a ruse. The third possibility, it's neither Jasilivan nor the god of murder himself, but a Zergrace from a nearby secondary plane who found a doppelganger of the god of murder. Under the parasitism of Queen Zerg, they began subsequent actions. No matter who it is. Just kill them. Matthew's gaze gradually sharpened. Following that, he further activated equalized perception, utilizing the advantages of the legendary path to comprehend the changes in the chaos storm. In Matthew's mind. Chapter 1702, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order _3. Chapter 1702, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order _3. The entire Order City displayed different colors according to the intensity of the brewing chaos storm. Cool colors represented areas where order was still relatively stable. Warm colors indicated where chaos was manifesting. Canning lived up to its nickname as the Order City. Aside from the Old Theater District, most areas were easily distinguishable by their cool color tones. Only beside the ruins of the Old Theater District, the violent and bright colors attracted all of Matthew's insight. Wait a minute. Apart from the ruins where the chicken eating contest was unfolding, Matthew unexpectedly found 2 patches, second only to the ruins, where warm colors were rapidly forming. That was beneath the Old Theater District. And at the northern edge, Black River Prison. Underground. Could it be the Zergrace? Matthew frowned. Then what about Black River Prison? Just a few days ago when I scouted the place, the order of Black River Prison was very stable. From the information I gathered, ordinary prisoners are held there, with very few supernatural beings. How could severe chaos occur under tight security? A hint of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. The Old Theater District was his carefully chosen location. It was the least populated area, where he could minimize the harm caused by deliberately triggered chaos. Matthew only wished to end this chaos in the fastest and most forceful way possible. But now it seemed new chaos was forming. If from the start the puppet master behind the scenes aimed for Black River Prison, then they must have accounted for my intervention. Or perhaps, am I, in fact, an inevitable part of this chaos storm? A flicker of perplexity passed through Matthew's eyes. Fate was such an elusive matter. That subtle feeling was fascinating as well as awe-inspiring. Half a year ago, while investigating the incident of Rieger being killed by a negative energy poison arrow, Matthew stumbled upon the traces of the mad second-hand touring. It turns out, back on the battlefield in the Moss Green Hills, Mad second-hand touring headquartered by fate lent Rieger a second. And on Rieger's return journey, when he encountered the demons with crossbows. Apparently, some issues arose within the just-disappeared historical world, and at that moment, the mad second-hand touring decided to retrieve that second. Thus, the negative energy arrow from the demon archer plunged into Rieger's heart. It's a profound spectacle of awe. But soon, Matthew's gaze regained its firmness. Awe. But not total submission. That was Matthew's attitude toward fate. Just as he never gave up on the plan to rescue Rieger's soul from the clutches of the demoness of desire. Now, even if a greater chaos storm could arrive because of his presence, Matthew wouldn't stop moving forward. This is the teacher's initiative. It's also my declaration of allegiance as I rejoin the Alliance. This battle must be handled properly. With a thought, Matthew, the next moment, summoned a large group of small ghost faces, ordering them to investigate the situations in both the Undercity and Black River prison. Report back to me the moment you encounter that mysterious woman, Matthew cautioned deliberately. As his words fell, the small ghost faces split into two groups and vanished from his line of sight. In the following breath, the immortal eye floated back in front of Matthew, displaying the current situation of the chicken-eating contest. Above the ruins, the tragic battle had reached a fever pitch. In the center of the battlefield, countless bloody corpses lay haphazardly. Out of the initial 300 or so, fewer than 100 remained. Matthew glanced over. Of the 7 people he had the highest hopes for, 5 survived, namely the hobgoblin assassin, the human warrior, the barbarian archer, the quasi-legendary ranger, and a druid capable of transforming into a red dragon. And it was an adult red dragon at that. At that moment on the field, the druid had the clear upper hand. The blade of the ignorant was firmly in his grip. He had transformed into an enormous red dragon, occasionally spewing dragon fire capable of turning anything to ash around him. The red dragon's sturdy scales and barbed tail were enough to deter most of the less resolute competitors. Meanwhile, those who hesitated were soon claimed under the claws of the red dragon in his proactive assaults. As a result, an even greater slaughter aura coalesced around the red dragon, and his already massive size swelled even further. From a distance, one might even mistake him for an ancient dragon. Roar. With a roar that declared sovereignty, the red dragon took down 2 competitors who failed to retreat in time. Afterward, he turned back into a druid, tightly clutching the blade of the ignorant in his hands. His face and body were covered in blood, and his eyes showed only cruelty, without a hint of the compassion and composure expected of a druid. Many were intimidated by the might of this druid. They chose to retreat and watch from the edges of the battlefield. However, at the same time, the other 4 competitors Matthew had his eye on had already formed a secret alliance. They had agreed among themselves to first eliminate the red dragon druid, and after that, vie for the blade of the ignorant using their own abilities. This wasn't good news for the red dragon druid. The druid's shape-shifting form couldn't be used indefinitely. He needed to rest and recover in human form to stand any chance of transforming into the true dragon that could devour all competitors in the next round of attack. If someone finds the opportunity, he might also face the dilemma of being outnumbered. Chapter 1703, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order _4. Chapter 1703, 463 Subtle Fate and True Order _4. The good news is, the alliance of the other 4 was not solid either. By then, everyone could see the ferocity of the red dragon druid, and whoever rushed up first would definitely get beaten up. Under circumstances where everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, it actually gave the red dragon druid time to catch his breath. And so, both parties fell into a delicate standoff. The intensity of the battle above the ruins suddenly decreased. Except for some frenzies who had completely lost their minds and continued to slaughter each other, the rest regained a measure of their sanity. They stepped aside to watch how things unfolded. Matthew yawned as he watched this scene. He is digesting the divinity in the holy artifact, and if he makes it through tonight's battle, although he won't directly ascend, he will at least gain the status of a demigod and secure the related authority. After this, it will be difficult for you to get your hands on the holy artifact again. And although I don't know how you got tagged with the murder mark, as children of the god of murder, you should have a mutual sensing, able to locate each other's position information. You don't think this guy will spare you after he becomes a demigod, do you? Unable to resist, Matthew cast a sound transmission spell to stir the pot. With these words, the red dragon druid glared in the direction of the sound. However, before he could do anything, attacks gushed forth from all sides like a tide. Just as Matthew had said, these frenzies were actually very clear about what they were doing. Once they had embarked on this path, they could never turn back. All competitors were nourishment on their path to demigod status. The only option left was to go all in. The briefly subdued battle fired up again, burning fiercely without pause. Matthew surveyed the overall situation, looking out for details, and found it quite enjoyable. The frenzies were generally between levels 4 and 5. This level of massive brawl was the most entertaining. Everyone was showing off their powers, and the process of their maneuvers was not so absurd that ordinary people couldn't understand. Indeed, close combat is more enjoyable to watch. Spellcasters bombarding each other, utterly boring. Matthew was deeply engrossed. When, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a nervous young man outside the carriage. The man wore a dark blue uniform and jacket with a clear organizational emblem on his chest. Is he from Innocent Balance? Matthew glanced at him. Feeling Matthew's gaze, the young man seemed even more nervous, but still mustered the courage to say, "Respected sir. Butterfly City Lord Canning and the Innocent Balance of the Truth Sect invite you to honor them with your presence." As he spoke, he pointed to the top of his head. Matthew drew back the curtain and looked outside. Wow. He hadn't realized the sky had filled with magic balloons. Then he saw a magic balloon parked 10 meters behind the young man. 2 air elements were also looking in his direction. Was it the casting of the sound transmission spell that exposed me? Matthew was unconcerned. He knew he couldn't avoid the local tyrants on this trip and took this as an opportunity to probe the other side's intentions. In Matthew's view, this Butterfly City Lord likely meant ill by letting the frenzies run rampant. The potion he peddled in his gourd was probably not benevolent. Okay. Thus he accepted the young man's invitation. The young man let out a sigh of relief and immediately gestured for Matthew to follow. Matthew got out of the carriage. And together with him, entered the magic balloon. The air elemental blew a breath onto the surface of the balloon, and the magic balloon slowly floated up, heading toward the large balloon marked 131 in the sky. Along the way, Matthew chatted with the young man, learning that his name was Waning. During the boring ride, Matthew casually inquired, "Waning, your Order City likes riding balloons so much, has anyone ever fallen off one?" Waning thought about it. There have definitely been incidents of magic balloon crashes in history, but all balloon baskets are inherently solidified with the feather drop effect, so even if it falls, as long as you hold on to the basket, you won't get hurt. On hearing this, Matthew felt amazed. The magical world indeed has many redeeming features. At least you don't have to fear crashing. 131 balloon. When Matthew first saw the Butterfly City Lord, he was filled with surprise. It was a man who looked very young, rather short, and quite skinny. He was dressed cleanly but simply, not lavishly like young Ingram with his sharp edges. By seniority, Butterfly should be young Ingram's uncle. Yet, he looked even younger, with a youthful vibrancy about him. I didn't expect to meet the famous tree-planting mage in such a way. "Hello, Mr. Matthew, I am Butterfly, the current City Lord of Canning." The other party greeted Matthew with a smile. Matthew raised his eyebrows. "What if I said you guessed my identity wrong?" Despite his slight stature, Butterfly spoke with indescribable confidence.
Besides the een-faced doll, the other two holy artifacts were originally collectibles of the Ingram family and ended up being lost by young Inger at Blood-Drinking Mountain. Tree-planting mage Matthew, although he failed to ascend at the Blood-Drinking Mountain event, he was the only survivor after stepping into Lost Paradise, and rumors say you killed many there. But I guess those are definitely absurd rumors. As for your coachman, I saw him and just felt he looked a bit familiar, nothing more. The most important piece of evidence is, we learned that you have been blacklisted by the Seven Saint Alliance for the past half a year, until recently when you met with a heavenly mage. Not long after that, rumors about the sacred artifact of the god of murder appeared in the City of Order, coming from the alchemy workshop of those two little girls. I guess you didn't intentionally hide your tracks. Under these circumstances, if I still didn't know who you really are, then the City Lord of Canning should probably be replaced. Matthew smiled, acknowledging the other's guess. He hadn't intended to deceive the local tyrant of Canning, nor had he planned to cooperate with the Ingram family. But after Butterfly's words, Matthew's heart softened a bit. This guy's manner isn't that of an ordinary person. If the conditions are right, maybe we should form an alliance. He observed some of Butterfly's abilities. Total level 20, profession unknown, probably also a summoner, great demeanor but average appearance, which probably dragged down a lot of charm. For a summoner, charm is an extremely important attribute. The recent City of Order seems to be a bit chaotic. Matthew glanced inadvertently down at the ruins. At that moment, the druid had turned back into a red dragon and was now launching an indiscriminate attack on the other contestants. The fruit of the slaughter domain was almost formed. Whoever could take that fruit could become a demigod after tonight. But this was obviously not the end of this night. On the contrary, the birth of a slaughtered demigod was just the beginning of the chaos. Aren't you going to send someone to clean them up? He directly asked Butterfly. Isn't Canning known as the City of Order? Who would have guessed Butterfly would just smile faintly? That's the idea of the Ingram family and the Truth Sect. I, Butterfly, have a completely different idea. Matthew looked at the other with curiosity. So what are you planning? A fervent spark flashed in Butterfly's eyes. I plan to invite you to join me in establishing real order in this city. Matthew was taken aback. What? Butterfly smiled. Mr. Matthew, do you know which people in this world adhere most to order? Let me eliminate one answer for you. It's definitely not the elemental lives. They only appear to maintain order on the surface, but in reality, they are the root of chaos, they are chaos itself. Matthew's expression grew serious. As a necromancer, he of course knew the answer to Butterfly's question. But the problem was, why? The next second, Matthew's pupils contracted, and he saw a familiar tattoo inadvertently revealed on Butterfly's wrist. That was the mark of the Dragon Lich sect. Chapter 1704, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority. Chapter 1704, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority. Matthew hesitated slightly, then couldn't help but laugh. The Dragon Lich sect, huh? An interesting test. Is it a temporary tattoo, or a cantrip? His thought process was simple. Even if Butterfly truly belonged to the Dragon Lich sect, as the current City Lord of Order City, he would absolutely never have the sect's emblem tattooed on a conspicuous place like the wrist. That would bring him many unnecessary troubles and disputes. Therefore, the answer was quite straightforward. Whether it was a cantrip or a tattoo, it was highly likely that Butterfly had it done temporarily before meeting with Matthew. Its purpose was probably just to probe Matthew's relationship with the Dragon Lich sect. Thinking from this angle, Butterfly's previous words about order became even more nuanced. This guy probably wasn't speaking his true mind. Instead, he was testing Matthew's stance on these topics. Right from the start, playing mind games with him. Matthew's favorable impression of Butterfly immediately dwindled significantly. He gazed intently at the other party, waiting to see how Butterfly would respond. However, the other party was calm and composed.
He casually rolled down his sleeve, covering the emblem, and said, "I have heard of the Dragon Lich sect's doctrines, and although I cannot fully agree with their philosophies, there is a section about life and death that I personally find very convincing. What I just mentioned was certainly not a test, just a free-roaming discussion. It should not be taken as totally true, nor as completely false. I hope you find it amusing. Deserving of being a city lord. This guy really has a thick skin." Matthew could also understand Butterfly's concerns. Perhaps in their eyes, the necromancer Matthew, who had suddenly appeared, was no different from a lawless terrorist. It took quite a bit of courage for Butterfly to come and negotiate in person. A test was inevitable. Matthew realized that, with the gradual growth of his own power, he would encounter more and more similar situations in the future. People would probably speak insincerely when they first met him, because they feared his strength. This must be one of the distortions brought by supernatural powers, only that what's twisted is not oneself, but the people around. Matthew sighed softly in his heart. Then he spoke seriously. "I foresee an unprecedented chaos storm about to erupt in Order City. I am here to resolve this chaos. Your Excellency need not have any extra worries." Butterfly's expression also became grave. "But there are many ways to resolve chaos. Among them are some of the more extreme ones I just mentioned," Matthew said with a smile. "Are you worried I'll turn the entire population of Canning City into undead?" Butterfly blinked. "What do you think?" Matthew fell silent. It seemed that the deed that had left the deepest impression on the world was the undead calamity he had unleashed on the Sampan Plain. Possibly, such incidents left too profound a shock and fear in people. No wonder the stereotype of necromancer was so deeply ingrained. Matthew grew slightly impatient. "If I truly wished to do that, you couldn't stop me. But I can tell you, I have no such intentions for now, so don't impose the idea of being persecuted upon me, understand?" Butterfly bowed respectfully. "I trust your promise. However, that is precisely the issue. In this world, there are too many beings of transcendence like yourself. Your every whim can be fatally dangerous to ordinary people. The only thing that can constrain your actions is your own morality, or even your mood on that day. For ordinary people, this is truly terrifying." A deep sense of helplessness appeared on Butterfly's face. He spread his hands, his tone becoming firm. The initial intent of the founders of Order City was to establish a nation where everyone is equal and order prevails. They hoped that in this city, the lives of the majority would not be affected by the powers of a few individuals. But this ideal is too utopian. They encountered many problems in practice, with one of the toughest being how to face or deal with individuals with supernatural powers like yours. The founders of Order City realized that even if these individuals are naturally good-natured and willing to communicate, their very existence still caused considerable trouble. Moreover, most extraordinary individuals are inherently rebellious, their disdain for order ingrained in their bones. Any rule that might hinder their desire for unrestrained destruction will be seen by them as shackles. Therefore, during the early days of the city's establishment, the so-called Order City appeared more like a taunt or a mockery, most of the time fraught with turmoil, filled with fights erupting for various reasons. At that time, the Truth Sect was still a group of idealists, and the Ingram family was just an inconspicuous member of that group. Following the trend back then, this city-state would quickly enter the endless cycles of chaos, turmoil, destruction, rebuilding, brief peace, and then chaos again, just like those other cities in the north without alliance wizards. That is until the Truth Sect and individuals from the Ingram family encountered a group of elemental life that had escaped from the elemental plane. Chapter 1705, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _2. Chapter 1705, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _2. It was at this point that a turning point emerged. Matthew looked at the butterfly with some confusion, not understanding why the other had suddenly begun to recount the history of Order City to him. However, there was still some time left in the chicken-eating contest to compete for the ultimate victory. So he listened patiently. The butterfly continued. They relied on signing contracts with elemental life to establish an even more universal order within Canning. Elemental life is not naturally the maintainer of absolute order, but in Canning, they are the synonyms of order. The reason is simple: limited by their inherent single element, elemental life has no authority to actively enter the material world. Yet, entering the material world is a common desire for all life forms, both inner and outer. The founders of Canning exploited this desire by signing contracts with various elemental tribes, allowing these elemental lives to stay in the material world through long-term summoning. In return for their stay, they had to become the maintainers of order for the city of Canning. Most elemental lives are very powerful, far stronger than ordinary people, and the elemental elders are legendary-level beings capable of suppressing ordinary legendaries. Canning thus entered a period where extraordinary individuals gradually became less active, and order was progressively established. Look, this is the intelligence of humankind: we always find loopholes in the rules and create conditions favorable to us. For the founders of Canning, having the chaotic-natured elements born from the ether to build their envisioned city of order was already incredibly satisfying. But for me, the current situation is still far from enough. This is also an important reason why I left home for an extended time when I was young. Matthew said thoughtfully. Do you want to establish an even more extreme order? The butterfly shook its head. Not at all. To outsiders, Canning, guarded and ordered by powerful elemental creatures, already appears to be a perfect city. But only those who have lived here for a long time know that the so-called order is built on the notion that elemental life is above others. The elemental law enforcement team has immense power within the city, which has caused the authority of the city lords, like the Ingrams, to inflate indefinitely. Although in most cases the elemental lives will follow the agreements signed with us and maintain order as much as possible, in many details, their discretionary decisions can often seem ridiculous or heartless. Many years ago, I realized that fire elements are prone to rage, and petty thieves caught by them could face severe punishment. The most typical was a case of home robbery. The team was led by a fire element creature who, during the enforcement, failed to find the burglar but instead stumbled upon an extraordinary scene of adultery. The fire element was clever. It immediately realized it was being used. So, in a fit of rage, the fire element without a word burned the adulterers to death, along with the person who falsely reported the burglary, using fiery execution. The law enforcement team's verdict afterwards was that the fire element's actions were acceptable, just a bit excessive. It shouldn't have also burned down the neighbor's house. At this point, a look of deep self-mockery appeared on the butterfly's face. You may find this absurd, but believe me, in the past decades, Canning City has been full of similar cases. Fire elements are just irritable, but overall, they are bearable. Air elements are wicked and cunning, often accepting bribes, liking to play both sides, and it's common for them to turn their backs on people after the deed is done. Water elements are indifferent and fickle, changing their enforcement standards daily, often overturning their own previous on-site judgments, leading to a lot of ineffective work. Earth elements are domineering and arrogant but tend to be forgetful. They're somewhat illiterate too and have caused many laughable incidents. He sighed. I can understand the intention of our ancestors in bringing in elemental life to manage humanity and other intelligent life forms. Compared to the intelligent life of the material world, elemental life is much simpler and generally fair, and the emergence of Canning in Northland is already commendable progress. But for me personally, it is not enough, far from enough. To improve Canning now, we need to achieve at least the following two things. Firstly, better control over elemental life, ensuring that while they enforce the law, they also adhere to it themselves, which is very important. The contracts signed between the Truth Sect and elemental life are relatively equal, and have lasted a bit too long, thus losing effectiveness. I plan to sign a new contract with them. This is not an easy task. Luckily, I am close to completion. The second point, which is also a premise for achieving the first, is that we in Canning must also possess tremendous power, a power that is not owned by an individual but controlled by an elite decision-making body. But discussing this is still a bit premature. In summary, In order to better control the elemental life in the city and to deal with powerful beings like you, I've made a little invention. With that said, the butterfly suddenly pulled out a small orb flashing with dazzling starlight from its sleeve. The orb was silver-white on the outside with a highly complex structure inside, at least 7 or 8 layers deep. Between each layer, there floated a great deal of dust-like substance resembling star clouds. Chapter 1706, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _3. Chapter 1706, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _3. Matthew gazed briefly, as if peering into the profound depths of the multiverse. Simultaneously, a familiar sensation rushed towards him. It was an exceedingly dangerous explosive signal. Warning, you have discovered the legendary explosive Ether Star Core. Ether Star Core, once activated, this device can project a series of legendary spells originally burst in the ether plane: meteorite annihilation, malicious distortion, reality remodeling, destruction beam, chaos calamity, and more, into reality, achieving a destructive explosive effect. You are not a summoner? A trace of astonishment finally appeared on Matthew's face. Butterfly held the Ether Star Core aloft in the palm of their left hand, a faint smile spreading across their pale face. Now, allow me to formally introduce myself. I, Butterfly Ingram, am the honored chief resident of the Tower of No Illusion in the Cyber Dragon. Of course, I am not a summoner, but a legendary machinist. That instant, Butterfly seemed to Matthew's insight to glow warmly like the sun. Turns out, this individual was one of the primary sources of the impending chaos storm in Order City. The days he left the Ingram family, he actually went to Cyber Dragon. Matthew looked at the opponent's slender figure and somewhat short stature, resolving some of his doubts. That stature, indeed, matches the typical style of machinists. What actually is the Ingram family thinking? Appointing a legendary machinist as the Lord of Order City? Matthew thought the world had truly gone mad. His gaze gradually became uneasy. He was joking. Dragon Lich sex and the like never frightened Matthew. But machinists were a far more unstable and terrifying factor than necromancers. Butterfly obviously noticed the change in Matthew's expression. He showed a hint of helplessness. Just as people often have huge misunderstandings about necromancers, outsiders also have no small prejudice against machinists. Most machinists are inherently good-natured, and our vision is to make the world a better place through the power of elements and mechanics. As for explosions, they are just minor hiccups along the way. No one can change our will to persevere through these hiccups, don't you think? Mr. Matthew? Ms. Boba Wilkins and I have met several times, and she has nothing but high praise for you. Compared to others, I believe you have much less prejudice against machinists, right? Matthew stared intently at the Ether Star Core, a smirk appearing on his face. Of course. I've always gotten along quite well with machinists. Why don't you put the Star Core away first? Butterfly shook their head. No. Matthew frowned slightly. If you think of using this thing to threaten me, then you are terribly mistaken. Even if you activate this Star Core right now, even if Order City is razed to the ground, I myself would not suffer the slightest harm. Matthew's words were true. He could, at any time, retreat into the safety of the Lost Paradise. It was an almost invincible refuge. Except for the Heavenly Mage. He was confident that no one could trace the existence of the Lost Paradise. Let alone something like an Ether Star Core explosion which would practically destroy everything nearby. I didn't mean to threaten you. In fact, this Ether Star Core is not just a supersized legendary bomb, it can also be used to command all elemental life to behave more obediently. Butterfly said gently. Trust in the technology of machinists. This product isn't designed for destruction, it is an authority to control and constrain elemental creatures within the city. Matthew outwardly heaved a sigh of relief. But inside, he became even more vigilant. He readied himself to escape to Lost Paradise at any moment. So, what exactly do you want to do? Or, what are you trying to tell me? He asked bluntly. Butterfly said with a smile. You must have heard the rumors from the Seven Cities Federation, how the Lotus Sword Saint brokered an agreement that hurt a lot of interests in the north, and many are secretly trying to sabotage our partnership. Order City is the first to face this. First, the followers of the Dragon Lich sect occupied the underground palace, then there was the leprosy virus pandemic, and now the progeny of the god of murder have started killing at will. According to my original plan, it was to lure out all potential saboteurs and then use the Star Core for a decisive strike of intimidation. But now, I've changed my mind, perhaps it's best that I don't appear in person. As he spoke, Butterfly suddenly flicked a finger and the floating white sphere drifted lazily in front of Matthew. Matthew took a deep breath. You want to use me to complete this task? Butterfly said smilingly. Isn't that exactly what you were planning to do? I'm just giving you the official authorization and commission from Order City, you should welcome that, right? As long as it can provide the greatest intimidation to those villains, whether or not you need to use this Star Core, it's yours. Be careful, injecting any mana into it will cause it to explode. The time frame is about 2 to 3 seconds, depending on the day's temperature. Before he could finish, Matthew suddenly grabbed the Star Core, then injected a trace amount of mana into it. Chapter 1707, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _4. Chapter 1707, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _4. A few seconds later, he watched the butterfly expressionlessly. Why hasn't it exploded yet? The butterfly's face stiffened, muttering with some disbelief. Did you actually infuse it with mana? Matthew raised an eyebrow. Otherwise? The butterfly said sheepishly. All right then. It seems you truly are not afraid of the Star Core exploding. Matthew shrugged his shoulders. I just know that one of the common faults among machinists is their love for jokes. I also know that you wouldn't design a startup mechanism so prone to accidental activation. Of course, I'm not afraid of it exploding right now either. The butterfly stared deeply at Matthew. These last few sentences were loaded with a lot of information. That not only did Matthew have a way to preserve himself from the explosion of the Ether Star Core, but he might even be capable of controlling the extent of its explosion. This added a certain unusual luster to the butterfly's eyes. Only Matthew himself knew that even if the Ether Star Core exploded now, he could throw it into lost paradise in the nick of time, thereby reducing the harm from the explosion to a minimum. At most it would just be a waste of some founder authority and spiritual power. Right. Perhaps he'll have to trouble old Tai to die yet another time. No more than that. That was also one of the reasons he dared to accept the Star Core. After binding Lost Paradise, Matthew indeed felt much more confident. Then, I'll leave the turmoil this time in your hands. All the elemental lives in the city will be at your disposal, and if there are any other aspects that require coordination, you can send someone to notify me. Mr. Waning, the most promising newcomer of Innocent Balance, how about he take charge of the liaison between you and me? The butterfly was silent for a while, then implicitly signaled his intent to end the meeting. Matthew had no objections to this. The newly appointed Canning City Lord had already given him enough surprises. The only regret was not seeing the legendary Lotus Sword Saint. He nodded, prepared to leave. However, before boarding the magic balloon prepared by Waning, Matthew suddenly turned to look at the butterfly and whispered in his ear using a sound transmission spell. This is actually a commission from the witch, isn't it? The butterfly's face stiffened. Suddenly he whispered back. I won't admit to it. Matthew smiled, turned, and boarded the magic balloon, slowly leaving. The butterfly's reaction had undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. The witch referred to, of course, was that witch from the Dragon Lich sect. The butterfly, this legendary machinist, certainly had a complicated background, but without a doubt, his decision to hand over the Ether Star Core to himself was probably instructed by Isabel. He may not have joined the Dragon Lich sect, but he certainly contacted Isabel through some other channel, thereby becoming a pawn of the Alliance or Isabel herself in Order City. The Dragon Lich sect emblem at the beginning was both a probe and a hint. The butterfly's conversation with Matthew could represent a test of Isabel's will. It could also just be his own struggle before handing over the Ether Star Core. But no matter what, the trend of the Alliance's upper echelons, or rather Isabel herself, wanting to meddle in Order City was settled. Matthew was well aware. Anything that drew a heavenly mage's high level of concern was bound to be complicated. Behind it could lie far-reaching implications. The first thing he thought of was the golden ship, riding the magic balloon back above the ruins. The battleground of survival had already come to the final stages. To Matthew's surprise, the Red Dragon Druid had not yet been eliminated by the others. This creature fought more fiercely as the battle progressed, it looked almost to the brink, yet every competitor that charged headlong into battle ended up as one of the miserable skeletons beneath the dragon's feet. Surrounding the ruins, only a little more than 40 of the offspring of the god of murder remained. Aside from the Red Dragon Druid, the other few formidable contenders Matthew had previously favored also survived, but were all in bad shape. The Red Dragon looked as if he had only a breath left. Even a magic missile seemed capable of bringing him down. But no one dared to try any longer. In the end, as the risk-taking hobgoblin assassin had his chest ripped open by a slap from the Red Dragon Druid, the latter gulped down the hobgoblin's body in one swallow. Afterward, he could no longer maintain the shape-shifting form, reverting to the appearance of a blood-drenched savage. He collapsed onto the blood-soaked ground, looking like a demon that had returned from purgatory. He appeared to be extremely weak. Even so, the onlookers trembled with fear, none daring to approach any longer. They discreetly stayed far away, as if they could only hope for the Red Dragon Druid to die on his own. But that was obviously not going to happen. The druid's breath was weak, but he was visibly regaining his strength. Elements of murder focused around his chest. The pale red light was like a lantern in a rainy night, possessing a dim and tragic beauty. Waves of intimidating aura spread out like ripples in all directions. That was the sign he was about to ascend to demigodhood. I give you a choice, submit to me. The Red Dragon Druid, gasping for breath, ordered a lean human assassin. Suddenly, the assassin's body glowed red, his face showed resistance, but his body involuntarily walked towards the Red Dragon Druid. I submit. The human assassin approached the druid, speaking in terror. But the latter only grabbed the assassin's shoulders impatiently, then twisted his hands violently, twisting the human assassin's head right off. Chapter 1708, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _5. Chapter 1708, 464 Ether Star Core and the Theft of Authority _5. The Red Dragon Druid lay on the neck of the headless corpse, greedily sucking the blood and energy like a vampire. Throughout this process, the aura on the Red Dragon Druid's body grew considerably stronger. The demigod power in his chest was almost about to form. Above the demigod power, red lines radiated in every direction, connecting the Red Dragon Druid with the other offspring of the god of murder. The remaining offspring were stripped of their ability to flee and didn't dare to gamble with their lives, so they could only watch helplessly as the Red Dragon Druid became the ultimate victor. Some of them closed their eyes in despair. However, at that moment, a spellcaster in a clean and tidy traditional robe suddenly appeared before the Red Dragon Druid. The mage was astonishingly handsome, appearing almost divine under the moonlight, breathtaking to behold. I'm giving you an opportunity, submit to me. Sign this blood covenant, and you will become the murder demigod. The mage extended a glowing contract to the Red Dragon Druid, speaking in a calm and composed voice. The druid, with a mouth full of blood, sat there gasping for air. He seemed to have not completely lost his senses but watched Matthew warily. Are you the mage who threw out the holy artifact tonight? Matthew nodded. Fine, I'm willing to submit to you. The druid stood up reluctantly from the ground, seemingly about to accept the contract. In the blink of an eye, He suddenly accelerated, a flash of cold light from his short knives, his eyes filled with a murderous gleam. Die. In an instant. The druid had rushed in front of Matthew, the short knives were nearly thrust into Matthew's embrace. Unfortunately. The next second. A massive rock abruptly dropped onto the druid. Almost no one could see where the rock had come from. Only a dull thud was heard. The red dragon druid didn't even manage to scream before he was smashed into a pulp by the heavy cosmic base rock. And the mage, who stood less than half a meter away, appeared wholly unaffected. His robe still pristine and untouched. A bit too impulsive, sobered up with just a brick to the head. Matthew smiled nonchalantly. He then turned to look at the other offspring of the god of murder. Which of you wants to become the murder demigod? Sign this blood covenant. This is your last chance. While speaking, the blood covenant floated out. A few quick-reacting individuals immediately rushed towards the blood covenant, but others also began to react. Soon, a battle for the Kunlun blood covenant unfolded once again. Matthew sat atop the cosmic base rock, observing with cold eyes. Previously, he might have been moved by such scenes. He might have pitied those frenzy whose natures had been altered by the power of the god of murder. But now, he simply wanted to do what he needed to do in peace and quiet. He wasn't sure if this was part of his nature being twisted. All he could do was to follow his principles as far as possible and do every necessary thing well. For example, ensuring that this demigod power of the god of murder didn't fall into someone else's hands. The next second, Matthew suddenly closed his eyes. He sensed an unusual disturbance from beneath the boulder. The demigod power that was originally suppressed by the rock had unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Warning, someone has used stealing authority to steal the demigod power, murder. Matthew's eyes snapped open, a flash of delight in his gaze. Finally couldn't hold back anymore? Let's see who you really are. Chapter 1709, Has anyone ever told you that you're a killjoy? Chapter 1709, Has anyone ever told you that you're a killjoy? Matthew's mind moved. The cosmic base rock quickly vanished. The murder power of domain below had disappeared without a trace. To this, Matthew had no emotional fluctuations. He swiftly summoned Soldier and then summoned Death Knight 47 and Queen of Banshees, Sinfran, to assist. Eliminate all the frenzied who have lost their sanity. If they still retain some rationality, hand them over to the law enforcement of Order City. Just keep those who have signed the blood covenant. The next moment, Matthew summoned Troll Princess Ruichi from the Jaegerblade. Half a year passed. The Troll Kingdom had not sent anyone to negotiate with Matthew, presumably they had completely given up on the princess. Upon Ruichi's own insistent request, Matthew transformed her into a dark maid, to lead all the other dark servants. Keep an eye on that blood covenant, and don't let them tamper with it. Matthew cautioned. Dressed in a black and white maid's outfit, Ruichi bowed respectfully to Matthew. Master. Everything will be as you wish. Matthew nodded. After becoming a dark maid, Ruichi was a stronger soul type than the Banshees. She was backed by the powerful energy contained within the Jaeger blade. Her power was not inferior to the Queen of Banshees. With these four overseeing the ruins, the offspring of the god of murder could hardly stir up any trouble. Moreover, the butterfly was still watching from above. Matthew turned and directed more of his attention towards that potential thief. It's a good thing I learned a trick or two from Vasnov, leaving a mental power worm in that Congress. Matthew concentrated his insight. He quickly found the direction. Half a minute later, his figure abruptly appeared outside the prison walls on the northern edge of the old theater district. Meanwhile in the sky, more magic balloons began moving. As if to clarify the situation for Matthew. Spotlight after spotlight crazily shot towards the prison. At the same time, the supernatural being Waning, who was responsible for liaising between Butterfly and Matthew, also arrived beside the latter. The young man still looked somewhat nervous, but no longer as constrained as before. He spoke. The people from Black River Prison have been evacuated, I mean, all the staff except for the prisoners have left. Matthew gave him a surprised glance. Trepidation appeared on Waning's face. It's an order from the city lord. It was carried out during the day. Besides, most of the prison staff are innocent. Matthew abruptly gestured for him to stop. These guys really think of themselves as experts at depopulating excess population, don't they? Matthew could see right through it. Butterfly only evacuated the staff and then left all the prisoners here. It was clearly an attempt to pass the buck to him. But in front of the young man, Matthew was too lazy to explain too much. Sometimes the stereotype of a necromancer was quite useful. At least when he really needed to clear the area, there would be fewer things to consider. Outside Black River Prison was a relatively solid magic barrier. But this was no challenge for Matthew. He easily cut an opening in the barrier with the Sword of Slaughter. Afterward, Matthew easily vaulted over the wall. During this process, Waning also transformed into a black cat and followed in. You're a druid? Matthew asked casually. Waning nodded. Elemental association. I mainly specialize in transforming into various elemental creatures, which is quite popular within Order City. Sometimes, as a human enforcing the law, you encounter severe resistance from other humans, but when you become an elemental creature, they tend to cooperate more. That's why a good number of law enforcers in the Innocent Balance are elemental druids. Matthew thought it was indeed realistic. Guided by the magic balloon spotlights, Matthew continued following his insight through the prison, clearly viewing the interior landscape. The outer areas were desolate. Even the surface buildings where humans were confined were silent, an abnormal condition that Matthew anticipated. Most of Black River Prison's main body is underground, with 7 levels in total, though rumors claim the original design had 9 levels. Waning explained. However, this prison is the private property of the Ingram family. Even we from the Truth sect don't know much about its more specific internal structure. If you want, I can contact the city lord to see if we can get the original blueprints. Matthew nodded slightly. The young man was quite insightful. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The next second, Matthew's insight picked up a multitude of faint red lights beginning to emerge. These were dense, yet not particularly dangerous alarms. Boom. One after another, the main building doors of the prison were violently burst open from the inside, with many iron gates and bars becoming twisted. Matthew walked in fearlessly along the corridor. In each of the densely packed cells, prisoners glowing with a yellowish hue wrestled frantically against the bars and doors. Seeing this scene, Waning's pupils shrank dramatically. Then, he noticed an even more terrifying detail. Their brains, Matthew coldly replied, have been completely scooped out from behind, though the outer skull is still there. Maybe it wasn't done by a person. Speaking of which, was this also arranged by your city lord? Chapter 1710, 465. Has anyone ever told you that you always spoil the atmosphere? _2. Chapter 1710, 465. Has anyone ever told you that you always spoil the atmosphere? _2. Waning looked at the prisoners who had their skulls cracked open at the back and were now rioting like zombies, a deep horror flickering in his eyes. How is this possible? When the staff evacuated during the day, all the prisoners were healthy. Wait, if someone took their brains after the staff left, why are these small doors all locked? He noticed something was off. A look of disbelief flashed in the young man's eyes. But Matthew quickly dispelled his misconception. Of course it wasn't your city lords, he's not that insane. Didn't you see their fingernails are all unusually long, sharp, and stained with blood? Most likely, they dug out their own brains and offered them to some evil god as a sacrifice. I smell a familiar scent. No sooner had he finished speaking. A fierce yellow wind blew from the depths of the corridor. The wind carried white petals tinged with yellow. Those petals were of a shape that felt familiar to Matthew. A few seconds later, by the time he reached the end of the corridor, a section of incredibly thick rhizome had broken through the soil. It was a giant yellow plant. It had grown up from underground, piercing through the rooftop of the surface buildings of Black River Prison in a matter of moments, and instantly countless white and yellow lotus petals were swirling through the air. In that moment, all the prisoners seemed to be endowed with an immense strength. They roared as they exhibited divine power, twisting the iron doors and railings out of shape. Roar! The prisoners rushed out. Some of them even charged towards Matthew and Waning. Mr. Matthew. In a moment of urgency, Waning turned into a fire element with flames roaring all over its body. Whirring. The storm of flames stirred up by the fire element blocked all the monstrous prisoners who were lunging at them, efficiently and dominantly. However, when he turned to look, Matthew had already rushed to the spot where the giant plant's rhizomes had emerged. Get the butterfly ready to clear a large number of the withered disciples. Look after yourself, and don't follow me anymore. Having dropped these 2 lines, Matthew picked up a shovel and chopped at the base of the giant lotus. The tree planting shovel was certainly sharp, but the rhizome was extremely tough and durable. It took Matthew more than a dozen chops to sever that exposed part of the lotus. After doing all this, Matthew looked around. He found that the entire Black River prison had been burst open by a number of colossal lotuses. In that instant, it was as if he were in the middle of a lotus pond. And he could not be more familiar with this type of lotus. It was the broodmother lotus that he had encountered during the catastrophe in Cross City. Only, this model was much smaller, but many more in number. Broodmother lotus, weaver of all things Taran. No wonder there was a super leprosy virus pandemic previously. There must have been a plague demigod acting in secrecy. Looking at the lotuses, Matthew's mind teemed with thoughts. What he had killed in Cross City was only Taran's doppelganger or projection, while the true body was hiding somewhere. After the fall of Heavenly Family Palace, gods like Taran, Ikanos the Destroyer, the withered king who died at Hibert's hands, and other divine beings truly bid farewell to the era when gods were high above. They were minor divine powers to begin with, and bailing out was easy at the time, but afterward, they didn't have much power left. Initially intimidated by Isabel's thunderous tactics, they did not stir trouble for a long time. Half a year later, they finally dared to show up. Taran is almost like a plague demigod, Ikanos is a ruined demigod, add to that the god of murder's progeny causing a storm which will inevitably result in a murder demigod, and there's also the suspected existence of Queen Zerg. These beings gathered together can't be up to anything good. The enemy is probably not few. But Matthew was not intimidated, because he estimated that these weak gods currently had an approximate level 1 demigod power with their main domain. Such low-level figures, even if several came at once, wouldn't be enough for Matthew to handle alone. The Zerg race need to be watched out for. If there's a connection to the Zerg's nest under this land, and there is a mature queen in the nest, this would indeed be a severe catastrophe for the ordinary residents of Order City. Elemental life don't fear parasitism, but humans will have a hard time avoiding it. Looking at the Zerg larvae continuously burrowing out of the underground rifts, a sudden revelation dawned on Matthew. The butterfly entrusted these creatures to me. Could it have already been aware of the Zerg race's existence? He pondered for a while. To deal with the current situation where both plague and a swarm of insects were simultaneously invading, detonating the ether star core was indeed the most efficient and effortless method. Once the star core explodes, the entire old theater district will be leveled, and a massive sinkhole will be blasted into the underground world as well. It didn't matter what demigods were beneath. Most couldn't withstand a machinist blowing them up like that. Afterwards, anyone thinking of causing trouble in Order City would have to weigh whether they could withstand the power of a star core explosion. But Matthew felt it hadn't come to that point yet. In any case, detonating a super-legendary bomb like Ether Star Core in an area populated by humans would have a profound impact. Not to mention the natural disasters of earthquakes and collapses caused by the violent turbulence. Power of that legendary magnitude often results in severe planar rifts. Chapter 1711, 465. Has anyone ever told you that you always spoil the atmosphere? 3. Chapter 1711, 465. Has anyone ever told you that you always spoil the atmosphere? 3. The material world had just recovered from the Great Terror after falling from the Heavenly Family Palace. Another huge bomb like this could very well cause many already fragmented and struggling material layers to collapse completely. Naturally, this action was very likely to decrease the plane will's favorability. Therefore, when conditions allowed, Matthew tried not to use such extreme measures as much as possible. This was for the greater good. Of course, it wasn't that Matthew wanted to conceal the ether star core. The next moment, he cast a floating spell on himself and then jumped directly into the deep hole formed on the ground after the rootstock had snapped and swiftly retracted. A minute later, at the 4th level underground, following the strong scent of the plague, Matthew arrived at a square surrounded by purulent yellow fog. Within the fog, he could faintly see the outlines of numerous small broodmother lotus rootstocks. Those yellow lotuses appearing on the ground grew from here. Beyond the outlines of the lotuses, Matthew also discovered many spiders hustling about busily. These little spiders were frantically carrying something. Due to the obstruction of the fog, Matthew couldn't see clearly. So, he roughly extended a foot and fiercely stomped on a little spider scurrying past him. The latter immediately began to squeal yee-yee-yee-yee. Matthew cast a gentle breeze technique cantrip, making the surroundings a bit clearer. The next second, he saw that the spider he had stepped on was actually carrying a bloody brain. It's the brains of those prisoners. Matthew distastefully lifted his foot. The little spider muttered something in complaint and then hurried along with the squashed brain, catching up with the main group. Matthew followed these little spiders towards the deepest part of the square. Soon after, he saw something he had once seen in Cross City. It was a series of glass columns. The columns were filled with murky liquid, which soaked several human brains, with numerous souls performing eerie, silent wails around those brains. Soul projection device. Matthew's gaze was calm. Compared to before, Terran's soul projection experience seemed to have grown. Previously, the glass columns contained only souls. But now they included their brains as well. Perhaps this improved the stability of those crazed withered disciples after soul projection. Matthew walked around. The yellow fog was too thick, severely limiting his visibility. He could sense the murder demigod's power of domain nearby, but due to the obstructed insight, everything seemed vague. At that thought, he decided to break all the glass columns. But just as Matthew picked up a shovel and prepared to start the work, a faint voice suddenly came from deep within the yellow fog. Why? Why must you always press us so hard? Matthew looked carefully. It was a woman wearing an exotic yellow long gown, voluptuous in form. Her eyes were incredibly bright, like stars in the night sky. From her appearance, this woman could be described as stunning. Her demeanor was not inferior either. The only things were the slight bulge of her belly and the numerous little spiders crawling out from between her legs, reminding others of her identity. Weaver of all things, Taran? Matthew looked at her steadily, his gaze filled with surprise. You dare to use your true body? After soul binding with lost paradise, Matthew's perception of divine identities had become extremely sensitive. He immediately sensed that the figure before him might very well be Terran's real body. This was obviously abnormal. With no other choice, what other options do I have? Mr. Matthew? Taran looked at Matthew with a deeply aggrieved expression. Matthew was silent. How could just anyone guess his identity so easily? He had even deliberately put on a camouflaged disguise and the undergarments of the goddess of magic, Yili, before coming here. Still, he couldn't avoid being recognized at a glance. Seems like I need to consult Lorraine for some tips on disguise next time. Matthew sighed inwardly. Taran seemed to sense what was on Matthew's mind. She shook her head slightly. It's useless. Your renown has spread widely across the world of Ander. At this level, mere disguise has lost its effect. Every move you make is being closely watched by others. This is the inevitable path of becoming a major figure. Maybe you haven't realized it yet. But it is indeed so. Mr. Matthew, in the eyes of us miserable ones, you have already become a significant figure. Taran's tone even contained a hint of resentment. Her voice was actually very sweet, if it weren't for the starkly noticeable army of spiders between her legs. The scene might have resembled a couple airing their grievances after a long separation. Your Highness speaks too highly. Matthew shook his head. I'm just an ordinary necromancer. How could I be considered a major figure? Even if what you say is true. This shouldn't be an excuse for you to slander me, right? His gaze sharply observed her. Intuition told him that the group masquerading as tree-planting mages to tarnish his reputation included this very plagued demigod before him. Taran looked at Matthew with pitiful eyes. You destroyed our last hope, shouldn't we hate you? Besides, our retaliation actually does no serious harm, it's just meant to divert your attention so you bother yourself chasing after those impersonating you. Chapter 1712, 465 Has anyone ever told you that you always spoil the atmosphere? _4. Chapter 1712, 465 Has anyone ever told you that you always spoil the atmosphere? _4. Who would have thought you would still chase me here? So, when I call you aggressive, it's not an overstatement, right? Mr. Matthew. Why are you content to be a knife in someone else's hand, turning everyone into your adversaries? Matthew said indifferently. Again, you are exaggerating. I've always been kind to others, and I have few enemies. If you have become my enemy, you should consider your own problems more. I really don't have many enemies. Besides you, there are only Ikanos the Destroyer, Lord of the Thousand Transformers, Jaslavin, Demon Lord Asner, and the like. As for Dragon Lich Stephanie, Evil Spirit Lord Omodochi, the current Starry Night God, and Red Letter Hunter Shanair, I think at most we have some misunderstandings, not deep-seated hatred. Whenever Matthew mentioned a name, he would deliberately watch Taran's reaction. But Taran was eerily composed, revealing not many flaws in the process, and instead, continued to plead. Give us a chance, pretend you never met me here, and let us go. We could become great friends. If you are willing, I could even offer you a domain for reproducing offspring. You might not know, but my body has unparalleled advantages in breeding. Don't you want to give it a try? After all, I was once a goddess of the heavenly family palace. Seeing Taran behaving coyly, Matthew instinctively felt something was amiss. He watched Taran's pupils shrink slightly. Are you stalling for time? What are your comrades doing underground? Taran ignored this. She still put on a pitiable expression. Are you really that heartless? Must you force me into a corner? If you insist on doing this, could you at least hear my story first? Originally, I was just a clueless little spider that crawled out of Mother Earth's nest. Matthew interrupted her. So, how old are you exactly? Taran was taken aback. I can't quite remember. 1003, 1005, or 1008? Do you really care about my age that much? Matthew nodded. I was wondering, at your age, I don't know how many gold coins would burst out if I hit you with Death's Touch. As he spoke, Matthew's left hand rose slightly, and Death's Touch suddenly surged from the ground, enveloping Taran's body entirely. Atop the tentacle, a multitude of suction cups wriggled madly, and a massive influx of negative energy was injected into Taran's body. In that instant, she faced several rounds of extremely strict instant death determinations. Ah! Taran let out a wretched scream. Her complexion instantly turned ashen, followed rapidly by her star-like luminous eyes dimming. Clatter! Matthew heard the sound of gold coins hitting the ground. The next second, a gap appeared in the void. A vast number of gold coins continuously seeped out, piling into a small mountain of gold on the ground within a few breaths. The mountain of gold continued to grow. It began to rain gold coins from the sky. The rain of gold coins grew heavier and heavier. In a blink, it threatened to submerge the entire square. Initially, Matthew was amazed that the once heavenly family palace deity was so wealthy. But he quickly realized something was amiss. Not even the data bar has been deceived. So, this illusion is quite mediocre. Even so, Matthew was not complacent. As giant waves rose from the sea of gold coins, threatening to engulf the diminutive Matthew entirely, his body also underwent a dramatic transformation. From a suave and handsome spellcaster to a hairy, vigorous monkey holding a bamboo stick. Shape-shifting form, Eastern immortal ape. After the transformation was complete, Matthew felt a boundless energy coursing through his body. His eyes, like torches, easily spotted all the flaws in the illusion before him. Then, he took a step forward and, with the help of ground shrinking, easily leapt over the sea of gold coins and arrived in front of the incomparable giant spider at the end of the ocean. In the midst of the illusion, the sky was a clear azure, the sea golden, and between them lay a giant spider so large it could block the twilight of the setting sun. She looked like a true doomsday creature. For a moment, countless scarlet compound eyes locked onto Matthew's form. You. The giant spider hadn't even begun to speak. In a moment of distraction, the agile immortal ape had already pierced through all mists, arriving right in front of her. Wind, clouds, the sea, endless gold coins. All within the illusion were left far behind by Matthew. He raised his bamboo stick high and swung it down with ease. Crack. Bang. Splat. 3 muffled sounds. The first shattered the entire illusion. The second directly smashed the weaver of all things Terran's skull. The third effortlessly tore her soul apart. Prompt: you have killed former weaver of all things Taran, plague demigod, using shape-shifting form, Eastern immortal ape. You have successfully killed a character from the evil camp. Your Eastern immortal ape form has unlocked a new ability, Hate Evil. Hate Evil: each time you kill a character from the evil camp, and their action must be filled with sins, the duration of your transformation will increase to some extent. Current duration increased to 13 minutes. This Eastern immortal ape is not only powerful but also has great potential to be tapped. But this Taran, she doesn't take a hit well. Matthew looked at the large spider carcass before him with an indescribable sense of strangeness. The Eastern immortal ape was indeed powerful. And Taran is now indeed just a minor demigod. But that didn't mean that after mingling in the heavenly family palace for 1,000 years, she had no means whatsoever to save her life. Even though Matthew could feel that he had successfully torn her soul apart, the scene before him still felt unreal. After ruling out the influence of the double environment, Matthew pondered for a moment, then decided not to dwell on it any longer and continued the pursuit. The Eastern immortal ape smashed all the glass pillars he could see in the square with one strike. Then, he reverted to human form and, following his insight into mental power worms, found a huge hole at the edge of the plaza. Matthew descended down the hole. This time the fall lasted much longer, a full 3 minutes. During the descent, he even found himself slightly distracted due to boredom. This phenomenon made him quite vigilant. When Matthew's feet touched the soft ground, the temperature around him also changed dramatically. It's so hot. Have I come to the Earth core? Matthew looked around in confusion and continued forward. The next second, he lost all ability to move his gaze. There, in the deep undercity, was a vast and deep crater. Matthew was halfway up a rock wall. He spotted an extravagantly luxurious and magnificent huge ship. At the stern of the ship hung a flag full of Eastern continent flavor. Several figures were gathered below the ship. Someone seemed to be chanting something. Just as Matthew considered approaching, a voice resounded behind him. Has anyone ever told you that you're always a killjoy? You're too quick on the scene. Matthew. Chapter 1713, 466 The Starry Night God and the Kunwa's Secret Treasure. Chapter 1713, 466 The Starry Night God and the Kunwa's Secret Treasure. Matthew turned his head and looked back. The one who had spoken was a relatively unfamiliar man. That man was dressed in a splendid traditional robe, his chest adorned with 3 badges emitting a thick magic aura, his scroll bag on his belt making rattling noises, and a faint smile on his face. At first glance, Matthew thought he had encountered an Alliance wizard. The most eye-catching thing about this man was undoubtedly the resplendent cloak behind him that seemed to be woven from starlight itself. The cloak existed between the tangible and the intangible, frequently flowing with the colorful cosmic starlight, giving off a profound and mystical feeling. In the area obscured by the cloak, Matthew couldn't even feel the material layer of that region. It was precisely by leveraging the characteristics of this cloak that the man almost eluded Matthew's insight. Matthew's heart was filled with caution. If the other party had chosen to launch a surprise attack just now, he might not have been able to avoid it. Similarly, he did not let down his guard because the cloaked man had chosen to speak instead. At that moment, Matthew assessed the man from head to toe, and suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. It was the knowledge of divinity spontaneously unfolding in his mind. God of Midnight? Or should I say, now you should be called the Starry Night God? Matthew voiced the origins of the other party. After the fall of Heavenly Family Palace, the God of Midnight was one of the few giants who were still living well. With the faith of the creatures of the astral world, he successfully transformed his divine title from Ainder's God of Midnight to the Starry Night of the entire eternity universe, thus avoiding being dragged down by the Heavenly Family Palace. But generally speaking, the Starry Night God's strength would definitely be greatly diminished due to the fall of Heavenly Family Palace. The man before him was obviously not the true embodiment of the Starry Night God. Matthew was aware that this was merely a demigod's body, the physical identity being that of an Ainder human, whose spiritual space was extremely powerful. Not because of the divine descent of the Starry Night God, but due to his own robust qualities. This indicated that the body might originally belong to an evil priest, similar to Lance. Taking into account that one of the Starry Night God's aliases was the great evil demon Trier, who was not only a high-level partner of the Order of Calamity but also had countless evil priest followers in Ainder. It was not surprising that he could get his hands on a demigod's body. Just call me Trier. The Starry Night God appeared elegant and extremely polite. Seemingly not the least bit annoyed that Matthew had killed his offspring, 8-armed evil demon Trilson, in the Sampan Plain. Matthew, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Despite being prepared, your rate of growth is still astonishing. In just over 3 years, you've become such a formidable person. The tone of the Starry Night God seemed sincere, as if he genuinely rejoiced over Matthew's progress. From the attitude of their encounter, the two seemed more like long-lost old friends rather than deadly enemies on the brink of conflict. In this situation, Matthew wasn't the least bit surprised. All these old foxes from the Heavenly Family Palace were first and foremost pragmatists. When they're stronger than you, they'll simply bully you. But when the tables are turned, they'll lower their stature and reason with you as if a gentle breeze in spring. Taran was like this. And the Starry Night God was no exception. If it had been Matthew from a year ago standing here, these people probably would have come after him without another word, no time wasted on such reflections. Matthew smiled faintly, cutting straight to the chase. Is this why you had someone impersonate me everywhere, to smear my name? The reaction of the Starry Night God was similar to that of Taran. He laughed heartily. It was just a clumsy trick we had to do to divert your attention. None of that matters now, surely no one will dare to impersonate you in the future. What's important is, even though we made an early interference, you have still come here, indicating someone has guided you. I'm guessing that person is Isabel. Only that mad woman would be so persistent with us poor creatures. She wants to imitate the Calamity Mage too much, determined to drive every member of the Heavenly Family Palace to extinction. We simply can't communicate with her. But you're different. Matthew. As a rational person, there's no need to soil your reason for the trifle thrown by a madman. Besides, have you ever wondered why she doesn't come to kill us personally, but sends you to do it? Matthew looked at him quizzically. So your scripts don't get updated, huh? His words were not without a taunting undertone. However, the Starry Night God did not take offense. What I am about to tell you is a secret that will impact the future pattern of the entire multiverse. And it is also the fundamental reason why Isabel does not come after us personally. The secret is Isabel. She's about to die. Matthew's eyes narrowed. He simply didn't believe it. Or rather, she will leave this world in a special way. For the multiverse, the name Isabel will become a symbol in history. She will no longer be able to exert her originally immense and inconceivable influence on this world. The Starry Night God asserted. Everything is related to her experiences in the erased historical world. She's in a hurry now, determined to settle all matters. Have you heard of the Golden Ship Project? That plan is Isabel's own brainchild. She will board the Golden Ship and leave this world, at most taking only her most intimate believers and supporters with her. Do you think you're one of them? Matthew blinked. Chapter 1714, 466 Starry Night God and Come with Secret Treasure _2. Chapter 1714, 466 Starry Night God and Come with Secret Treasure _2. His gaze directly bypassed the Starry Night God, who was chattering ceaselessly, and refocused on the massive building ship in the distance. Underneath the building ship, the rhythm of the incantations chanted by the group of people became even more urgent. Are you stalling for time? Matthew's eyes gradually grew colder. Yes. The Starry Night God admitted it outright. Using the truth about Isabel to exchange for your time to listen, in order to satisfy our needs, is a fair trade, isn't it? By the way, we're also about to leave the Ander continent, just like Isabel. The difference is, we're heading to the recovering Eastern continent, a land that has once again become vibrant. We will establish our new home there. See that building ship? That is the Witch Clan's dragon ship. The Witch Clan is a very special branch among the Sioux people, somewhat similar to the cyber dragons of the Eastern continent, skilled in making all kinds of magical tools and artifacts. This kind of dragon ship can not only traverse the endless ocean, but it can also break through the blockades of the plane laws, cruising back and forth between different planes. To tell you the truth, we have already found the legendary Sea of the Earth's core, which is similar in existence to the sampan plane. As everyone knows, after the catastrophe of the Shattered Jade, the entire Eastern continent became highly entangled with the abyss, and a huge fault appeared between this space and the main body of the material world. Therefore, through normal channels, even if you come to the furthest east of the endless ocean, you cannot step onto that magical space of the Eastern continent. But after the Great Tear, the situation changed a bit. The Ander continent also subsided, making it easier than ever to enter the Eastern continent. As long as we can repair this building ship, we'll be able to pass through the Sea of the Earth's core more conveniently, avoid the influence of the twilight creatures, and successfully set foot on that magical land. As you can see, we just want to leave, nothing more. The words of the Starry Night God were sincere, the attitude genuine. For a moment, Matthew almost thought that what the other party said made some sense. But he swiftly shook his head. If they just wanted to repair the ship, what are they chanting? Those syllables don't sound like repair spells. The Starry Night God had an answer to every question. They are summoning the witch spirits on the ship. People of the Witch Clan like to use the skulls of their ancestors as one of the foundational items of the dragon ship. They believe these skulls can protect them on their sea voyages. Over time, some of these skulls gave birth to unique witch spirits. These spirits have their own wills and can draw greater strength from battling the waves and conquering storms. So the dreams of the ancestors' protection for the Witch Clan became reality. That is the power of faith and the power of the soul. Every dragon ship capable of crossing over the eastern and western continents has witch spirits on board. It's just that some of them, due to a lack of offerings, have entered a long period of dormancy. If we don't awaken the witch spirits, we won't be able to activate this dragon ship, let alone surf the sea of the Earth's core. You're a necromancer, you should be able to sense the presence of the witch spirits on this ship. I also believe you can feel that we really mean you no harm. The tone of the Starry Night God became surprisingly gentle. He nearly pleaded with Matthew. We had no intention of creating any disaster. We just want to leave. Even so, if you also wish to join us, we can offer you a ticket on the ship, but you must abide by our rules. Matthew questioned. You say you do not wish to create disasters. Then what's the deal with the progeny of the god of murder? What about the outbreak of the super leprosy virus in Order City? And what's going on with the rampaging Zergs and the withered disciples outside? The Starry Night God exhibited a hint of helplessness. Supplementing divine power. We are about to leave Ander, and divine power would normally be of no use to us. However, there may inevitably be some setbacks along the way, so before we leave, we've just created some events that conform to our own divine titles. These incidents shouldn't even be considered disasters, at most mere ripples. You don't think that those Zergs and the withered disciples on the ground could escape the execution of Order City's elemental law enforcement team, do you? Moreover, if we wanted to create a disaster, we wouldn't have been found by you so effortlessly, right? As the Starry Night God spoke, Matthew's gaze had already swiftly swept over the people beneath the building ship. One name after another surfaced in his mind. Ruined demigod Ikanos, formerly destroyed Ikanos. Queen Zerg and frenzied demigod Brinna. Thieving demigod Mo2a. Winter demigod Quid, formerly the child of winter. Sisters of Desire. And some other demigods from the north. Most of them are new faces. All are former members of the Heavenly Family Palace. Matthew felt a slight shock at the bottom of his heart. He had thought that among the offspring of the god of murder, there would be at least a few familiar faces. Their level had dropped to 20, and their divine personas were only half that of a god, roughly the level of an ordinary legendary, maybe even weaker. If you're looking for the power of domain of the murder demigod, it's with me. The Starry Night God waved his hand, and the divine title that disappeared beneath the cosmic base rock reappeared. Chapter 1715, 466 Starry Night God and Kunwa Secret Treasure _3. Chapter 1715, 466 Starry Night God and Kunwa Secret Treasure _3. His tone remained gentle. Don't blame Mo2a, it was I who ordered him to steal this object. The awakening of the witch spirit requires a vast amount of divine power, and a great number of negative, evil elements. We have reason to believe that the ancient witch clan used a considerable amount of living sacrifices in their ancestral worship, which is why most witch spirits bear a certain malice. Murder, plague, ruin, theft, these elements are all key to awakening a witch spirit. But since the god of murder has already fallen, I had no choice but to borrow one of his holy artifacts and use the remaining divine power to mass-produce a batch of Sons of Slaughter, all for the sake of this power of domain. It will be the first offering in our worship of the witch spirit. I know you are also interested in it, please name your price, and we will do our best to compensate you in other ways. Honestly, we are already trying our utmost to avoid conflict with you, Matthew. The Starry Night God lamented. Although we are a group of wretches who have lost our power, when pushed to the brink, we can still muster some strength. If you continue to oppress us, it will only create greater chaos. On the other hand, if you choose to reconcile with us, the chaos in Order City could be brought to an end. Also, as a token of gratitude, I will tell you what exactly happened in the erased history of the world. This is important to you too, isn't it? Having said that, he quietly watched Matthew. However eloquently the Starry Night God spoke, Matthew still didn't believe him. He stared intently at the Starry Night God. I see traces of an abundance of chaotic elements gathered upon you. You are the sources of chaos, the manufacturers of disaster. Bluffing me won't be so easy. The Starry Night God said without changing his expression. Really? Before coming to Canning, I also used divination spells in the astral world to view the future changes. Guess what I saw? I saw Canning facing an unprecedented calamity, and the source of that disaster, or, should I say, the origin of this entire chaos storm, is you.
Matthew. Haven't you realized that you're the greatest source of chaos?
Matthew didn't get a chance to speak. The Starry Night God continued. Of course, you are not alone, all extraterrestrial visitors are the same. Why do your eyes show surprise? Did you think such an identity could be concealed from us? If Isabel could discover it, we most certainly could too, perhaps even earlier. Before your arrival, the days of heavenly change were just a broad concept, slowly brewing, and it was even questionable whether it would actually occur. Your arrival has accelerated it all. Just as the arrival of sun god Gerard catalyzed the dramatic shifts of the Age of Enlightenment. The changes within the world of Ander itself are very slow and sluggish, only becoming so intense with the infusion of outside forces. Do you understand now? You and the once great sun god Gerard are of the same kind. You are the greatest sources of chaos in the world of Ander. As he said this, the Starry Night God's tone shifted. Of course, being a source of chaos is not necessarily a derogatory term. The Calamity Mage is also a very frightening source of chaos, but no one dares to point fingers at her because she is powerful enough. You certainly haven't reached the height of the Calamity Mage or even the Sun God. But you must understand, the future crises facing Order City are not solely caused by us, you also have a significant role in it, Matthew. If you truly do not wish to see a tragedy of lives destroyed on this land, if deep down you are really here to end chaos as you claim, then why not extend a hand of peace to us before the chaos occurs? The Starry Night God's words were quite stirring. Bougie, we did indeed harm some innocents before. But that was not intentional, merely some side effects of extraordinary power. If you choose leniency now, then from here on, we can have lasting peace. We just want to leave. I swear that once the ship departs, you won't see us again. Let the chaos stop here, let us depart, okay? The Starry Night God's face was full of hope, appearing like a good god longing for peace. Yet Matthew couldn't help but laugh out loud. Indeed, the top charlatan of Heavenly Family Palace. You could make falsehood seem true. According to you, if a villain commits a misdeed, to avoid greater conflict and chaos, should the good simply yield unconditionally? Now it's creating a few offspring of the god of murder or spreading some plague viruses. If I endure that, what's next? Something even more terrible? Since I will be blamed for causing chaos should we clash, I might as well act first. As his words fell, several huge tentacles suddenly surged from all directions. The tentacles instantly grasped the demigod body of the Starry Night God in their grip. Matthew's left hand exerted force. With a loud crash, the demigod body was forcibly crushed, turning into a clump of minced flesh. Minced flesh scattered on the ground, turning into specks of stardust. A cloud of dust rose, and from not far away came the Starry Night God's severe coughing. Matthew, of course, knew that a simple death's touch could never kill the Starry Night God. Chapter 1716, 466 Starry Night God and Kunwa's Secret Treasure _4. Chapter 1716, 466 Starry Night God and Kunwa's Secret Treasure _4. But his aim was not that. From the beginning, when he was conversing with the Starry Night God, he had discerned that he was locked on by a powerful mental force. That sense of being locked made Matthew's actions very passive. Thus, his move was only to probe the source of that mental force. Indeed, it's the Starry Night God. This guy's strength is truly the strongest among these demigods. Having confirmed the source, Matthew quietly activated the authority of the Lord of the Tauren, and, with its powerful characteristics in the mental power domain, he not only successfully dispelled that mental force but even slightly influenced a part of the Starry Night God's mental power in reverse. The next second, Matthew's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, the Starry Night God changed color immediately. Stop him quickly. He has broken free from my lock. Damn it, don't let him get close to that ship. The other demigods naturally confronted him head-on. Matthew was not intimidated by anyone. He powered up the legendary flight and charged straight toward the ship above shapeshifting form. But just halfway through his flight, his shape suddenly stumbled. He could not continue. Because the next second, a thick bolt of lightning suddenly zipped through the pitch-black cavern, fiercely striking a rock that had bulged from the stone wall in front of Matthew. Boom, boom, boom. The rock shattered into pieces. Dust and electric sparks danced in the air, exuding an aura that could make an ordinary person's heart flutter. Matthew frowned slightly. Not far away, a half-man, half-fish creature stood proudly. He was holding a storm spear in his hand, and the tip of the trident was still wrapped in threads of electricity. Notice, you have encountered Thunder Demigod Kramer. Thunder Demigod, a former subordinate god of the Lord of Storm and Ocean, who, after forsaking his divine persona, continues in the material world in the form of a demigod. The storm spear in his hand is a high-quality replica of the original divine artifact of the Lord of Storm and Ocean, coming from Roderick's factory. Roderick's replica business has reached Heavenly Family Palace? Matthew was slightly astonished. Meanwhile, 2 more demigods had sandwiched Matthew from front and back. They were the ruined demigod Ikanos and a Queen Zerg whom Matthew had previously encountered in the ruins. At that time, 3 demigods from different directions launched a fierce attack on Matthew. But before their hands moved, it was the starry night god who had been biding his time who acted first. I decree that there shall be stars amidst the night skies. Once the ether fuses with the stars, it shall cease to exist. He chanted this prayer aloud. The very next moment, Matthew felt as if all the elements around him had been completely drained. Within the cavern, twinkling lights began to shine. And the glow from the starry night god's chest was especially bright. It was these stars that sucked away all the ether, artificially creating a mystic lock around Matthew. At the same time, the actions of the other 3 demigods also followed one after the other. The thunder demigod summoned a vast amount of dark purple lightning to strike Matthew. Even the thinnest of those bolts were as thick as an arm, and the fizzing electric dragons made the air smell scorched. The Queen Zerg revealed part of her true form, like a giant worm's mouthparts, spewing out endless streams of acid that seemed to lock onto Matthew, dousing him. Ikanos' method of attack was the most unadorned. He merely raised his hand slightly and a sword condensed with the ultimate power of destruction thrust straight at Matthew. Can't use spells, should I use the shape-shifting form to withstand it? The starry night god sneered. However, the next second, a scene that caught everyone by surprise occurred. Whether it was the raging lightning, the surging acid, or the supersized sword controlled by the ruined demigod, the moment they neared Matthew's body, they all vanished into thin air. The next breath, an even more shocking event unfolded. The flashing lightning tore through the sky from the void, directly surging towards the ruined demigod. The Mad Zerg Queen's acid fiercely shot onto the face of the Thunder Demigod. And the ruined demigod's giant sword was plunged headfirst into the body of the Mad Zerg Queen. Attack transfer? Aspect control? The pupils of the starry night god dramatically contracted. All 3 demigods cried out in pain. Only Matthew stood in his place, his expression calm and unperturbed, as if everything that had just happened was a minor issue. However, in his heart, he was cursing profusely. Damn. That last move was cool, but it actually consumed 10 points of founder energy. That's enough to resurrect 1/30 of old Ty. No, I need to be more careful with it in the future. Notice, you have consumed 10 points of founder energy to collect and release all the supernatural power around you through Lost Paradise. Lost Paradise has been slightly stimulated, and the birth speed of the world has experienced a slow increase. Seizing this golden opportunity, Matthew broke through the blockade of the 3 demigods and successfully reached the deck of the building ship. Back off. Above the dragon. Back off. Upon arriving at the scene, Matthew, without a word, switched into an imposing mode and, with his formidable reputation and intimidation ability, successfully drove away the shrimp soldiers and crab generals before him. In the end, The bizarre skull revered by everyone appeared before him. Is this the witch spirit? Matthew gazed at the surface of the skull. As a necromancer, he was naturally familiar with such objects, but this skull was special. It bore no soul fire. Yet Matthew felt a distinct will and an extremely intense spirituality. And the source of that spirituality was precisely the building ship under his feet. Return the witch spirit to us, the starry night god demanded forcefully. Take 3 steps back, and we can still talk. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I can destroy your city and domain. Matthew frowned. He hated being threatened the most. The next second, he reached out to grab the skull, but just as his fingertips were about to touch the surface of the witch spirit, a strong sense of unease suddenly surged in Matthew's heart. At the same time, his peripheral vision caught the starry night god's slightly upturned lips. Something's wrong. This isn't right. In an instant, Matthew's hand jerked back as if it had touched flames, but it was already too late. The floating skull, as if intentionally, moved forward slightly and suddenly opened its mouth, biting down on Matthew's index finger. In that moment, a powerful force gripped Matthew, and no matter how he tried, he couldn't break free. Stop struggling. Since you've already chosen the fated person to inherit the Kunwa's secret treasure, you should properly embark on the path ahead. When faced with such a tremendous opportunity, why do you seem so reluctant? Such a voice echoed in Matthew's mind. A few seconds later, the scenery before his eyes instantly switched to a valley filled with the sound of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Matthew rubbed his eyes. On the data panel, notice, the starry night god and others have fulfilled their promise to the Kunwa envoy Sandy through the prayer merging technique. As the inheritor, you have successfully reached the sacred land of the eastern continent, Kunwa ruins. Warning, before inheriting the Kunwa secret treasure, you cannot leave the Kunwa ruins through teleportation spells. Chapter 1717, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow. Chapter 1717, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow. In the underground of Order City, in the old theater district. Watching as Matthew's figure disappeared without a trace atop the building ship, a sincere smile appeared on the face of the starry night god. Finally, we have sent away this little plague god. Within 49 days, he cannot return to the Ander continent by teleport. This gives us plenty of time to accomplish many things. Not far away, the Queen Zerg, struggling to extract the giant sword of ruin from her body, voiced her dissatisfaction. Must we do it this way? We all know that the Kunwa ruins might indeed contain a secret passage to the eastern continent. Completing the witch spirit's commission, we could have the chance to step onto that magical land before others. Why give this opportunity to our enemies? The expression on the starry night god's face turned incredibly cold. Are you teaching me a lesson? Suddenly, the starlight filling this cavern became extremely sharp, as if even being touched by that light on the skin could cause painful burns. The Queen Zerg gasped lowly. Her half-human, half-insect body rapidly melted under the starlight, much like a wax figure being scorched by flames melting swiftly. Do you think that what I just said was false? Matthew is like sun god Gerard, an entity who has accelerated the world's drastic changes, an entity that once gains momentum, cannot be easily erased. If we can't cooperate, then sending him away is the best way to handle it. The starry night god sneered. Without me, you all would have been buried along with Heavenly Family Palace long ago. The demigods present fell silent. Though their thoughts might vary, none contested the words of the starry night god. The starry night god indeed had the most strategic vision among the titans of the Heavenly Family Palace. And it was because of his methods that part of the weaker gods and minor deities of the Heavenly Family Palace could preserve the seeds of life. And with the starry night god's influence in the astral world, normally, these demigods would not dare to question him. Only Queen Zerg, a recent and temporary ally, was not yet accustomed to the Star Realm god's authoritarian style. But after this minor punishment, Queen Zerg might now understand how to work with the Star Realm god. At that moment, all were silent. As the gaze of the Star Realm god swept around, seeing Queen Zerg lower her head knowingly, his eyes revealed a hint of satisfaction. Without Matthew, this city no longer has anyone who can stop our plans. Do not worry about Isabel, just as I said before, she is indeed on the verge of leaving or dying. She can't appear before too many people nor reveal her full power. In the end, she has already lost control over Ainder. Even the Seven Saint Alliance is out of her control. Soria, Link, and Nameless all have their own agendas, and the fragmentation or destruction of the Alliance is inevitable. The Heavenly Mages will not care about this city. We have ample opportunity, before the Ether expansion wave, to establish our own magic pool on the northern lands. This city will be the center of that future magic pool. Upon saying this, the Starry Night God's voice grew more excited. Soon, we will make all beings in the multiverse realize one thing: Ether has never been the exclusive domain of spellcasters. Divine power can also control Ether, and can even exert stronger influence than the spellcasters. But before that, we need to create more chaos. As the statement concluded, all demigods gradually left the vicinity of the cliffside building ship. Following that, from beneath the ground of the old theater district, masses of Zerg larvae burrowed out, launching a relentless assault on every living being, starting their mad journey of parasitism and reproduction. At the same time, in other areas of Order City, a peculiar pale green mist suddenly arose. The mist broke through doors and windows, entering the mouths and noses of countless sleepers, many of whom were choked awake instantly. Very soon, under the cover of night, the city resounded with successive coughing sounds. Many people developed severe cases of coughing up blood among those bouts of coughs. For those with poor constitution, some even suffocated to death directly. In a weapon shop within the city, a drunken blacksmith was awakened by the clanking noises of metal against metal. He kicked away the wine bottles at his feet in confusion. Immediately thereafter, he saw the weapons he forged himself leaving their racks one by one, floating in midair. The tips of the weapons emitted a faint blue light, giving off an eerie and mysterious aura. The blacksmith was startled. In a moment, he sensed an intensely strong slaughter. Just as he was sobering up, planning to flee the scene, a sharp pain already shot through his chest. A 4-inch short sword, unknown when, had pierced the blacksmith's chest. The intense pain and fierce slaughter almost caused the blacksmith's will to collapse. He struggled to turn around, only to find that the holder of the sword was none other than the apprentice who he scolded daily. At this moment, the apprentice's eyes were lifeless, filled with nothing but endless slaughter. Ah! As the first scream echoed within the city, the subsequent sounds seemed to stretch endlessly like echoes in a valley. The entire city was awakened at this moment, and at this moment began to fall into the abyss. Zerg. Plague. Slaughter. What a wonderful new world. Chapter 1718, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow _2. Chapter 1718, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow _2. The shadow of the Starry Night God fluttered above the Order City. He gazed distantly at the magic balloons floating above the old theater district, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Go. Destroy the enslaved elements. Or transform them. Let them join our cause. Then, let us welcome the world that belongs to us. Welcome to my land of God's kingdom. The words fell. 20-odd chains of starlight extended from the body of the Starry Night God. These chains connected to the old members of the Heavenly Family Palace. The next second, 20-odd demigods, empowered by the immense divine power of the Starry Night God, flew in all directions around the Order City, like thousands of bats flying over the city. Immediately afterward, portals to unknown worlds gradually opened amid the sounds of holy songs. The shadow of the Starry Night God expanded infinitely. Eventually, it swallowed the entire Order City. Reminder, you cannot use teleport spells to return to Fear of Death Graveyard or Moonlight Woodland. Kunwa Ruins. In the Nameless Valley. Matthew raised his eyebrows slightly. So the so-called witch spirit was just bait. I thought there was something stiff about the whole affair. This thing must indeed be an opportunity or blessing, and since it carries no malice, it evaded my insight. In other words, the Starry Night God indeed sent Matthew a great gift. Only, the opportunity cost was that Matthew couldn't interfere with the world of Ander for the time being. But is that really the case? Matthew chuckled softly. Lost Paradise, activate. The next second, the scenery flashed before his eyes. Indeed. Even from within the Kunwa ruins, returning to Lost Paradise was an obstacle-free matter for Matthew. And as soon as he returned, Matthew saw Tyrese busily digging and planting trees. Old Ty's efficiency in planting trees was even stronger than Matthew, the Divine King. It wasn't clear if this was a racial talent or if the old man truly had a better technique in planting trees. Not far away, a cat, transformed from Dark Peggy, was soundly sleeping under an oak tree. Matthew did not disturb them. Instead, he silently sensed the connection between Lost Paradise and the outside world. Reminder, Lost Paradise has a new external anchor point, Kunwa Ruins. Initial anchor point Fear of Death Graveyard can be reopened by consuming 10 founder energy. Current anchor point Kunwa Ruins, no energy required for free entry and exit. Seeing this, Matthew quietly heaved a sigh of relief. 10 founder energy points, that's about 1/30th of Old Ty, not a small amount, but at least I can go back immediately. Since the resurrection of Tyrese, Matthew's accumulation rate of founder energy was about 2.5 to 3 times the previous rate. Even though he had flaunted his strength in the dungeons a bit and spent a small amount, he still had enough points to return to the Fear of Death Graveyard. At that moment, Matthew used the founder authority to restore the connection between Lost Paradise and the Fear of Death Graveyard. This time, with just a thought, he could return to the Fear of Death Graveyard. The Starry Night God probably didn't expect that Lost Paradise hasn't truly collapsed. I not only took his bait, but can also return at any time. Matthew was quite satisfied in his heart. When suddenly, a surprised voice rang by his ear. What place is this? Matthew looked down. The skull that was biting his fingertip had also followed into Lost Paradise. This was unexpected for Matthew. Is this the heaven of the Western gods? I saw similar worlds in the myriad reflections of the mirror moonwater, always thought they were just fictitious descriptions, never imagined they were real. The skull quickly spun around Matthew, all the while emitting great exclamations of awe. Matthew inquired, "How did you get in here?" The skull replied, "I came in with you. You are the heir to the Kunwa secret treasure. I am Kunwa envoy Sandy. From the moment the agreement was reached, I have been inseparable from you, until you fulfill the mission of the heir. By the way, my name is Sandy, what's yours?" As Matthew looked at Sandy, he couldn't help but frown. Lost Paradise was now one of the most important secrets he carried. This Sandy had stumbled into it by mistake. Difficult to handle. As if sensing the murderous intent from Matthew, Sandy said in alarm, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm just a witch spirit, you know? I still have a great benefit ready to offer you. There's no need to stare at me like that, is there?" Matthew's gaze softened. "First, let me be clear, I was tricked by someone else into becoming the heir to the Kunwa ruins. As for the agreement you mentioned, I haven't even seen it. Now, you must explain everything clearly. What exactly are you? What are the Kunwa ruins? What is there for me to inherit? And what dangers and difficulties will I face to inherit these things? And the content of the agreement itself. You must tell me all these things in detail. After that, I will make my final decision. You've also seen this world. It's my world. If your answers don't satisfy me, you might need to stay here for a while." The skull spoke rapidly. "I'm a witch spirit, you know what a witch spirit is?" The people of the witch clan like to press down their ancestral skulls in the ship's hold. They believe this can calm the sea veins, and over time, one of the luckiest skulls becomes the ship's witch spirit. Chapter 1719, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow _3. Chapter 1719, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow _3. Every witch clan's tower ship has a witch spirit, and I am not only the witch spirit of a large ship but also the leading witch spirit of the entire fleet. When Kunwa Mountain shattered, the witch clan dispatched thousands of ships to the depths of the Western Sea to find a new habitat, and my team was among them. As far as I know, I might be the only dragon ship that successfully reached the Ander continent. The rest either navigated towards other worlds in the Great Destruction or were devoured by the twilight creatures. Initially, my mission was to find a new habitat. But about 1,000 years ago, I lost sight of the fireworks from the Heavenly Phoenix platform. This means that the last of the witch clan had died, and searching for a new habitat no longer meant anything to me. What I need to do now is to pass on the secret treasures that the witch clan buried in the Kunwa ruins. And you are the successor I have chosen. Matthew frowned and said. You should have told the Starry Night God and the others the same thing, right? Why didn't you choose them? Witch Spirit Sandy said. In fact, I really didn't have a choice. I did invite them at first, but they all declined and told me they would bring me a perfect successor, and that person is clearly you. As for the content of the agreement, it was automatically created the moment you touched my teeth. Can you sense if there are some extra jumbled knowledge in your mind? Part of it is our agreement. Specifically, I will take you to the Kunwa ruins, and after you retrieve the witch clan's secret treasure, you just need to ensure that the culture and knowledge of the witch clan are passed on. You should know, the witch clan's alchemy is the most powerful of the entire Sioux people, only marginally comparable to the immortal tribe, but the focus of each is different. When it comes to constructing ocean-going giants, the witch clan's technology is undoubtedly number one. All you have to do is take a trip with me to the Kunwa ruins. It's really simple. Even though Sandy spoke with eloquence, Matthew showed no signs of being persuaded. According to what you've said, the so-called secret treasures are from 1,000 years ago. Over these 1,000 years, whether those things are still there or not is another matter, right? Sandy was stunned for a moment. Then he honestly replied. You have a point. I'm not actually sure whether the witch clan's secret treasures are still in the Kunwa ruins or not. The world changes so much, who can guarantee everything is as it once was? But I have no other choice. It's my mission. At the beginning of their creation, to prevent being overpowered by the strength of the witch spirits, the witch clan would bind the free will of the witch spirits with missions and rules. From this point of view, these unfilial descendants really don't know how to behave. They both pray to the ancestors for blessings and set all kinds of rules for us. If I do not complete my mission, I will be forever bound to the dragon ship and never gain my freedom. Having said this, Sandy suddenly said. Actually, if you forcibly keep me in this heaven, I wouldn't be against it. Here, I can feel the constraints of being a witch spirit on me weaken to their lowest. I can temporarily disentangle from the body of the dragon ship and do some things I want to do. For example, right now, I feel like giving myself a few more bones, at least enough to assemble a skeleton, and then find myself a she-skeleton to keep me company. Skeletons should have a gender difference, right? With such a change in his attitude, Matthew felt a bit embarrassed to actually confine him there. But the speed at which Sandy adjusted his mentality was astonishing. Could I go over there and sleep with that cat? No, wait, since this heaven is your world, why don't you turn me into a cat too? I see it sleeping quite soundly. He asked eagerly, seeming to have completely forgotten about the Kunwa ruins. Now it was Matthew's turn to be completely speechless. He pondered for a moment, and decided to first take a look near the entrance point to the Kunwa ruins. Not out of curiosity, but purely to ensure the safety between Lost Paradise and the newly added connecting point. A quick tour, then straight back to the cemetery. Matthew resolved in his heart. The next second, he left Lost Paradise with the witch spirit Sandy. And appearing in the unknown valley with them were the bewildered Peggy, who had just opened her eyes, and Tyrese, whose eyes flashed with excitement. Been cooped up inside too long, huh? Come out for some air. Matthew smiled at Peggy and old Ty. After their resurrection, they could move about like Matthew, independent of Lost Paradise, although they couldn't stay away from Matthew, their mobile anchor point, for too long. While on the Endo continent, for fear of being discovered by the heavenly mage, Matthew didn't dare to summon them out. But it was different in the Kunwa ruins. This place was a sacred land of the eastern continent, essentially an area beyond the reach of the heavenly mages, and Matthew thought it would be nice to let them have some time outside. Furthermore, Matthew was considering delegating the tasks related to the Kunwa ruins entirely to Tyrese. How's your recovery going? As they walked through the valley, warm as spring, Matthew inquired about Tyrese's condition. It's slow, but there are no major problems. Tyrese replied slowly, with an indescribable excitement. This is the eastern continent, isn't it? I can feel it, my strength is recovering faster here. Matthew nodded thoughtfully. Before Ascension, Tyrese was already recognized as a sword master by the apocalypse of the eastern continent. Chapter 1720, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow _4. Chapter 1720, 467 Kunwa Ruins and High-Dimensional Shadow _4. Now that he had arrived at what's suspected to be the recovering eastern continent, even if he gave up his divine position in Lost Paradise, he probably could return to an extremely powerful level of strength. It seemed that having him deal with the matters of the Kunwa ruins was a perfect option. Matthew pondered silently. Inside the valley, the climate was mild and the grass lavish. Even as a natural landscape, it gave Matthew a strong sense of Eastern style. This made him involuntarily recall the nation he had left before crossing over. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the valley. At this point, they realized just how high the valley was situated. Standing at the entrance allowed them to overlook much of the scenery below the mountain. Matthew was surprised to find, even though it was all part of the same mountain, from top to bottom it was divided into starkly contrasting regions. Some areas were covered in lush green grass, with forests full of trees, and scenery as stunning as the inside of the valley. Other places were scorched and blackened, where shambling corpses walked upon the evil land. Underneath layers of white bone, limbs of unidentifiable race twitched and writhed unconsciously. In such starkly contrasting scenes, they emerged interspersed within a large area. Matthew observed further. The boundaries between these areas seemed clearly defined. The twitching limbs would not step into the lush forests, and the birds from the woods did not fly over the evil land. Despite being in close proximity, they appeared to come from two different worlds. This is the site of Kunwa's sacred land entangled with the abyssal evil earth. I had thought this situation should have been restored by now, but 1,000 years later it remains the same. However, these two have somehow reached a certain fixed equilibrium. The witch spirit Sandy sighed with such emotions. Speaking of which, Sanger Brief introduced the cause of the Kunwa ruins. In the past, the Sioux Emperor had initiated the catastrophe of Jade annihilation. He personally buried the invaders from the eastern continent and the abyss. And during that catastrophe, Kunwa Mountain bore the brunt of it. Kunwa ruins were highly entangled with the abyss, becoming what they were now. This place is extremely dangerous, many have died here, and there still exist monsters more terrible than necromancers. Hello. Before approaching a section of abyssal evil land, Tyrese issued a serious warning with a solemn face. Matthew nodded his head. Being new to this place, the group was very cautious. They stood on a small hill, looking from a distance at the closest patch of abyssal evil land. Don't be deceived by the few shambling corpses on the surface of the evil land. But Matthew detected several sources of danger beneath the soil. These were lurking hunters. They might be remnants of abyssal demons or perhaps aberrations born from the entanglement of abyssal power and negative energy, either way, not to be underestimated. However, it was during this process Matthew suddenly sensed an energy in this space that he had long coveted. It was founder energy. That moment, his founder authority situated in Lost Paradise trembled violently. Knowledge in his mind told him he could not directly absorb these founder energies that roamed free between heaven and earth. But he could reach this goal through other means. Hint: you have received a new side quest, Collect Energy. Quest description: you can collect founder energy in the Kunwa ruins through the following 2 methods to strengthen your strength and authority in Lost Paradise. 1. Plant trees in the abyssal evil land. 2. Kill demons that have intruded into Kunwa sacred land. Beginner goal and beginner reward. 1. Accumulatively plant 1,000 trees. Reward: a random legendary spell or ability from the Undead domain. 2. Accumulatively kill 300 demons. Reward: a random legendary spell or ability from the Nature domain. Note: you may also delegate this task to other beings in Lost Paradise, in which case your reward will remain unchanged, and the actual executor will receive additional rewards. Matthew's eyes lit up. Could the quest finally be outsourced? Tyrest felt uneasy under his gaze. What's the matter? Matthew shook his head, then said with a smile. Don't you think this abyssal evil land is perfect for planting trees? And those annoying demons, their very existence is a blasphemy to the Kunwa sacred land. It's the perfect chance for you to restore your strength. Why not use them for some practice? Tyrest looked at Matthew with a puzzled expression. Matthew thought for a moment. How about I just plant the trees in Lost Paradise myself? Old Ty still wanted to ask for more details. At that moment, Peggy's voice drifted over from afar. Matthew! Look what great thing I've found. Matthew and the others followed her voice. They found Peggy crouched on a thick tree trunk. Not far from her was a fiery red shadow. It was a red-skinned silkworm baby. The silkworm baby was slowly wriggling on a vast leaf, secreting countless dark red granules along the way. Matthew felt it as soon as he approached. The granules had an extremely strong natural aura. It was the power of healing. These granules seem to be used for making healing potions, but whether they have other effects still needs testing by an alchemist, he said. Matthew carefully collected some of the granules for future research. This is a fire silkworm. The witch clan's alchemists place the fire silkworm on the patient's wounds. It cures all diseases. It's said they can also be taken internally, but whether the silkworm can reach internal injuries is a matter of luck. Sandy introduced, shaking his head. Afterward, they discovered a field of feathers that had sprouted from the ground in the forest. Each feather carried a strong floating force. I don't know the origin of these feathers. They seem to have been planted by an ancient alchemist here. It's said that when Kunwa Mountain is covered with these feathers, the entire sacred land could ascend during the day. Unfortunately, before that day came, the sacred land turned into ruins. These feathers are often plucked as soon as they grow, useful for making sky-floating islands or air fortresses. Sandy introduced, listing them like treasures. Several times like this, they encountered several kinds of extraordinary treasures, causing Peggy to exclaim that her eyes were opened wide. Even the always steady Tyrest was filled with anticipation and curiosity about the Kunwa ruins. Matthew too was deeply attracted by the magic of this sacred land. But he also didn't forget the principles he had set for himself. It's about time to go back and check, he reminded himself. After sorting out the matter in Order City, it wouldn't be too late to explore the Kunwa ruins. Thus, he arranged for the other 3 to stay within the Kunwa ruins, and reminded old Ty and Peggy not to wander too far, and to explore within the relatively safe areas of the sacred land. Afterward, Matthew, through Lost Paradise, successfully returned to the Fear of Death graveyard. Eh? Master, didn't you go to the north? The loyal housekeeper Ollie sensed Matthew's presence and immediately rushed to his front. Order down. Everyone, be ready for battle. Wait for my summon. After dropping these few lines, Matthew hurriedly used the long-range teleport spell and made straight for Order City. 10 minutes later, when he arrived outside Canning City in Order City again, he saw a terrifying scene like the end of the world. A huge dark cloud weighed down on the city from above. Countless lightning bolts and flames fell from within the cloud. Amidst the chaos, what caught Matthew's attention most were the gigantic portals scattered around the outskirts of the city. And the worlds connected behind those portals. That was the land of God's kingdom from the Starry Night God? How did he manage that? Despite being mentally prepared, the grandeur of the Starry Night God was still unexpected. And at this moment, the lost paradise, soulbound to Matthew, suddenly shook violently. Hint: Lost Paradise has detected the presence of high-dimensional shadow. Remark: Lost Paradise and high-dimensional shadow are both one of the 4 major entities resulting from the split after the fall of Twin Paradise. Chapter 1721, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. Chapter 1721, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. Order City. Atop a towering bell tower in the southern part of the central region, beneath the immense stone statue of the Truth Sect that silently rose at the top level, a nun in a deep black habit knelt with absolute devotion, her hands pressed together in prayer. And near the bell tower, electricity crackled and thunder roared continuously. Bolts of lightning, more ferocious than the faces of demons, screamed past the vicinity of the tower, tearing through the air at low altitude and causing slight distortions in the space around the bell tower. Is this the apocalypse? The nun opened her eyes, her pale face still calm, only her uncontrollably trembling eyelashes betraying the unease in her heart. She knelt there. Standing 10 meters behind her was a thin, inconspicuous man, but with eyes that radiated resolute will. It was Butterfly, the current city lord of Canning. It has been so since half a year ago. Butterfly looked up at the giant dark clouds that kept sinking above the bell tower, his expression showing little emotion. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous boom swallowed the nun's next whisper, but Butterfly still heard her words clearly. How did he do it? He referred to the Starry Night God. The faith of the beings of the astral world, or more precisely, their desire for the material world. Add to that his own accumulation of divine power and his go-for-broke decision, as well as the treasure found by the Heavenly Family Palace from the Bridge of All Life before, seems to be called the high-dimensional shadow, possibly related to the original divine kingdom. Butterfly blinked. All these elements combined, without heavenly mages interfering, are enough for him to build a temporary land of God's kingdom in the material world after the Great Tear. Of course, judging by his current frenzied actions, he probably wants more than just a land of God's kingdom. The voice had not yet faded. In the sky above the old theater district not far away, 2 magic balloons that had not retreated in time were suddenly ensnared by a spherical lightning bolt, and although the personnel on the balloons had evacuated in time, the unfortunate air element didn't escape its fate. Boom! Another bolt of lightning flashed. Large raindrops started to pour down, and amidst the impending deluge, the massive silhouette of the thunder demigod Kramer suddenly appeared. He roamed among the clouds and the sea of thunder, like a giant amongst them, holding high his storm spear, unleashing the pain and rage he had suppressed for years. I am the Thunder God. All who disrespect me shall be shattered to pieces. The tip of the semi-divine weapon burst into endless arcs of electricity. In an instant, the electricity surged toward the ground, and a large area of homes were blasted into ruins. Ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter of the thunder demigod resonated in the clouds for a long time. However, he was not the only one wreaking havoc in Canning tonight, as a female demigod wielding fierce winds was releasing her divine power with abandon as well. As if that divine power was inexhaustible. And the apocalyptic scene in Canning now was courtesy of these former members of the Heavenly Family Palace. Almost above every block, demigods were venting their rage indiscriminately. For ordinary people witnessing such powers, It was likely no different from divine wrath. After the ascension of the heavenly palace, the gods have been repressed for quite a while, especially these lesser gods. A flash of deep helplessness crossed Butterfly's eyes. It seems they have chosen Canning as their venting ground, and they won't rest until it is utterly destroyed. The nun kneeling trembled slightly. So even the kings cannot withstand it? Kings? Hearing this word, a sardonic smile flickered across Butterfly's lips, but it quickly vanished. The kings. They probably have done their best as well. As if to confirm his words. On the four element towers that originally stood at the four corners of Order City, massive figures of elemental giant spirits, almost 100 meters tall, slowly appeared. Earth, fire, wind, water. The four elemental kings gathered above the skies of Canning City. Not just the rampaging demigods. Even the ordinary people struggling on the ground, trying to escape, saw this scene. The moment the elemental kings appeared, many people couldn't help but tear up. It's the elemental kings. I knew the kings wouldn't just stand by and watch. We are saved. We are saved. The elements will drive away the enemy, our homes will be fine, everything will be fine. In that instant, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the towering element towers. The next second, one of the four elemental kings coldly asked a question. Why do you attack? The thunder demigod Kramer, laughing wildly, provoked. What is it? Are you planning to stop us? During the speak, several other demigods effortlessly gained up and killed a legendary-level elemental elder. The wailing of that elemental elder echoed across the entire sky. But the kings did not appear to be angered. They just carefully observed their surroundings. And when they saw the 8 astral gates appearing all around Canning, and the dark clouds overhead still sinking slowly, surprise showed on all the kings' faces. They murmured in the elemental language, conversing with each other for a while. After a dozen seconds, their figures suddenly began to fade rapidly from the element towers. Consequently, the inscriptions of contracts written on each element tower also vanished without a trace. What's happening? On the streets, some stood dumbfounded, watching this unfold, not yet understanding what had just happened. Chapter 1722, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. _2. Chapter 1722, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. _2. But immediately thereafter, demigods rampaged through the city like an apocalyptic flood once again. Wails of despair filled the city. No one had time to ponder why the elemental kings had suddenly retreated. The scent of death completely exploded throughout the city. At the top of the bell tower, the elemental kings have voluntarily forsaken the contract they signed with the Ingram family. Just as you had initially guessed. The nun sighed softly. Butterfly said expressionlessly. There's nothing difficult to guess. Your truth sect should understand more than we do the nature of these elemental creatures, who bully the weak and fear the strong. Their desire for the material world is nowhere near that of the monsters in the astral world, and the same goes for their motivation. Fortunately, our ancestor had some wisdom. It's just the 4 great kings that abandoned the ultimate guardianship contract. Tier 1 elemental elders and ordinary elemental life cannot defy the usual contracts. They still must fight for Canning. The nun said gravely. You don't seem very willing either? Butterfly smiled and said. Their staying actually makes no difference, it's just adding a few more sacrificial victims. Once those 8 astral gates are opened, there will hardly be anyone left who can save Canning. The one I had high hopes for has clearly indicated they will not intervene. And another they sent seems rather naive, having been sent somewhere to enjoy blessings by the starry night god using the prayer merging technique, probably also helpless in the end. Let alone the astral gates, even the demigods rampaging in the city are not something we can stop by ordinary means. Under the empowerment of the high-dimensional shadow and the land of God's kingdom, they have already gained the strength of a strong legend, perhaps not a superior legend, but they are numerous, supported by nearly infinite divine power. Regular people simply cannot kill them. This season is indeed the end for Canning City. While speaking, he stood at the edge of the top of the bell tower, looking down. The entire city had collapsed in an instant. Setting aside the rampaging demigods and the continuously flooding astral creatures into the city, the continually expanding material layer and the crazily surging ether alone were enough to turn the former Order City into a paradise for monsters. Butterfly could clearly sense within the vast space near Canning City, the ether expanding exponentially. Beside the nun, a candle which had been quietly burning suddenly exploded on its own, turning into a series of fireballs that smashed into the wooden table nearby. Had the nun not extinguished it in time, the scene would surely have led to an endlessly troublesome fire disaster. As a legendary machinist, Butterfly of course knew this was an extreme phenomenon caused by the ether running wild. The air was overloaded with ether, constantly seeping into various objects. Some exploded on the spot. Others were enchanted with strange activity. And a portion of humans also became carriers of the surplus ether, some of whom suddenly turned into esteemed spellcasters, while others completely lost their minds, transforming into highly deformed monsters. For example, right now, Butterfly saw a man engulfed in flames rushing into the ruins, indiscriminately attacking any living being he could see with fireballs. Fire consumed his reason, while ether filled his void. Eventually, one tumor after another, highly distorted, sprang from his body. These tumors were organs for the greedy ether to store itself. However, beings lost in the fury of immense power knew not what temperance was. They would merely follow the body's instincts, that is, the instigation of the ether. Thereby, within just a few breaths, Butterfly witnessed that man engulfed in flames sprouting a dozen swollen tumors. Then, half a minute later, his entire person, weighed down by those tumors, almost turned into a burning meatball. By then, the man finally realized something was amiss as he tragically waved his limbs. If that highly distorted body could still be called limbs. But the ether holding him captive would only increase, not decrease. Finally, amid the man's desperate screams, an unremarkable explosion sound burst forth. All the ether in the tumors ignited, sending a small mushroom cloud rising from the nearby streets, and more buildings collapsed. A massive pit also formed on the ground. And the man was nowhere to be seen. Seeing this, Butterfly's eyes filled with even more pity and helplessness. "So, are you here to persuade me to leave?" The nun still faced away from Butterfly, her broad clerical robe unable to hide her striking figure. Butterfly turned to look at her silhouette and did not respond directly. "If I asked what the god you believe in would do in such times, would that be considered frivolous?" The nun said earnestly. "Our God is not like theirs. The God of truth certainly exists, but he exists broadly within people's hearts. He is the embodiment of kindness, beauty, sincerity, and peace. As long as you hold such thoughts in your heart, you will be looked after by the God of truth. But as mere humans, we cannot be too greedy, sometimes we are already under his care and just don't know it." A hint of helplessness flickered in Butterfly's eyes. "You don't think this building has remained safe because of the God of Truth's care, rather than because I deployed heavy security, do you?" The nun smiled gently. "I never said that. I'm not the kind of thankless bastard." Chapter 1723, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. _3. Chapter 1723, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. _3. I know what you want to say, but even in such times, my answer remains the same as always. You don't need to be so persistent. Butterfly sighed. Your God of truth and psionic power cannot save your people, nor can they save Canning tonight. The nun suddenly stood up. She turned to face Butterfly, her delicate features, those distinctive eyes seemingly possessing a captivating charm. A pair of heterochromatic irises. This was the characteristic of the primordial blood Giza, legendary for mastering the profound meanings of psionic power. But I believe that with you added, our plan can succeed. Stop dodging the issue, Butterfly, we both know perfectly well why you're here tonight. I also know you are hesitating now, but given the current situation, aside from awakening the God of Truth, do you really have another way? The eyes of the Giza nun were filled with zeal and devotion. Butterfly silently took a step back. I won't force you, take your time to think it over, but we don't have much time left. The nun said faintly. Half a minute later. A huge booming sound came from the northern district near the bell tower. It was a warning that the defensive line set up there by Butterfly's elemental guard had been breached. Several demigods were lurking in that area. A strong crisis was looming directly toward the bell tower. Evidently, the faction of the Starry Night God had also been relentlessly tracing Butterfly's whereabouts. Butterfly narrowed his eyes. Standing here, he could already see that leading the chase after him was the unrivaled thunder demigod Kramer. Ultimately, he bit his lip, still, he shook his head. To awaken the God of Truth now is too risky. I need more time to test and prepare. The nun sighed softly. Yet she did not blame him, only asked earnestly. So, what do you plan to do? You even handed over the Ether Star Core to someone else. Before she could finish, she was somewhat amazed to see a small floating silver sphere suddenly appear in Butterfly's hand. This important object, of course, I made 2 of them. Butterfly gave a bitter smile. Just that, deploying this star core might utterly obliterate Order City. I have already done my best to evacuate and rescue people, but Canning's bunker obviously cannot shelter everyone. How do you think people decades later will judge the last city lord of Order City, Butterfly, who personally blew up his own city? His eyes were filled with hesitation and pain. The next second, a warm force touched his back. The nun gently hugged his waist from behind and then whispered into his ear. I don't know. But no matter what decision you make, I will be with you. Butterfly mummed. A few breaths later, confronting the thunder demigod who had discovered his whereabouts and was swiftly approaching the bell tower, Butterfly's eyes became resolutely determined. He suddenly grasped the Ether Star Core, a faint magic aura emanating from his hands, which vanished in a blink of an eye. What happened? The nun sensed the change in Butterfly's emotions. Butterfly used his left hand to unlock the nun's hands. His eyes filled with disbelief. Wait. He actually came back. As he spoke, a bone dragon, its whole body gleaming with a metallic luster, suddenly emerged from the dark clouds. The bone dragon's massive claw landed on the head of the thunder demigod. It smacked Kramer from the clouds to the ground. On the back of the bone dragon, a strikingly handsome man stood in silence. He cast only a glance at Butterfly. Then he and the bone dragon immediately launched a fierce attack on the thunder demigod, who had crash-landed. You dare challenge the prestige of the thunder god? On the ground, Kramer, slapped senseless by Philolius with one strike, clearly hadn't yet realized what kind of enemy he was facing. Accustomed to command and control this evening, he couldn't tolerate the superior sensation of just having regained his godlike status being completely lost. As soon as he hit the ground, he grasped the storm spear and charged fiercely at the bone dragon. As they charged at each other, the distance between them quickly closed. It wasn't until the moment they were about to collide that Kramer clearly saw the peculiar man on the back of the bone dragon. How is this possible? How did you come back? The pupil of the thunder demigod contracted, his attack towards Philolius appearing so perfunctory under the intimidation of Matthew's strong reputation. Bam! The storm spear struck the chrome-gold nether dragon, leaving only a shallow mark. The next second, Philolius's mouth spewed forth a large cluster of dragon breath made of scorching molten iron and negative energy. Boom! The thunder demigod took the chance to retreat, attempting to turn into a bolt of lightning and flee. However, by then it was already too late. Behind the dragon breath, A dozen gray-white tentacles suddenly pierced through the ground, crisscrossing and blocking Kramer's escape route. Despite the lightning-fast speed, the Thunder Demigod's body was plucked from the air by a strong tentacle in an instant. What difference does it make if you have returned? You cannot save this city. You can't even kill me. Do you know what the Starry Night God has arranged here? Kramer was not panicked. He verbally provoked Matthew while trying to talk to him and thus buy time. Meanwhile, he tried his utmost to activate his power of domain and divine essence to break free from the strong tentacles. I don't know. I don't want to know. All I know is that you're dead. Chapter 1724, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. _4. Chapter 1724, 468 Whoever comes to deliver first, we'll deal with them first. _4. Matthew's words were not yet finished when the remaining tentacles surged forward, accompanied by a low chanting sound. A gray chain appeared between Matthew and Kramer. Incantation, Death Reaper Curse. Feeling the tentacles, slick with the aura of instant death, wrapped around his entire body. Although the Thunder Demigod was frustrated, he was not extremely panicked. Because he knew clearly. Now, Canning City was within the land of the Starry Night God's divine kingdom. Here, their strength was greatly increased, especially in terms of resistance, and instant death spells were already hard to effect, let alone. His thoughts paused here. A tremendous sense of palpitation filled the last moments of his life. And in the eyes of the other demigods who rushed over upon hearing the news, the scene appeared quite terrifying yet comical. They saw the Thunder Demigod Kramer, who had just been tough-talking, suddenly get bound by Matthew's tentacles. The others had not even managed to extend a helping hand. His body suddenly shattered, and immediately, an unstoppable aura of ruin engulfed the entire space. Whoosh! Like a tidal wave, Alliance gold coins and all kinds of gems burst from the void, instantly forming a mountain of treasures 3 people high. The faces of the demigods were filled with astonishment. But their reaction was incredibly quick as they all fled simultaneously. Gosh, they're fast. Watching the swiftly departing figures of the demigods, Matthew did not rush to chase after them. He looked at the wealth left behind by the death of the Thunder Demigod, a glint flashing in his eyes. This time it shouldn't be an illusion. This guy's body has been destroyed, only guarding the next strand of spiritual imprint still lurking within the demigod power of domain. Seeing that the Thunder position tried to sneak away, Matthew unhesitatingly captured it with the pale hand. He was not interested in personally torturing the spiritual imprint of the Thunder Demigod, directly tossing it into his own demi-plane to have the Queen of Banshees, Sinfran, extract useful information. The power of the Founder from Lost Paradise indeed has a restraining effect on high-dimensional shadows. Matthew looked at the data panel. Prompt: you have spent 1 point of Founder energy. In the next 3 minutes, all your spell attacks will carry the energy impact from Lost Paradise. The restraining effect on high-dimensional shadows is active. The additional resistance and strength augmentation that Kramer received will be penetrated by the attacks containing Founder energy. You successfully used Death's Touch to kill Thunder Demigod Kramer. Thunder Demigod Kramer will no longer be able to reincarnate within the land of the Starry Night God's divine kingdom. Warning: you are affected by the ether expansion. In the coming time, all your spells will be able to directly deliver more effective spells. At the same time, you must expend more mental power and focus to coordinate your actions with the ether, otherwise, you will face the risks of mana loss or distortion. Lost Paradise and high-dimensional shadows are both among the 4 major divisions after the fall of Twin Paradise, but differ in power of domain and potential. High-dimensional shadow is a secondary projection of Twin Paradise that fell into the material world at a higher dimensional level. It represents the heavenly family palace of the past, whereas Lost Paradise represents the heavenly family palace of the future. Leaving that aside, both are rare divine artifacts. From what Matthew saw upon returning to Canning City, the mastery of the Starry Night God over high-dimensional shadows clearly surpassed Matthew's mastery over Lost Paradise. At the very least, Matthew still can't project the cosmic base rock and trees within Lost Paradise into reality. But even so, there is a very clear restraining effect between Lost Paradise and high-dimensional shadows. The tragic death of Thunder demigod Kramer proved this point. This greatly boosted Matthew's confidence. So, from the beginning, the Starry Night God wanted to drive me away, thus creating a catastrophic disaster in Canning. He's not just afraid of me, but it might also have something to do with Lost Paradise. Although most believe that Lost Paradise has been destroyed, the Starry Night God holds the high-dimensional shadow, and he might also have some special perceptions. At this thought, Matthew suddenly shivered. If the Starry Night God was apprehensive about holding Lost Paradise in his own hands, what about Isabel? She was the one who deliberately guided him to Canning City. Could she have guessed the existence of Lost Paradise? Matthew couldn't help but touch his nose. If that were the case, it would make sense. Otherwise, there was no reason to suddenly give him a chance to prove himself after shutting him down for half a year. It was very likely that the power of Lost Paradise was exactly what could counter the excessively reliant Starry Night God on the high-dimensional shadow. Thinking of the Starry Night God, Matthew also felt the madness of these gods. This guy has completely lost it, thinking that by creating such a severe catastrophe, he intends to tear the material world apart completely. As for the demigods, they are not much of a concern. Their current boldness is entirely because they have received the power amplification of the Starry Night God's land of God's kingdom. When Matthew had just entered the city, he had also discovered numerous creations from the Plague Domain. This was clearly the handiwork of the Weaver of all things, Taran. It showed that the previously slain Taran had been resurrected in the Starry Night God's land of God's kingdom. No wonder there was no fear before. It seems that the demigods causing trouble tonight have all become subordinate gods of the Starry Night God. It seems the old members of the Heavenly Family Palace are not having an easy time in the astral world. Queen Zurg might be an exception, but there should not be many similar cases, Matthew thought to himself. At that moment, he collected the spoils left by the Thunder demigod. Then he bumped into the city Lord Butterfly, who was rushing down from the bell tower. What's the situation now? There was no time for other chit-chat. Matthew got straight to the point. Butterfly was already prepared. The Starry Night God used the divine artifact high-dimensional shadow to bring down the land of God's kingdom and incidentally tore open the passage to the astral world. Inside the Order City, there are now 8 gates connected to the astral world, with astral creatures pouring out of them every moment. My people are trying to hold them off, but I fear they won't last long. And aside from the Thunder demigod you took down, there are currently 18 demigods rampaging in the city. Their strength has become very strong under the enhancement of the land of God's kingdom, each equivalent to an outstanding legendary, and most importantly, their divine power has become almost infinite. That's the most troublesome part. And then there's the sudden influx of a massive amount of ether. As you might have felt, the amount of ether inside Canning City has become very unusual. I suspect this is also the influence of the high-dimensional shadow's power. The material plane has been forcefully expanded. Excessive ether being injected in a short term, almost all unstable items have the risk of exploding, and life forms may also experience severe mutations during this process. After listening, Matthew immediately summarized. So, 3 issues. First, the 8 astral gates. Second, the 18 demigods. Third, an ether storm? Butterfly nodded. And there's the Starry Night God, whose whereabouts are unknown. Speaking of which, their prayer merging technique really has no effect on you. Also, where do you plan to start? Matthew, gazing at a large mass of dark clouds suddenly surging in the distance and the outlines of those demigods within them, casually remarked. Whoever comes forward first gets taken down first. Chapter 1725 469 The Melting Demigod. Chapter 1725, 469 The Melting Demigod. Bell Tower outside. Dark clouds covered the sky. Matthew looked calmly at the dozen or so demigods adorned with starlight chains. As expected, he saw the figure of the weaver of all things, Taran, among the clouds. Just as Matthew had previously conjectured. This mother spider had also sold herself to the starry night god, thus obtaining the chance to resurrect in the land of God's kingdom. Back then, Matthew had not seen through this, so his attack did not carry the power of lost paradise, thereby allowing Taran to narrowly escape. In comparison, the thunder demigod, Kramer, was extremely unfortunate. So, there are still 17 demigods left within the divine kingdom of the starry night god. Matthew assessed the demigods within the clouds with a malevolent gaze. And these demigods, who appeared so exalted in the eyes of ordinary people, seemed very cautious and careful when facing Matthew. The dark clouds had already completely enveloped the top of the bell tower, and the aura of all the demigods seemed impressive. But after a stalemate that lasted half a day, not a single demigod took the initiative to step forward. It was as if just maintaining this standoff was already the limit of what they could achieve. The Child of Winter, after all, has chosen this path. And there's the Sister of Desire and the Mad Zerg Queen who joined the divine kingdom just temporarily. The slaughtered demigod was snatched by a pretty boy? A new face, could it be a man kept by the starry night god? Matthew identified each enemy one by one. In his eyes, none of these demigods would be missed if they were killed. The only exception might be the demotion of the Child of Winter into the wintry demigod, a deity who was one of the rare gentle ones in the heavenly family palace and had a good relationship with Edmund as well. Unfortunately, against the background of the fall of the heavenly family palace, it seemed even the Child of Winter was not representing a path for her own future. But to Matthew, joining the camp of the starry night god was itself a harbinger of disaster. Matthew could only express regret in his heart before making a move. Who's coming first? Seeing the demigods just standing there gaping, and after repeatedly provoking them with his eyes only to be ignored, he decided to be a bit more proactive. Matthew took a big step toward the clouds. Who would have known that the next second, the demigods collectively retreated a great distance backward. At first, each of them took a small step back. But probably because everyone wanted to cleverly step behind others, the entire group of demigods ended up collectively retreating nearly 300 meters. They even stepped out of the cloud cover. For a moment, only the clamoring dark clouds surrounded the bell tower and Matthew. That scene. Matthew felt embarrassed for them. Tip: the demigods have been intimidated by your reputation, retreating collectively over 300 meters. Your exploration degree in the celebrity domain has seen a new enhancement. You have acquired the title God Retreater. God Retreater, your mere reputation is enough to make demigods retreat at the mere mention of your name. Unbeknownst to me, has my reputation become so fearsome? Matthew was actually somewhat surprised. But then again, he might just be accustomed to it all. To outsiders, Matthew was indeed one of the top spellcasters in the South, and his fame was right behind the Seven Saint Alliance. Especially after the incident in Lost Paradise. As the only survivor among those who sought ascension, the legendary aura surrounding him became even more pronounced. Even though his level had not surpassed the legendary, people did not dare to underestimate him. Not to mention the demigods who knew even more about Matthew's strength. They probably already knew that Matthew had indeed stepped onto the legendary path. At this critical juncture, if one lacked the solid strength to clash with Matthew, they would likely become a stepping stone on Matthew's legendary path. The thunder demigod, Kramer, was such an unfortunate example. So, did you just come here to spectate me? Is this the extent of the courage of the gods of the heavenly palace? Seeing the demigods retreat so neatly and cleanly, Matthew couldn't help but taunt them. But he had still underestimated the thickness of these old ascenders' skins. His taunting could not provoke the demigods into anger. Using the dark clouds as a barrier, they began to move around the bell tower without any pattern, not even willing to meet Matthew's gaze directly. Seeing this, Butterfly couldn't help but speak up. They just want to keep an eye on you, or find a way to hold you here. Even if it means playing hide-and-seek with you here, that's acceptable to them. Matthew nodded slightly. Butterfly's assessment was undoubtedly correct. Right now, with the gates to the astral world wide open in Canning City, vast numbers of astral creatures poured in every moment, and the material layer was being expanded incessantly by the high-dimensional shadows attacks. Monsters were entering, and the ether was expanding. As long as they could hold Matthew, who could influence all of this, the demigod's mission would be considered accomplished. To achieve this goal, they certainly didn't need to risk their lives. They would proceed as gently as possible. Matthew suspected that at this point, even if he asked them to sing a song or dance a jig, these demigods probably wouldn't refuse. The infusion of ether is too fast, Butterfly said with a heavy tone. In the most severely affected districts, there have already been cases of small-scale anomalies occurring among ordinary people. If this trend continues unabated, Canning will undoubtedly become a city of monsters. Matthew noticed the other ether star core clenched in her hand. He raised an eyebrow. It's not time to use that yet. Butterfly nodded. I understand. Chapter 1726 469 Melting Demigod _2. Chapter 1726, 469 Melting Demigod _2. Just if it comes to the point of no choice, I will eventually choose to end this endless ether storm by myself. Even if it hurts many innocents. Despite Butterfly's tone being quite firm, Matthew could feel the struggle in his emotions. Without a doubt, Butterfly still had deep feelings for Order City, but as a machinist, he probably could only feel a deep sense of helplessness about the current situation. For Matthew, he was more concerned about the motives of the Starry Night God. What good would destroying Canning City bring them? If the material world truly collapses, this place will only become a deserted area ravaged by void turbulence and frequent ether storms. Even the astral creatures pouring in from the astral gate won't be able to survive here anymore, which would impact the power of faith of the Starry Night God. Unless the Starry Night God has already become a hound of the void, and Canning City is a gateway they have opened in advance to welcome the arrival of the giant beast. Butterfly shook his head, indicating he knew very little about knowledge related to the void. However, just then, a nun, who had been silently following Butterfly, suddenly spoke. No, that's not it. Matthew looked at her, somewhat surprised. Until he clearly saw those unique dual-pupil eyes, he became seriously attentive. An original Giza? Could you possibly use psionic power to divine the motives of the Starry Night God? The nun shook her head. I'm not good at divination. But I can sense a person's heart. I can feel that the Starry Night God's heart is filled with pride and enjoyment now. He's like a king expanding his territories, inspecting his domain. He has a strong possessive desire over this land, not just a mere desire for destruction. It seems he has already considered Canning his own. Matthew asked. Then can you locate the Starry Night God? The nun shook her head. Uncertain. But he's definitely not nearby, and his position is constantly moving, like it's circling around a certain point. Matthew and Butterfly looked at each other. Could it be that the Starry Night God intends to create a catastrophe, then save it himself, re-establishing the prestige and image of a god in front of an unwitting crowd? But this plan seems too risky. Regarding the current state of Canning, Matthew was also constantly aware of the pace of the material world's collapse. If by any chance it got caught in the void turbulence, he'd have to expend extra founder energy to have a chance to return to the material world, all the way from the cemetery. So many problems to solve. Let's handle one thing at a time then. Matthew knew there was no time to delay, as without more information, reasoning and judgment could often lead to more errors, so he decided to take action. Leave the astral gate and demigods to me. As for solving the issue of ether expansion, Matthew hadn't even spoken. When Butterfly suddenly said, leave that puzzle to me. Matthew looked at him. Are you sure? Butterfly smiled slightly. Of course. Machinists' familiarity with ether need not be inferior to you spellcasters. Moreover, I've already contacted the Cyber Dragon, and I believe their support will arrive soon. As long as you can handle the Astral Gate and those troublesome demigods, there shouldn't be a problem on my end. Regardless of how things end, let me thank you on behalf of the ordinary people of Order City. Matthew nodded. Then he left the bell tower and flew towards the direction of the dark clouds. Phew! The gale blew fiercely, only tossing Matthew's hair and the hem of his robe. He plunged into the clouds, where the demigod still hid in the shadows, revealing no trace except for a vague outline. Matthew was rather helpless about this. This was the land of God's kingdom of the Starry Night, and the demigods possessed high privileges and amplifications. If they earnestly played a game of hide-and-seek with him like turtles, Matthew would indeed find it quite difficult to catch them for a while. The monk may run, but the temple can't hide. Then I'll start by dismantling those unsightly astral gates. Matthew quickly changed his thought process. He withdrew from the clouds at top speed, and when he landed at mid-air, Heavenly Pegasus Ollie leaped out from the rooftop of a nearby building and steadily caught Matthew. Matthew rode the Heavenly Pegasus straight to the distance. On the ground, Philolius was leading a bone dragon army in a massive slaughter of monsters pouring in from the Astral Gate. Matthew issued an order to fill, then headed to the first Astral Gate nearby at the fastest speed. This was also, in Matthew's estimation, the largest Astral Gate that had appeared within Order City. The level of chaos here far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The scene Matthew anticipated of astral creatures slaughtering civilians hadn't occurred, either because the nearby civilians had evacuated immediately or had already fallen under the claws of the astral creatures. In fact, what Matthew saw more of was the frenzied scene of astral creatures fighting each other. Just crossing a main road near the Astral Gate, Matthew had seen more than 30 types of monsters on the street. Mantis Man Hunters and Mantis Man Secret Technique Mages, Giant Leeches, Space Eels, Hundred-Eyed Giants, Star Realm Swordfish, Heart-Robbing Six-Legged Monsters, Flowing Magma Bodies, Space Ghost Demons and Space Horror Demons, Lizard Man Polluters, Adult Moonshadow Dragons and Dragon Man Guards. Virtually all somewhat formidable elite monsters were vying for territory on this street. Chapter 1727 469 Melting Demigod _3 Chapter 1727, 469 Melting Demigod _3 Even the star goblins and mudmongers from the astral world were struggling to fight in the corners of streets and alleys. This scene was quite unusual. Even if the Starry Night God can exploit the desire of astral creatures for the material world to recruit them to this end of the Astral Gate, these star monsters seem to have lost their minds a bit too much. What purpose are they fighting for? Marking territory? Could it be that they have received some prior information and the territory here is of great significance to them? Such thoughts flashed through Matthew's mind. Compared to Matthew's calmness, Ollie, the Golden Pegasus, was somewhat panicked. Clearly, Ollie was in a place so crowded with monsters for the first time, her forehooves tapping quickly on the clouds, and at one moment, she almost tripped over herself. Don't be afraid. These monsters can't hurt you. Matthew softly consoled her. Ollie's mood stabilized a bit, and compared to the congestion on the ground, the passages above the sky were much more spacious. Not to mention, the speed of a golden Pegasus far surpassed that of most vile birds. Before long, Matthew successfully reached the vicinity of the Astral Gate. But his arrival obviously caught the attention of some. The first to discover Ollie and Matthew were the group of Mantis Man Hunters and Secret Technique Mages guarding the gate. These people wore brooches emitting cosmic starlight on their chests. It was clear they were the most loyal followers of the Starry Night God. Trespassers, die. The leading Mantis Man Secret Technique Mage waved the staff in his hand, and what he spoke was surprisingly the stilted common language. Instantly, a large number of Astral Mantis men surged toward Matthew. Mantis men can't fly. But they really can jump very high. Ollie, carrying Matthew, stayed at an altitude of around 200 meters. But in an instant, dozens of mantis manhunters had jumped up. Moreover, they could adjust their direction of jumping and soaring by rapidly vibrating their dual wings behind them. The mantis men flew toward them like arrows. At the same time, a previously invisible giant leech suddenly appeared right above Matthew's head. The leech's body oozed layers of crimson liquid. And a large amount of soft yet strongly corrosive skin was about to envelop both Matthew and Ollie. At that moment, Matthew raised his right hand unhurriedly, high into the air. In his palm, he held the gently glowing blue Augustus's skull. The brief incantation was drowned out by the surrounding din. But the spell itself would not be. Under the amplification of surging ether flames, in nearly an instant, every unit in the sky other than Matthew and Ollie turned into frantic goats. Group malicious transformation. Spectating as the nuisances all turned into goats and fell. It would be a while before they could come back up. Matthew didn't hurry, instead, he called out loudly. "Soldier!" As soon as he finished speaking, one suave shadow after another began appearing behind the backs of the Mantis Man's secret technique mages. The dual-blade sage's powerful assassination abilities were displayed in full glory at this moment. After every assassination, Soldier left a black shadow in his place. The more black shadows accumulated on the scene, the more evident became the terrifying force of slaughter. Initially, those who Soldier had his sights on were only the Mantis Man's secret technique mages with long-range threats. But before long, his target shifted to Mantis Man hunters falling from the sky, as well as other nearby monsters. Slash! 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 Near the astral gate, the spirit of Bamboo Jade played a small tune of slaughter. The afterimages from the kills densely covered the area. A dozen seconds later, Soldier's figure suddenly appeared behind the giant leech that had broken free from the malicious transformation due to its extreme toughness. Slash! From Soldier's mouth erupted a strong and forceful syllable. And so the next second, all of the nearby afterimages vanished without a trace. The accumulated force of slaughter turned into that one indiscriminate strike of destruction. In complete silence, not only the giant leech was sliced into thousands of pieces, but nearby other monsters suffered as well. After the disappearance of the afterimages, only bodies littered the ground near the astral gate. Aside from Matthew, Ollie, and Soldier, not a single creature survived. Well done. Matthew gracefully dismounted and approached the astral gate. At that moment, the scene inside the gate fluctuated, and a terrifying roar came forth from it. A massive demon, bearing giant goat horns, seemed to be about to cross the boundary. Seeing this, Matthew merely silently drew the sword of slaughter. Then, he powerfully thrust this divine weapon right into the center of the astral gate. After a few seconds, the massive goat horns forcefully pushed up to Matthew's face. He could clearly see the blood-red patterns and white broken bones on the horns. "Let me in! Let me in!" The angry voice from the other side of the astral gate carried over. Unfortunately, at that moment, the entire portal shattered abruptly like a dropped glass. "No! No, no! I haven't made it in!" The screams from the astral world faded away. Matthew quietly glanced at the data bar. Prompt: you used the Sword of Slaughter to disrupt the ritual of Starry Night God's portal. You interrupted the arrival of the Star Realm demon, Destruction Goat. The Destruction Goat will be banished to an unknown place in the multiverse. Unlucky goat. No, rather, a lucky goat. Had it teleported over, it would have only faced a dead end. Now, even though it has been exiled somewhere else, at least there's a glimmer of hope. Chapter 1728 469 Melting Demigod _4. Chapter 1728, 469 Melting Demigod _4. Successfully closed the first astral gate. Matthew's mood was still quite good. The Sword of Slaughter was really useful. Any magic circle, ceiling, barrier, or ritual in front of this thing was as fragile as a membrane, ready to be punctured with just a gentle poke. If it weren't for this weapon, it would have been a bit troublesome for Matthew to close the astral gate. The conventional method of bombarding with space-time gate stabilizing spells might backfire under the expanding ether context. As for filling the void or taking out the initiators of the portal ritual, neither was very realistic. At least compared to the Sword of Slaughter's one-click shutdown. Other methods were far too troublesome. What's more, after experiencing the sublimation of lost paradise and becoming a divine weapon again, the Sword of Slaughter gained even stronger attributes, especially in attack power. With the Sword of Slaughter in hand, Matthew now dared to even confront true gods. Not to mention those demigods who only dared to skirt around the edges, not daring to come close at all. After successfully closing the first astral gate, Matthew quickly headed to the second one. This time he didn't let Soldier take action, but chose to directly go for a sweeping move. Alistair's Claw. Even the most ordinary giant beast claw was endowed with the profound meaning of more effective spells against the backdrop of the ether expansion. The monsters near the astral gate experienced a sensation of painless death. Before the others could react, Matthew's Sword of Slaughter once again plunged deeply into the astral gate. A few seconds later, the second gate shattered into nothingness as well. The clouds in the distance chased quickly after. But by the time they discerned the reality of the situation, Matthew had already drifted far away. The third gate was even simpler to deal with. He had Philolius clear the area beforehand. The always reliable Phile didn't disappoint this time either, leading the Bone Dragon army to successfully drive the astral creatures nearby to one side. When it was Matthew's turn to arrive, the task became straightforward and dull. Draw sword. Insert. Done. Withdraw. Everything was as simple as eating and drinking. And as Matthew was hurriedly heading towards the fourth astral gate, the demigods who were tailing him through the clouds finally couldn't sit still. Matthew's efficiency in dismantling the astral gates was just too high. At this rate, within 20 minutes, the remaining 5 gates wouldn't escape being shattered. This guy seems to have no fear of us. Nonsense, not one of us dares to step forward. Who would take you seriously? This guy's mana also seems to be endless. Another pointless statement, it's the era of ether expansion. The city is a paradise for spellcasters, lacking everything but mana. Even so, this guy is getting too brazen. He hasn't even used the undead calamity. I think he has been quite restrained. After several rounds of dialogue, the demigods all glared angrily at Queen Zerg, who was constantly sarcastic in her remarks. Unfazed, she glared back at each one of them. Her status in the land of God's kingdom was relatively special, and she naturally looked down upon these demigods who had completely become puppets of the Starry Night God. Alright, arguing with each other is pointless now. We must slow down his dismantling of the astral gates. Gentlemen, when it has come to this, if we don't give it our all now, are we really waiting for pies to fall from the sky? Ikanos the Destroyer, looking grave, proposed. We must hold the fifth astral gate. Queen Zerg said coldly. The question is, how do we do that? Ikanos said in a deep voice. Domain. This is our last chance. Clatter. With the unenthusiastic insertion and withdrawal of the Sword of Slaughter, the fourth astral gate collapsed with a thunderous fall. Under the angry gaze of numerous astral creatures, Matthew immediately rushed to the fifth portal, the nearest one. But as he drew close, Matthew sensed something was off. There weren't any creatures from the astral world nearby. No. It wasn't that there weren't any. They had been hidden. Matthew closed his eyes and concentrated. Soon, domain sigils nearing the profundity of refined elements appeared in his vision. Ruin. Winter. Sex. Envy. Slaughter. Plague. Pain. Swarm. 17 domains elevated to their utmost singularity.
Plus the Queen Zerg from the Zerg race as an ally. Matthew had realized. This was the demigod's last stand in dignity. Not daring to confront Matthew with the power of the material world, they could only rely on the ultimate singularity of their domains to suppress Matthew's strength. As long as Matthew wanted to destroy this astral gate, he had to step into the domains meticulously woven by the demigods. Though these domains seemed generally powerful, under the blessing of the high-dimensional shadow and the land of God's kingdom, they had become strong enough to suppress the strength of a legendary mage below legendary status. And Matthew wasn't legendary yet. At the same time, the domains of the demigods were not without coordination. While independent of one another, under the orchestration of starlight chains from the starry night god, the edges of these domains began showing slight signs of fusion. This was the mark of taming. It was also an opportunity for the demigods to support each other in vigilance. Whichever domain Matthew stepped into, he would encounter the combined domain-level assault of all the others. This was a battle of domains. It was the level the gods were most adept at. Therefore, it was their battle for dignity. After discerning the connections, Matthew let out a light chuckle. Actually, if he were more cunning, he could have simply abandoned this astral gate, dismantled the others first, and then had a good play with these demigods. By doing so, the anxious ones would definitely be the enemies. But this time, Matthew chose not to take shortcuts. Instead, he boldly stepped into the demigod's intricately woven domain of authority. You actually stepped in. Do you believe you can crush us all in the field of domains too? There was no surprise in the voice of Ikanos the Destroyer, only uncontrollable anger. That instant, Matthew felt a series of oppressive forces descending upon him. It was as if dozens of mountains had suddenly sprouted behind his back, so heavy. At the same time, more power surged into the domain Matthew possessed. That was the demigod's attempt to thoroughly break Matthew on the level of subdivisions of domains. However, be it the mental suppression or the invasion of the subdomains, both were doomed to be ineffective. A flash of sharpness crossed Matthew's eyes. The power of domain from the lost paradise allowed him to easily catch the demigod's burning rage. As for the penetration of the subdomains, that was even more laughable. The largest trait of the Lord of the Torrent's authority was the refusal of others' infiltration. For a moment, under the domineering suppression of the Tauran domain, Matthew's own domain became an impenetrable fortress. The demigods, seeing neither spiritual nor domain-level assaults progressing, ultimately had to rely on the power of the high-dimensional shadow and the land of God's kingdom to cast divine spells. Do you think you're a calamity mage? Do you think you're Isabel? A mage who has yet to reach legendary status, dares to scorn the gods? To be bound and punished, to burn in the fire is your ultimate fate. The voices of a dozen angry and solemn demigods intertwined. In an instant, Matthew found himself tied to a scorching hot copper pillar. Underneath the pillar, kindling and kerosene were piled high. Raging flames were spreading up from beneath his feet, looking to scorch Matthew's soles any second. But at that moment, the demigods were aghast to find that Matthew, bound to the copper pillar, was laughing. I am neither a calamity mage nor Isabel. I know myself, I am just a necromancer in need of growth. But what about you? You false gods, why are you still indulging in false glory and power? Perhaps, you once were lofty deities. But ever since Heavenly Family Palace fell, you are not anymore. Not anymore. Matthew's figure suddenly grew immense, and with it the copper pillar that bound him and the fiery punishment that sought to scorch him expanded to occupy half the sky. His words too became ethereal and sacred. Ridiculous false gods, you should have foreseen that your end has come. Disillusionment. Passing. Annihilation. Gone. As his voice fell, in the shocked and despairing gazes of the demigods, their astral spirits in the divine kingdom, along with their domains, began to dissolve rapidly. Chapter 1729 470 Shelter Technique and Golden Ring. Chapter 1729
470 Shelter Technique and Golden Ring. Above the astral gate. Pale flames burned silently. The demigods were bound by their own domains, unable to utter a sound, only to watch helplessly as their bodies slowly disintegrated. The whole process seemed unbearably long. But in fact, it only lasted for 4 or 5 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the 17 demigods, along with their disaster-filled domains, melted away within the land of the starry night god's divine kingdom. At the same time, in other parts of Order City, in the residential areas shrouded in yellow fog, people who had been coughing violently suddenly felt a relief in their throats, the persistent itch that lingered in their airways disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease. Disease arrived like the wind, and left without a trace. People were surprised to find that the moment the pain vanished, the yellow fog symbolizing plague and virus was also dissipating at an incredible speed. Near the blacksmith's shop, the rioters holding various weapons, their eyes red, gradually came to their senses. They looked in disbelief at the chaos around them, then they threw away their weapons, some fled the scene immediately, while others held a nearby corpse and wept bitterly. The howling gale stopped at this moment. The surging swarm also stopped at this moment. Not only that, almost all the disasters in the city had vanished at this moment. And when the survivors looked up, both relieved and worried, they saw in the sky above, one after another, the dissolving statues and figures of gods. That scene became a vision, repeating over and over again atop the dark clouds. Ordinary people may not realize what exactly had happened, but they could sense that the disaster seemed to have been curbed to some degree. And at that moment, there were also people who recognized the silhouette of the man standing in front of the dissolving colossal divine images. Compared to the towering contours of the demigods, the man dressed as a spellcaster appeared so trivial and ordinary, yet so real and powerful. Boom! A white lightning tore through the dark clouds. Clear starlight poured down from the night sky. Earth was suddenly filled with much comforting light. Hint: your Great Prophecy spell has triggered more effective spells, successfully erasing the existence of 17 demigods, including all traces of their present and past existence. Remaining uses of the Great Prophecy spell: 9. Legendary Path. By releasing a spell of the superior legend level, you have successfully eradicated the chaos-causing demigods, greatly reducing the level of chaos within Canning City. You have gained a substantial amount of natural elements, 45%, full to enter the nature domain. You have gained high recognition from the natural will. You have gained a legendary ability from the nature domain, Shelter Technique. Shelter Technique. Upon release, your body enters a state of perfect fusion with this plane. During this state you cannot be targeted, touched, harmed, bound by laws, affected by curses or prediction abilities, or even observed, approached, or perceived. For the duration of the ability, up to 9 seconds. You can instantly move to any location within 700 kilometers of the starting point and launch an attack on any target. This attack will include Natural Fury and will dispel your fusion with the material world. Natural Fury, your spells and physical attacks will be escalated to 3 times their original power and will carry an extra and potent intimidation effect. This intimidation effect will be slightly stronger than the divine power of strong divine gods. Limited to, usable once a week. Indeed, eradicating chaos is nature. Slaughter is also nature. The very definition of nature itself changes with the progression of things. Nature exists only when planes exist. If a world is on the brink of extinction, then the act of saving that world itself greatly satisfies the requirements of the path of nature. After wiping out all the demigods, Matthew not only gained a legendary ability from the nature domain. His practice on the legendary path also made sudden leaps of progress. At this moment, he even felt a strong impulse. Perhaps entering the legendary through the nature domain wouldn't be too bad. The feeling was so intense. Matthew had to counter it with the temperance subdomain. A moment later, he transferred the excess XP from himself to the bodies of the necromancers under him. Just as Hibbert had done to Matthew before. After doing all this, he finally exhaled in relief. Having held back until now, he must complete the undead domain. There's no rush. The next second, taking advantage of the lingering effect of the Great Prophecy spell, Matthew glanced at the remaining 4 astral gates within the city. You all should also disappear. As he finished speaking, the 4 astral gates crumbled instantaneously. The nearest gate was the most dramatic. As Matthew spoke, a large swarm of astral world centipedes was just crossing through the gate. All of a sudden, the gate collapsed. The upper halves of the centipedes' bodies were taken back to the astral world with the collapsing gate, leaving behind countless legs that, due to inertia, rapidly surged forward. The scene was both ludicrous and chilling. Fortunately, not many saw it, or it surely would have formed a new vision. This is the power of the Great Prophecy spell. Matthew felt a slight surge of excitement in his heart. At that moment, he felt the world before him had never been so vivid and clear. Chapter 1734 Shelter Technique and Golden Ring _2. Chapter 1730, 470 Shelter Technique and Golden Ring _2. His eyes emitted a strong blue light, as if a single glance could see through the essence of everything. His brain spun uncontrollably at high speed, his body filled with seemingly infinite mana. The intense feeling of fullness alternated with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction, assaulting Matthew's nerves. At one moment, he even felt that he was a true god. Luckily, having experienced the Dusk disaster and lost paradise, Matthew was all too familiar with this swelling sensation. This is an illusion caused by a massive influx of ether into my body. In an environment of expanding ether, any spellcasting might trigger a backlash of ether, let alone the Great Prophecy spell of this caliber. A sense of caution arose in Matthew's heart. It was as if countless imps were whispering in his ear. Cast another Great Prophecy spell. It feels so good. Don't you think the buildings in this city are too densely packed? Tear some down, it will be exhilarating to demolish them. His pores involuntarily dilated. Endless ether rushed into Matthew's body. His eyeballs turned completely luminescent blue, even his eyebrows carried that distinctive glow. Mystic lock. Feeling the ether inside nearing to go out of control, Matthew activated this ability incarnating spell without any hesitation. The next second, his entire state returned to normal. At the same time, Matthew's neck, cheeks, wrists, knees, and many other areas of his skin began to sprout dense clusters of blue bumps. That was a sign of ether crystallization. Matthew came to the ground, lightly shook his body, and briskly walked forward. As he walked, he dropped those blue crystals to the ground. He walked out several hundred meters. Only then did the excess ether crystals completely fall off his body. These ether crystals were good stuff in the past, not inferior to any elemental energy crystal cluster and could be used as a casting medium, probably could sell for a good price in the Alliance Mall. Sadly, given the current environment, the value of the ether crystals will likely be discounted. Matthew thought to himself. He turned back, just about to use Mage's hand to pick up those crystals. He found that Soldier was meticulously following him and picking up those blue crystals. His technique was extremely deft, sweeping all the crystals into his bag as if he were a vacuum cleaner, ultimately handing them all to Matthew. Well done. Matthew kept 90% and gave the remaining 10% to Soldier as a token of his hard work. After all, he was a legendary necromancer. That much of a labor fee was appropriate. After doing all this, Matthew finally had a moment to deal with the one who slipped through the net in the demigod domain. Namely, the only entity not erased by the Great Prophecy spell, Queen Zerg. During the spellcasting, Matthew had actually included Queen Zerg in the range to be eradicated. But it had not been effective. Although Queen Zerg suffered some damage, compared to the demigods who evaporated from Earth, she was at least still alive. However, her mental state was worrying. Because she has not ascended and does not meet the definition of a false god, she became the one that slipped through the net. Thinking this, Matthew walked casually to where Queen Zerg lay half paralyzed, suppressed by the aura of the Great Prophecy spell. At this time, Queen Zerg could no longer maintain her half-human, half-insect state. She had reverted to her original form. That of a creature resembling a giant spider with numerous tentacles and a ferocious mouthpart on its back, an otherworldly creature. But at that moment, her multifaceted eyes near her mouthparts were filled with indescribable fear. With every step Matthew took, Queen Zerg subconsciously shrank her slightly wriggling chitness layer. Until Matthew stood before her. Her abdomen had already begun to exude large amounts of sticky green liquid. Matthew saw fear in her eyes. "You're lucky to be alive," Matthew said nonchalantly. "I am willing to give you a chance to mend your ways. But only once." With that, he casually took a glass bottle out of his bag. Next, Matthew positioned the mouth of the bottle toward Queen Zerg. Almost instantly, Queen Zerg's body collapsed. Large amounts of green liquid forced out from her shell, her bloated body turning into a loose husk and a puddle of liquid, much like a sponge squeezed dry. A few seconds later, a small insect, only as large as Matthew's pinky finger, hurriedly crawled out from the pool of green liquid. The insect burrowed deep into the glass bottle. Matthew grabbed the bottle. When Soldier approached, he stared at the glass bottle in Matthew's hand for a good 7 or 8 seconds before finally speaking with difficulty. "Master, the bottle, it's uncapped." Matthew of course understood what he meant. So he smiled. "No worries. This bottle doesn't need a cap. She will stay inside willingly." He jiggled the bottle. And the larval form of Queen Zerg was now curled up immobile in one corner. As if she had completely died. Meanwhile, as they conversed, the dark clouds over Order City also dissipated greatly. In the distance among the clouds, several floating ships with giant paddles appeared. Matthew, with his keen sight, recognized them as magic ships from Cyberdragon. Apparently, butterflies called reinforcements had arrived. With Cyberdragon's help, along with the city's elemental law enforcement team and members of the Truth Sect, and Butterfly, the legendary machinist present, the astral creatures in the city likely wouldn't cause much trouble anymore. Chapter 1731, 470 Shelter Technique and Golden Ring _3. Chapter 1731, 470 Shelter Technique and Golden Ring _3. After this battle, it was inevitable that the life force of Order City suffered a great blow. Yet, at least the seed of life was preserved. But Matthew's heart had not relaxed. Because the true mastermind behind this chaos storm, the Starry Night God, was still nowhere to be seen. He used the power of Lost Paradise to sense. The strength of the high-dimensional shadow was still there. And so was the land of God's kingdom. The astral creatures within the city were still enjoying the power boost they received as followers of the Starry Night God. This indicated that he hadn't gone far. Where was he? Matthew closed his eyes, and his equalized perception opened. This time, it took him only half a second to detect an extremely powerful soul mark. "He meant for me to find him." Matthew opened his eyes. There wasn't much triumph on his face. After successfully locking onto the coordinates of the Starry Night God, he summoned heavenly Pegasus Ollie. Beating her wings, she soared up into the skies, darting towards the coordinates outside the city at the fastest speed. 2 minutes later, in the south of Order City, Canning, at the foot of a wall composed of gray, foggy mist, Matthew once again encountered the Starry Night God in person. A smile of release was on his face, as if he had been waiting for Matthew's arrival. "Is this what you've been secretly up to?" Matthew frowned as he looked at the seemingly endless wall of black mist. His insight told him that the wall spread out very far, possibly enveloping the entire southern part of Order City. No. Not just the south. Matthew suddenly noticed the black mist wall had a curvature to it. It was like a ring. The entire city of Canning was probably enveloped within. "What do you intend to do? Destroy Canning?" Matthew questioned. The Starry Night God smiled slightly. On the contrary. I'm saving it. Since you're here, let me show you my masterpiece. As he finished speaking, the black mist that made up the wall began to slowly dissipate. Bright golden light refracted from within the wall. Matthew's pupils constricted. It was a wall made of gold. No, not just gold, there are many special metals from the astral world. It includes dull gold, which has a significant restraining effect on magic power, and many other precious metals. Although Matthew sensed that the golden wall encircling Canning was extremely thin, such a long distance and fine construction must have taken an enormous amount of time and effort. Welcome to my golden ring. The Star Realm God's eyes shimmered with uncontrollable fervor. This is a divine artifact I've created using the reserves accumulated over 1,000 years from the Heavenly Family Palace. As you can see, the golden ring has only one purpose, and that is to contain ether, making here an ethereal reservoir for the excess magic power of the entire Ander. And I will become another being who, following in the footsteps of the goddess of magic, Yili, has reached the pinnacle of both divinity and the path of mages. With this magic pool, all those who believe in me will have the ability to cast spells freely. Magic will no longer be an exclusive domain of a few spellcasters. Don't you think this is a great thing? Matthew watched coldly. Great? Are you referring to turning everyone in Canning City into highly distorted monsters? The Starry Night God seemed unconcerned. That's just a necessary sacrifice under a great goal. Or rather, the fact that ether is backflowing into Order City is already established. Besides helping me perfect this magic pool and prevent the leakage of ether to other cities in the north of the continent, do you have any other way to save those doomed to become monsters? Chapter 1732, 471 Goddess of Magic's Little Minion. Chapter 1732, 471 Goddess of Magic's Little Minion. I have sensed your legendary path. To maintain nature and end the chaos, right? A faint smile appeared on the face of the Starry Night God. This is exactly what I desire. You should join forces with me, contain the ether overflowing from Canning, and then turn the golden ring into a magic pool on this land. You and I shall become the masters of this gigantic magic pool, and with this, the turmoil will come to an end. By then, you will have perfectly followed your legendary path. Isn't this a win-win cooperation? A mocking smile played on Matthew's lips. Do you really think I'm an idiot with no understanding of the legendary path? You are the instigator of this chaos storm. Even if the chaos could be brought to an end by working with you, it's unlikely to be acknowledged by the natural will. This would be akin to cheating. And the more severe consequence would be suffering a severe backlash for fooling the plain laws and the natural will. The Starry Night God shook his head. It won't be like that. You think too highly of the plain laws and the natural will. In fact, they are nothing but chaotic clumps of yarn balls that only seem to possess a personal consciousness. During the era of the Twin Paradise, more than one ancient god had successfully enslaved the plain will. And the giant troll god pool was one of the best among them. As long as you pay more attention to the details and excellently end this turmoil, the natural will be fooled into thinking it real. Matthew remained unmoved. So all the risks are on me, aren't they? The Starry Night God blinked. Compared to the risks I face, yours are hardly worth mentioning. To create the golden ring, I've invested almost all of my resources and wealth. To ignite the chaos of Canning, I have used up all my troops and influence. Even to perfectly lower the golden ring, I have even brought the land of God's kingdom to this land, which could collapse at any moment. How can there be success without risk? His voice sounded quite incendiary. But Matthew was not swayed at all. The only reason he had not turned against the Starry Night God on the spot was that he needed more time to sense the structure within the golden ring and the laws of the ceremonial field. At that moment, Matthew asked with interest. Since you're so eager for my participation, why did you send me away earlier? The Starry Night God chuckled heartily. Sending you away was indeed the first plan. But since you came back, It seems that collaborating with you is destined. Don't be hasty in refusing. Think about it, isn't my plan the most successful choice to handle this mess? I know you have lost paradise in your hands. Added to that, the golden ring that is about to become a magic pool, having two such super divine artifacts at the same time, you would become one of the most powerful individuals in the multiverse for the upcoming epic. That's a very good offer, Matthew. Others won't make such an offer to you so readily. Especially Isabel. Think about it, why would she send you here? She probably just wants to use the high-dimensional shadow in my hand to judge whether Lost Paradise is really still with you, right? The Starry Night God continued to tempt. Think about it, Matthew. Times have changed. Once a spellcaster, the future doesn't necessarily have to stick to this profession. Matthew interrupted him. If she wanted to know whether Lost Paradise was still in my hands, she would come to me in person to verify, rather than beating around the bush like this. The Starry Night God shrugged. Perhaps. It seems you trust her a lot. Matthew smiled. Of course, I trust her more than you. Having said that, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In his insight, the overall framework of the golden ring had become clearly visible. Matthew could feel the obscure yet profound strength contained in the magic runes engraved on the golden walls. That kind of power was surprisingly similar to the ritual that Matthew had established in the moonlight woodland with his guilds of spells. It makes sense. Following the Starry Night God's concept, the golden ring will become a gigantic magic pool, and Canning will be the center of the magic net radiating across the entire Northland. And the guilds of spells themselves were also established by relying on a small magic network. Matthew understood. The magic network was originally proposed by the goddess of magic, Yili. She had once practiced and promoted her specifications of the magic net on a small scale both in her homeland and within the divine kingdom. But for various reasons, Yili's magic net did not achieve significant influence. Instead, it greatly restricted the development of ordinary spellcasters in the material world. It wasn't until the mysterious fall of Yili that Ainder's magic civilization began to rise again. And during the era when the Seven Saint Alliance ruled the earth, for reasons unknown, the heavenly mages never widely promoted the magic net system. This led to the contemporary spellcasters generally having a shallow understanding of the magic net. The ceremonial field is pre-constructed. The golden ring is only a few key steps away from completing the closed loop. With the golden ring's damping and suppression of ether, it might indeed be possible to contain the backflow of ether within Canning City. Just that by doing so, the people in the city would be doomed. Matthew's brain was spinning quickly. He certainly wouldn't allow the Starry Night God to close the golden ring. As for how to deal with the expanding ether, honestly, he had no better plan at the moment and could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 1733, 471 Goddess of Magic's Little Assistant _2. Chapter 1733, 471 Goddess of Magic's Little Assistant _2. At that moment, Matthew's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Half a minute later, he arrived at a gap in the northwest part of the golden ring. Standing in midair, Matthew could clearly see the gap slowly merging, with a massive amount of liquid metal coming from all directions, about to fill the area gradually. Boom! Matthew, holding a shovel, swung fiercely, directly chopping the closing gap into two parts. The support of the golden ring by the high-dimensional shadow appeared so fragile under the damage from the energy of the lost paradise. In an instant, the gap that was about to close expanded countless times, like a dam that had burst, becoming a massive outlet for ether to spill out into Canning City. The next second, a cold voice from the Starry Night God came from behind him. Do you know what this means? You are bringing an unforeseeable catastrophic disaster to the cities of the north. Once the backflow of ether starts, it cannot be stopped. Without a reservoir like the golden ring for the excess ether, the entire northern continent will become a fearsome place akin to the ether plane. The material world will lose its rich characteristics, and the north will no longer be suitable for intelligent life to inhabit. This time, Matthew simply and decisively interrupted the other's long speech. So why don't you say that to yourself before you start? Always using these reasons to hold others hostage, right? Having dealt with you people so many times, I've come to a pattern. Whatever you do, I just need to do the opposite. There's a high likelihood I won't go wrong. Sorry, I'm quite tempted by your proposal, but your golden ring, I'm afraid, will not likely succeed in appearing in this world. As long as I am here, Order City will not be abandoned unjustly. If you have even a shred of the glory of being born a god, how about a battle with me? Empty words are useless, defeat me, and you can realize your dream. And the loser won't see the second half of this chaos storm. Matthew radiated a strong will to fight. His gaze focused on the starry night god. The latter, backed by the power of the land of God's kingdom, was difficult for Matthew to actively attack and capture. He had to provoke him. To make the starry night god come to a specific domain and engage in battle with Matthew like those demigods. Only then would he potentially be able to strike a fatal blow. However, the starry night god was more troublesome than those demigods. He just stared at Matthew with an extremely resentful gaze. For a long while, his figure quietly disappeared. Don't let me catch a flaw, Matthew. Tonight, greater chaos is destined to erupt in Canning City. I want to see, you, who always speaks of protecting the living beings of Canning City, whether you will abandon them to save their lives when faced with a more direct disaster, or will you simply watch indifferently like now? With these words dropped, he vanished from Matthew's insight. The power of the land of God's kingdom is still too strong. Matthew frowned. Even though the lost paradise was a perfect counter to the high-dimensional shadow, it was very uncomfortable that the other party wouldn't fight him. As the starry night god said, the pressure Matthew now faced was coming from more than one direction. The chaos triggered by the backflow of ether might be more immediate than the closure of the golden ring. He would eventually face a dilemma. Unless I dismantle the golden ring all at once. Matthew's eyes slightly shifted. Or find a way to bring it over? Unfortunately, the golden ring, such a powerful divine weapon, was likely highly bound with the starry night god. Even if Matthew wielded the overwhelmingly domineering Tauran sovereign authority, it would be difficult to usurp its ownership in a short period. Still have to try, what if it works? Thinking so, he acted immediately. Right then, Matthew flew up beside the wall of the golden ring. He reached out a hand, attempting to penetrate it with mental power through the Tauran authority, but at that moment, the normally invincible Tauran authority felt like it had hit a solid mud wall. And the mud wall had a high-voltage electric fence installed on it. Zzz. An unprecedented sensation of trepidation surged through Matthew's entire body. Had his mental power not been extraordinary, he might have been electrocuted on the spot. Warning, you cannot invade the starry night god's divine artifact golden ring through the Tauran authority. Because the starry night god had fused his divine persona with the golden ring. This divine artifact is the starry night god himself. What? This guy actually turned himself into part of the artifact? Matthew was stunned. This behavior was so outrageous that he stood frozen for 2 or 3 seconds. By doing this, the starry night god was not only putting all his eggs in one basket, leaving no way out, but also voluntarily capping his own potential. From then on, the power of the golden ring would be the ceiling of the starry night god's strength. If this powerful divine weapon could not progress further, or even regressed, the starry night god would be unlucky along with it. Not to mention, just by how he became the artifact, there inevitably existed the risk of being enslaved by others. This was far too extreme compared to normal circumstances. Are all these gods mad? To risk the elimination of their own existence for such a twisted act? Matthew couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, just then, a cold voice suddenly came from outside the walls of the golden ring. He did this to resurrect the goddess of magic, Yili. Upon hearing that voice, Matthew's slightly troubled mood immediately stabilized. Seconds later, a signature lock of white hair appeared in Matthew's vision. Unexpectedly, the visitor was a little girl who looked only about 6 or 7 years old. Despite the great change in appearance, Matthew recognized the person. "Teacher?" Matthew asked. The little girl, who resembled Isabel in her childhood, nodded gently. During the era of the Heavenly Family Palace, the god of midnight was the lady-in-waiting to the goddess of magic, Yili. Yili, distinguished as the goddess of magic, was notoriously sociable to the point of promiscuity. In the entire Heavenly Family Palace, there weren't many who hadn't slept with Yili. The god of midnight was among the few exceptions. Probably because in his minor days, the god of midnight was Yili's lackey. Everyone else was allowed, but in front of him, she always maintained her lofty goddess of magic demeanor. This left the ever-yearning god of midnight with an obsession. This twisted obsession turned into the great demon Trier of the astral world. Thus, rather than saying evil demon Trier is an incarnation of the god of midnight, it's more accurate to say he was born from his desperate desire to possess Yili, body and soul. This is how the demon was born. The origin of this race is derived from distorted emotions and absurd humanity. Matthew nodded slightly. So, he intends to use the golden ring to create a magic pool and magic network, then resurrect the goddess of magic, Yili, through other means? The little girl answered. Probably. But I can confirm that Yili is dead and cannot be resurrected. What the Starry Night god might resurrect could only be a monster that inherits parts of Yili's branding and memories. Now, you face a dilemma. Either pretend to collaborate with the Starry Night god, complete the golden ring, then kill the resurrected false Yili and enslave the Starry Night god. Or completely destroy the golden ring. But doing so may cause the overflow of ether to spread further, turning a large part of the north into a playground for monsters. Unless you can solve the problem of ether overflow. This is the greatest challenge you face on your path to becoming legendary, which, of course, is somewhat harsh for an ordinary ascension to legend. But you would also gain more benefits from it. All the choices are in your hands. Matthew. This is a critical juncture of fate. Matthew looked at the little girl's youthful face, filled with confusion. So, what about the others? Not to mention Soria, Link, Nameless, these heavenly mages. What about the others in the Seven Saint Alliance? Edmund, Ronan, Roderick, Eastern Guardian, Lady Yuru. Are all these legendary mages just watching? Just like when Lost Paradise ascended? If that's the case, then who will play the role of Storluck Industries' Singularity Cannon like last time? The little girl said calmly. That's also why I came here today. It's time for you to know what we encountered in the vanished world of history. Chapter 1734, 472 Matthew's Decision. Chapter 1734, 472 Matthew's Decision. You know, I've never been fond of long-winded speeches, so I'll keep it simple. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to interrupt and ask. If you do not interrupt, I will assume you understood, said the little girl, speaking at a brisk pace. Matthew nodded immediately upon hearing this. Good, let's get to the point then, she said, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, her skin seeming a few shades fairer and more delicate than before. The so-called vanished historic world is actually a misnomer. Its actual concept refers to a window that appears periodically in the mirror world and can lead to the original world, and what we're vying for in the historic world is, in fact, the key that opens the window to the original world. Under normal development of the multiverse, this window is essentially unobservable, unfathomable, and unapproachable. And the reason we can become special observers or even contenders is that we rely on the secret treasure left by Een, which ultimately allows us to lock onto that window. A calamity mage is doing? Matthew wasn't surprised by this. To the world of Aender, the calamity mage was like a god of creation bringing dimension-reducing strikes. A casual stroke of hers could become a trace that all beings would look up to. Matthew pondered and said, "Excuse the interruption, but I want to know what the original world means." The little girl quickly explained. This ancient town flew under the radar, so not many tourists came, hence they only got visitors during the peak tourist season when there was severe road congestion and tourists would rest in this town. Having heard the backstory, everyone realized why there were so many signboards advertising guest houses in the town. Some even reckoned that even if this side trip was a bust, it was worth it to visit this ancient town. As soon as they entered the town, they became the center of attention. Due to Lin Shi's beauty, the town inhabitants ogled at her, making her feel a bit awkward. Gu Fan found it strange. It was one thing for men to steal extra glances at Lin Shi, but he couldn't understand why even women were staring at her. He wondered if the residents of this old town were attracted to both genders. Since it wasn't peak tourist season, business was slow and guesthouse owners quickly came up to them with warm greetings. Du Jun assumed the role of a leader, wanting to evaluate the living conditions before selecting a few satisfactory guesthouses and bargaining their rates. Lastly, he discussed the choices with everyone else. Gu Fan had to admit that he admired Du Jun at times, and Du Jun indeed had great leadership qualities and everyone respected him for that. At this point, Louis nudged Gu Fan and quietly said, "If you don't act soon, your momentum will be dwarfed by your love rival. Don't forget why we came here in the first place." As a man, Gu Fan didn't want to let Louis down, but he wasn't excited about this rivalry either. He just wanted to get through the night safely and hoped that they could return smoothly the next day. However, the issue was that no guesthouse could accommodate all of the 16 people and the bus driver, so they had to split into 3 groups and stay in separate guesthouses. Gu Fan naturally chose to stay in the same guesthouse as his best friend, Louis. Lin Shi, Gu Fan's girlfriend, also stayed in the same guesthouse, albeit a different room. The disaster originates from the original world, not our mirror world itself. With my divination spells, I've seen that the Ander of the original world has become the most desolate place I've ever witnessed in my life. Their material layer completely collapsed. The cosmic womb shattered beyond repair, unable to nurture new life anymore. It was a universe drained of all its thermal energy, reduced to barren silence. Ultimately, it became the breeding ground for the giant beasts. And now, a great cataclysm is rushing towards the mirror world in the form of a projection, and there's nothing we can do here but watch helplessly as this world heads towards destruction. Chapter 1735, 472 Matthew's Decision, _2. Chapter 1735, 472 Matthew's Decision, _2. Isabel's statement was devoid of any emotion, resembling indifferent, heartless machinery. Matthew felt somewhat suffocated upon hearing it. If all this holds true, can we not do something to prevent this reflection? He couldn't help but ask. Isabel said indifferently. Before you, there were others who observed this phenomenon and thought of possible solutions. There are mainly 2 paths. First, prevent the destruction of Ander in the original world. Second, prevent the descent of the reflection. As a higher dimensional being, Anne's descent was to change the outcome of the mirror world. She altered a mass of reflections with her own power. Upon hearing this, Matthew blurted out. Ascension of the Heavenly Palace? Isabel nodded. Before the catastrophe in the original world, the gods were still the lords of the world of Ander. Their very beings amassed too many chaos elements, eventually becoming the root cause of the world's turmoil. And believed the gods were the key to the catastrophe, thus she exiled and imprisoned them, hoping to save the mirror world. To some extent, she succeeded. You have actually already. His words were directly interrupted by Isabel. Hold your tongue. That is not to be spoken of, you just need to understand. Matthew took a deep breath. He realized the seriousness. Isabel was not about to leave. She had likely already left. What about the others? Matthew asked. Have they also left? Isabel shook her head. Only I, and God of Luck, are about to leave. The others will continue to stay in this universe, trying other paths for salvation. Matthew suddenly asked. But even if you go to the original world, not to mention if the catastrophe has already occurred, to put it harshly, if you couldn't change the calamity in the mirror world, can you really change the calamity in the original world? Moreover, how do you know the supposed original world isn't just another mirror world projected by yet another original world? He recalled the murmurings of the calamity mage heard during his ascension. Even the so-called transcendents are merely moving from one mirror to the next. Yet, the mirrors will always break. If Isabel's claims about the original world and the mirror world are valid, then her mentioned original world might just be another mirror world projected by a different world. Matthew intently watched Isabel. Her gaze was quite serene, appearing to have already considered this issue. According to that line of thought, it leads into an endless loop of skepticism. The situation you described might indeed be possible, but idle speculation is meaningless. I must personally go and see what the reality is. Moreover, for this world, my presence poses more dangers than benefits. The Chaos Mystery Lock has already become part of my body. My very existence is essentially the largest vortex of chaos. After I leave, this world might stabilize a bit more. As she spoke, a self-mocking smile flashed across her face. Matthew felt somewhat desolate. Do you know how the goddess of magic, Yili, fell? Isabel said calmly. Chapter 1736, 472 Matthew's Decision, _3. Chapter 1736, 472 Matthew's Decision, _3. Matthew shook his head. People only know that Yili fell before the advent of the Calamity Mage, but few know how she actually died. Isabel narrated quickly. I can probably guess some of it. Originally, Yili had integrated the supreme authority of the ether domain, almost single-handedly suppressing the madness of the chaotic ether. This was also one of the reasons for the relative stability of Ander during the Age of Enlightenment. However, such suppression was unsustainable. By the end of the Age of Enlightenment, the pain Yili herself bore had already exceeded the threshold of the gods, and her actions became even more outrageous and insane. Speaking of which, the fact that Yili became promiscuous also happened during that period. In the end, Yili, unable to bear the pain, probably used a kind of divine spell to disintegrate herself, reincarnating her will into the rootless river to seek liberation. She sealed the different ether authorities in hidden forms, and the most significant part of it was turned into the Chaos Mystery Lock by the gods of the Heavenly Family Palace. Overall, Yili was a decent god. The pain I'm enduring now is probably only 1/10 of what Yili faced at her peak, but even so, I often entertain thoughts of annihilating the world. And the goddess of magic, Yili, under 10 times my suffering, hardly did a thing that was outrageous or harmful to heaven and reason, which is truly rare. A faint sense of sorrow washed over Matthew's heart. He took a deep breath. So, what does all this have to do with tonight's golden ring? Are there no heavenly mages in the Alliance anymore, completely indifferent to the actions of the Starry Night God? Isabel snorted lightly. Of course they are watching. But their focus is different from yours. After I'm gone, Soria and Link are highly likely to de facto dismantle the Alliance. Soria just wants to make a fortune quietly, and Link is even more rash than I am. They don't belong in the same pot at all. Other superior legends will also seize the opportunity to expand their own territories. You should realize. All top spellcasters are the beneficiaries of the dissolution of the Alliance. They can divide an enormous inheritance, which could have benefited many ordinary spellcasters. Without needing Isabel's reminder, Matthew could foresee the situation after her departure. Maybe they're surprised to see visitors at this hour. Don't overthink it, Gufan downplayed it, but he too noticed the glances from the passing locals. After everyone checked into their respective guesthouses, Gufan started a conversation with the guesthouse owner. He also mentioned the recent earthquake and asked if it was a common occurrence in the area. The guesthouse owner shook his head, indicating that it was his first experience of an earthquake in the town where he was born and raised. Thankfully, it was just minor trembling, and the old town was still intact. Just minor trembling, you say? Gufan was puzzled. If the trembling was minor, how could it have caused a landslide that blocked the road completely while the ancient town remained unaffected, as if nothing had happened? But Gufan did not overthink it. All he wanted was to get through the night peacefully, wait for the rescue to arrive tomorrow, and then everyone could return safely. Upon entering the simple room, Gu Fan was exhausted. He collapsed onto the bed just wishing to sleep, but he felt uneasy. When he closed his eyes, the strange stares from the inhabitants kept flashing in his mind. Daylight had completely faded and soon, every household turned their lights on. Amid the darkness of the wilderness, the town glowed like a pearl in the night. Louis, who was always full of energy and did not feel tired, started to tease, "Gu Fan, you're really a killjoy. We're alone in the wilderness, just the two of us, and yet, you're going to let such an opportunity slip by?" She suddenly asked. "Matthew, in your eyes, what kind of person am I?" Without hesitation, Matthew responded. "Strong, obsessive, crazy, and kind." "Kind?" Isabel asked with a smile. "I've killed so many people, can I still be considered kind?" Matthew said seriously. "Very kind. I didn't understand before, but since I have felt the distortion that extraordinary power brings to an individual, I realized how kind you are. If I had the power of someone like you or Yili, I might become even crazier, or even break down completely. You are the person I admire the most." Isabel smiled silently. "Thank you. It is comforting to hear such an excellent flattery before I leave. Getting back to the point. Have you decided what to do?" Matthew nodded. "Yes." Isabel said cheerfully. "Then go break the golden ring." Matthew said with a smile. "Did you guess what decision I would make?" Isabel blinked. "Don't forget, Matthew, I am your teacher, I can guess every thought of yours. You have a temperament like mine. That is the obsessive nature under a mild exterior. You can learn to be tactful. But you can't learn to compromise. Am I right?" Matthew smiled. "You're right. Fuck the golden ring. Fuck the continent magic pool." The next second, Matthew's entire body erupted with an extremely powerful energy. It was the power of Lost Paradise. Chapter 1737, 473 Giant Evil Art Masters. Chapter 1737, 473 Giant Evil Art Masters. This was the first time Matthew had used the power of Lost Paradise so unreservedly. The founder authority was fully activated. Almost the instant his thought moved. Within a 100-meter radius with Matthew at the center, the space underwent a drastic transformation. The subtle, fragile, tearing material layers were enveloped by a gentle yet solid force. It was as if a fragile nut had gained an extra layer of a hard shell. Immediately after, within the range of Lost Paradise's power projection, chunks of floating cosmic base rock rapidly appeared, along with the trees Matthew had planted on the base rock, and the small black cat that was sound asleep under one of the trees. All these scenes were mere projections. Matthew could also consume a considerable amount of founder energy to materialize these projections into reality. But there was no need. The mere power of projection was enough. Matthew could clearly feel the domineering attributes of Lost Paradise as a powerful divine weapon. While completing the power projection, he could sense the forces of the high-dimensional shadow in this space being rapidly compressed and occupied. Then, an even more intriguing scene unfolded. When Matthew brought Lost Paradise near the golden ring, the precious yet sparse gold walls of the city began to disappear at a pace visible to the naked eye. At the same time, inside Matthew's mind, the disappearing gold walls rapidly appeared in the inner world of Lost Paradise. "This is real plunder. No cost, all taken away." Matthew was delighted. Right then, he began to fly at high speed along the golden ring with Lost Paradise. Matthew transformed into something like a vacuum cleaner, sweeping clean the golden ring wherever he went. A few seconds later, Matthew was still zealously absorbing the golden ring. But the starry night god could no longer stay put. He hurriedly emerged from the mist, his tone laced with strong disbelief. "How is this possible? Why is your lost paradise still intact? Matthew couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. Simply immersing himself in voracious absorption. They said it themselves, this is the wealth accumulated over a millennium by the Heavenly Family Palace. Naturally, he would suck away whatever he could. As for Lost Paradise's crushing effect on the high-dimensional shadow, it was also within expectations. Things of the past should not continue to exist in this world. What I hold in my hand is the future. After throwing out a couple of verbal shots to deal with the Starry Night God, Matthew took the opportunity to take a few more vigorous sucks. The Starry Night God watched as Matthew absorbed a corner of the golden ring he had labored to create, his heartache indescribable. Under the influence of chaotic ether, his emotions also became extremely irritable. This world will not have a future. Even if it does, I will ensure the future joins me in death. With his final words, the remaining golden ring suddenly disappeared. Matthew licked his lips with a hint of regret. He hadn't absorbed enough yet. The next moment, the golden ring that once completely surrounded Canning City, now missing a section, floated above the head of the Starry Night God. His expression was solemn, his gaze sharp, and his tone was determined with a tinge of madness. Since you're not willing to cooperate, I'll have to fight to the bitter end. Don't blame me for the pain I bring to this world. It's all your fault. Matthew. You are the prime culprit behind the world's destruction. After saying these words, his body began to wither rapidly. The golden ring above his head grew brighter. I, God of the Star Realm, gather the aspirations of all beings of the astral world, wield the power of chaotic ether, and seek the projection of the Goddess of Magic. Let the world witness the wrath of the Goddess of Magic. Yi Li. Finally, I can merge with you as one. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A fierce gale rose from the ground, dispersing the fog that enshrouded Canning City inside and out. Terrible chaotic ether surged from within the city, passing through the body of the Starry Night God. Matthew could sense it. The ether passed through the body of the Starry Night God without any resistance, as if his body were already a dried-up sieve. Seconds later, the Starry Night God had become a desiccated corpse. The surface of the golden ring shimmered with numerous shadows of star spirits. Matthew's eyelid twitched. Most of these star spirits were angels or divine servants from the Heavenly Family Palace. But he also saw the face of the Starry Night God. It looked like the fellow had indeed, as he claimed, completely fused himself with the golden ring. At this moment, the Starry Night God had completely given up his divine persona. And from within the golden ring, he summoned a crystal coffin exuding an intense charm. In the crystal coffin lay an almost perfect female body. But Matthew could tell at a glance that it wasn't the physical body of the Goddess of Magic, Yi Li. It was more like a false body created through the clone spell of necromancy. Come on. Come on. I remember, your favorite thing was to dance. You said you wished to dance with ether someday. But when you reached the pinnacle of magic, you forgot your past happiness and dreams, your face ever clouded with worry and sorrow. Come on. Come on. I remember, what a beauty-loving girl you were. Let me dress you in new clothes. Awake from the coffin, let's bring to this world a dance that will shock all beings. He he he. Yi Li, my Yi Li. These were not words spoken by the Starry Night God. They were emotions that Matthew, through his powerful insight, captured overflowing from the golden ring. Chapter 1738, 473 Giant Evil Art Masters _2. Chapter 1738, 473 Giant Evil Art Masters _2. That was just a part of the Starry Night God's obsession that surged like a tide. At this moment, the strongest elder entity from the era of the Heavenly Family Palace finally stopped hiding and suppressing himself. He had intended to establish the divine artifact Golden Ring, then construct the continent magic pool, and finally revive the Goddess of Magic, Yi Li, within the magic pool. But his plan was disrupted by Matthew. The Starry Night God chose to make a desperate move. He audaciously chose to revive Yili directly within the golden ring and merge himself with the Yili about to be revived. Even without Isabel's warning, Matthew, with his shallow basics, could guess that what the Starry Night God was doing was bound to fail. The one he was reviving would certainly not be the true goddess of magic, Yili. It would more likely be an out-of-control monster. But Matthew also understood. Beings like the gods of the Heavenly Family Palace majority have only clung to life until now through their obsessions and madness. The reason obsessions are called obsessions is that they cannot be easily dissolved. This kind of thing isn't something you can solve just by talking. At this point, only by letting the Starry Night God and the Yili about to be revived vanish into thin air could all of this come to an end. Matthew's eyes were composed and resolute. He was already prepared to fight to the end. His insight spread out in all directions. At that moment, he could perceive so clearly the unique resonance between the golden ring, the high-dimensional shadow, and the land of God's kingdom. Matthew did his utmost to expand Lost Paradise to its fullest. Efforts were made to suppress the power amplification of the high-dimensional shadow as much as possible. In the meantime, he also tried to absorb some of the chaotic ether into Lost Paradise. Yet compared to the formed ether storm near Canning City, what was sucked into Lost Paradise might as well be a drop in the ocean. The backflow from the ether plane was terrifying indeed. In some ways, the Starry Night God was not wrong. Such a dreadful trend, once caused, was difficult to resolve by other means. Perhaps it is indeed only by detonating the ether star core in Canning City that all of this can be settled. Such a thought flashed through Matthew's mind. At that moment, the crystal palace floating in the air suddenly shattered. A clone resembling Yili floated in midair. The golden ring slowly descended upon her head. Her body turned from initially withered and slender into gradually plump and obese, until finally, she nearly swelled into a massive ball of flesh. The surface of the flesh ball bubbled with countless granules and lumps. Boom! 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 Those tiny granules kept exploding, causing numerous breaks, sores, and bruises to appear on the surface of the flesh ball. The flesh ball continued to swell. From the size of one person, it quickly inflated to hundreds of meters in diameter and still grew under the influx of chaotic ether. Meanwhile, various chaotic organs emerged from the swelling flesh ball like bamboo shoots after rain. Forked or barbed slim tongues. Fine, sharp, yet broken teeth. Bloody and entangled hearts and intestines. And countless tentacles. Matthew looked up at the horrifying behemoth that was growing so large, it seemed to devour the surrounding space. Just then, a giant eyeball suddenly appeared on the terror itself. The eyeball coldly stared at the tiny Matthew. "Stunned by my beauty, aren't you?" A voice mixed with hundreds of different male and female tones spoke in Matthew's ear. Matthew nearly vomited on the spot. Warning, you are facing a failed ether creature revival. This ether creature was formed by the fusion of the goddess of magic Yili's clone and projection, the Starry Night God's spirit body, a large number of angel spirit bodies from the heavenly palace, and the divine artifact golden ring. Warning, this ether creature has a powerful chaos aura, causing anyone who approaches to experience unclear consciousness and chaotic cognition. Matthew steadied himself. Fortunately, he had lost paradise. The effect of the chaos aura on him was minimized. But in the nearby Canning City, clearly, many people had already been affected by the chaotic cognition. Some couldn't distinguish left from right and began to slip wildly when walking. Some could no longer tell friend from foe and started to indiscriminately attack everyone around. Others lost their self and behaved like dogs, sticking their butts in the air. Those ludicrous yet horrifying scenes poured into Matthew's transcendent insight, flooding his mind. In fact, it wasn't just Order City. As chaotic ether wildly expanded, the entire North was affected by the chaos brought about by ether creations. This is essentially a gigantic evil art master. It wasn't clear when, but Isabel once again quietly arrived by Matthew's side. The rampant backflow of ether is the nourishment for the growth of an evil art master. As long as the ether continues to expand indefinitely, this evil art master will also swell without limit. Following the veins of ether, it will ultimately successfully parasitize the entire continental shelf of Aender and then bring about the destruction of the whole world. With her words, a vision like divination spells appeared before Matthew. In the vision, he saw the entire Aender covered with a thick layer of flesh membrane, its surface left with nothing but squirming organs and teeth, no longer any living life to be seen. The material world has been torn apart. Isabel sighed softly. I can feel that the chaos mystery lock within me is being hugely drawn. Had I not left, I might have become part of this evil art master as well. To become such a terrifying creation is also, perhaps, the destiny that I, or the goddess of magic, Yili, was doomed to face. From her words, Matthew felt a deep and desolate loneliness. As she was about to leave, Isabel spoke considerably more than usual. Matthew could actually feel her good intentions. Perhaps this was her last time safeguarding him. Although their relationship couldn't be considered very close, sometimes even diverging in opposing directions, ultimately, in certain aspects, they could reach a consensus. For example, ever since they had met, they never mentioned a word about lost paradise, which was a form of tacit understanding in itself. What should I do? With the heavenly mage by his side, whose knowledge was unparalleled in the multiverse, Matthew certainly wouldn't forego the near and seek the far. He directly asked for advice. Isabel whispered. The appearance of the gigantic evil art master further tears apart the material layers within Canning City. But even more fatal is the ceaseless backflow of ether. I will take action to lock down the material layer to ensure it doesn't collapse in the short term, so there won't be any void turbulence, astral creatures won't be able to come in, but that's all I can do. The rest is up to you to finish. Hearing this, a bad feeling washed over Matthew's face. As expected, it was much as he had guessed. But hearing Isabel speak calmly, you just need to enter the body of the evil art master, and completely destroy the golden ring that has fused with the will of the starry night god. When you act, be quick, and maybe you can even reclaim some parts of the golden ring for later use. To enter the interior of the evil art master? Matthew gave a wry smile. So be it. After all, with lost paradise to protect his body, he was not affected by the chaos aura like others were. Eliminating this most terrifying factor, wasn't it just forcefully entering a big lump of flesh? Watching the flesh ball swell larger and larger, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters, its bottom even starting to devour the ground, Matthew quickly prepared himself. Before entering, he suddenly turned back to Isabel and said, "There's one more thing." Isabel with a blank gaze hummed in response. Matthew said earnestly. I mean, has anyone considered shattering the mirror? I know that after shattering the mirror world might cease to exist. But is there also a possibility that after the mirror breaks, the so-called mirror world might become an independent world in its own right? A flash of surprise crossed Isabel's eyes. Before she could respond, Matthew had already steeled himself and dove toward the edge of the gigantic evil art master. Don't come over here. Don't get close to my body. Sensing Matthew's approach, the gigantic evil art master instinctively emitted a voice of repulsion. At the same time, a swarm of ether worm demons appeared on that area's surface to block Matthew. Matthew snorted coldly. Today, I'm going to enter your body. Nobody can stop me. Chapter 1739, 474 Goddess of Magic's Clone. Chapter 1739, 474 Goddess of Magic's Clone. Etherworm Demon. A common native monster of the chaotic ether plane. The etherworm demon is about half the size of an average human, resembling a praying mantis with blades imbued with chaotic elemental burns, and a sac on its chest that can secrete a highly corrosive mist. Although the individual level of a worm demon is only around tier 3, When they appear in swarms, they pose a threat to the lives of an entire squad of experienced professionals. Not to mention Matthew is now facing a veritable sea of worm demons. Countless ether worm demons emerged from every corner of the giant evil art master's skin, like natural oils secreted from the pores. They charged menacingly towards Matthew. Matthew wanted to cast spells to eliminate some of the worm demons, but he quickly dismissed the idea. For one, the ether worm demons had extremely high magic resistance, making it difficult for ordinary spells to cause them devastating damage. Secondly, spellcasting actions near the giant evil art master were greatly restricted. Matthew discovered that to cast spells here, not only did the chanting time increase significantly, but other spellcasting costs also surged considerably. The giant evil art master functioned like a super ether vortex. It attracted a terrifying amount of ether from the ether plane, converging within its core. Therefore, near the evil art master, for example, Canning City, spellcasting became a very convenient task. Even ordinary people who did not know magic might be able to produce fireballs if they happened to guess a few words correctly. But on the evil art master's skin, this situation was pushed to another extreme. Spellcasters had to combat the core's devouring ability of the ether to cast spells, which led to a sharp increase in spellcasting costs. This area could also be considered an anti-magic zone. Matthew raised an eyebrow. But this wasn't enough to stop him. Seeing the tide-like swarm of worm demons about to consume him, Matthew's mind stirred. Lost Paradise, mechanical combat skill. The next second, all the divine weapons on his back burst forth automatically. Shovel, sickles, sticks, magic swords. A series of divine weapons erupted in dazzling white light under Matthew's mental command, signifying the release of their inherent divine powers. This was not a spell, but a small trick Matthew had learned by constantly exploring Lost Paradise over the last 6 months. Through this trick, he could simultaneously command all divine weapons attuned to his will to strike autonomously. Of course, the damage this automatic attack could cause depended on the divine power the divine weapons had accumulated in Lost Paradise. Boom boom boom. The divine weapons released their powerful energies unrestrainedly, automatically clearing wave after wave of enemies on the battlefield like drones. There were simply too many ether worm demons. But the automatic attacks of the divine weapons could not possibly clear them all. However, Matthew merely needed a brief moment of opportunity. A few seconds later, he successfully landed on the evil art master's surface. But soon, Matthew realized that entering the body of the evil art master was not as simple as he had imagined. Though the evil art master's skin was full of undulating wrinkles and haphazard rift cracks, it seemed to sense Matthew's approach. At this moment, all the small rift cracks secreted copious amounts of yellow-green liquid. This yellow-green liquid had strong corrosive and adhesive properties, melting the surrounding connective tissue and forming patches of extremely tough membranes of flesh. Matthew tried breaking through these membranes. It was possible. But it was not only laborious. Even after breaking through one layer, there was another underneath, and it was unknown how many layers there were in total. So tightly locked on the surface? Matthew frowned. He found it incredibly difficult to get in through the small cracks and could only aim for the larger rifts. But that was also not easy. The larger rifts were often surrounded by toothed edges that were several meters deep, resembling a trap of sorts. With the number of worm demons increasing, and the power of the divine weapons failing to sustain, Matthew made a decisive choice. He would enter through a large rift. The next second, he drank a rapid run potion and sprinted to a giant rift, barely preventing himself from being knocked unconscious by the overwhelming stench that emitted from it. Looking at the wriggling teeth within and the rapidly closing rift, Matthew did not hesitate. He transformed into the moon bear and, with a roar, jumped in. Slap slap slap. The stout bear paws powerfully struck the flesh walls on both sides of the rift. Undeterred by the sharp teeth, he kept forcing his way through. Finally, Just before the meat fissure was about to close, Matthew reached it. Plop plop. The thick bare paws inserted themselves into the fissure without warning, followed by the other paw. At this point, the divine weapons had already been retrieved by Matthew through Lost Paradise. Many ether worm demons reached his position. But Matthew did not so much as glance at them. He let out a roar on the spot, and with the moon bear's formidable brute force, he managed to forcibly pry open the closing flesh fissure. The next second, he forced his way in. The sensation of passing through the fissure was more comfortable than Matthew had anticipated. Unlike the coarse outer skin of the evil art master, once he penetrated several meters in, avoiding the dental layer, the underside was surprisingly tender and smooth. The moon bear bulldozed its way through. The meat fissure had no choice but to stretch to its maximum. After dozens of seconds, Matthew successfully crossed the evil art master's outer layer and arrived at a series of mysterious and eerie chambers beneath its skin. Chapter 1740, 474 Goddess of Magic's Clone _2. Chapter 1740, 474 Goddess of Magic's Clone _2. At that moment, a blue light quietly lit up behind Matthew, followed by a voice he hadn't heard in a long time. Your behavior is the most vulgar I have ever seen in my life. I've never seen any spellcaster enter another's body like you did. Matthew turned around to look. It was Augustus's skull that he had just thrown out to deal with the insect demon. This unique weapon of the Necromancer, which Matthew had placed in the Lost Paradise, eventually transformed into one of the divine weapons. But in most cases, the remnant soul of Augustus in the skull was aloof, rarely speaking to Matthew, let alone initiating a conversation like now. Matthew understood in his heart. This one probably smelled something good. As expected, Augustus's skull actively flew in front of Matthew. I can give you some guidance. Matthew directly grabbed the skull, making a gesture to stuff it back into his bag. I don't need this, Augustus's skull hurriedly said. No, no, no. I can be of help to you. Believe me, keeping me by your side is very beneficial. Matthew scoffed. Not telling the truth, huh? It seems that half a year in Lost Paradise still wasn't enough for you to understand the situation, was it? I am the master. Now, I'll give you one last chance. If you keep being cagey, I'll find a place to bury you. Augustus's skull dared not neglect and hastily explained. I can help you digest part of the ether core. You can feel it, can't you? The ether core is the root of this evil art master. It's also where all the chaotic ether is converging. Just let me take in a part of it. Well, not all of it, it's too vast. If you stuff it all in, I won't be able to hold it and will explode. I'm not greedy, just a small part will allow me to evolve into a more powerful divine weapon. Upon hearing this, Matthew immediately understood. The giant evil art master had absorbed too much chaotic ether, and this place had naturally become an enchantment domain. Ordinary weapons placed in the body of an evil art master would automatically advance to magical weapons over time, as long as they were not damaged. Let alone already highly graded magical weapons, and semi-divine weapons and the like. Even if you don't agree, please let me stay by your side. This way, at the very least I can absorb a bit more ether essence. Seeing that Augustus's skull was finally not as haughty as before in its speech, Matthew also expressed his friendly attitude in response. After all, they were weapons in his own hands, and an upgrade would not be a bad thing for him. As for the giant evil art master's ether core, Matthew was very clear-headed. Let alone a part of it, even 1/10,000th was not something Augustus's skull could withstand. It seems that the remnant soul of Augustus has already been influenced by the chaotic cognizance within the evil art master's body. A hint of caution flashed through Matthew's mind. Being within the radiation range of the Lost Paradise would affect anyone. This showed just how powerful the chaotic force field here was. Moving deeper, even Matthew himself might experience cognitive dissonance. One must remain highly vigilant and conscious at all times. I have the Divine King authority of the Lost Paradise and Ainder's Tauren authority as dual anchors, no matter how powerful the chaos aura is, at most it can only affect the most superficial layer of cognizance. Matthew steadied his spirit. Then he asked. Since you've made such a request, you must have sensed the calling of the chaotic core, right? Augustus's skull happily responded. Of course. And that calling is very strong. I can feel that all the magic weapons sensitive to ether are irresistibly following this calling, moving towards the chaotic core. We must get ahead of others and get my treasure. As he said this, he floated ahead on his own accord. Matthew watched with a cool eye. Others? Who else could even get in here? It seems this fellow's cognition has been severely twisted. However, that didn't mean that Augustus's skull's insight was wrong. Matthew knew. Such peculiar entities as sentient artifacts possess a talent for perception that transcends living beings. Having just entered this eerie chamber zone, with no clues at hand, it might be a good idea to follow Augustus's skull for a section. Immediately, the ethereal blue skull led the way in front. Matthew followed closely behind. They spent approximately 7 or 8 minutes navigating through the complex, moist chamber zone. Passing through these areas, Matthew had to shuttle between crevices, flesh folds, vein-like structures, and between sides of flesh crystals or membranes, just like when he had previously delved into the epidermis. The whole experience was indescribable. But overall, the chaos inside the evil art master was much less than Matthew had imagined. There were a large number of chambers and organs here. Rows of teeth or human long hair would occasionally grow on the walls of the chambers. While passing through the dense area of long hair, the sticky hair would entangle Matthew's limbs and try to keep him there. Luckily, the hair wasn't very strong. Matthew struggled for a while and successfully freed himself. Chapter 1741, 474 Goddess of Magic's Clone _3. Chapter 1741, 474 Goddess of Magic's Clone _3. This was also one of the reasons Matthew could continue to be active in Ainder in the future. After passing through the chamber area, Matthew and Augustus's skull arrived above a vast mirror. At first, Matthew thought it was a lake. It was not until he stepped on it that he realized the lake under his feet, shining like silver water, was actually an endless mirror. The images reflected in the mirror were not the scenery above it, but scenes that felt oddly familiar to Matthew. Thick dark clouds carrying purple lightning and a fire pillar tearing through the center rent the heavens and earth. The towering palaces in the clouds collapsed with a roar. The angels flew about in panic, like frightened birds in a forest, yet ultimately could not escape a fiery end. In the end, the divine kingdom fell, the heavenly family palace toppled over. Turbulence arose from the flatlands of earth. Destruction and rebirth alternated in succession. Those scenes cycled endlessly. For a while, Matthew thought the images in the mirror were of the fall of the heavenly family palace. But soon, he realized that the architecture in the mirror was not from the era of the heavenly family palace, but from an even more ancient time. That was the age of the light and dark twin ancient gods. Those are scenes of the fall of twin paradise. A realization like this dawned upon him. At that moment, the image of an old man with withered skin and a rotting face suddenly emerged from the lake surface. Matthew fixed his gaze. And the old man's appearance turned out to be strikingly similar to his own aged visage. One day, you too will meet such an end. Lost paradise is a treasure of rebirth for you now, but for you in 1,000,000 years, it will be a cage you long to escape but cannot. The old man said eerily. Matthew looked surprised. I can live for millions of years? The old man was expressionless. Wouldn't that be a huge gain? Matthew smiled and walked towards him. As for what will happen later, let's talk about that when the day comes. A few seconds later, he completely ignored all the changes around him and walked right through the elderly figure that closely resembled himself. Tip, you have successfully traversed the illusion derived from high-dimensional shadow. He walked forward, following his instincts. It was also an illusionary world. In the illusion, Matthew saw many sights of the astral world. The arrival of the land of God's kingdom in the material world provided a definite coordinate for astral creatures. Even though many astral creatures had not entered the material world through the astral gate, they were slowly arriving at the edge of the eternal barrier guided by the power of God's kingdom. At this time, the eternal barrier was no longer the same as when it was bombarded by the singularity cannon by the undead prince. In the great tears apart, the eternal barrier also became riddled with holes. Matthew saw billions of astral lives clinging to the eternal barrier, slowly passing through its cracks into the material world. Clearly, this would be a disaster lasting for decades or even centuries. Matthew did not succumb to this illusion either. He took a breath and stepped out. Divine monster body, high-dimensional shadow, land of God's kingdom. Next, it should be the real terrain, right? Matthew thought to himself. Behind the illusion lay an environment resembling a deep, dark cave. Matthew saw at first glance the coffin suspended in midair. Of course, the clone of the goddess of magic, Yili, lay within the coffin. He stepped closer. His eyes suddenly twitched slightly. At that moment, Matthew was astonished to find that upon closer inspection, the goddess of magic Yili bore a 90% resemblance to Isabel. Chapter 1742, 475 Secret Treasure of Love and Void Banishment. Chapter 1742, 475 Secret Treasure of Love and Void Banishment. Yes. 90% similar. But Matthew soon noticed the subtle differences. These differences were quite apparent, and they made a vivid impression. These two people only looked alike. They were definitely not the same person. But is it really just a resemblance? Matthew's heart rate slightly increased. Unconsciously, he approached the clone floating in midair. In the process, Matthew repeatedly confirmed that Knightley's clone only bore a considerable resemblance to Isabel in appearance. In terms of physique, they were worlds apart. A coincidence? Matthew found it a bit far-fetched. Aside from their appearances, Isabel and Knightley also shared many similarities. They both became, at some point, possibly the strongest presence with magic power in the multiverse. One before the arrival of a calamity mage. The other after the arrival of a calamity mage. They also both faced the pain and trouble brought by chaotic ether, and their ultimate choices didn't seem too different. Knightley chose to commit suicide using divine spell, whereas Isabel chose a sort of self-banishment, venturing into the elusive original world. There was no doubt. Both of their decisions regarding the material world's greater good could really be called great. So, how did Knightley's secret come into Ronan's hands? Edmund daring to steal Knightley's secret from Ronan's house couldn't be that simple. If Knightley's secret was initially in Isabel's hands, then everything would make sense. In an instant, Matthew recalled a series of strange occurrences. Such blatant and terrible disputes among the superior legends were quite rare. Afterward, although Ronan was compensated, the complete lack of any retaliatory action spoke volumes. Matthew guessed. Ronan and Edmund, as students of Isabel's previous generation, might have both had some entitlement to the goddess of magic's secret. However, something must have happened, with Edmund being excluded, allowing Ronan to solely inherit Knightley's legacy. And that incident might have been related to the struggle for internal influence in the alliance involving Isabel, Link, and Nameless. Thinking back to Isabel's initial clashes with Edmund, Matthew felt his guess wasn't wrong. Edmund's attitude towards Isabel was still respectful, he clearly hadn't planned to lash out at his teacher. But regarding Ronan's exclusive possession of Knightley's secret, Edmund undoubtedly had his own thoughts. Ronan probably also recognized this, otherwise, why would he leave the last secret in the rarely inhabited house in Rolling Stone Town? Gossip among legendary mages. It's truly fascinating. Unconsciously, Matthew's mind flashed through much. Getting back to the present. At this moment Knightley's body was emitting a bright white light. This was a sign of a massive concentration of free ether. This hazy white light made Knightley more beautiful, like a goddess in slumber, exuding a transcendent and sublime beauty. Matthew had previously had a somewhat negative impression of Knightley. He thought she was no different from the gods of the heavenly palace, just a naturally promiscuous and shameless woman. The only reason she had become a god was simply good timing. However, now Matthew stood in front of Knightley's clone, and his feelings were completely transformed. If the pinnacle of the magic path is to face the disorderly ether, where one must endure pain that could drive a god insane all the time, then how do heavenly mages maintain their sanity? Thinking about this aspect, Matthew's heart felt unavoidably heavy. If Isabel and Knightley had it this hard, what about the others? What were they using to sustain their humanity? Soria may have been after money. Nameless probably chased the traces of the Calamity Mage. But what about Link? Or even Ronan and other superior legends? Matthew instinctively felt. When he formally ascended to legend, he would probably also have to start facing the harshness of ether. At this moment, a voice tinged with subtle sorrow emerged next to Matthew's ear. You are late. That madman has already turned me into a puppet neither dead nor alive. Along with this voice, the clone turned upright, slowly opened its eyes, and their gazes collided. At that moment, Matthew's heart involuntarily contracted. Even as a clone, Knightley's eyes were so clear and pure, in stark contrast to her tumultuous reputation. Matthew found it hard to describe the feeling. The eyes of this clone in front of him were like a forest washed by heavy rain, emanating dense moisture and a luminous air, giving a profoundly beautiful sensation. This had nothing to do with charm. It was simply pure. So pure that even standing before her, Matthew felt a sense of shame. Is this the killing power of the goddess of magic? Quickly. Chapter 1743, 475 Secret Treasure of Love and Void Banishment _2. Chapter 1743, 475 Secret Treasure of Love and Void Banishment _2. At this moment, Matthew finally understood why the god of midnight was so obsessed with Yili. If Yili were alive today, or if Isabel were to unreservedly release her charm, perhaps hardly any spellcaster in the Alliance could resist the extra allure brought by the pure ether. So, who exactly are you? Just to be safe, Matthew still asked. Are you the spiritual imprints of the goddess of magic, Yili? Or a chaotic creation influenced by the memories of the god of midnight? The clone responded indifferently. Both. That madman used the high-dimensional shadow to replicate my spiritual imprints and then implanted in it a mass of wills and memories that do not belong to me. He delusionally tried to merge with me in this manner. It is disgusting. A person who has died should not be resurrected in this world. My very existence, for even a second, is blasphemy to this world. Her gaze was exceedingly firm, filled with intense disgust and dissatisfaction. Before Matthew could speak, a voice of the starry night god, at times masculine, at times feminine, suddenly emanated from the golden ring above her head. And the necromancer? You should know, the person before you has a notorious reputation as a necromancer. If we go by what you say, he has been incessantly blaspheming the world. At the same time, Matthew also noticed that the golden ring was merging into the clone's head at a slow pace. Pain and discomfort occasionally crossed Yili's face. You are still the same as you were back then, always blurring contract. Yili coldly taunted. Necromancers represent a different form of life, originating from the negative energy plane. They are a part of nature. Becoming a necromancer isn't a form of resurrection, but a peculiar new birth, unrelated to the continuation of life but another origin. Apart from their shells, there is nothing related to the living within the undead. This is utterly different from you using divine artifacts to forcibly create a divine monster. Or should I say, this is exactly what you wanted, isn't it? Under the guise of reviving me, creating an out-of-control divine monster, only to have the goddess of magic's resurrection lead to the destruction of everything in the end? That's what you want, right? However, no matter how Yili mocked, the starry night god continued to remain silent in his own world, his tone as if mumbling in a dream. What if it is so? What if it isn't? No matter how much you despise me, hate me, you and I will ultimately become one. From now on, I am you, you are me, and there will no longer be any barriers between us. Dear Yili, after merging with you, whatever becomes of the world, I no longer care. Divine monster or goddess, do you think I care? My concern lies only with you, the conscious you. Otherwise, why would I have tried so hard to ensure the independence of your consciousness and thoughts before the fusion? He. I'm coming. Yili. As the voice faded, the golden ring deeply embedded itself into Yili's flesh, her head even began to distort and deform, blood seeping out from beneath the golden ring. Matthew was about to use the power of lost paradise to stop the further fusion of Yili and the golden ring. But he was stopped by Yili. It's no use. I am destined to become part of this divine monster. This is good, after it absorbs me, it will come to its weakest moment. At that time, for you to destroy my body and the golden ring will become much easier. Yili stated directly, without any attempts to avoid the subject. He, don't think by saying this, I will let you go. Impossible. You are mine, Yili. All of you. The disgusting voice of the starry night god came through once again. Matthew frowned. But he really had no way of stopping the fusion of the golden ring with Yili's clone. This was within the gigantic divine monster. The inner world created through the intertwining of the divine monster body, high-dimensional shadow, and the land of God's kingdom. In this place, the restraining effect of lost paradise on the high-dimensional shadow reached its lowest point. Matthew could launch an attack at the golden ring, but doing so could harm Yili's clone and the outcome was uncertain. Just as Yili had said. Perhaps only at the moment of their official fusion would Matthew catch a glimpse of a flaw. In any case, it seemed the fate of the resurrected Yili had been decided. She would either become a super divine monster that would destroy the world or die at the hands of Matthew, with no third option available. Yet even so, Yili's resolve to face death was as strong as when she had chosen to disappear using a divine spell. Matthew took a deep breath. He knew that every move he faced now was critical. He could not be impulsive. He could not be careless. The equalization point that had solidified in his body once again came to a very sensitive period. For a moment, he even saw the figures of Link and Soria. They stood at the northern and southern ends of Order City, respectively, gazing into the distance. Chapter 1744, 475 Secret Treasure of Love and Void Banishment _3. Chapter 1744, 475 Secret Treasure of Love and Void Banishment _3. I definitely can. 2 seconds later. Matthew stared intently at Goddess of Magic's pale, water-like eyes, his face suddenly revealing an extremely evil smile. Who says all of Goddess of Magic is yours? Aren't you now reduced to nothing but trash? A mere ring, can you satisfy a goddess's voracious needs? The next second. In the astonished gaze of Goddess of Magic, Matthew quickly approached and tore off a part of the clone's clothing in front of her. Amidst the uncontrollable screams of Goddess of Magic, the voluptuous body of the goddess was completely exposed to Matthew. The next second. Without hesitation, Matthew's hands boldly ravaged the Goddess of Magic's peaks. Her feeble resistance seemed more like coquetry. A few breaths later, Matthew finally heard the hysterical screams of the starry night god. What are you doing? Let go of your hands. She's but a clone, you wouldn't have not even touched her before your resurrection, right? His actions grew increasingly wild. The Tauren's sovereign authority even ignited of its own accord without activation. Goddess of Magic realized what Matthew wanted to do. Thus, her attitude shifted from initial half-hearted resistance to silent moans, faintly tinged with a hint of pleasure. What are you two doing? You think you can infuriate me like this?
The voice of Starry Night God sounded a bit calmer now. The fusion force of the golden ring was clearly increasing. Noticing this, Matthew saw the blood seeping from Goddess of Magic's forehead instantly vaporized into a scab, and he felt somewhat distressed. His movements slowed down a bit. But Goddess of Magic became even more daring. She wrapped her arms around Matthew's neck on her own initiative, her body supple as a snake pressing closely against him, her crimson lips approaching his. Her eyes misted up with several layers of vapor.